Succeeded. Indeed succeeded again. Hegemon Xiang is completely defeated this time. I really didn't expect that Yuan, a puny little emperor vast heaven, really defeated a hegemon realm. How is this possible? The two of their realms are not on the same level at all. So why can Yuan win? Can't figure it out. Yuan walked out of the subformation carrying treasures. The whole crowd burst into an uproar. This announced that Yuan had completely defeated Hegemon Xiang. At this time, Hegemon Xiang was looking at Yuan in a daze, indescribably uncomfortable. In a fair battle, she was defeated by an emperor vast heaven. She was somewhat unable to accept this sort of thing. It was as if her many years of comprehension in Formation Dao had all become a joke. How many years had she comprehended Formation Dao? How old was Yuan? Comparing people, was the disparity really so great? Why? Why is it like this? Xiang said absent-mindedly. Heaven formation isn't as simple as you imagine. 9 array elements developing myriad Dao and the universe. The knowledge here accesses heaven and penetrates the earth. These 9 array elements are the foundation of all array elements. Hegemon 7-way simplified things, comprehending great Dao. But it's also precisely because of this that it's easier to make mistakes in many areas, and it even makes it hard to comprehend. The quintessence of heaven formation isn't in the grand array but in these 9 array elements. Yuan said. Xiang's entire body trembled, her eyes revealing a look of astonishment. Clearly, the things that Yuan said opened her mind to new ideas. But knowing was one thing. Comprehending was another. Xiang's formation Dao cultivation was very strong, but heaven formation was not what she could comprehend in a short time. This was the disparity between her and Yuan. This heaven formation was enough for her to use a lifetime to comprehend. I lost, Xiang said with a bitter smile. Yuan patted her shoulder and said, "You're very strong. Heaven formation is your chance to break through the shackles. Comprehend it well. Maybe in the future, you can corroborate your Dao as a supreme hegemon." This action looked very strange in everyone's eyes. Under normal circumstances, this was an elder inculcating a junior. But a measly little emperor vast heaven actually acted in such a manner to a hegemon realm. It looked really strange no matter how one looked at it. But people also had nothing to say. This was because this emperor vast heaven had indeed completely defeated a hegemon realm. An inconceivable victory. In the following journey, it became Yuan's solo performance. Hegemon Xiang ignored her injuries and followed behind Yuan like a little follower. Just as Yuan said, this heaven formation was her greatest lucky chance. Even if she could comprehend 1/10,000th, it would also benefit her for life. The number 1 killing formation in all heavens and myriad words. This name was not called in vain. Yuan did not have the thought of being selfish either. Although he was not on good terms with these hegemons, the crisis of the blood race was near at hand. If their strength could improve further, it would naturally be a good thing too. Hence, a scene that amazed everyone appeared. Xiang, this hegemon-level heavenly formation master, was actually like a disciple, frequently receiving Yuan's teachings, making everyone click their tongues in wonder. Xiang's improvement was obvious. 3 years later, Xiang's strength advanced by leaps and bounds, and she actually broke through to peak hegemon in one stroke. All the hegemon realms were really envious to the extreme. Really amazing. I didn't expect that hegemon Xiang actually had a blessing come to her in the disguise of misfortune, breaking through the shackles in one stroke. I heard that hegemon Xiang has already been stuck in this realm for 100,000 years. Yuan is really too impressive. He actually forcibly nurtured an ordinary hegemon into a peak hegemon. But speaking of which, hegemon Xiang's improvement is great, but it's still far from Yuan's. Since half a year ago, she already couldn't keep up with Yuan in Formation Dao. After she broke through, everyone exclaimed with admiration one after another. No one thought that, in the end, it was actually hegemon Xiang who obtained a great benefit. But starting half a year ago, the confusion on hegemon Xiang's face grew increasingly stronger. She was no longer able to comprehend the things that Yuan said. This grand array became more difficult and obscure the further back. It was clearly only constituted of 9 array elements, but the things derived were incomparably complicated. On this day, Yi Yuan walked out of a subformation, his eyes becoming incomparably bright. His whole body teemed with the power of origin. Hegemon Yunxiang's eyes lit up, and he cried out in surprise. This boy comprehended formation Dao origin, Emperor vast heaven realm, comprehending 2 great origins. This is simply too monstrous. When geniuses from all heavens looked at this scene, they only felt ashamed to the extreme. Comprehending origin to them was not considered something very hard. But these people had basically all already broken through to Emperor Sacra Heaven. No one could comprehend origin in Emperor vast heaven realm at all, let alone comprehend 2 origins. Sigh. I really have been sitting in the well and looking at the sky. I've always thought that I'm a genius who doesn't lose to anyone. But today I'm thoroughly convinced. How did this guy's brain grow? Why is his comprehension ability so strong? There's always someone better. And heaven beyond heaven. Geniuses were all condescending. Even if it was Yang Qing, they remained unconvinced too. But they were really convinced by Yi Yuan. This guy was simply a monster. Forget crushing his peers, he even taught a peak hegemon. Yi Yuan meditated on the spot, digesting the fruits of formation Dao origin. Several days later, he slowly opened both eyes, the look in his eyes becoming incomparably bright. Young friendy, how is it? Do you have confidence in walking out now? Hegemon Yunxiang said rather agitatedly. Yi Yuan shook his head and said, can't walk out? The entire labyrinth divine palace is enveloped inside the heaven formation. However, with my current formation Dao strength, we shouldn't encounter any dangers when walking around inside the grand array. Hegemon Yunxiang's expression changed. He did not expect that this grand array's area coverage was actually so vast. Didn't this mean that all of their lives were grasped in Yi Yuan's hands? Yi Yuan, are you doing it on purpose? Zhang Hexin said in a solemn voice. Yi Yuan smiled and said, if you keep talking crap, do you believe that I'll directly bring you into a death door? Killing you is as easy as killing an ant now. Zhang Hexin's expression changed wildly. He did not believe it, but he did not dare to gamble. Yun Xiang said in a solemn voice, Zhang Hexin, if you dare to be disrespectful to young friend Yi, this seat will find trouble with you. Zhang Hexin exploded, yelling angrily, damn woman, you're going too far. Do you think that by breaking through to peak hegemon, you have the qualifications to challenge this seat? Zhang Hexin was a peak hegemon to begin with. This was also why he could become the leader of the 7 great hegemons. But now, Yun Xiang's cultivation realm had already caught up to him. Yun Xiang smiled coldly and said, Zhang Hexin, this seat advice that you'd better stay more low-key. Otherwise, if young friend you takes action, you won't even know how you died. Do you really think that you, this hegemon, are very powerful? Hegemon Yunxiang was rather annoyed and said in a solemn voice, enough! Stop talking nonsense. Continue forward. Under Yi Yuan's lead, everyone finally crossed that enormous imperial garden and entered the Labyrinth Divine Palace's group of palaces. The Labyrinth Divine Palace is really extravagant. These palaces are completely made from galaxy profound gold. This wealth can probably directly purchase a plane. You look at this lamp, it's actually a grade 1 Grand Miss treasure. My God, this is also too freaking luxurious. These stone slates, it all paved with power way spirit stones. Cultivating here is simply paradise. Prodigal. Really prodigal. Even if it was the group of hegemon realms, seeing the extravagance of the Labyrinth Divine Palace, they could not refrain from being jealous too. These palaces could only be described by one word. Luxurious. Everyone wished to directly poach these palaces away. Of course, they did so too. Any good stuff that they saw, they directly poached them away. The Labyrinth Divine Palaces gradually got taller in sequence. That large palace at the back rose straight into the clouds, seemingly like a giant beast that could swallow everything. Even when standing in front of it, one had an impulse to prostrate in submission too. Among the surrounding main palaces, there were a total of 12 main palaces suspended around it, displaying an arrangement where stars surrounded the moon. Yi Yuan heard that in its prime, The Labyrinth Divine Palace had 12 great beyond realm powerhouses who were known as the 12 Heavenly Kings. Regarding these 12 Heavenly Kings, each one was an important figure who shocked heaven and earth. Hegemon Seven Way was one of them. These 12 Heavenly King palaces were the residences of the 12 great beyond powerhouses. These 12 Heavenly King palaces, you all don't enter it. Those hegemon realms are all aiming for the Heavenly King palaces and the Labyrinth Divine Hall. Once there are any clashes, we aren't hegemon realm, the consequences will be too dreadful to contemplate. Everyone all look for lucky chances in the palace groups below. With the Labyrinth Divine Palace's foundation, if you all are lucky, there might be a few who can step into hegemon realm. Yi Yuan instructed Grand Bright Jade, complete heaven's people. Heavenly Saint Yi, you understand heaven formation now. We aren't scared of them, Hu Gaoshan said. Clearly, he still did not give up. The biggest lucky chances were clearly inside the 12 Heavenly King palaces and the Labyrinth Divine Hall. Yi Yuan smiled and said, the range that heaven formation covers is only up to here too. Regarding the 12 Heavenly King palaces and the Labyrinth Divine Hall, with Hegemon Seven Way's strength, they can't be covered at all. If we go over there, life and death won't be up to us anymore. Only then did everyone come to a realization. The 12 Heavenly King palaces and the Labyrinth Divine Hall were the nucleus of the Labyrinth Divine Palace. Each of their owners' strengths was not weaker than Hegemon Seven Way. Although the heaven formation was strong, it was not invincible either. Doesn't that mean that we have to helplessly watch the good stuff be taken away by that bunch of fellows? Yang Qing said unwillingly. Yi Yuan said, that might not be the case. Everything is up to fate. Sometimes, destiny is more important than strength. Boom! Before his voice faded, a loud noise came from above the void. It turned out that they had already exchanged blows. This was two great supreme hegemons. One of them was Hegemon Yun Shang, while the other was a fiend race supreme hegemon. Old dog Jin Yi. This seat is here for the immortal cloud cone. If you dare snatch it, we'll be irreconcilable till death today. Hegemon Yun Shang's angry roar came from above the void. At this time, Hegemon Yun Shang was already beyond furious. When fighting, he fought until the void fractured. However, the Heavenly King palaces were extremely sturdy and actually did not budge an inch. On the other side, the strength of the Fiend Race Supreme Hegemon was also not the slightest bit weaker. The two people's battle was fought extremely trepidatiously. Before long, a great battle also erupted in the Burning Sky Heavenly King Palace too. Those participating in the battle this time were similarly supreme hegemons. Very soon, terrifying battles erupted in the 12 Heavenly King Palaces virtually at the same time. Around the Heavenly King Palaces, the sky was already rent asunder, and the earth split open by the berserk power of origins. Those that were strong, their strength was already close to great beyond powerhouses one. When those geniuses who did not enter the Heavenly King palaces looked at the terrifying battles above the void, each and every one of them was extremely shocked. My God, there are actually so many hidden supreme hegemons. Luckily, I didn't go up. Otherwise, I'd have already been reduced to dust now, right? 18 supreme hegemons. How many big shots came? Very soon, even more supreme hegemons debuted, shocking everyone until their jaws hit the ground. As for some ordinary hegemons and peak hegemons, they joined the battles one after another too. The various major camps fell into frenzied great battles, vying for the treasures. Some origin powerhouses and Emperor Sakra heavens who overestimated their own ability were directly reduced to dregs by this power. Boom! Hegemon Yun Shang's palm went past. Hegemon Kong Hai took the palm solidly, only to see his body fall down, already ceased breathing. A hegemon fell. Everyone's complexions were deathly pale, and only then they realized the horror of the battle. Shortly after, more and more hegemons fell. In a blink of an eye, 7 to 8 ordinary hegemons fell, and more than 20 hegemons severely wounded. Only then did everyone know it turned out that, in the eyes of top powerhouses, ordinary hegemon realms were nothing more than this too. But at this time, in the Heavenly King palaces, there were still some people who were aloof and indifferent to the battles outside. A middle-aged man in a black robe was currently sizing up everywhere. Suddenly, his gaze landed on a table. There was a pen rack on the table. He extended his hand to move the pen rank and discovered that it could not be moved. His hand brushed over several pens and suddenly stopped on one of the pens. Then he turned it. Swoosh! Behind the table, a spatial door actually appeared. An extremely thick heavenly Tao aura faintly transmitted out of the spatial door. The corners of the black-robed middle-aged man's mouth curled slightly, and he said with a faint smile, "Old man heavenless, do you think that by hiding it covertly, this seat won't be able to find it? This seat will be accepting one of the 12 heavenly Tao paintings." When the black-robed middle-aged man came out of the spatial door, there was an additional red-green jade scroll in his hand. This red-green jade scroll was crystal clear, a majestic great Tao aura appearing on it. One look and it was clear that it was not ordinary. The black-robed man was overjoyed, an extremely smug expression appearing on his face as he laughed loudly and said, "Old man heavenless, you were called the #1 genius since ancient times. Actually, it was merely by relying on the 12 heavenly Tao paintings. Having acquired one, it will be effortless for the seat to surpass you. Watch closely. Brother Minghui, aren't you being pleased with yourself a little too early?" In the great hall, another figure appeared at God knows when. It was a 20-years-old-looking youth in an azure shirt. When the black-robed man saw him, his pupils constricted. But very soon, he smiled coldly and said, "Minghui? How long has it been since I've heard this name? Old man endless. The 12 heavenly Tao paintings have 12 scrolls. And yet you want to fight with me for one." The 20-years-old youth in the azure shirt smiled and said, "The one in your hand is the most precious heaven scroll. Do you think that this seat will let it go? Hand it over so as to avoid the harmonious relations between us brothers being harmed." The black-robed man's eyes turned cold and he said with a cold smile, "Old man endless, do you think that you've cornered this seat?" The 20-years-old youth in the azure shirt just smiled lightly and did not speak. But the black-robed person's pressure suddenly increased. Nobody knew that Abyss Pass Origin Grotto Heaven's Overlord-level powerhouse, the 33 Heavens #1 Alchemy Tao person, Ancestor Endless, actually appeared here too. At the same time, in a palace below, Yi Yuan took a tattered goatskin scroll from an old bookshelf. This goatskin scroll was full of dust, looking extremely ordinary. Yi Yuan lightly wiped off the dust on it, only to see an extremely ancient word written on it. But Yi Yuan recognized this word at first glance, heaven. You're interested in this kind of junk? Stop wasting time, hurry up and find something good. When Yangqing saw Yi Yuan dig out such an unremarkable thing, he could not resist urging. The moment Yi Yuan saw the heaven word, a hint of surprise flashed across in his eyes. Although he had never been to the Labyrinth Divine Palace before, he was not unfamiliar with the Labyrinth Divine Palace at all. Yi Yuan understood that those truly top powerhouses were all aiming for the 12 heavenly Tao paintings. What were the 12 heavenly Tao paintings? No one knew. But Mi Tian knew that the Labyrinth Divine Palace's rise was precisely because of the 12 heavenly Tao paintings. And the last generation Labyrinth Divine Palace's palace master, Hegemon Heavenless, relied on the 12 heavenly Tao paintings and reached an inconceivable realm. The 12 heavenly Tao paintings had a total of 12 scrolls. The most important volume among them was the Heaven Scroll. A character for heaven was written on this goatskin scroll. Could this be the Heaven Scroll? Yi Yuan also did not expect that he actually found such a precious treasure in an unassuming side hall. If it were others, when they saw this junk covered in dust, they would definitely turn their noses up at it. But Yi Yuan cultivated the eternal river's chaos and had a sensitivity different from ordinary people towards some things. The moment he laid eyes on the goatskin scroll, he felt its extraordinariness. Furthermore, Yi Yuan was someone with a great destiny in the first place. Coupled with the extreme medicine sect's blessing power, being luckier than others was very normal too. "Heh, this isn't some junk. We might have picked up a treasure." Yi Yuan smiled and said. When Yangqing heard that, he sized it up carefully again and said disdainfully, "Screw off. Just this junk, I reckon that it's just some lousy cultivation method recorded in it. You're treating it as a treasure too." Yi Yuan said, "Do you know about the 12 heavenly Tao paintings?" Yangqing was stupefied and said, "You wouldn't tell me that this junk is the 12 heavenly Tao paintings, right? Got to be kidding. Who do you think you are? You can randomly pick up a treasure." Yi Yuan did not expect that Yangqing really knew about it. Hence, he nodded his head and said, "If I didn't guess wrongly, This is the heaven scroll in the 12 heavenly Tao paintings. Yang Qing looked at Yi Yuan like looking at a fool, and said with a loud laugh, "The heaven scroll is the most important volume in the 12 heavenly Tao paintings. Even great beyond powerhouses will be moved. You're telling me now that this junk is the heaven scroll? Stop fooling with me. Do you take me to be a 3-year-old child?" Boom! Right at this time, a loud noise came over. The entire labyrinth divine palace seemed to have started swaying. Yang Qing's expression changed, and he cried out in surprise, "Goodness me! There are really great beyond powerhouses. Could it be that they are all aiming for the 12 heavenly Tao paintings?" Yi Yuan nodded and said, "Apart from the 12 heavenly Tao paintings, what else can move them?" Yang Qing looked at Yi Yuan with a look of contempt and said, "Then, you're telling me that you picked up the 12 heavenly Tao paintings?" Her. The two people went out of the great hall only to see 3 figures standing in a triangle formation above the void. They were currently fighting until the sky was rent asunder and the earth split open. The 3 people carried the might of heaven and earth with every move and stance. Even the supreme hegemons who were fighting fiercely previously had already kept a good distance away too. They could not afford to provoke. Great beyond powerhouses were too strong. The black-robed, middle-aged man said in a cold voice, "Old man Endless. If you still don't give up, you'll definitely die here today." On the other side, a woman in a white robe similarly said fiercely, "Old man Endless, hand over the heaven scroll and I can spare you from death." Ancestor Endless was holding the heaven scroll, his momentum unstoppable. Fighting 2-on-1, he actually did not show the slightest hint of getting defeated. He actually snatched the heaven scroll from Hegemon Ming Hui's hands. The heaven scroll in his hand had an archaic heavenly Tao aura that had experienced the many vicissitudes of life, giving people a soul-stirring feeling. One look and it was clear that it was not ordinary. "Ha-ha! Younger sister Profound Ice. Don't say this kind of spiteful words. If I hand over the heaven scroll, do you think that you can walk out of here today?" Ancestor Endless said with a loud laugh. Hegemon Profound Ice snorted coldly and said, "Then don't blame this younger sister for being merciless." Finished saying, the 3 people's auras were released, and they actually clashed together again. Below, Zhou Xianxia looked toward Ancestor Endless with a look of shock and muttered, "I didn't expect that Ancestor actually personally took action. Just what is the heaven scroll in his hand?" Not far away from him, Zhang Hexin said with a cold laugh, "Heh, haven't you heard before? The Labyrinth Divine Palace's ultimate treasure. The first volume of the 12 heavenly Tao paintings. It's the heaven scroll." It said that back then Old Man Heavenless could only reach an inconceivable realm because he comprehended the 12 heavenly Tao paintings fully. "Do you think your ancestor will be moved by it?" Zhou Xianxin's entire body trembled only then knowing what the thing that his ancestor was fighting over was. Ancestor's strength was unfathomable, but it was far too difficult to want to improve further. This heaven scroll was clearly his hope of advancement. Hence, he secretly cheered Ancestor on, hoping that Ancestor would win. And those supreme hegemons were long already extremely shocked. This was because these 3 mighty great beyond powerhouses were actually humanity's 3 supreme heavens, 3 mighty great beyond hegemons, Xiaoming, Linghua, and Endless. It was just that the names that came out of their mouths were actually wrong. Why is Ancestor Endless calling Hegemon Linghua Hegemon Profound Ice? Amen? Isn't one of the palaces among the 12 heavenly king palaces the Profound Ice Heavenly King Palace? Could it be? Also, they are calling Xiaoming as Burning Sky. There's a palace called Burning Sky Heavenly King Palace among the 12 heavenly king palaces too. This? Could it be that the 3 of them are actually from the Labyrinth Divine Palace? This is impossible. Back then, Hegemon Samsara led all the heavens and was said to have slaughtered the Labyrinth Divine Palace completely. How can there possibly still be remnant spawns? Ancestor Endless is the Alchemy Dao's #1 person. Among the 12 Heavenly King Palaces, there's one called True Pill Heavenly King Palace too. These 3 people's identities are almost certain. This deduction made everyone dumbfounded from shock. No one could have expected that humanity's 3 supreme heaven's strongest people were actually from the Labyrinth Divine Palace. Today, the truth was finally revealed. The truth of history was always complicated and confusing. While at the other side, Yang Qing looked at Yi Yuan and laughed loudly as he said, Yi Yuan, you say that it's the heaven scroll in your hand, right? Ha ha, really too hilarious. If what's in your hand is the heaven scroll, then what's that in Ancestor Endless hand? The items in the two of your hands completely can't be mentioned in the same breath. Ha ha. Swoosh. All of a sudden, Yang Qing felt like he had disappeared. More accurately speaking, he was currently standing above the sky, overlooking everything. Below, 3 great beyond powerhouses were currently in the heat of fierce fighting. Numerous powerhouses kept a good distance away. There was even a group of geniuses currently searching for treasures. Every movement and action in this world fell into his eyes. Of course, he even felt that another person existed beside him. That person was Yi Yuan. But he could only feel him and not see him. What was going on? Yi Yuan, where are you? Yang Qing's heart shook wildly and he could not resist asking. I'm right beside you. How do you feel now? Yi Yuan's voice came over. Yang Qing drew a deep breath and said, I feel like I'm the heaven right now. Everything in the world seems to be in my grasp. Could it be? Yes. It's the goatskin scroll in my hand. Yi Yuan's voice came over again. Perspective of God. Even Yi Yuan was also amazed by the heaven scroll's miraculousness. He seemed to be standing above heavenly Tao, overlooking all life. Everything was in his eyes. At this time, every flower and blade of grass, every leaf and tree, even the slight movements of the wind, they were all in his sight. Transforming into heaven and feeling the changes of all life? No, not just all life in the world. Even if it's an object without life, one can feel it too. All things have their own spirit. So that's how it is, Yi Yuan said in shock. How is this possible? If that's the heaven scroll in your hands, then what's that in Ancestor Endless hand? Yang Qing still could not restrain the shock in his heart. Yi Yuan thought about it and said, that might be the heaven scroll that Ancestor Heavenless copied. Although the aura of Tao is very rich compared to this, it seems to still be lacking something. Yang Qing felt it carefully and said in surprise, it's true. But why would this thing be casually placed in a side hall? Doesn't Ancestor Heavenless want it anymore? Yi Yuan said Ancestor Heavenless didn't need this item since a long time ago, right? If this thing is useful to him, he would have long broken through the shackles and transcended the great beyond. How could he have been defeated by Hegemon Samsara? Even if it's a heavenly Tao treasure, each person has a limit to comprehend it too. It's far too difficult to be equal with heavenly Tao. Yang Qing thought about it and felt the same. No matter how powerful the treasure, that would also have to depend on who obtained it. When some people obtained it, they would directly soar to the heavens in one bound. But some would have limited accomplishments. It might even call down a disaster. Treasures were not necessarily good things. Ancestor Heavenless talent was the strongest among past generation palace masters. But he had his limits too. Yang Qing said speechlessly, your luck is also too good, right? A group of great beyond powerhouses is fighting to the death below. But in the end, it's a fake. You casually pick something up, and it's actually the heaven scroll that they yearn for even in their sleep? Do you still want people to live? Yi Yuan smiled and said, hence, I'm someone with a great destiny. This is called when one man attains Tao, his fowls and dogs ascend to heaven too. You benefit immensely from following me by the side too. Pooh! You're the chicken or dog? Yang Qing said angrily. Is that so? Then I'll kick you out. Don't. This feeling is too magical, let me feel it more. I'm a chicken and dog. I'm a chicken and dog. When Yi Yuan and Yang Qing were currently overlooking everything from the perspective of God, the situation below suddenly changed. Boom! Another surge of great Tao aura rose to the sky. A red-green jade scroll actually flew out from a heavenly king palace. Ancestor Endless 3 people who were currently in the midst of fierce fighting. Their expressions changed wildly. This is Earth Volume. Ancestor Endless cried out in surprise. Swoosh! Hegemon Profound Ice grabbed toward the Earth Scroll right away. However, right at this time, the 3rd Heavenly Tao painting flew out. The Universe Volume. What medicine is Old Man Heavenless selling in his gourd? Ancestor Endless expression became more and more ugly. He instinctively felt that it was not right, but he also could not pinpoint what was not right. The 12 heavenly Tao paintings appeared one after another. Faced with such a huge temptation, nobody could resist. Following that, one heavenly Tao painting after another appeared. Boom! A massive energy directly sent Hegemon profound ice flying. She failed to get the Earth Scroll. Boom! The Heaven Scroll in Ancestor Endless hand directly exploded. Flying towards the sky, Ancestor Endless expression was livid. After expending such a great effort, the Heaven Scroll actually flew away. Very soon, 12 heavenly Tao paintings were arranged in a sequence above the void. Everyone looked at the sky in great shock. Ancestor Heavenless really played a major hand. Without the slightest surprise, Ancestor Heavenless figure appeared above the void. He looked at the hegemons that filled the sky, his eyes revealing ruefulness, only to see him stand with his hands behind his back. His gaze landed on Ancestor Endless three people as he said coolly, "Endless, Ming Hui, Profound Ice, how have you been?" Endless three people snorted coldly, but did not speak. Ancestor Heavenless did not think anything of it too as he continued, saying, "This ancestor is just a dead man. No matter how many grudges in the past, it's also transient as a floating cloud. The three of you betrayed me. This ancestor doesn't blame you. Back then, it was this ancestor who was too anxious. However, the 33 heavens are currently at a time of great crisis now. Once that blood race progenitor comes into being, his strength will probably be above this ancestor." The moment these words came out, everyone's expressions changed. The crisis of the blood race was no longer some secret. In fact, the blood race's general direction was already formed. They are gaining momentum. These powerhouses could not help it either. As long as they could protect themselves in this overall situation, that would suffice. Ancestor Endless and the others naturally knew the danger of this trip, but they still came. Most likely, they felt the pressure too. This ancestor was once the overlord of all the heavens. Today, the 33 heavens are confronted with danger. This ancestor naturally has to do my part. Today, this ancestor will open up the Labyrinth Divine Palace and share the 12 heavenly Tao paintings. Whichever among you can obtain the recognition of the 12 heavenly Tao paintings and become the strongest, you'll be able to receive this ancestor's origins enlightening you, inheriting all of this ancestor's strength. Now, start comprehending Tao. Ancestor Heavenless said it neither too fast nor too slow, but each word stirred people's hearts. Inherit all of Ancestor Heavenless strength. This allure was seriously too great. Inherit all of Ancestor Heavenless strength. My God, doesn't that mean that a second Ancestor Heavenless will appear? I heard that Ancestor Heavenless strength is not the slightest bit worse than Hegemon Samsara. If I can become the second Heavenless, then who in all the heavens and myriad worlds can still pose a threat to me? Too crazy. This trip really wasn't in vain. This time, I definitely won't lose to Yi Yuan. The group of geniuses went completely crazy. Ancestor Heavenless was synonymous with supremacy. Although he had long fallen, he was absolutely a legend. His awe-inspiring reputation was not the least bit weaker than Hegemon Samsara's. His mantle drove people too crazy. Hence, how could the group of geniuses still care about searching for treasures? Each and every one of them wished to burrow into the 12 heavenly Tao paintings. Above the void, the 12 heavenly Tao paintings each emitted a different aura, as if a complete heavenly Tao was displayed in front of everyone. Heaven Scroll. Clouds rolled and smoothened out, the sun, moon, and stars changing unpredictably. Earth Scroll. The atmosphere was deep, mountains and rivers could carry everything. Universe Scroll. Space flowed, all the heaven and earth were inside it. Aeon Scroll, with a distant source and a long stream, however much time elapsed with the wind. 12 heavenly Tao paintings, what it brought to everyone was endless shock. As if all the truths in heaven and earth were all within these 12 painting scrolls. So that's how it is. So that's how it is. Ha ha ha. 12 heavenly Tao paintings. It indeed lives up to its reputation. I've comprehended. Kong Tan suddenly let out a loud laugh, the door of eternal life appearing behind him. He, a middle Emperor Sakura Heaven, actually skyrocketed in aura, heading straight for Grand Completion Emperor Sakura Heaven. Everyone was in great shock. Is he going to directly assault Hegemon Realm? Well deserving of being the fiend race's #1 genius. This comprehension ability really surpasses ancient and modern times. This time, Yi Yuan is finally beaten. That Yang Qing too. He can't be unconvinced this time even if he wants to. Once Kongtan enters Hegemon, he won't let him off. Open for me. Kongtan turned into a true fiend, his imposing momentum already rising to peak Emperor Sakura Heaven. It was only to see him throw a punch out. The third seal trembled, but it did not immediately break. Without the slightest hesitation, Kong Tan threw out his second punch. Third punch, fourth punch. Kong Tan's true fiend body was formidable to the extreme. The third seal became increasingly looser under his punches. Boom! When Kong Tan threw the 19th punch, the third seal broke at the sound of it. Whoosh! The thick origin power seemed like floodwaters that broke the dam, pouring down and filling Kong Tan's true fiend body. Kong Tan felt invigorated to the extreme at this time. He let out a loud laugh and said, "Ha ha ha! Yang Qing, Yi Yuan, it's ultimately me who took this step first. This seat is the #1 genius in all the heavens." His voice reverberated throughout the heavens. It was clearly audible in the entire labyrinth divine palace. Everyone was searching for Yi Yuan and Yang Qing's figures in the crowd, but could not find them. It looks like the two of them don't dare to show themselves anymore. Truly, change is the only constant. The wheel of fortune turns. Nobody could have expected that Kong Tan actually made a comeback at the final moment. It looks like he's the true son of destiny. The winner is decided. It looks like Kong Tan will be the next Hegemon Heavenless. Visualizing the 12 heavenly Tao paintings, someone breaking through to Hegemon Realm was within reason. But no one expected that Kong Tan's breakthrough was so fast. In the trials previously, Kong Tan, the son of the fiend race, was suppressed firmly by Yi Yuan and Yang Qing. But now, he finally turned things around. With regards to this sudden turn of events, Hegemon Endless and the rest did not show any visible changes in emotions. They were currently visualizing the 12 heavenly Tao paintings with all their hearts. They had all visualized the 12 heavenly Tao paintings before. But at that time, Heavenless treasured his own belongings and did not let them visualize all of them. Especially the Heaven Scroll, Heavenless never took it out before. But this time, the 12 heavenly Tao paintings were gathered. The power was unimaginable. Having just visualized for half a day, these Hegemon realms, had already faintly understood some of it. One had to know that their cultivation realms had long already reached the limit. They might not be able to make progress for hundreds of thousands of years. The 12 heavenly Tao paintings were the only channel for them to become stronger. At this time, the entire labyrinth divine palace was a harmonious sight. Everyone was visualizing the 12 heavenly Tao paintings. Whatever treasures, whatever scheming against each other, nobody paid attention to all that. However, it was not just Kong Tan alone who was impressive. 3 days later, Xianxia started undergoing nirvanic rebirth. Yes, under the circumstances where she did not get injured, she directly started to undergo nirvanic rebirth. However, her nirvanic rebirth time was very long. Many people had already broken through their cultivation realms, but she did not budge an inch. Under Kong Tan and Xianxia, the various races' geniuses also broke through the fetters one after another. Those top geniuses broke through to Hegemon Realm in succession. In front of the 12 heavenly Tao paintings, it was a banquet of Hegemon breakthroughs. Qin Baichuan, Wang Ningyan, and Zhou Xianxia, these people also all broke through to Hegemon Realm one after another. Even people who were lacking in talent, after visualizing the 12 heavenly Tao paintings, their strength also advanced by leaps and bounds. Only Yi Yuan and Yang Qing, two people, were still observing everything from the perspective of God. She came too. Yi Yuan discovered a familiar figure in the crowd. It was the Nirvanic Soul Clan's Cloud Neon. The Soul race was very low profile this time. Yi Yuan was also not familiar with the people who came, so he did not say hello to them. He did not expect that Cloud Neon was actually hiding among them. Cloud Neon's talent was only stronger and not weaker when compared to Xianxia. Facing the 12 heavenly Tao paintings, she naturally gained quite the knowledge. Yi Yuan could perceive that her soul force was currently strengthening. She was already not far away from supreme hegemon. This woman was really formidable. Just how long had it been since she broke through to hegemon realm? She was going to break through to supreme hegemon already? Yi Yuan, could it be that we were both wrong? That ancestor heavenless is really doing it for the sake of all the heavens and myriad races. Yangqing could not resist asking. Although the Labyrinth Divine Palace trip this time had many geniuses who felt the progress made was even more, especially the appearance of the 12 heavenly Tao paintings, it made many geniuses transform, becoming leviathans of a region. This made Yangqing unable to refrain from somewhat doubting heavenless goal. Yi Yuan shook his head and said, I don't know, but I feel that it's not that simple. Furthermore, I feel like the Labyrinth Divine Palace's matter isn't over yet. Yangqing said with confusion, even great beyond powerhouses have come out. How's it not over yet? Could it be that there are even stronger existences? That's impossible. Although the 12 heavenly Tao paintings are imitations, the power is really strong. No one will be able to resist being moved. Yi Yuan said, with the Labyrinth Divine Palace reappearing, all the heavens are astir. Such a major matter, it's impossible for the blood race and hegemon samsara to not know it all, right? 12 hegemon paintings, aren't they moved by it? Yangqing said indifferently, this place is ancestor heavenless lair. Do they dare to come? This fellow, you're over-suspicious. Speaking of which, you visualized for so long. Do you have any breakthroughs? Heh. I've already comprehended Spear Tao origin and destruction origin. 2 years had already passed. With Yangqing's talent, he naturally benefited greatly under the Heaven Scroll. Even Kong Tan could break through to hegemon. So how could he, Yangqing, be weak? Of course, Yangqing did not have Kong Tan in his eyes at all. There was only Yi Yuan. Comprehending 2 powers of origin at the same time, Yangqing could be rated as a prodigy. So he could not resist showing off to Yi Yuan. Is that so? Congratulations to you, Yi Yuan said nonchalantly. This fellow, is it that you didn't comprehend anything? Heh. This emperor knew that you're still that tiny bit lousier than me, Yangqing said smugly. Yi Yuan glanced at him and said, my Tao sword should be able to kill origin powerhouses now. Not the kind like you. Yangqing's expression turned stiff. Of course, his expression could not be seen right now. Origin powerhouse, under normal circumstances, it referred to above grand completion Emperor Sakra Heaven. Those such as Yangqing who comprehended origin at lower Emperor Sakra Heaven were in the minority after all. With the Labyrinth Divine Palace opening up this time, geniuses from all heavens gathered. That was why it seemed like there were a lot. But actually, top geniuses like this would not exceed 5 fingers in one plane. With you as the exception, it was naturally referring to Grand Completion Emperor Sakra Heaven origin powerhouses. Yangqing stopped talking. He did not know what he should say. Posturing, he got slapped in the face again. Yangqing was very strong. He could be said to be the #1 genius in all the heavens. But although he comprehended origin now, when facing off against origin powerhouses, he would still fall far short. After all, his cultivation realm was placed there. But Yi Yuan was just Middle Emperor Vast Heaven. This guy's Tao sword was already powerful to such an extent. Didn't that mean that as long as Yi Yuan was willing, he could cross a major cultivation realm and kill an origin powerhouse at the expense of being seriously injured? This was too terrifying. Of course, Yi Yuan's Tao sword only had the power of 1 strike. But even so, it was much stronger than him comprehending 2 origins at the same time. Do you still want people to live or not? Yangqing was like a deflated leather ball and had no more temper. I don't want a posture. So why do you have to force me every time? Yi Yuan said helplessly. Ancestor Endless slowly opened his eyes, revealing a pondering look. With 18 years of comprehension, he reaped great benefits. Compared to when he came, his strength grew significantly. The 12 heavenly Tao paintings are indeed unfathomable. But sadly, I'm not old man heavenless match. Otherwise, I'd definitely snatch the 12 heavenly Tao paintings away. Ancestor Endless said with vicissitudes of emotion. Ancestor Profound Ice said with a cold snort. Do you really think that old man heavenless is so kind? His thoughts are hard to guess in the first place. You don't know what he wants to do at all. Ancestor Endless sighed and said, yes, but what choice do we have? It's just that I don't know who can have such a good life to obtain the recognition of the 12 heavenly Tao paintings. Ancestor Burning Sky looked in Kong Tan's direction and said with a smile, this kid originally thought that he'd definitely win, but he didn't expect the soul race lass to interject halfway, right? It seems like his Tao heart is currently a little unstable. Kong Tan reached the heaven in one step and was the first to break through the shackles of Hegemon realm. He originally thought that he had secured the first place, but he did not expect that Cloud Neon was even more monstrous than him. In a short 18 years, Cloud Neon actually directly broke through from peak Hegemon to supreme Hegemon. The Kong Tan instantly felt tremendous pressure. In these 18 years, he did not dare to slack off in the slightest, desperately comprehending the 12 heavenly Tao paintings. However, Cloud Neon visualized the 12 heavenly Tao paintings step by step, developing the origin of dream to the extreme. The 12 heavenly Tao paintings were all-encompassing, deriving heavenly Tao. To the Cloud Dream soul physique, it was absolutely a priceless treasure. Ancestor Endless said, the young are to be feared, Kong Tan and the soul race lass. Their comprehension ability is truly terrifying. However, with Yang Qing and Yi Yuan, two people's comprehension ability, they shouldn't have faded into the crowd? Could it be that they were held back by some other matters? No, wait. What could be more important than visualizing the 12 heavenly Tao paintings? Ancestor Profound Ice said coolly, fading into the crowd is also not impossible. Back then, the few of us weren't top folks in the Labyrinth Divine Palace too. But in the end, it was us who became the 12 heavenly kings. Kong Tan, Yuran, and Qin Baichuan, these juniors are descendants of pedigree ancestry. There's nothing strange about thick accumulations erupting. Being in the lead for a short while doesn't mean forever taking the lead. When the other two heard that, they felt that it made sense too. The most important thing in the Labyrinth Divine Palace was naturally the 12 heavenly Tao paintings. Heavenless inheritance, this kind of temptation was not what the average person could resist. How could Grand Bright Jade complete heaven, that sort of lousy place, possibly produce any world-shocking genius? Above the void, the 12 heavenly Tao paintings suddenly extinguished, becoming one red-green jade scroll after another. Everyone stopped breathing. They knew that the most crucial moment had arrived. The 12 heavenly Tao paintings had clearly already found the person that they acknowledged. The greatest reward for this trip to the Labyrinth Divine Palace was here. Who would obtain all of Ancestor Heavenless legacy? This reward was much better than obtaining whatever chaos heavenly treasure. You guys, who do you think will obtain the recognition of the 12 heavenly Tao paintings? It's definitely Kong Tan, right? Among so many geniuses, his improvement is clearly the biggest. That soul race Hegemon realm is also monstrous to the extreme. Peak Hegemon to supreme Hegemon, this step is as difficult as ascending to heaven. She actually crossed it so easily. There are also Feng Qingxian and Yuran. They are not bad at all either. No one knows what the 12 heavenly Tao paintings benchmark is, no. Indeed, there's really this possibility. Don't know who can become this trip's child of destiny. Kong Tan clenched both hands tightly, his breathing somewhat ragged. Clearly, he was rather nervous. The other young geniuses were pretty much the same as him. Although their hope was not as high as Kong Tan's, they did not know what the 12 heavenly Tao paintings criterion was either. Who knew whether or not they would be hit by the meat pie that fell from the sky? Compared to them, Cloud Neon seemed much more composed. Breaking through to supreme Hegemon, she was already very satisfied. Suddenly, a streak of green light flew out of the 12 pieces of red-green jade scrolls respectively. After the green light appeared, it converged in the air. Everyone's heart was nervous to the extreme. In the crowd, there were two people who stood aloof from things of no personal interest. These two people were naturally Yi Yuan and Yang Qing. 2 years ago, they broke out of the Heaven Scroll. In these 2 years, they turned these side halls inside out, and sure enough, they found another 3 lambskin scrolls. Counting the Heaven Scroll, Yi Yuan had obtained 4 heavenly Tao paintings. 12 heavenly Tao paintings in their order were Heaven, Earth, Universe, Aeon, Sun, Moon, Star, Man, Spring, summer, autumn, and winter. The changes of all things in heaven and earth were generally speaking within these 12 heavenly Taos. And these 3 heavenly Tao paintings that Yi Yuan obtained, they were respectively the Sun Scroll, Universe Scroll, and Winter Scroll. Yi Yuan, who do you think will obtain the 12 heavenly Tao paintings recognition? Yang Qing asked. Yi Yuan thought about it and said it should be Kong Tan. Yang Qing said in surprise, I even thought that you'd definitely say Cloud Neon. Yi Yuan said, I'm just guessing. Talking about comprehension ability, Cloud Neon is only stronger than Kong Tan and not weaker. But her cultivation realm is too high. Her improvement is limited. Meanwhile, Kong Tan ascended to heaven, stepping into Hegemon realm from Middle Emperor Sakura heaven in one step. His current strength can probably already rival peak Hegemons. In comparison, his potential is clearly a little higher. Yang Qing nodded and said, Now that you said it, it's indeed the case. Yi Yuan smiled and said, But I feel that no matter who the 12 heavenly Tao paintings acknowledge, it will all be in vain in the end. Cloud Neon is still all right. Her temperament is cold. She'll remain indifferent when granted favors or being subjected to humiliation. But if it's Kong Tan, his heart will probably shatter all over the floor. When Yang Qing heard that, a hint of a smile could not help appearing in the corners of his mouth. Looking at this guy feeling deflated seemed to be pretty good too. At this time, the green light descended. It fell from the sky like a comet. Boom! That green light directly smashed onto Kong Tan's body. The dust was settled. Kong Tan only felt that there was an additional trace of inexplicable connection between him and those 12 red-green scrolls. He was immediately wildly ecstatic in his heart. Ha ha! It's indeed me. Indeed me. This time, it's finally me who had the last laugh. Yi Yuan, Yang Qing, Hegemon Cloud Neon, do you guys see it? The one who has the last laugh is the real winner. You all are my Kong Tan's stepping stone. Kong Tan let out a wild laugh as he said, defeating Cloud Neon. He had indescribable joy in his heart. The nervousness of more than a decade was all dispersed at this moment. He felt that he was going to step at the peak of all the heavens and look down on all life. Feng Qingxian, Yu Ran, and the rest all revealed looks of disappointment. A miracle indeed did not happen. Sigh. I didn't expect that Hegemon Cloud Neon actually lost to Kong Tan. I feel that her talent is only stronger and not weaker than Kong Tan. Isn't that so? With this, the fiend race is really going to rise up. Kong Tan obtained the 12 heavenly Tao paintings and ancestor heavenless inheritance. His future accomplishments will probably be above progenitor Kong Nyes. The dust settling, everyone could only use envious gazes to size Kong Tan up. Congratulations! Congratulations! Fellow Taoist Kong Tan attained Tao overnight. In the future, we can only look up to you. Hegemon Yunshang came forward and clasped his hands at Kong Tan. There was an uproar. Hegemon Yunshang, this kind of supreme hegemon, actually took the initiative to build friendly relations with Kong Tan. Not just him, many peak hegemons and supreme hegemons all went up and congratulated Kong Tan. Meanwhile, Kong Tan replied to them one by one. All the glory gathering onto one entity. This was how it was. He obtained the recognition of the 12 heavenly Tao paintings and became the son of destiny. Very soon, he shall even obtain all of Hegemon heavenless inheritance. His future accomplishments would be immeasurable. In fact, he might even become the second Hegemon heavenless. With this kind of future, no one dared to ignore him. Building a relationship at this time was naturally no big deal. At this very moment, there was already nobody who had doubts about heavenless motives. Even the 12 heavenly Tao paintings were released. The powerhouses from all heavens made tremendous progress in these 18 years. Everyone could not think why someone who had ulterior motives would go through so much effort to improve everyone's strength. Therefore, everyone thought that heavenless had long already fallen. Opening the Labyrinth Divine Palace was just to look for a successor. Humph! These 12 heavenly Tao paintings are really blind to actually choose that kid. In terms of talent, you're much stronger than him. A Nirvanic Soul Clan hegemon said unhappily. He felt unjust for Cloud Neon. Cloud Neon's talent was clearly stronger than Kong Tan's. In the end, the 12 heavenly Tao paintings actually picked Kong Tan. Was this comparing advancing realms? Cloud Neon was indifferent and said coolly, lucky chances, it's naturally obtained by those who are fated. These 12 hegemon paintings naturally have their own rules. Can't be forced. Moreover, it's already very remarkable that I could break through to Supreme Hegemon. This kind of lucky chance isn't what anyone can have. The Nirvanic Soul Clan Hegemon nodded and said, yeah, this way, our Nirvanic Soul Clan will have 2 great Supreme Hegemons. If Hegemon Samsara doesn't come out, we can sufficiently crush the Chi Soul Clan. Kong Tan's gaze also glanced towards this time, very unhappy. This soul race actually dared to not come and congratulate. The winner becomes king and the loser an outlaw. Since the soul race lost, then they had to bow their heads in submission. This bunch of guys was actually so haughty. After this seat achieves great beyond, I'll definitely teach you all a lesson. Also, Yi Yuan and Yang Qing, hehe, weren't you guys showing off earlier? Very soon, this seat will bring the fiend race army and trample grand bright jade complete heaven. Presently, he was really looking forward to ancestor heavenless inheritance. This kind of heaven-shocking major figure. If one could inherit all of his mantle, what a wonderful thing that would be. Suddenly, he glimpsed the Yi Yuan and Yang Qing in the crowd, and he immediately grinned. The 2 of you, come over. Kong Tan pointed at Yi Yuan and said with a tone that allowed no questioning. Yi Yuan smiled and said, want to posture? Come yourself. Kong Tan's face turned black, and he said in a solemn voice, Yi Yuan, the winner becomes king. No matter how breathtaking your and Yang Qing's performances were previously, it can't change the reality of being losers too. You dare to be disrespectful to this seat. This is courting death. Yi Yuan smiled and said, is that so? Congratulations to you then. Very insincere. It looked more like sarcasm. The powerhouses present all shook their heads, secretly sighing at Yi Yuan's unwise move. Regarding Kong Tan finding Yi Yuan, everyone knew that he was posturing to regain face from before. Although Kong Tan's performance had always been stunning, how could such a genius be willing to submit to others? Forget about Kong Tan. If it were Yuran, Qin Baichuan, and the rest, if they attained Dao overnight, they would definitely regain face too. Yi Yuan was not even willing to lower his head at this time. Got to admit, he was courting death. Kong Tan had already obtained the recognition of the 12 heavenly Dao paintings. He would obtain ancestor heavenless inheritance very soon. Even if Yi Yuan was hiding inside the heaven formation, it was useless too. I thought that 2 dark horses were going to emerge this time. Didn't expect that they were so useless. Yeah, other people's strength all advanced by leaps and bounds. They practically did not improve much. Forget about dropping the ball at the critical moment, but to actually not even recognize how capable they are, this is courting death. Visualizing the 12 heavenly Dao paintings this time, virtually everyone's strength soared. Yi Yuan and Yang Qing, 2 people, appeared somewhat glaring to the eyes. Therefore, they naturally became idiots in other people's eyes. However, the 2 of them clearly did not have the self-awareness. Kong Tan's face became black as the bottom of a pot, only to see him snort coldly and casually thrust a palm out. The strength of a hegemon realm erupted fully. During these 18 years, Kong Tan's strength improved greatly. The power of this palm was absolutely not beneath peak hegemons. He had the intention of using Yi Yuan and Yang Qing to establish awe. Some people shook their heads. Some were disdainful. Some gloated over others' misfortune. All in all, they all thought that Yi Yuan was dead for sure. However, a beautiful figure suddenly appeared in front of Yi Yuan, only to wave her hand casually. That powerful palm of Kong Tan's directly dissipated with the wind. It was Cloud Neon. But on the other side, Feng Qingxian secretly stomped her feet. Damn it! This woman beat me to it. When in Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven, Feng Qingxian already knew about Cloud Neon. Furthermore, Yi Yuan was very close to her. Therefore, she naturally felt a sense of urgency. Furthermore, Cloud Neon's talent was even greater than hers. This time, she actually broke through to Supreme Hegemon. Kong Tan's expression turned cold and he said in a solemn voice, "Why? Does your soul race want to become enemies with this seat? You should understand what kind of existence you're facing." Cloud Neon said coolly, "You can think whatever you want. But you can't kill him. Kong Tan's face turned black. How embarrassing. This woman was courting death. He snorted coldly and said, "Very good. This seat has remembered it. On the day this seat breaks through to great beyond, it will be when your Nirvanic soul clan bears this seat's wrath. All the best to you." He could not bear the sight of Cloud Neon and Yi Yuan. Since he could not bear looking at them, they could die. Suddenly a figure condensed and formed above the void. It was precisely Heavenless. Ancestor Heavenless has appeared. He's going to impart his skill. Sai really envy Kong Tan. I wonder what Ancestor Heavenless inheritance is like. When Ancestor Heavenless showed himself, everyone was very excited. This was the moment that everyone looked forward to, although it had nothing to do with them. But witnessing this moment was also pretty good. Kong Tan's face went from being overcast to bright, changing to a smiling face as he went to greet. Cloud Neon arrived next to Yi Yuan and said coolly, "You don't seem worried at all?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Didn't you take action?" "What am I worried about?" Cloud Neon said, "You know that I'm not referring to this." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "The show is just starting." Cloud Neon's brows furrowed, clearly not understanding what Yi Yuan was referring to. In her view, the overall situation had already been decided. As for Kong Tan's revenge, she did not care. The Tao Enlightenment this time, she had benefited greatly from it. Maybe when Kong Tan became a Great Beyond powerhouse, she would be able to step into Great Beyond too. The Cloud Dream Soul physique was no joke. Except, why did Yi Yuan say that the show was just starting? Oh, right. Haven't congratulated you for becoming Supreme Hegemon, Yi Yuan said with a smile. Cloud Neon still remained indifferent whether granted favors or was subjected to humiliation. She said nonchalantly, "There's nothing to congratulate. When conditions are ripe, success will follow. Paying respect to Master. Many thanks for Master's grace of inheritance. Kong Tan will definitely inherit your great cause." Kong Tan greeted Ancestor Heavenless and knelt down respectfully. Everyone looked at him, incomparably envious. Ancestor Heavenless stood with his hands behind his back. Even if it was just a phantom, he also made everyone look up to him. His gaze did not fall on Kong Tan but passed through the crowd and looked over towards Yi Yuan. "Yi Yuan, are you willing to become this ancestor's successor?" Heavenless looked at Yi Yuan and said calmly, "Amen?" What was Ancestor Heavenless talking about? Everyone was absent-minded and did not react to it for some time. The person the 12 heavenly Tao paintings acknowledged, was it not Kong Tan? Why did Ancestor Heavenless ask Yi Yuan? Was there something that was mistaken? Kong Tan's entire person was petrified on the stop, being stunned by this sudden turn of events. What the hell? Why did Ancestor Heavenless ask Yi Yuan? Isn't he a good-for-nothing? Even if it's really a mistake, there are still many people to choose from. Why did he pick Yi Yuan? Could it be that Ancestor Heavenless has died for too long and became muddle-headed with age? Oh! After a brief silence, there was an uproar. Everyone's gazes looked toward Yi Yuan, full of incomprehensibility. They did not understand why Yi Yuan, who already faded into the crowd, suddenly became the center of everyone again. Even Ancestor Endless and the rest also had dumbfounded faces. This old man is muddle-headed, right? Putting so many geniuses aside, he wants to pick a good-for-nothing to be his successor. Endless said in confusion. If he picks Yi Yuan, then wouldn't what he said before become bullshit? Hegemon Burning Sky also said in puzzlement. Cloud Neon looked at Yi Yuan with a strange look but discovered that the latter similarly had a struck senseless look. She immediately felt relieved. It turned out that this guy also had something that he could not predict. Ever since knowing Yi Yuan, she discovered that he had always acted after planning things out. It seemed like nothing could escape his control. He was clearly very weak but could always play a role to the fullest. With regards to this friend, she viewed him in a different light. Even if it was a moment ago, Yi Yuan looked like he had ready plans to meet any situation too. But now he was stunned. Amen seemed pretty good too. Yi Yuan really did not expect that Ancestor Endless would suddenly ask this. But very soon his brows knitted together. This was a very bad omen. Are you going to take action? Yi Yuan replied with a question. Heavenless smiled and said with a nod, "You're very clever." "Then are you dead now or still alive?" Yi Yuan asked again. "You can say dead. You can also say alive," Heavenless answered again. Yi Yuan frowned and asked again, "I'm very curious. How did you place the labyrinth divine palace into the eternal river?" "You actually detected it." This time, Heavenless' face also revealed a look of surprise. Yi Yuan nodded and said, "I detected it from the moment I entered." Heavenless smiled and said, "This ancestor indeed didn't judge wrongly. You might very likely reach this ancestor's height in the future." Yi Yuan shook his head and said, "I'm a divergent cultivator." Heavenless said, "So what if you're a divergent cultivator?" "My generation's cultivators, which one doesn't go against cultivation? Nobody has ever survived in the eternal river. Didn't this ancestor survive too? Becoming my successor, there can only be one in the world. How can you sweep across the world by learning from other people's footsteps?" A hint of surprise flashed across in Yi Yuan's eyes. It was still his first time hearing that someone did not care about his identity as a divergent cultivator. This ancestor Heavenless was really different from the rest. Yi Yuan could feel his heroic spirit. That kind of looking down at the world, not even putting heaven in his sights. It was also precisely because of this that he dared to resist all the heavens with the power of one sect, right? Although defeated, it was a glorious death. Yi Yuan and Heavenless conversation did not make any sense. People did not understand what was going on. The powerhouses of all heavens were like a bunch of fools. As if the only clear-headed people present were Yi Yuan and Ancestor Heavenless. Ancestor Heavenless was a clear-headed person. But what right did Yi Yuan have? However, they also discerned it. It seemed like the place that they were in was actually the Eternal River. This realm was actually located in the Eternal River. The whole audience was in an uproar. This place is actually in the Eternal River? This is impossible. How can a world possibly be hidden in the Eternal River? Ancestor Heavenless' strength is exceedingly formidable. If he survived in the Eternal River, forget it. But how can he possibly hide the entire Labyrinth Divine Palace inside the Eternal River? What on earth does this guy want to do? Oh! The crowd suddenly burst into an uproar. Ancestor Heavenless' eyes revealed a hint of disdain. What a bunch of idiots! How unparalleledly talented was this ancestor? Even if he died, he would also have to die in a blaze of glory. How could he possibly impart his skill to others? Everything in this world, he knew it like the palm of his hand. The world was drunk. Only Yi Yuan alone was awake. This boy never believed in whatever inheritance from start to end. He came here simply to fish for benefits. When those supreme hegemons, great beyond powerhouses, were fighting for the 12 hegemon paintings, only Yi Yuan was unmoved. Furthermore, this boy's luck was unbelievably good. He could actually find 4 heavenly Tao paintings. In the end, he was the biggest winner. Master, didn't you say that as long as I obtain the recognition of the 12 heavenly Tao paintings, I'll be able to inherit everything of yours? Kong Tan panicked. Heavenless looked at Kong Tan like looking at a fool and said, "What kind of character is this ancestor? Why would I need some disciples? Inherit this ancestor's mantle? Her. You're really a toad lusting after swan meat." But what about Yi Yuan? Compton felt like his brain was eaten by a dog, drawing water with a sieve. It was all for naught. In the end, he was actually toyed in circles by people. Heavenless said coolly, "He's different from you." In the crowd, Hu Gaoshan suddenly stood up and walked toward Yi Yuan. It was just that, at this time, Hu Gaoshan's disposition became like a different person from before. Yi Yuan looked at Hu Gaoshan, who was walking over head-on, and could not help palpitating with anxiety and fear. Cloud Neon, who was next to him, her eyes also turned intent, her entire body going on full alert, akin to facing a great enemy. Hu Gaoshan arrived before Yi Yuan and said with a smile, "Heavenly Saint Yi, can you hand over the 12 heavenly Tao paintings in your hands to me for safeguarding?" He looked at Yi Yuan quietly just like that, not caring about the Cloud Neon who was beside him as well, as if doing something very ordinary. Yi Yuan's pupils constricted. Only he and Yang Qing, 2 people, knew about the 12 heavenly Tao paintings. If there was another, it would be Heavenless. But Hu Gaoshan actually knew too. Yi Yuan drew a deep breath and had his eyes glued on Hu Gaoshan. He already knew his identity. I really didn't expect that the exalted He Gemin Samsara was actually hiding right next to me. Yi Yuan said with a cold smile. What? He Gemin Samsara? Yi Yuan has lost his mind, right? He Gemin Samsara is mysterious and hard to fathom. How can he possibly appear here? This guy is merely Emperor Vast Heaven. How can he possibly be He Gemin Samsara? No, wait. Aren't the 12 heavenly Tao paintings in the sky? Why would it be Yi Yuan there? Oh. One stone stirred up 1,000 ripples. In this short 15 minutes time, there were really repeated unforeseen events, making everyone unable to take it all in. Hu Gaoshan looked at Yi Yuan and said with a smile, Old man Heavenless is right. You're really very smart. Hand the heavenly Tao paintings to me. This ancestor can take you in as a disciple. Old man Heavenless is half dead. He can't prevail. You have the enshrouding mist soul physique. This ancestor can let you be reborn anew and reach the great beyond. Hu Gaoshan did not deny his identity but also wanted to take Yi Yuan in as a disciple instead. For a moment, everyone was stunned. Two great overlords, the strongest two great hegemons of eternity, actually wanted to take Yi Yuan in as a disciple at the same time. No matter what they were after, with just these words being uttered, it was sufficient to prove Yi Yuan's monstrousness. Meanwhile, Kong Tan had already completely become air. The glory previously had long already been shattered all over the ground. There was only him and Heavenless above the sky. He was kneeling on the ground, not knowing what to do. Unable to leave nor stay, so awkward. Luckily, there was already no one paying attention to him now. Everyone was dumbstruck with amazement by the sudden turn of events that came back to back. Everyone's attention was focused on Yi Yuan. They were all waiting for Yi Yuan's choice. There's no problem handing it over to you. It's just that someone else probably won't agree to it, Yi Yuan said with a light smile. Take him in as a disciple? Hoo-hoo. Yi Yuan was not a fool. He Gemin Samsara turned into Hu Gaoshan and schemed for a long time by his side. This kind of person, how could Yi Yuan possibly hand the heavenly Tao paintings over to him? Yi Yuan was originally banking on the fact that He Gemin Samsara could come forward now that the 33 heavens were met with a calamity. But now, through He Gemin Samsara's various actions and conduct, he made a judgment on his character. During the havoc of the Labyrinth Divine Palace back then, He Gemin Samsara only came forward at the last moment too. With his strength, why did he not come forward earlier? Now, being met with the disaster of the blood race, He Gemin Samsara was similarly quiet and motionless. He Gemin Samsara reincarnated into hundreds of millions and comprehended on the Tao of Samsara. Yi Yuan did not believe that this level of existence would not detect the blood race's unusual movement. But he did not take any action. What did this show? This showed that He Gemin Samsara was a selfish person. This time, he was clearly aiming for the 12 heavenly Tao paintings. Then what about the havoc of the Labyrinth Divine Palace the previous time? Was his goal the 12 heavenly Tao paintings to begin with? Highly probable. This kind of person, you were hoping that he could fight to the death with the Chaos Bloodstone for the 33 heavens? Impossible. Giving the heavenly Tao paintings to him might not be a good thing. Haha, you're talking about Heavenless, that old ghost? This ancestor doesn't take him seriously yet. He Gemin Samsara said coolly. I'm not talking about him. Yi Yuan's gaze swept across the crowd and he said coolly, still not coming out? If the heavenly Tao paintings get snatched away by this guy, you'll gain nothing good out of it. Everyone had blank looks, uncertain what it meant. But right at this time, a figure appeared like a ghost. It was a blue-robed youth. Yi Yuan had an impression of this person. He was a member of the Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven Army too. He did not expect that these two guys were actually both hiding in his squad. However, when he saw the blue-robed youth, Yi Yuan's pupils could not help constricting. The blue-robed youth smiled strangely, and he said, Looks like you've already discovered it. Got to admit, among these guys, the one that this progenitor thinks the most highly of is you. Yi Yuan's heart sank. This blue-robed youth was naturally the Chaos Bloodstone. However, at this time, the blue-robed youth did not deliberately suppress his origin of blood. Yi Yuan had detected it. This blue-robed youth was not blood one, blood two they all. This guy was a fused body. This was also to say that the blue-robed youth was the combined body of several bloodstone clones. This guy's strength was unfathomable. Samsara's pupils constricted, and he said, "Didn't expect that you came too. Looks like you're aiming for the 12 heavenly Tao paintings too." The blue-robed youth smiled sinisterly and charmingly as he said, "This kind of precious treasure that was born in the eternal river, who won't be moved. Yi Yuan, you have a trace of this progenitor's origin of blood. As long as you hand the heavenly Tao paintings over to this progenitor can guarantee that you'll only have one person above you and everyone else under you. In these 33 heavens, nobody will be able to shake your status. It's the blood race's progenitor. This blue-robed youth is actually the blood race's progenitor. What capability does Yi Yuan have to actually make these 3 great overlords show favor to him at the same time? Also, what are the heavenly Tao paintings that they are talking about? Could it be that those red-green jade scrolls are actually the heavenly Tao paintings? Then what did we comprehend? Oh! The crowd instantly burst into an uproar. Many people did not know about the existence of the Chaos Bloodstone, and so they addressed him as the blood race's progenitor. Of course, there was no reason to know. It was just that heavenless, samsara, blood progenitor, these 3 great overlords, could be said to be the apex of the 33 heavens already. These 3 great overlords actually tossed out an olive branch to Yi Yuan at the same time. Yi Yuan's weight in these 3 people's hearts could be seen. In comparison, Kong Tan was simply weak to the max. What was laughable was that he previously actually still thought that he had already obtained it and wanted to harm Yi Yuan. Thinking about it now, it was really laughable to the extreme. At this time, Samsara said coolly, "Yi Yuan, that lover of yours seems to already have a part of her divine soul enter Samsara, right? In the heavens above and below the ground, only this ancestor can find her. Do you want to consider it?" Yi Yuan's pupils constricted, looking at Hegemon Samsara with a look of shock. He actually even knew about this. Hegemon Samsara was really too scary. This guy had God knows how many clones. Furthermore, there were not many who knew that Mu Lingxue existed. It looked like this clone even had a considerable connection to him. Seeing Yi Yuan's agitated expression, the blue-robed youth knew in his mind that things were not good. He snorted coldly and directly grabbed at Yi Yuan. A formidable to the extreme power of origin completely locked onto Yi Yuan. He could not even move a muscle. Yi Yuan was horrified in his heart. Was this the superlative of power? Too strong. When Hegemon Samsara saw this situation, how could he be willing to yield? Similarly, he also grabbed toward Yi Yuan. Samsara origin erupting, it was actually not the least bit weaker than the blue-robed youth. No one could have expected that a puny little Hu Gaoshan actually erupted with such terrifying strength. Yi Yuan shouted madly in his heart, "Damn it, old man heavenless, why haven't you made a move?" Sure enough, right at the same time when the 2 people erupted, Heavenless also erupted. It was only to see him reach his hand out and beckon. Yi Yuan's figure instantly disappeared from where he originally was. Boom! A large hole was directly blasted out at the place where Yi Yuan was standing. Hitting thin air, the 2 people's expressions were very ugly. Ancestor Heavenless snorted coldly and said, "These 12 heavenly Tao paintings, it can land in whoever's hands, but it can't land in your hands. Moreover, you guys are very arrogant. Have you forgotten whose territory this place belongs to?" Samsara snorted coldly and said, "Old man Heavenless, in your half-dead state, what can you do to me?" The blue-robed youth also smiled and said, "Heavenless, now isn't your era anymore. Go in peace, leave the 33 heavens to this progenitor." When Heavenless heard that, he let out a wild laugh and said, "Ha ha. You guys are also too naive. The 2 of you are merely clones. That's all. To also dare act wildly in front of this ancestor. Haven't you guys always been guessing what this ancestor's goal of opening up the Labyrinth Divine Palace is for? Now, I'll let you all witness the plan that this ancestor has been preparing for several 100,000 years. Extreme Tao True Fire, arise." Boom! Heavenless spread out both arms. Flames that covered the sky filled the entire Labyrinth Divine Palace. Terrifying fire tongues danced wildly in the space. Ah, ah! A group of people who were slightly weaker was directly swallowed up by the fire tongues, emitting shrill screams. They did not die immediately but were burned by the true fire. Meanwhile, the people who were not engulfed, they avoided those flame tongues crazily. Hegeman Samsara and the blue-robed youth were originally somewhat apprehensive. But, seeing these flames, they immediately revealed a hint of disdainful expression. I was wondering what trump card. Turned out that it's this? This fire is too weak. Hegeman Samsara casually pushed a cluster of flames aside and said coolly. The blue-robed youth smiled and said, Ancestor Heavenless, you're old. Go in peace. This bit of cultivation base can't trap us. Not just them, Ancestor Endless and the rest, even those supreme hegemons, turned their noses up at this. The power of this flame was too weak. But Yi Yuan's expression changed drastically. He detected a trace of a different aura. What? This flame isn't powerful, right? Cloud Neon asked. Yi Yuan said with a solemn expression, this scene looks somewhat like refining pills. Cloud Neon's brows shot up, and she said in surprise, refining pills? Using so many living people to refine pills? Yi Yuan said with a look of shock. That's right. I think I understand what he's trying to do. This guy is really too crazy. Ha ha ha. You brat, you can really be described using wise and farsighted. I really can't hide anything from you. That's right, this seat opened up the labyrinth divine palace and let the geniuses from all heavens come in, and even brought out the fake 12 heavenly Tao paintings of my lifetime comprehension to let all of you visualize and gain enlightenment, improving your strength. It's for the sake of refining a chaos heavenly pill that no one has never refined. The stronger you all are, the greater the medicinal effect of this chaos heavenly pill. This seat wants to corroborate my Tao with this pill and transcend the great beyond. Ancestor Heavenless let out a loud laugh and said, What? He wants to use us to refine pills? This? Kong Tan was not far away from Ancestor Heavenless. He could hear these words clearly. It was seriously too shocking. There was actually someone who would do something so crazy. He thought that he had swept across his peers and obtained Ancestor Heavenless recognition. He could look forward to the future. But only until now did he know that he was a complete and utter idiot. Ancestor Heavenless never looked him in the eye before. In comparison, Ancestor Heavenless said that he wanted to take Yi Yuan in as a disciple previously. That was to give him a chance to survive. The disparity between the two people was really like heaven and earth. Arg. I don't want to be refined in a heavenly pill. I want to charge out. No way. I can't die here. I'm going to break this world and leave the labyrinth divine palace. Hurry up and go. Can't sit here and resign ourselves to our doom. Oh. The powerhouses of all heavens fell into madness. They desperately wanted to charge out. Except how could they charge out? Ha ha ha. Escape? Where can you all escape? This seat turned into chaos and refined the labyrinth divine world into a huge pill refining furnace. All of you are merely inside the pill refining furnace. Or should I say, you all are inside this ancestor's body. Without this ancestor's agreement, which of you can go out? Heavenless said with a loud laugh. Yi Yuan also had a look of shock as he listened. This ancestor Heavenless was really a complete and utter madman. He actually completely turned himself and this world into a part of chaos. No wonder he could survive in the eternal river. Yi Yuan also understood why he said that he was alive and also dead. Ancestor Heavenless could not leave the eternal river at all. But he made use of the eternal river to open a passageway to all the heavens. And he then attracted countless geniuses and major powerhouses into the labyrinth divine palace. Disregarding other things, no one could stop the temptation of the 12 heavenly Tao paintings. It looked like Ancestor Heavenless was really forced into a desperate situation back then. Otherwise, he would not have resorted to this plan too. Corroborating his Tao with alchemy, how similar was this to him refining the Tao-defying pill back then? Turning the tables in a desperate situation. Facing the sun and being born in adversity. It was just that his method was seriously too cruel. Of course, Yi Yuan also did not expect that Ancestor Heavenless was actually also such a terrifying chaos heavenly master. Extreme Tao True Fire. Start again. Refined for me. Heavenless roared loudly. The power of the extreme Tao True Fire directly rose significantly. With this, those hegemons could not hold out anymore too. There were a few hegemons who were slightly inattentive and were directly wrapped up by the true fire. They could not even escape. Miserable cries lingered on incessantly. The aura of despair was spreading. Kid, this ancestor will give you another chance. Do you want to become this ancestor's disciple? After this ancestor unifies the 33 heavens and kills Samsara, that old dog, you'll be the #1 person under this ancestor. This kind of glory isn't what anyone has the chance to enjoy, Heavenless said. Clearly, he was moved by his love for geniuses. However, Yi Yuan was unmoved and shook his head and said, I'm sorry, I already have a teacher. I won't change lineages in this lifetime, Ancestor Heavenless said with a cold snort. In these 33 heavens, who is more qualified than this ancestor to be your master? With your cultivation base, even if it's ordinary hegemon realms, they can't teach you anything anymore, right? Yi Yuan said coolly, my master is just a peak hegemon, but he's more qualified to be my master than you. You all, these supreme powerhouses, are all self-centered people. Why would you really have the intention to accept a disciple? If I didn't guess wrongly, you're probably very apprehensive of me, right? Taking me in as a disciple is merely to lock me by your side and to not give me a chance to surpass you. I wonder if I'm right. By the side, Cloud Neon, Feng Qixian, and the rest all revealed looks of surprise. This answer was really surprising to them. Ancestor Heavenless laughed loudly and said, Kid, you're also thinking too highly of yourself. Why would this ancestor fear you? A measly little emperor, vast heaven. Yi Yuan looked at him and said with a smile, you transformed into chaos and refined the labyrinth divine world into a huge pill furnace. You're strong, very strong. You can even trap hegemon Samsara and the Chaos Bloodstone's clones. But unfortunately, you know that you can't trap me, because what I cultivate is also the eternal river's chaos. If I didn't guess wrongly, my appearance should be something that you didn't expect. You also didn't expect that after several 100,000 years, there's actually a brat who similarly cultivated the eternal river's chaos. Ancestor Heavenless complexion gradually turned dark. This boy's intellect was close to monstrous. Really, nothing could be hidden from him. His thoughts were actually guessed not far off the mark by him. Starting from when Yi Yuan appeared in the Labyrinth Divine Palace, he was shocked. In this world, other than him, how could there be someone who cultivated the eternal river's chaos as well? Although the two of their daos were very different, without a doubt, Yi Yuan's chaos divine essence was pure to the extreme. He transformed into chaos. Actually, it was blazing another trail to integrate as one with the eternal river. Then he was using the eternal river's power to go and kill someone who cultivated the eternal river's chaos? This was impossible. Cloud Neon, Feng Qixian, and the others who were by the side were all stunned. The exalted ancestor Heavenly Emperor, one of the strongest major powers in the 33 heavens since ancient times, was actually fearful of a measly little emperor vast heaven. Such a thing was seriously too fantastical. The development of things was really full of twists and turns. It was just that no matter how it twisted, they also did not expect that Yi Yuan actually played such an important role in it. In that case, you're going to be enemies with me? Heavenless expression gradually turned cold. No matter how monstrous Yi Yuan was, he was also merely an emperor vast heaven. He was apprehensive of Yi Yuan but did not really take Yi Yuan seriously. Yi Yuan shook his head and said, you want to see the light of day again. It has nothing to do with me. You want to transcend the great beyond, and it has nothing to do with me as well. However, these people that I brought, I'll naturally be bringing them away too. In addition, my friends will be brought away too. Apart from these, do as you please. Yi Yuan was just doing what ought to be done. He bemoaned the state of the universe and pitied the fate of mankind. But he was not a goody two-shoes. He knew that bringing everyone away was not too realistic. After all, his strength was limited. But to let him watch Yangqing, Feng Qixian, Cloud Neon, these close friends court their death with his own eyes, he could not do it. This was true even if he was facing the three great overlords. Heavenless sneered and said, Yi Yuan, this ancestor is a little apprehensive of you, but aren't you thinking too highly of yourself? It's as easy as turning over my hand for this ancestor to kill you. Yi Yuan shook his head and said, don't try that stuff with me, all right? If hegemon Samsara and the Chaos Bloodstone didn't come, it's naturally easy for you to kill me. But now, the majority of your energy will have to be placed on them, right? Making a move against me will be equivalent to giving them an opportunity to exploit. Are you sure that you want to make a move against me? Heavenless was virtually about to collapse. This brat was really hard to deal with. Heavenless thought that he had schemed against all the heavens. But he did not expect to be cornered by a little bastard. Boom! A loud noise. Suddenly, the void trembled. Heavenless expression changed, immediately disappearing. The swaying labyrinth divine palace stabilized very quickly. Hegemon Samsara and the Chaos Bloodstone had joined forces. They were bombarding the space, trying to breach this world. Ordinary power was naturally unable to do it, but they could. These two people both grasped people at the end of the world and were terrifyingly strong. Although their true body did not come here, their strength similarly could not be underestimated. The two people joining hands, their strength could be seen at a glance. However, Heavenless was stronger. In the eternal river, the power of chaos flowed in an endless stream. Heavenless could draw out the power of the chaos endlessly to repair the labyrinth divine world. It just depended on whether his speed of repair could match up to the speed of destruction. A bunch of fools, what are you still in a daze for? Everyone, attack 1 point with us. As long as we breach this world, everyone will have hope of escaping. Otherwise, you all can wait to die. The Chaos Bloodstone said with exasperation. Only then did everyone wake up from the dream. These hegemon realms and even great beyond realms naturally could not be refined as and when you liked. This required a drawn-out process. Refining the chaos heavenly pill was similarly a long process. Clearly, they still had the strength left to destroy the labyrinth divine world. Quickly! Attack! Fight it out! Old man Heavenless. This seat will find trouble with you. Blood Progenitor will listen to you. Oh! Powerhouses from all heavens gathered around the two overlords preparing to attack the labyrinth divine world. Ancestor Endless, Ancestor Burning Sky, Ancestor Profound Ice, as well as Hegemon Yunshang, these supreme hegemons all came over. In order to survive, they put aside their animosity for the time being and joined hands to face the enemy. To such powerhouses, breaking through a world was a common thing. Except this world was different. It was Ancestor Heavenless Incarnation. The Chaos Bloodstone said in a solemn voice, "Okay, I'll count to 3. Everyone will join forces to attack that point. This ancestor wants to see how strong this world is. 1, 2. All the hegemon realms, as well as the numerous origin realms Emperor Sakura heaven powerhouses, brought out their killing moves one after another. For a moment, the power of origin was torrential and grandiose above the void. 3. Counting to 3, a myriad of arrows was released simultaneously. A series of powers that was terrifying until it made people feel suffocated, bombarded right onto a spatial node. Boom! The earth quaked and mountains swayed. That spatial node was directly caved in. The deformation was visible to the naked eye. 2 great supremacies, 3 mighty great beyonds, as well as numerous supreme hegemons. This force was seriously too terrifying. No matter how strong Ancestor Heavenless was, it was impossible to be completely unscathed too. When everyone saw this scene, they were wildly ecstatic. They saw hope. But in the next second, everyone was petrified. This was because that space that dented in was recovering again at a speed visible to the naked eye. In merely a few breaths of time, everything returned to normal. How can this be? This recovery speed is also too fast. The recovery ability is so strong. How can we possibly break through? Ancestor Heavenless strength is also too strong, right? Oh. Some people finally could not endure it and were swallowed by the fire tongues. Everyone's faces revealed a look of despair. The Chaos Bloodstone said in a solemn voice, all pulling a long face 4. Continue attacking. Old Man Heavenless can quickly repair space by relying on the eternal river's chaos. But it's not unlimited either. His repair speed will get slower and slower. It will depend on who can hold out first. Everyone, follow my orders and attack that nodal point just now again. Far away, Yi Yuan Yang Qing, including Cloudnian's soul race and Feng Qingxuan's true spirit race, they all did not take part. Compared to the Chaos Bloodstone, they trusted Yi Yuan more. Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven's powerhouses also had quite a number of people that died. There were only over 30,000 people who were still following Yi Yuan now. The numbers were still dwindling continuously. Seeing that the development of things was exactly the same as what Yi Yuan predicted. Their confidence in Yi Yuan was boosted. As long as there was Heavenly Saint Yi around, there was nothing that could not be resolved. Right now, the situation was already very clear. Ancestor Heavenless already had no time to spare for other things in order to maintain the stability of the Labyrinth Divine World. And Hegemin Samsara and the Chaos Bloodstone similarly would spare no efforts to attack in order to escape this world. At this time, many Hegemin realms were tainted by many flame tongues on their bodies. This extreme Tao true fire did not look strong, but it was like bone-infesting maggots, corroding everyone. And the power of flames that the two great supremacies were enduring was clearly the strongest. The others were merely small fries. Yi Yuan, what should we do? Do we lend them a helping hand? Or operate on our own? Feng Qingxian asked. Yi Yuan shook his head and said, those people are being made use of. Attacking the Labyrinth Divine World will consume power rapidly. The two supremacies' attacks look fierce, but I feel that it shouldn't be their true strength. They are accumulating power, preparing for the final blow. Furthermore, even if these people break through the Labyrinth Divine World with their consumption, it's impossible to escape the Eternal River too. I estimate that the two great supremacies should have the strength to escape. In fact, maybe their true bodies are already waiting to receive them outside of the Eternal River. Everyone was filled with fear. These two great supremacies really had wicked thoughts. Then what should we do? Feng Qingxian said anxiously. Find the universe scroll. As long as I comprehend spatial origin, I'll be able to bring all of you out. Yi Yuan said with a firm gaze. Yi Yuan took out the lambskin skin scroll and let everyone look it over. Everyone exchanged glances, disbelieving expressions on their faces. This is the real 12 Heavenly Tao painting? It doesn't look like it at all. This thing is also too ordinary, right? If it was given to me, I might directly throw it away. What's laughable is that Kong Tan thought he obtained the 12 Heavenly Tao paintings. But it turns out that they were actually counterfeits. Oh. This lambskin scroll was seriously too ordinary. Even if he saw it with his own eyes, they were also not very convinced that this was the legendary 12 Heavenly Tao paintings. The appearance was really not nice. If Ancestor Heavenless had not personally admitted it, they would definitely think that Yi Yuan was joking. Hence, everyone started searching for the universe scroll. Yi Yuan's spatial rule was already not far from Origin Realm. Actually, with his current strength, leaving on his own was not difficult. Ancestor Heavenless transformed into chaos, which was also to say that the Labyrinth Divine World was one with the Eternal River's chaos. Yi Yuan only needed to activate Chaos Divine Essence to simulate the state of incarnating into chaos and execute spatial divine ability, and he would be able to fuse into one with the Labyrinth Divine World. Then break free from the Labyrinth Divine World. But, with his current spatial divine ability, he could not bring everyone away. Yi Yuan also did not dare to slack off in searching for the universe scroll. Along with the passing of time, the power of the extreme Tao true fire grew stronger and stronger. Even if it was boiling frogs on low heat, it was also not what the average person could withstand. More and more people were being refined. Above the void, rumbling sounds lingered on incessantly. The fierce battles between Ancestor Heavenless and the powerhouses from all heavens were still at a stalemate. A portion of the Hegemin realms was getting weaker and weaker. Under the extreme Tao True Fire's refinement, their strength was already somewhat falling short of their wishes. Hegemin Samsara and the Chaos Bloodstone had also sustained considerable injuries at this time. In this world, the vast majority of the extreme Tao True Fire was released at them. The two people already had multiple areas on their body that were burned. But the attacks were still continuing. Although that spatial node was still being repaired, it was no longer as fast as before. This also gave everyone hope. Originally, it would be able to recover in a few breaths. But now it already needed 100 breaths of time. Furthermore, it was still continuing to weaken. For the sake of this glimmer of hope, those Hegemin realms also spared no effort. After all, Everyone was doing it in order to live and not be refined into a heavenly pill. Such a conclusion was a little too tragic. In a side hall, Yi Yuan was sizing up and down, currently looking for the heavenly Tao painting. Suddenly a figure appeared. It was precisely Ancestor Heavenless. Yi Yuan, give up. You can't find the universe scroll, although you've obtained 4 out of the 12 heavenly Tao paintings. Even if you can find one more, how would you know that it will be the universe scroll? Ancestor Heavenless stood with his hands behind his back as he said calmly. This phantom of his was very illusory. Clearly, it was not powerful. It could be seen that he also did not have much energy to deal with Yi Yuan currently. Yi Yuan did not look at him and said coolly, "You came to find me. Does it mean that I'm very close to the universe scroll?" Ancestor Heavenless was shocked in his heart, but there were no ripples on his face. This sly old fox naturally would not reveal any flaws. However, it did not matter to Yi Yuan anymore. He believed in his own destiny. Whatever you think. This ancestor just came here to tell you that those guys are not far from being refined anymore. Once they are refined, it will be time for you to die. You still have time to leave now by yourself, Heavenless said with a faint smile. You can see through my cultivation. You can see through my chaos divine essence. But regarding some things you won't be able to see through, such as my destiny, Yi Yuan said with a smile. He did not shun away from anything. Destiny was vague and insubstantial. If it was a Tao, no one had ever corroborated their Tao with this before. Other great Taos had their cultivation methods. Only destiny, this path, was elusive, and the extreme medicine sect's blessing power was willingly formed by countless predecessors. That was how it formed such magical power. The extreme medicine sect once had someone who studied this thing before but was similarly gainless. But Yi Yuan was an anomaly. All the predecessors acknowledged Yi Yuan. Heavenless naturally did not believe it. He laughed loudly and said, "Kid, you wouldn't be telling this ancestor that the heavenly Tao paintings previously were all found due to good luck, right? This ancestor is similarly someone who holds a great destiny. But to talk about being able to find a heavenly Tao painting by randomly trying your luck, that's also too nonsensical." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "I know that you don't believe it, but actually, when I came here, I already gave up on looking for any treasure. I was just strolling around idly. Then I found the heaven scroll." Heavenless was shocked in his heart again. A level of existence like him, how could he be easy to hoodwink? Heavenless felt that Yi Yuan was not lying. While talking, Yi Yuan already left this great hall. Heavenless did not give up. He continued to follow Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan guessed correctly. This place was already very close to the universe scroll. After the great hall, there were rows of houses. Those were the residences of some low-level disciples. Yi Yuan came to this area and walked leisurely. It was as if he was sightseeing. Heavenless heart also tensed up. Could it be that this guy was really so supernatural? Somebody's destiny was actually even stronger than your father's? This ancestor doesn't believe it. Don't go to C3. Don't go to C3. Don't go to C3. Heavenless shouted in his heart. He naturally knew where the universe scroll was placed. He also did not deliberately hide it. He just casually threw it to some inconspicuous place. The universe scroll was in this house's room C3. But freaking hell, the direction that Yi Yuan was walking was getting closer and closer to room C3. Ancestor Heavenly Tao already did not have the energy to transfer these Heavenly Tao paintings now. Refining so many powerhouses, even with his ability, it was absolutely not a walk in the park too. Suddenly, Yi Yuan's mind became more agile as luck hit, turning into room C3. Ancestor Heavenless felt that his heart was about to explode. There were at least several hundred houses here. Why did this guy pick this one? I'm depressed. This boy was simply supernatural. Speaking of which, it's a coincidence too. This universe scroll is placed extremely secretively. This ancestor doesn't believe that he can find that secret compartment. Even if his heart was already surging like a torrential tide, he did not express it in the slightest. He just pretended to be nonchalant and followed behind Yi Yuan and entered room C3 too. Everything was so natural. Did Yi Yuan know that the universe scroll was here? Of course he did not know. He was really walking randomly and then he suddenly turned in here. Sometimes luck was this magical. You sought desperately but could not obtain it. But joy would fall from the sky unwittingly. Yi Yuan walked 2 rounds in room C3 and discovered a study room. He then walked in. Ancestor, do you think the universe scroll will be here? Yi Yuan said with a smile. Ancestor Heavenless was shocked in his heart, but his face was very calm as he said, the Labyrinth Divine Palace's low-level disciples, their houses number in the tens of thousands, yet you pick this one. If you can really find it, wouldn't this ancestor become a joke? Or are you trying to bait it out of this ancestor? Yi Yuan shook his head and said, you're overthinking it. I was just bored and wanted to chat with you. I know that an old monster like you, even if I really find it, you all won't show anything to. While talking, Yi Yuan arrived next to the bookshelf and casually picked up a book and started flipping it. Ancestor Heavenless' heart thumped again. This was also too freaking supernatural. This was naturally not the universe scroll, but it was too close to the secret compartment's mechanism. Yi Yuan took a few looks. These were some essays and poems. Feeling bored, he put it back where it was. A large rock landed on the ground in Heavenless' heart. What a close shave. Immediately he sneered incessantly. Hey, what wielder of great destiny, you even bluffed this ancestor. In the end, didn't you still brush past it? This boy, when he's on his deathbed and this ancestor tells him that here is where the universe scroll was placed, would the expression on his face be very fascinating? Heavenless could not help somewhat looking forward to him. In fact, he was really scared half to death just now. However, he also knew that at this time, he absolutely could not give anything away. This boy was too sharp. Once he revealed any hints, he would definitely see through something. From start to end, his face was placid without any ripples. Right at this time, a cluster of extreme Dao True Fire rose up, pouncing straight for Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan casually waved his hand. A burst of chaos divine essence was fired out, directly dispersing it. Coincidentally, this attack's aftershock was not exhausted, and it actually directly slammed onto the mechanism. Click! The secret compartment opened, revealing the lambskin scroll inside. Ancestor Heavenless, who was still gloating just now, was staring dumbfoundedly. So coincidental? This cluster of extreme Dao True Fire was really divine. The position, the angle, they were just right. As if it was opening the mechanism for Yi Yuan. His extreme Dao True Fire followed like a shadow. But Yi Yuan was too powerful. With the power of the extreme Dao True Fire presently, it was unable to harm him at all. The extreme Dao True Fire previously, Heavenless saw it too. Yi Yuan could crush it with a wave of his hand. Chaos Divine Essence was no joke, unless he could divert his energy to specifically target Yi Yuan. Otherwise, he completely could not do anything to him at the moment. But coincidentally, this cluster of extreme Dao True Fire was really too timely. A myriad of profanities galloped across in Ancestor Heavenless' heart. Yi Yuan also looked at the secret compartment rather surprisedly and suddenly smiled. Senior Heavenless, I didn't expect that it's really so coincidental. This lambskin scroll wouldn't be the universe volume, right? Actually, he already knew the answer. Ancestor Heavenless' expression already landed in his eyes. His dumbfoundedness clearly showed that this was the universe volume. The extreme medicine sex ancestors, you all are really too awesome. Destiny was indeed foreordained by the unseen. Yi Yuan casually picked up the lambskin scroll. Upon looking, what could it be if not the universe scroll? I said it before, my luck has always been pretty good. However, without Senior Heavenless Extreme Dao True Fire, I'd really have walked past the universe scroll. Many thanks, Yi Yuan said with a smile. Ancestor Heavenless' heart was already filled with shock and depression. He did not expect that it was actually this damn extreme Dao True Fire that helped Yi Yuan find the universe scroll. A holder of great destiny. Was this the holder of great destiny? This brat's luck was a little too good, right? It was not that he did not believe in destiny. It was just that he never thought that someone could use this kind of unusual method to find the heavenly Dao painting. Kid, consider yourself ruthless. Hope that you can comprehend spatial origin before this ancestor exterminates them. Ancestor Heavenless figure directly dissipated without leaving even a word behind. No more face. In addition, he also had to speed up refining those powerhouses. At this time, his apprehension towards Yi Yuan was no less than that of Hegemon Samsara and Chaos Bloodstone. Obtaining the universe scroll. Yi Yuan did not get too entangled either, injecting chaos divine essence and directly started gaining enlightenment on Tao. He also knew that it was not the time to be pleased with himself at present. How this farce would end, no one knew either. But Yi Yuan did not want to see Ancestor Heavenless return to the 33 heavens. This might not be a good thing for the 33 heavens. However, making use of Ancestor Hegemon to inflict heavy wounds on Hegemon Samsara and Chaos Bloodstone was a pretty good choice. It seemed like he could set the snipe and clam at each other and take advantage of them both. The present situation was rather delicate. If Hegemon Samsara and the Chaos Samsara pill were refined, and Ancestor Hegemon really refined them into the strongest Chaos Heavenly pill in history, he might really be able to transcend the great beyond. With Ancestor Heavenless temperament, the consequences were seriously hard to predict. But if Hegemon Samsara and the Chaos Bloodstone's clones were seriously wounded and Ancestor Hegemon was not able to refine them, this way the three great supremacies would all be hurt. These two great clones were very important existences to Hegemon Samsara and the Chaos Bloodstone. Once heavily injured, the main body would definitely be greatly implicated. However, this angle had to be grasped well. Thinking up to here, Yi Yuan already had a plan in his heart. Of course, the prerequisite for all these was comprehending spatial origin first. Hegemon Samsara and the Chaos Bloodstone's clones were almost despairing. At this time, including them, they no longer had the strength left to attack the Labyrinth Divine World anymore. They were very strong, but they were just clones in the end. The entire Labyrinth Divine World was Ancestor Heavenless main body. This was no joke. Damn it! I didn't expect that I was actually schemed against by this sly old fox. Losing this clone, this progenitor's strength will reduce by at least 30%. Once Old Man Heavenless really succeeds in refining the pill and recondenses a physical body, transcending the great beyond, then the consequences will be too severe. Hegemon Samsara was bitterly remorseful in his heart. The temptation of the 12 heavenly Tao paintings was too strong. It was just that he did not expect that not only did Ancestor Heavenless not die, but furthermore, he transformed into chaos and refined himself together with the Labyrinth Divine World. Such means were too fantastical. He was originally very confident. With this clone's strength, obtaining the 12 heavenly Tao paintings would be effortless. Who knew that he still walked into a trap? Everyone knew that Old Man Heavenless did not have good intentions. But no one expected that Old Man Heavenless' boldness was actually so great. He schemed against all the 33 heavens' top powerhouses. There was also the Chaos Bloodstone who had the same idea as him. The blue-robed youth said with regret, "Heh! This progenitor thought that I schemed against all the heavens. Didn't expect that, in the end, I'm still less skilled than Old Man Heavenless. Old Man Samsara, I didn't expect that this progenitor would fail to exchange blows with you. I was actually defeated under Old Man Heavenless' hands in the end." Hegemon Samsara sighed and said, "In the end, this progenitor still underestimated him. Looks like of the three of us, it's still him who won in the end. Yours and my clone being refined into a heavenly pill, it will be equivalent to losing 30% to 40% of our strength. It will simply be impossible to be his match anymore." The blue-robed youth suddenly remembered someone and said, "Where's you on that boy? Is he dead?" Samsara smiled lightly and said, "You seem to have quite a deep resentment toward that boy." The blue-robed youth snorted coldly and said, "That's because you didn't become his opponent. Otherwise, your resentment will be very deep too. Back then, he made this progenitor suffer a huge loss at True Sovereign Heaven Realm. This isn't what the average person can accomplish. If he didn't die yet, maybe this situation can still have a sudden turn of events." Samsara shook his head and said with a bitter smile, "You're thinking too much. This progenitor admits that that boy is very impressive. But Old Man Heavenless isn't a worthless wretch like you. Being able to scheme against the two of us at the same time, his intelligence is truly unparalleled under the heavens. Resign yourself to fate." I almost can't hold on anymore. Cloud Neon, do you think Yi Yuan can find the universe volume? Feng Qingxuan's breathing was barely perceptible as she said to the Cloud Neon next to her. Cloud Neon's situation was not much better than hers too. Her soul body was faint. Even if she had myriad origins, she could not withstand being refined by the blazing fire too. There were several supreme hegemons who were already refined. Cloud Neon had formidable strength by relying on the Cloud Dream soul physique and forcefully held on until now. Among the over 50,000 people that Yu Yuan brought, there was only 1/3 left now. Yang Qing's strength far surpassed his peers. But at this time, he already could not hold out as well. It's too hard. Putting aside that there are tens of thousands of residences here, even if he can really find a heavenly Tao painting, it might not be the Universe Volume 2. This possibility is negligible. Cloud Neon said weakly. Yi Yuan will definitely find it. Although Yang Qing was weak, these words had a decisiveness that could chop iron. Cloud Neon shook her head and did not argue. Her personality was cold and she did not like to argue with people. If there were really any altercations, she would just kill them. Yang Qing saw that she did not believe him. He said, "You all don't know this, but Yi Yuan has the extreme medicine sex power of blessing on him. His luck is heaven-defyingly good. Otherwise, how do you all think he found so many heavenly Tao paintings?" The look in Cloud Neon's eyes gradually became somewhat lax. The extreme Tao true fire on her body also gradually grew more vigorous. She could not hold on much longer. Hegemon realm powerhouses were the targets that were prioritized. Instead, it was those under Hegemon realm that had higher hopes of survival. With Cloud Neon being a supreme Hegemon, Ancestor Heavenless naturally would not let her off too. I can't anymore. Yi Yuan, where are you? I really want to see you one last time. Feng Qingshuan's consciousness became a little blurry. The current Ancestor Heavenless was very pleased with himself. The several hundreds of thousands of years' worth of plan, it was finally going to be realized. Ha ha. Samsara, blood progenitor, you guys never dreamed that it's this ancestor who had the last laugh, right? This heavenly pill, this ancestor will name it great beyond flower blooming. From now on, above in the heavens and beneath the earth, I alone reign supreme. I'm called Heavenless. I am heaven, Ancestor Heavenless said excitedly. How aggrieving was the defeat back then. Now, he staged a comeback and finally had the last laugh. Trampling all the heavens and myriad worlds under his foot. How glorious was this. Also, Yi Yuan Punk won't be able to make it in time anymore. In another 2 hours, this ancestor will be able to refine everyone. So what if he's lucky? You ultimately can't escape death. Ancestor Heavenless voice spread throughout the entire labyrinth divine world. Right at this time, a surge of origin power suddenly descended. Spatial origin. Ancestor Heavenless smugness abruptly stopped. How is this possible? It had just been 3 months, and he actually comprehended spatial origin. Ancestor Heavenless was shocked. Spatial origin was one of few great origins that was the hardest to comprehend out of the myriad origins and rules. In terms of difficulty, it was no less difficult than Samsara origin and the origin of blood. How could this kind of heaven-defyingly complex origin power be easy to comprehend? The Tao of space, very few people dared to dabble in it. Because origin, this hurdle, one might get stuck for tens of thousands of years. Once you were unable to break through to Hegemon realm, then you would be forcibly ground to death by Tao tribulation. Only progenitor Metian, this kind of natural-born Hegemon, dared to spend countless years to go and gain enlightenment on spatial origin and attain great Tao. Ancestor Heavenless touched his own heart and felt that he was amazingly talented. But he also did not dare say that he could comprehend spatial origin within 3 months. Even if there was the universe volume, it would be impossible too. Yet Yi Yuan accomplished it. How could this kid be so monstrous? At the same time, Yi Yuan's imposing aura was currently rising crazily. Ancestor Heavenless' expression changed drastically because he discovered that Yi Yuan was currently absorbing the labyrinth divine world's power to increase his cultivation realm. Was this boy crazy? He incarnated into chaos. The labyrinth divine world was his physical body. Now, with Yi Yuan absorbing the labyrinth divine world's power, it was equivalent to drawing out his power. Damn it! Boy, you're courting death. Hurry up and stop. Otherwise, this ancestor will exterminate you first. Ancestor Heavenless' furious voice reverberated throughout the entire labyrinth divine world. Yi Yuan naturally would not stop. Ever since he entered the Labyrinth Divine Palace, he comprehended two great origins consecutively, and he also comprehended the Universe Scroll. Actually, he could have broken through long ago. But before this, he chose not to break through in order to not alarm the enemy. At this time, when he comprehended spatial origin, his cultivation realm seemed like the floodgates opening, rising in a surging tide. Ancestor Heavenless was utterly horrified because Yi Yuan's speed of extracting the power of chaos was seriously too fast and too much. His power was being diminished rapidly. He actually discovered that him absorbing the Eternal River's power was not as fast as Yi Yuan absorbing it. Originally, He Gem and Samsara and the Chaos Bloodstone, who were already on death's door, were startled awake again by this sudden turn of events. Their eyes became brighter and brighter. An unforeseen accident really occurred. It was Yi Yuan. In an instant, they even felt that the power of the extreme Tao True Fire had also weakened by a lot. Damn punk! You ruined my great plan. This ancestor will kill you. Die for this ancestor. Heavenless was furious. The extreme Tao True Fire around Yi Yuan instantly engulfed him. Yi Yuan, Cloud Neon and the rest were originally pleasantly surprised. But at this time, they turned pale with fright. They knew how great the power of this extreme Tao True Fire was. Once Ancestor Heavenless deliberately targeted Yi Yuan, then Yi Yuan would die beyond a doubt. He Gem and Samsara and Chaos Bloodstone exchanged a glance. The other party instantly understood tacitly. At this time, they felt that the extreme Tao True Fire that suppressed them was clearly weakened by a great deal. Heavenless power had quite a bit that was drawn out to begin with. Now, he was also deliberately targeting Yi Yuan. He naturally did not have that much energy to place on Samsara two people. An opportunity like this, how could sly foxes like them possibly let it go? At virtually the same time, the two people erupted again. Old Man Heavenless, watch this! A shocking power suddenly erupted. Although they were being refined to the point of death, they had always retained the power of a single blow. Being able to be named three great supremacies with Ancestor Heavenless, the two of their strength could be imagined. Boom! The Labyrinth Divine Palace shook violently. The spatial node that they bombarded actually had a large hole that was blasted out. The Eternal River's power of chaos flooded in crazily. Ha ha ha! Old Man Heavenless, you were pleased with yourself too early. You never dreamed that you'd fall at the hands of a measly little Emperor Vast Heaven, right? Old thing, this progenitor is leaving. The Chaos Bloodstone gave a loud laugh, turned into a streak of bloody light, and tunneled right into the chaos. Higemin Samsara smiled and said, Old Man Heavenless, although this progenitor is seriously injured, who will emerge victorious is not yet known. Yi Yuan, this boy, he really gives people a pleasant surprise. Finished saying. He also turned into a wisp of green smoke and tunneled out. Ancestor Endless three people, as well as many supreme hegemons, were all not refined yet. Seeing a large hole being blown out in the labyrinth divine world, Ancestor Endless three people's eyes flickered, directly tearing across the air. However, those supreme hegemons were not so lucky. Although the vast majority of the people among them had not been refined yet, they no longer had the strength left to escape anymore. Only several powerful individuals followed Ancestor Endless three people and escaped. Yi Yuan he. Feng Qingxian choked and could not continue. The place that Yi Yuan was standing at had already turned into an endless sea of fire. Further, under Ancestor Heavenless violent rage, Yi Yuan had no possibility of surviving at all. Cloud Neon sighed slightly and said, If he went, then he went. Before long, we'll be following him too. Hegem and Samsara they all ran, but these supreme hegemons had not run away yet. It was naturally impossible for Ancestor Heavenless to let them off. Feng Xingshuan's expression turned dim. Her eyes actually had an additional hint of liberation. Yi Yuan punk, you ruined my great plan. This ancestor wants you to die without a burial ground. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Above the void came Ancestor Heavenless' furious voice. He had plotted for several 100,000 years and threw out the Labyrinth Divine Palace, this enormous bait. It was for the sake of luring progenitor Samsara over. In fact, the Chaos Bloodstone was in his scheme too. This time, if he rounded up all the heavens' powerhouses in one fell swoop, he would recover his peak strength. Even improving a step further was possible. However, such a perfect plan was ruined at Yu Yuan's hands. How could he not be furious? Without Samsara and Chaos Bloodstone, these two great supremacies, his great beyond flower-blooming pill could only be considered a defective product. No matter how many supreme hegemons there were, it could not make up for the loss of great beyond powerhouses too. But very soon, Ancestor Heavenless realized that something was wrong. This is impossible. That kid is already dead. But why is my power still flowing away? Ancestor Heavenless became alarmed and furious. Under this kind of blazing fire, Yi Yuan had long already died thoroughly. But his power of chaos was still fading away rapidly. Suddenly, he thought of a possibility and he was struck dumb with amazement. This is impossible. Could it be that punk already tore through the boundary? He's absorbing my power in the Eternal River. Oh! On the Eternal River's shore, in a different place, a figure was standing with his hands behind his back. This person was wearing a silk headdress on his head and had a handsome face like carved jade, looking suave and free, like a very ordinary scholar. It was only to see him open both arms up. One invisible force after another gathered in one place from all directions. His power could also be seen rising at a speed visible to the naked eye. No idea how long had passed either. His power could not rise anymore. This was the Eternal River's mainstream. The surging power of chaos virtually crushed people until they exploded. Only by reaching his level of boundary, with strength infinitely close to transcending the great beyond, could one stay in the Eternal River for a short duration. He looked at the boundless Eternal River and said under his breath, "I didn't expect that old man Heavenless actually concealed such a plan. This time I really suffered a double loss." Fortunately, the Chaos Bloodstone also suffered serious injuries this time. From today onwards, the 33 heavens will likely be reshuffling. This handsome scholar was the incomparably mysterious hegemon Samsara. In order to save this great beyond clone, he summoned his clones from all heavens and reunited the soul bodies. It was only the current him. Was that hegemon Samsara who made people tremble with fear? Except his expression was very ugly. He already knew about the events that happened in the labyrinth divine world. His moment of greed actually made him fall for the trick. However, he never dreamed that Ancestor Heavenless could actually survive for hundreds of thousands of years in the Eternal River. If not for this, how could he easily risk his life? Suddenly, Samsara's mind stirred, his figure entering the Eternal River. Around him, the power of chaos surged frenziedly. He actually forcibly split apart the incomparably powerful Eternal River's water. The might of hegemon Samsara was unbelievably formidable. His speed was extremely fast, like a great whale cleaving the waves and advancing, without equal. In a blink of an eye, he arrived at a place. It was precisely where the labyrinth divine world was at. Right at this time, a streak of bloody light cut through the waves and came from another direction. Who could it be if not the Chaos Bloodstone? But what came over was actually a blood-red colored stone. This stone gave people an extremely evil feeling. It was as if it could corrode the myriad worlds. This was the Chaos Bloodstone's main body. No one knew where it was. But at this time, he came for this clone. Hegemon Samsara looked at the Chaos Bloodstone and said, "I didn't expect that the first time we would meet would actually be here." The Chaos Bloodstone said, "This progenitor also didn't expect it. Having obtained this chance, Ancestor Heavenless is probably going to stage a comeback, right?" Samsara stood with his hands behind his back and said with a slight nod, "His ambitions are huge. He definitely won't let this opportunity go. It's just that he never would have dreamed that Yi Yuan, this monster, actually appeared and ruined his grand plan. You and I broke out. His wishful thinking is considered to have fallen flat." The Chaos Bloodstone laughed loudly and said, "Ha ha. This time you all know this progenitor's gloom, right? This boy has ruined my plans time and again starting from true sovereign heaven. It's just that I never expected that he actually saved this progenitor this time." Samsara snorted coldly and said, "Do you think that he'll be so kind-hearted? This boy is shrewd as hell. I suspect that he deliberately dragged it out until the last second before choosing to break through. This time, the three of us are all weakened and defeated. We probably won't have the strength to take action within a short time. This boy is so cunning. He Gemin Samsara cultivated his heart across myriad worlds. How astute was he? With Yi Yuan creating an opportunity, letting them break free, he saw through what Yi Yuan was thinking with one glance. It was just that this was an open scheme. Even if he knew about it, he was helpless too. Great beyond clone being seriously wounded, he needed to go into closed seclusion for a period of time. The Chaos Bloodstone smiled and said, "But this time he's dead for sure too. Old Man Heavenless will definitely vent all of his anger on him. There's no hope for him." Gemin Samsara nodded slightly, clearly quite in agreement too. Suddenly his mind stirred. A figure cut through the air. It was precisely his great beyond clone. The power of Samsara surged, directly splitting apart the eternal river's massive waves, welcoming back his clone and integrating it into his body. On the other side, the Chaos Bloodstone did the same. Done with these, he turned around and left. But right at this time, his entire body trembled. In the eternal river, an astonishing aura surged to the sky. The door of eternal life stood proudly in the void, only to see a figure rush up to the sky and smash toward the door of eternal life with a punch. Gemin Samsara and Chaos Bloodstone's pupils constricted, looks of astonishment on their faces. "That's Yi Yuan," Gemin Samsara said in shock. Not only did he not die, but he also even pry open the second seal? Chaos Bloodstone seemed to be trembling. This boy can actually be like fish in water inside the eternal river. Gemin Samsara sighed again. "I even thought that Ancestor Heavenless burned him to death. I didn't expect that he had actually already escaped into the eternal river. Old Man Heavenless can only show off his power in the labyrinth divine world now. How can he do anything to him?" The Chaos Bloodstone said in shock again. Boom! With a loud bang, the second seal opened in response to the noise. The astonishment on Gemin Samsara's face turned into a bitter smile, and he said, "I didn't expect that in this drama that schemed against all the heavens. The one who had the last laugh is actually this boy. Looks like we got to think of a way to eliminate this boy." Gemin Samsara felt a grave threat. This kind of threat was even stronger than Chaos Bloodstone and Heavenless. With his cultivation, he would not be so at ease in the eternal river too. "Refine for me," Heavenless roared angrily. The extreme Tao True Fire on Cloud Neon and the others suddenly became stronger. Everyone let out a muffled groan without prior agreement, their auras dropping considerably all at once. It looked like they were not going to make it. Yang Qing could not stand it a long time ago. If not for Cloud Neon splitting off a portion of soul force to help him resist the extreme Tao True Fire, he would have long died. Seeing everyone falter, Heavenless laughed loudly. "Ha ha ha! Yi Yuan brat, this ancestor can't do anything to you. But did you think I am helpless against your friends? This ancestor wants you to regret what you've done." Incarnating into chaos, Ancestor Heavenless had given up too much. Outside of this world, he lost the ability to take the initiative to launch attacks. Hence, he could not do anything to Yi Yuan at all. He could only vent his fury on Yi Yuan and the rest. Yang Qing's entire body was being burned by the blazing fire and no longer looked human. His entire body was chapped. It was as if a layer of skin was going to shed. He gritted his teeth and said with a cold smile, "Hey, this old man is really a coward. Just you wait. After the seed achieves great beyond realm, I'll definitely thrash you until not even your mother can recognize you." Feng Qingxian was at her last breath as she said, "Already someone who's about to die. What are you still posturing for?" But, knowing that Yi Yuan didn't die, I can also close my eyes in death. Her eyes carried endless reluctance to part. But the vitality of life on her body gradually started dissipating. Right at this time, a thick divine essence wrapped her entire body up. A surge of spatial power separated the extreme Tao True Fire and forcibly pulled Feng Qingxian out. A chill struck. Feng Qingxuan's entire person immediately felt much more awake. It was a sea of chaos before her eyes. A figure was standing not far away, with chaos divine essence flooding out of his body. Who could it be if not Yi Yuan? There was also Cloud Neon, Yang Qing, and the rest who were rescued along with her. Grand Bright Jade, Complete Heaven's several thousand powerhouses were also brought out by Yi Yuan. These several thousand people actually withstood the test of the blazing fire and survived. In fact, Yi Yuan even brought Kong Tan, Yuran, and the rest of the younger generation Hegemon realm powerhouses out. Feng Qingxian was wildly ecstatic. I actually didn't die. Yi Yuan smiled and said, I promised you all to save everyone. I naturally won't go back on my words. Yang Qing looked at Yi Yuan and said with a dazed look, You are already Emperor Sakura Heaven? Clearly, the key point that he was focusing on was different. Yi Yuan breaking through to Emperor Sakura Heaven meant that he could wreck Yang Qing without employing the Dao Sword. Unbearable. Why was it that in a blink of an eye, this guy was going to catch up to him again? Yi Yuan smiled and said even Kong Tan could cross a major realm. I wouldn't be worse than him, right? Kong Tan spewed out a mouthful of old blood and nearly fainted in anger. He really almost fainted. Each and every one of them was incomparably weak right now. They were just hanging on with one final breath. Yeah, Big Brother Yi Yuan is really a peerless talent. He's very different from us mortals. Previously, I had some misunderstanding with Big Brother Yi Yuan. It was all this younger sister's fault. The life-saving grace this time, Yuran will bear it in mind. Yuran also turned pale at this time, but her attitude was already very different. She did not expect that Yi Yuan would actually save her. After all, it was not pleasant previously. No matter what objective Yi Yuan had, he saved her life after all. When Yi Yuan heard that, he just nodded his head slightly and did not express much. He naturally saved Kong Tan and the rest for a purpose. After going out this time, Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven would definitely come under attack on all sides. The Blood Race, Soul Race, and also the various races in all the heavens, they would not be friendly to Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven, especially since his own existence was a huge latent danger. The Chaos Bloodstone, Hegemon Samsara, Ancestor Heavenless, these three supremacies all viewed him as a thorn in the side. Therefore, allies were very important. In the Labyrinth Divine Palace, it was mostly geniuses having disputes caused by personal feelings and not irreconcilable enmity. Saving these people, even if they did not bear the kindness in mind, they would at least be embarrassed to kick them while they were down. Only Kong Tan's face turned bright red. During the Labyrinth Divine Palace trip this time, although he broke through the fetters in one stroke and broke through to Hegemon Realm, his face was utterly lost. Originally thought that he was the child of destiny, the ruler of all the heavens in the future. Who knew that he actually became a jumping clown in the end? Being poked fun at by Yi Yuan, he did not even dare to let out a fart. If it were before, he would definitely rebut Yi Yuan. But feeling that incomparably thick Chaos Divine Essence around, he kept his mouth shut sensibly. This Chaos Divine Essence was too strong. A genius like him, the fiendish skill that he cultivated was incomparably pure. His fiend essence was also incomparably thick. But compared to Yi Yuan's Chaos Divine Essence, it was like glass meeting diamond. Too fragile. This Chaos Divine Essence did not have the slightest discordance when it met with the Eternal River's chaos. It was also precisely because of this Chaos Divine Essence that they could survive in the Eternal River. As long as Yi Yuan rescinded the Chaos Divine Essence, they would immediately be crushed into dregs by the Eternal River's chaos. Only at this moment did he deeply experience why the dignified Ancestor Heavenless would be so fearful of Yi Yuan. Many thanks for Brother Ye's life-saving grace. My World's End Pavilion owes you a favor. Many thanks to Brother Yi for helping out. Our Fire Spirit clan won't forget your kindness. Brother Yi, if you're free in the future, come to our Flying Cloud clan to be a guest. I'll definitely satisfy Brother Yi. Oh. The geniuses who were rescued cupped their fists and saluted Yi Yuan one after another. This kindness was not small. However, those that Yi Yuan rescued were all juniors. Yi Yuan did not save a single one of those peak hegemons and supreme hegemons. The divine essence consumed to save a supreme hegemon was too much. No matter how strong Yi Yuan was, he was also merely an Emperor Sakura Heaven. Now, one Cloud Neon already consumed half of his energy. Bringing another one would take his life. Yi Yuan waved his hand and said, just a matter of lifting a hand. It's not worth mentioning, but everyone shouldn't be happy too early. With 3 great overlords coming into being, a sanguinary slaughter will surely be set off in the 33 heavens. Nobody can stay detached from the matter. Therefore, from now on, everyone will be on the same boat. Everyone, take care of yourselves. Finished saying, Yi Yuan brought everyone and headed to the nearest eternal river branch stream. Rumble. Behind, the labyrinth divine world gave off intense tremors. It turned into a huge fireball in an instant. When everyone saw it, their expressions could not help but change. If they did not come out, they would probably all be refined now, right? Thinking of how those supreme hegemons all fell in the labyrinth divine world, they rejoiced jubilantly. Yi Yuan brat, you ruined my grand plan. When this ancestor recovers my physical body, I'll cross worlds and come. I'll definitely exterminate your grand bright jade complete heaven until not even chickens and dogs are spared. Not even chickens or dogs will be spared. From behind came Ancestor Heavenless Bellow. This furious roar made even the eternal river tremble. Everyone's faces turned pale, afraid that Ancestor Heavenless would chase after. Yi Yuan said coolly, no need to worry. He's badly wounded now and needs to focus fully on refining the pill. He can't chase after us at all. Suddenly, everyone saw that there were two more powerful auras not far away. Only to see that Hegemon Samsara and Chaos Bloodstone were both cleaving through the waves and advancing, their imposing momentum shocking the heavens. These two great supremacies' main bodies arrived in person. But at this time, they were gasping heavily for air, seemingly very wretched. But Yi Yuan's chaos divine essence was like a large ship carrying everyone forward along with the waves very comfortably. Everyone exchanged glances, incredibly shocked in their hearts. Are the two of you hurrying on your way? Do you want to ride? Yi Yuan looked at the two great supremacies and said with a relaxed expression. Hegemon Samsara's face turned black, and he said in a solemn voice, boy, forming an irreconcilable enmity with this progenitor isn't some wise move. Every day that you don't step into great beyond realm, it will be one day that you don't have the qualifications to challenge this ancestor. But the current Hegemon Samsara was an old man who had experienced many vicissitudes of life. That pair of bright eyes seemed to be able to see through everything in the world. It was just that powerhouses from all heavens were watching, and Yi Yuan kicked him in the face. It was very ugly. The Bloodstone also spoke up, saying angrily, Yi Yuan brat, after returning this time, this progenitor will do my best to destroy Grand Bright Jade complete heaven. You have to be prepared. Yi Yuan was indifferent and said with a smile, is this how you talk to your savior? With your tolerance, how will you guys rule the heavens? Next to Yi Yuan, many people were all desperately holding in their laughter. Although Yi Yuan had suspicions of playing with fire and burning himself, looking at the two great supremacies getting deflated was still a very pleasant thing, especially that these two great supremacies were not on friendly terms. Hegemon Samsara stared at Yi Yuan and said with a cold smile, Yi Yuan, you think that you can hide from this progenitor's arcane eyes with your bit of cunning? You're still a bit too inexperienced to fight with this progenitor. You want to make the three of us tie each other down so as to buy time to grow up. You counted your chickens before they hatched. Now you're the common enemy of the three of us. After this ancestor returns to my position, the first thing that I'm going to do is to kill you. KS Bloodstone also said, kid, you're already Emperor Sakura Heaven. Do you think that this progenitor will still give you time to grow up? You're probably thinking too much. With two great overlords being unanimous and actually wanting to join hands to deal with Yi Yuan, this made everyone quake in their boots. This was no joke. Although these two great supremacies struggled immensely in the Eternal River, it was precisely because of this that made their strength even more evident. At this time, the strength that these two great supremacies exhibited made them feel suffocated. This was true strength that was about to transcend the great beyond realm. Who knew that Yi Yuan did not care at all, saying with a light smile, you guys had better consider how to recover your strength first. If my guesses are right, the two of you are seriously injured this time and your main bodies also have to enter the Eternal River. You'll definitely suffer great damage. Even at this time, when your Tao foundations will be damaged or not is hard to say, you actually still have spare time to come and threaten me. Once your Tao foundations suffer damage, no matter how exceedingly formidable your means, it will be impossible to transcend the great beyond too. Being exposed by Yi Yuan, the two great supremacies turned somewhat angry from embarrassment. Just as Yi Yuan said, the two of them were already struggling to save their own skin. How could they have the energy to come and deal with Yi Yuan? Yi Yuan's scheming against the three great supremacies this time could be said to be extremely successful. Alright, since the two of you have unmatched powers, you don't need this Yi. Then I'll be making a move first. Finish saying, Yi Yuan brought everyone and actually overtook the two great supremacies. In the Eternal River, Yi Yuan's speed of advancement was extremely fast, even faster than the two great supremacies. Everyone exchanged glances, feeling great admiration in their hearts, posturing without leaving a trace, flicking his sleeves, and leaving afterward. Yi Yuan was really too impressive. Watching Yi Yuan's departing back view, Hegemon Samsara's expression was very grim. Can't let this boy continue to grow up unchecked. This boy cultivates chaos. His destiny is heaven-defying. Once he breaks through to Hegemon realm, it will be difficult for you and me to deal with him as well, Samsara said in a solemn voice. After going back this time, this ancestor will gather the blood race members across the heavens and besiege Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven. I won't rest until I kill Yi Yuan. Really didn't expect that this boy would actually grow to such a level. If I had known it would come to this progenitor should have killed him back then at all costs. The Chaos Bloodstone's intestines were green with regret. Back then, if he did his utmost, killing a puny little Yi Yuan would naturally be like taking something out of his own pocket. But at that time he had many misgivings, resulting in missing the opportunity. Who knew that in a blink of an eye Yi Yuan was already Emperor Sakura Heaven? At present, although Yi Yuan had not fully grown up yet, he could already sufficiently stand alone. After they recovered from their injuries and exited seclusion, no idea to what extent Yi Yuan would grow. Hegemon Samsara's gaze flickered, and he said, "You don't have to regret it either. Whether or not he can grow up is still unknown. Don't you forget, before Hegemon realm, he still has a shocking great tribulation." The Chaos Bloodstone shuddered, and he said, "You mean the Hegemon Dao tribulation?" Hegemon Samsara nodded and said, "That's right. This boy is going against heaven. His strength can be rated as monstrous. His Hegemon Dao tribulation is bound to shock heaven and earth. If he makes it through this hurdle, you and I might not be able to do anything to him. But wanting to make it through this hurdle is easier said than done." The Chaos Bloodstone seemed a little excited as he said, "You're right. Since ancient times, how many geniuses have there been? But there has never been a divergent cultivator who could overcome the Hegemon Dao tribulation. Ha ha ha, brat. Just you be smug. The faster you cultivate, the quicker you'll die too." However, this progenitor is still not giving him the chance to assault Hegemon realm. This progenitor will definitely be destroying Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven. Oh! At Extreme Medicine Sect, Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven, Meteon and Cloudmount, two people, stood on top of the mountain, straining their eyes and looking into the distance. Their hearts weighed down with worry. Over 20 years ago, Meteon already arrived in Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven. It was for the sake of learning about Yi Yuan's news at the first moment. Yi Yuan's departure was several decades long. To this day, there was no news. Meteon was very worried. There's no news after so long. Could Yi Yuan? Cloudmount's eyes revealed sorrow. There was no news from the geniuses from all heavens. This was the worst news. This indicated that the Labyrinth Divine Palace was indeed fishy. Old Man Heavenless was not easy to get along with. Meteon was also laden with anxieties as he said, "Alas, I was too greedy. I knew long ago that this trip was incredibly dangerous. I should have stopped him back then." Cloudmount said, "Senior, you don't need to blame yourself. Don't you know what that boy is like? The things that he decided, even if the sky falls down, nobody can stop him too. Although this boy didn't say it, I know that him going to the Labyrinth Divine Palace, half of it is to search for chaos heavenly medicines for me." Meteon sighed and said, "This progenitor watched Heavenless that brat grow up. He's amazingly gifted. If we were to find another genius that can rival Yi Yuan in this world, then there's only Heavenless. Now, there's no news for several decades. Yi Yuan is probably fraught with grim possibilities. Although Meteon's strength could not compare to Heavenless, his seniority was even older than Heavenless. He and the Labyrinth Divine Palace's old palace master, there was a friendship with complete mutual understanding. It was also precisely because of this that he knew about Heavenless talent and scheming mind even more. Originally, he was the same as the powerhouses of all heavens, harboring a fluke mentality, thinking that Heavenless had already died in the eternal river. But looking at it now, they were too naive. Cloudmount choked as he said, this bunch of old bones am really good for nothing. If my strength is still there, I'll definitely personally go to the Labyrinth Divine Palace to ensure his safety. But the two old men's tears shed in the extreme medicine sect. And right at this time, a group of small black dots appeared on the horizon. Meteon's entire body trembled, seeing Yi Yuan, who was right at the front at one glance. Senior Meteon Master, Yi Yuan is back. The extreme medicine sect seethed with excitement. In the extreme medicine sect's great hall, it was silent. Meteon, Cloudmount, Zhuobufan, and the rest all had their eyes glued on Yi Yuan. It was as if they wanted to see through him. Hearing everything that happened in the Labyrinth Divine Palace, it was like they were listening to a book from heaven. This Labyrinth Divine Palace trip actually concealed such a huge conspiracy. But in the end, the three great supremacies were scammed by Yi Yuan until they could not do anything about it. This scheme that swept up the entire 33 heavens, the biggest winner was actually Yi Yuan, this puny little Emperor Vast Heaven one. If they did not know Yi Yuan's character, they would definitely let loose a torrent of abuse, saying that Yi Yuan was making up stories. What made people even more overjoyed was that among the Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven powerhouses that Yi Yuan brought, more than 40 hegemon realms were actually born. These people all broke through their realms when visualizing the 12 heavenly Tao paintings. Although a large batch was refined and died, there were also more than 20,000 people who came back with Yi Yuan. Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven's hegemon realm powerhouses was suddenly replenished again. Yi Yuan brought them back safely. There was no greater merit. Kid, I really don't know what to say about you. After a long time, Meteon squeezed this sentence out. Having learned about the events that happened in the Labyrinth Divine Palace, Meteon's frame of mind was like it went on a roller coaster. Regarding Heavenless, not many people understood him better than him. Not only was this guy extremely powerful, but he was also even adept at scheming. He was an extremely troublesome character. Learning that he did not know, Meteon's heart could not help pounding. But who knew that he was actually completely eaten up by Yi Yuan? But Cloudmount said worriedly, Yi Yuan, this time you've offended the three great supremacies at once. They will definitely view you as a thorn in the side. With our Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven's accumulations, we probably can't hold them off. Meteon frowned and said, this matter is indeed troublesome, but in the present situation, Yi Yuan is an arrow notched on the bow. No choice but to release it. Otherwise, if Heavenless that brat really refines the chaos heavenly pill, the consequences will be too dreadful to contemplate. How about this? This progenitor will migrate all of the 4 symbols true spirit clans to Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven. Whatever they are going to do, this progenitor will receive it all. The moment these words came out, Cloudmount, Zhuobufan, and the rest were all visibly moved. They did not expect that Meteon could actually go so far for Yi Yuan's sake. One had to know that the 4 symbols true spirit clans had already been in Void Shrine illuminating heaven for God knows how many years already. That place was their root. It was their home that was passed down from generation to generation. Furthermore, Void Shrine illuminating heaven belonged to a higher level plane. The heaven and earth spiritual energy origin comprehensions all were much stronger than Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven. But Meteon was actually going to migrate the 4 symbols true spirit clans over for Yi Yuan's sake. Cloudmount frowned and said, Senior Meteon, this is no joke. I know that you're powerful and your prestige in the Azure Dragon clan is extremely high. But migration, this sort of thing, the implications are too deep. You still have to think thrice. Meteon waved his hand and said, those 3 great supremacies are each harboring their own ulterior motives. No matter which one of the 3 of them transcends the great beyond in the end, it will be a cataclysmic disaster for us. Therefore, what does it matter where we are? All right, my mind is made up. No need to urge anymore. Oh. Very soon, the Labyrinth Divine Palace's news spread out, and all the heavens were shocked. Except, the protagonist of everyone's discussion was Yi Yuan, this unknown Emperor Vast Heaven powerhouse. Ancestor Heavenless actually didn't die. Luckily, I withstood the temptation and didn't go to the Labyrinth Divine Palace. Otherwise, it would probably have been impossible to escape my doom this time. Who's Yi Yuan? This guy actually made the three great overlord hegemons suffer a loss? Why have I never heard of this name before? This boy actually just came out of Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven. According to what I know, in Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven, supreme hegemons can already claim hegemony. There's also news that just came over. Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven also produced a genius called Xianxia this time, suppressing all the geniuses from all heavens. And Yi Yuan is even more monstrous than this genius. He couldn't even be bothered to compete with his peers. Oh. When the geniuses from all heavens returned to their own factions, they naturally had to report to the top. And these news spread far and wide, sweeping across the entire 33 heavens very quickly. Yi Yuan's great reputation suddenly became known by all. Fiend race, Ancestor Xianxia was currently pacing back and forth, clearly angered badly. He pointed at Kong Tan's nose and cried out angrily, "You're great! Really excellent! You fool! You've lost your father's face across the entire 33 heavens this time. Are you satisfied? Amen?" Yi Yuan became famous across the 33 heavens. Kong Tan also became famous across the 33 heavens. It was just that it was about his notoriety. During the Labyrinth Divine Palace trip, the one who was the worst off was Kong Tan. Not only was he toyed like a monkey by Yi Yuan, but he was also even utterly played by Ancestor Heavenless and almost did not make it back. The fiend race hegemons that he brought over had also all died out, the losses very severe. When these news spread out, the fiend race had already become the laughingstock of all the heavens. Kong Tan's days were naturally difficult. Not just Kong Tan, even Xianxia's old face had nowhere to put. In just these few days of work, there were already several old friends who ran over to congratulate him. Kong Tan knelt down with a thud and said in tears, "Progenitor, it's all because of that Yi Yuan. This child swears to definitely tear that punk's corpse to pieces and restore the dignity of my fiend race." Xianxia sneered and said, with just the likes of you? That Yi Yuan can refine the eternal river's chaos. His talent shakes you off by more than 10 streets. He doesn't even need to break through to hegemon realm and can already abuse you to tears. How can a genius that can make even the three great overlord hegemons apprehensive be a mediocre person? Forget about Yi Yuan. Even compared to that Xianxia, you're far worse too. Kong Tan was scolded by progenitor Xianxia until he wished to find a hole in the ground to burrow into. Too little regard for his face. Xianxia saw that he was unconvinced and said with a cold smile, "Put away that pitiful pride of yours. From now on, don't think about becoming enemies with Yi Yuan. You are not his match. Also, scram back to the clan and enter close seclusion for this progenitor. The 33 heavens are going to fall into turmoil right away. If this progenitor doesn't let you exit seclusion, you're not allowed to take half a step out of the clan ground." Oh. At Jotian Emperor Palace, inside a region of space, Ancestor Endless Aura was feeble. Clearly, he was badly injured. By relying on his incredible cultivation, he rushed out of the Eternal River. However, he was refined into serious injuries by Heavenless to begin with. Being severely wounded by the Eternal River as well, he was currently almost dead. Next to him, Xianxia revealed a look of worry. "Ancestor, are you okay?" Ancestor Endless shook his head slightly and said, "Won't die, but not far from death either." Xianxia said, "Ancestor, rest assured, this child will definitely refine a chaos heavenly hill and help you recover your strength." Ancestor Endless smiled bitterly and said, "You are still a bit lacking. Even if there's chaos heavenly medicines for you, you'll be squandering good stuff too." Xianxia did not argue anything. He knew that Ancestor was telling the truth. Ancestor Endless sighed and said, "Old Man Heavenless is indeed still Old Man Heavenless. This time, it's really a double loss. But fortunately, you broke through to Hegemon Realm too, and you became a Chaos Heavenly Master. Your potential is greater than your father's. You have hope of succeeding this Ancestor's mantle in the future. Remember, have more dealings with Yi Yuan in the future. This boy's future accomplishments are limitless. Birds cry plaintively before they die. Men speak kindly in the presence of death. Ancestor Endless was not a kind person. Otherwise, he would not have defended the Zhou family's supreme position for hundreds of thousands of years. But this time he was really injured. In the Labyrinth Divine Palace battle, he hurt his Tao foundation. There was no more hope of transcending the great beyond in this lifetime. Therefore, he needed to arrange for the Zhou family's future. In the Zhou family, only Zhou Xianxian's talent was the most significant. He was naturally the focus of heavy grooming. Ancestor, you can definitely recover your strength. Our Zhou family won't fall, Zhou Xianxian said in tears. Ancestor Endless smiled and said, I'm clear about my situation. This time, after almost being refined by Old Man Heavenless and also sustaining heavy wounds in the Eternal River's chaos, my Tao foundation is already ruined. Even if I recover, my strength can't recover to the peak anymore either. In fact, I can't even maintain great beyond realm anymore too. It's all the influence of greed. Xianxian, in the future you have to remember this ancestor's lesson. Zhou Xianxian knelt down and said, This child will bear it in mind. Ancestor Endless nodded his head and continued, Xianxian, you've already entered Hegemon realm. This ancestor no longer has anything to teach you. Your cultivation realm in the future will depend on your fortunes. Now, this ancestor will give you a mission. You must complete it. Seeing Ancestor Endless say it solemnly, Zhou Xianxian's expression turned somber and he said solemnly, Ancestor, please instruct. Even if I lay down my life, Xianxian will complete it too. Ancestor Endless said, Tomorrow you lead half of Zhoutian Emperor Palace's forces and go to Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven to cast your lot with Yi Yuan. Zhou Xianxian's entire body trembled, and he cried out in shock, What? This? How can we do this? This order surprised Zhou Xianxian too much. He did not expect his ancestor to actually make such a shocking move. Half of the Zhou family's forces, that was absolutely terrifying to the extreme. This strength was sufficient to sweep across Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven. One had to know that Zhoutian Emperor Palace had 3 supreme hegemons, 7 to 8 peak hegemons, and even more ordinary hegemons. And this was also where the Zhou family's foundation lay. Now, he was actually going to make half of the forces go to Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven. This was a huge gamble. Ancestor Endless smiled and said, This ancestor knows what you want to say, but right now, the 33 Heavens situation is already very clear. It's time to pick a side. Indeed, under those 3 old monsters' powerful strength, the current Yi Yuan is still not considered much. But once he can break the shackles and break through to Hegemon realm, even if it's those 3 old monsters, they will tremble too. Zhou Xianxian said in confusion. I know that Yi Yuan's talent is unprecedented throughout the ages, but he's a divergent cultivator after all. Although he has already broken through to Emperor Sakura Heaven, he's still far away from the 3 great ancestors' realm, no. The look in Ancestor Endless' eyes revealed a wise light, and he said with a nod, I don't understand this Yi Yuan, but I understand Old Man Heavenless. Someone that can make him afraid is absolutely worth us casting our lots. Doesn't Old Man Heavenless know that he's a divergent cultivator? But why is he still afraid of Yi Yuan? There weren't divergent cultivators who broke through to Hegemon realm in the past, but it doesn't mean that there won't be in the future, understand? Zhou Xianxian was shocked in his heart and nodded solemnly. He did not expect Ancestor to actually evaluate Yi Yuan from this angle. Who was Ancestor Heavenless? That was humanity's #1 major power, the strongest genius since ancient times. He was afraid, which meant that Yi Yuan had hope of breaking through to Hegemon realm. The next day, Zhoutian Emperor Palace brought half of Zhoutian Emperor Palace's forces, shattering the void and leaving. Half of this force was not just Hegemon realm. There were also the powerhouses under Hegemon realm, and the number reached tens of thousands of people. These were all the Zhoutian Emperor Palace's elite forces. This matter caused a great sensation in Abyss Pass Origin Grotto Heaven. Regarding Ancestor Endless' decision, the other 3 great factions all turned their noses up in disdain. In the Eternal River's branch stream, the Zhou family's ancestor said with a snicker, Ancestor Eternal River suffered too great a stimulus this time. He actually made such a stupid move. He actually bet all of the Jotian Emperor Palace's treasures on a divergent cultivator. It's also an action that can't be helped. Old Man Heavenless is about to see the light of day again. He has already offended Old Man Heavenless badly. It's naturally impossible to seek refuge with him anymore. Melody Nether Heavenly Sex Ancestor said coolly. Jotian Emperor Palace is considered finished. However, we've also reached the point of taking sides. When Ancestor Heavenless returns, he probably won't allow us to refuse. Purple Extreme Heaven Pavilion's ancestor let out a sigh and said. The moment he said so, the other two people both fell silent. Oh! On Heavenly Dragon Island, Void Shrine illuminating heaven, the people in charge of the Four Symbols family clans were all present. I object. Progenitor, I know that Yi Yuan saved your life, but you can't use our entire clan's lives to joke about too. Void Shrine illuminating heaven is where our foundation lies. But now you want to go to a low-level plane. How will the entire clan view you? When Nitian explained his intentions, his own supporter, Long Jian, was actually the first to jump out and oppose it. The other three clans' leaders also all had tightly furrowed brows, rather unhappy. The Dragon Clan was the Dragon Clan. In terms of bloodline nobility, their three clans were not the slightest bit worse than the Dragon Clan. Now, Progenitor Nitian actually made the decision for them. Progenitor Nitian, this is also too ridiculous, right? This time, although you saved our three clans, you also can't make our three clans bet all of our lives because of this, right? Luan Qinghe said unhappily. Want to go, your Dragon Clan can go yourself. Our White Tiger Clan absolutely won't leave Void Shrine illuminating heaven. Unless Progenitor Nitian, you, annihilate our clan. Baiji did not give the slightest bit of face and outrightly refused. Xian Taiqing said coolly, Progenitor, wanting to make us migrate, shouldn't you convince Long Jian they all first? You all can't even get your people on board. What right do you have to make us migrate? Progenitor Nitian smiled and said, I presume you all have also heard about the Labyrinth Divine Palace's matter. Now, the scheme has already gradually become clear. That's right. Void Shrine illuminating heaven is indeed where our foundation lies. But can there be unbroken eggs when the nest is totally wrecked? Once the Blood Race army arrives, do you all really think that just based on us four clans, we'll be able to defend Void Shrine illuminating heaven? Back then, during the Labyrinth Divine Palace upheaval, Heavenless that brat only temporarily didn't storm Void Shrine illuminating heaven on account of this progenitor's face. If the Labyrinth Divine Palace's army really comes, can you all stop them? Everyone's expressions changed. These words were not false. Progenitor Nitian and Ancestor Heavenless Master were on very close terms. Ancestor Heavenless only did not make a move against Void Shrine illuminating heaven on account of his face. But later, Hejem and Samsara took action. Apart from the dragon race, the other three races joined the battle too. It was impossible for Ancestor Heavenless not to remember the enmity. Humph. No matter what, making our four clans migrate for a divergent cultivator who's destined to never break through to Hegemen, this is also too preposterous. Progenitor, pardon us for not complying with the order, Baiji said in a solemn voice. But at this time a figure suddenly appeared. He looked at Nitian and said coldly, Nitian, are you crazy? For Yi Yuan that boy, you actually want to make the entire dragon clan be buried in death? If you want to migrate, sure. You and I have a fight. You can talk again after killing me. Nitian looked at the arrival and just smiled. He was not surprised about Mi Zhen's appearance. Mi Zhen was extremely cold-blooded and also extremely conceited. But his feelings toward the Dragon Clan were not falsified. Although his methods previously made people despise him, his goal was indeed to make the dragon race stronger. He had his blood essence extracted by blood too. His Tao foundation ruined. He would not be able to advance any longer in this lifetime. But, hearing that Nitian was going to migrate the Dragon Clan, he still appeared. Progenitor, although I hate Mi Zhen very much this time, I agree with him. Our Dragon Clan can't migrate, Long Jian said straightforwardly. The conversation seemed to be over already. However, not only was Nitian not worried, he smiled even happier instead. Got to admit, Yi Yuan this boy foresees with divine accuracy. So before coming here, he made me bring this. Finished saying, Everyone just felt a blur before their eyes, and they instantly disappeared. They were standing from God's point of view, looking down on all life. Heaven volume. This feeling was magical to the extreme. Where is this? This feeling makes every pore of mine open up. My God, I became heavenly Tao? I feel like I'm controlling everything now. What a magical feeling. What a wonderful experience. Progenitor Meteon. What did you do to us? Big brother. I feel that I have hope of recovering my strength. Could this be the legendary heaven volume of the 12 heavenly Tao paintings? Mi Zhen's experience and knowledge were naturally not what others could compare to. This incomparably wonderful feeling, he thought of the heaven volume right away. But the moment he said it, the others were even more shocked. This is actually the heaven volume. No wonder Ancestor Heavenless could reach the kind of terrifying realm. With this thing, I won't be worse than him either. 12 heavenly Tao paintings. Progenitor Meteon, why would you have such a thing? Can you keep on letting me comprehend like this? I'm willing to pay any price. I'm willing to. Big brother, have you had a change of heart and specifically let me gain enlightenment on the heaven volume? I'll definitely repent in earnest and reform my former faults. Mi Zhen cried bitterly and said, whoosh. In a twinkle, everyone returned from heaven to the mortal world. The few people exchanged glances, an immense sense of loss on their faces. That sort of experience just now was really too amazing. Reaching their level of boundary, even the slightest improvement in cultivation was harder than ascending to heaven. But with the heaven volume, they were confident that they could break through to great beyond realm. Meteon looked at everyone rather interestedly. Seeing the reaction on their faces, he knew that it was done. These people could not resist the temptation of the heaven volume at all. Progenitor Meteon, why are we back? This bit of time is too short. Baizha was the first to speak up. Clearly, he was already deeply drawn by that miraculous feeling. Yeah, progenitor, you're deliberately whetting our appetites. Give us some more time and I feel that I can break through to great beyond realm already. Xian Taiching said impatiently. Big brother, I was wrong. I was really wrong. I beg you, let me comprehend a while more. Although I'm unable to make any more breakthroughs, this heaven volume can restore my cultivation realm. Among these people, the most anxious was Mi Zhen. His Tao foundation was ruined. Currently, his strength was merely equivalent to the weakest hegemon realm. Putting it bluntly, he was a piece of trash. To the current him who was in a prominent position in the past, this kind of temptation was too great. However, Meteon just shrugged and said with a smile, sorry. Yuan only injected this much chaos divine essence into the heaven volume. The effects of the heaven volume can only be maintained for so long too. The few people's faces turned black, instantly understanding what progenitor Meteon wanted to do. Terrific lad, he was preparing for this. This old thing was really cunning, throwing out such a huge bait at them. Turns out that it was to make them agree to the migration. Dream on. But that kind of feeling just now was really very marvelous. Great beyond realm had already blocked them for countless years. This step was as difficult as ascending to heaven. But with the heaven volume, it was completely different. The few of them were all top geniuses of all races. As long as they immersed in that feeling just now for a while more, they believed that they would definitely be able to break through. Progenitor Meteon, other things can be discussed. But this great migration is absolutely impossible. Other than this, I'm willing to pay any price, as long as you can lend me the heaven volume. I guarantee that as long as I break through to great beyond realm, I'll immediately return it, Baizha said. Meteon's face still had a faint smile hanging as he shook his head and said, even if I lend you the heaven volume, it will likely be very hard for you to break through to great beyond realm too. The 12 heavenly Tao paintings are activated using chaos divine essence. Only then can it unleash the greatest effect. Otherwise, with the labyrinth divine palace having so many geniuses, why did it only give birth to 12 great beyond realms? The moment this was said, everyone became indignant. Baizhi snorted coldly and said, Progenitor Meteon, if you're not lending, so be it. Is it interesting to deceive us with these words? Meteon smiled and directly threw the heaven volume over. Baiji's face was stunned for a moment, and he subconsciously injected his divine essence into it. Whoosh! Sure enough, his perspective underwent a change again. But, compared to that marvelous feeling just now, the feeling this time was too vague. Just like the feeling earlier was clear glass, but the feeling now was frosted glass. With that experience previously, the experience now became extremely trash. He was not some rookie and immediately determined that Tian was not exaggerating things to raise the alarm. If his cultivation realm was very low, this heaven volume would be a priceless treasure to him. But reaching his cultivation realm, this kind of vague experience was unable to rapidly improve his strength and help him reach Great Beyond Realm. Otherwise, everyone would have been able to break through to Great Beyond Realm. Returning to reality, Baiji's face was stunned for a while, and he muttered, "This. How can this be?" When the others saw Baiji's expression, they immediately understood it. How vicious! Tian and Yi Yuan, this one old and one young, two foxes really schemed against them badly. If it was just throwing out the heaven volume, they would not have been moved either. But, with that experience earlier, it was like getting addicted to drugs, unable to stop even if they wanted to. The temptation of Great Beyond Realm was really too great. Supreme Hegemon and Great Beyond Realm, although they were the same cultivation realm, it was worlds apart. Tian saw the few people feeling like 100 claws were scratching their hearts, and he said with a smile. Yi Yuan said that in Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven, the heaven volume can be used without limit. He'll provide sufficient chaos divine essence to help everyone increase their strength. The heaven volume is the general outline of the 12 heavenly Tao paintings. It's the most important volume. With it, with your talents, reaching Great Beyond Realm is indeed not hard. But without chaos divine essence, it's similarly immensely difficult for you all to want to break through to Great Beyond Realm. You guys also know that Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven is going to face enemies very soon. It's impossible for Yi Yuan to take the time to come to Void Shrine Illuminating Heaven and help you all gain enlightenment. Finished saying, Tian stood with his hands behind his back, a smile like he had swayed everyone on his face, awaiting everyone's decision. The Great Migration started. This Great Migration shook the entire 33 heavens. Old man Tian, is he nuts? For the sake of a divergent cultivator, he actually gave up on the entire Void Shrine Illuminating Heaven. The 4 great true spirit clans, that's the 33 heavens top faction. Back then, in their prime, the 4 symbols families all had great beyond powerhouses holding down the fort. Didn't expect that they actually fell to such a point now. Those innate chaos true spirits were born in Void Shrine Illuminating Heaven. The 4 great true spirit clans' bloodlines are also most suitable for Void Shrine Illuminating Heaven. They actually gave up on their land of foundation and ran to Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven, that sort of low-level plane. It will definitely be incredibly difficult for their clansmen to want to break through. Heh! Just wait to see the joke. The entire dragon clan migrating, their clansmen will definitely have a lot of resentment. When they arrive at Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven, this kind of team won't have combat power at all. Oh, right, there's also the Nirvanic Soul Clan and Jotian Emperor Palace. Ancestor Endless is considered to have stumbled this time. The Nirvanic Soul Clan actually completely broke away from the Chi Soul Clan this time, and they cast their lots with Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven. Imperishable that old ghost has also lost his mind. Oh. The hegemon realms from the various major factions in all heavens were all discussing this great migration. Yi Yuan's monstrousness was already known to all. But, whether or not he could prop up the future, everyone was not optimistic about it. After all, this was the world of the strong, not the world of geniuses. The 3 great supremacies were too strong. They were the closest people to transcending the great beyond in the 33 heavens. Geniuses only had hope of becoming a powerhouse. They were not genuine powerhouses. If they did not grow up for one day, they were still just rookies. That was all. Although the 3 great supremacies suffered severe injuries, they all had powerful factions behind them. Especially the blood race's progenitor. He created an extremely powerful race. No one knew how strong this race was at all. This was because everyone understood that what they saw was merely just the tip of the iceberg. Oh. However, the reality was different from what everyone imagined. The self-slapping law was manifested to the fullest expression of its beauty and form on the four great True Spirit clans' powerhouses. In Extreme Light Pavilion Space, Extreme Medicine Sect. At this time, Bai Ji was currently following behind Yi Yuan subserviently in a very anxious manner. It was a huge array formation in front of him. Yi Yuan was currently pacing back and forth, thinking deeply. Younger brother Yi, can this really work? Drawing the eternal river's chaos to a major world. This is unheard of. Yi Yuan smiled and said, this array formation was actually already conceived by me when I was comprehending chaos. It's just that at that time, my formation Dao was not perfected yet. That's why I didn't take action all along. Now, my formation Dao has entered origin. My cultivation realm has also entered Emperor Sakura Heaven. There's still some certainty of succeeding. Bai Ji felt akin to being relieved of a heavy burden and said, then that's good. That's good. Younger brother Yi, you have to hurry up. Time waits for no one. Who knows when the blood race will come to attack Grand Bright Jade complete heaven. Senior, rest assured. I'm even more anxious than you all. But the more urgent it is, the slower it has to be done, no? Otherwise, what's delayed is everyone's cultivation realm, Yi Yuan said with a smile. Bai Ji nodded like a rattled drum and praised repeatedly. Right. 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 Younger brother Ye's composure is really outstanding. The intention of the drunkard lies not in the wine, having an ulterior motive. Yi Yuan naturally understood that Bai Ji was anxious to cultivate the heaven volume. When in Void Shrine illuminating heaven, Mi Tian tossed out a heavyweight bombshell. That was, Yi Yuan would set up an array formation and provide a steady flow of chaos divine essence, and let everyone be able to comprehend the 12 heavenly Dao paintings. Originally, Bai Ji and the rest were still worried about how to convince their clansmen. But with this, nothing was a problem anymore. Nobody could resist the temptation of the 12 heavenly Dao paintings. Yi Yuan comprehended chaos in the eternal river and recultivated his cultivation method. He no longer needed to enter the eternal river to comprehend anything anymore. However, he needed a steady flow of eternal river chaos to cultivate. It was just that. Going to the eternal river each time was too troublesome. Hence, that was why he thought of this idea. Entering the Labyrinth Divine Palace this time, Yi Yuan comprehended Formation Dao origin and witnessed the power of the number one great formation in all the heavens. It had a huge inspiration to him. He was currently using the most basic 9 array elements to construct this grand array. Yi Yuan called this grand array as Chaos Origin Formation. He would also set up a subarray in the Grand Bright Jade complete Heaven's Eternal River Chaos. Then it would be like a channel, drawing the Eternal River's chaos over. And for the Extreme Light Pavilion's main formation, Yi Yuan even integrated his Chaos Divine Essence, converting the Eternal River's chaos that was drawn over into Chaos Divine Essence. Then it pumped the Chaos Divine Essence into the 12 Heavenly Dao paintings for everyone to cultivate. This was Yi Yuan's idea. It sounded fantastical, but to Yi Yuan it was not considered a very difficult array formation. Putting it bluntly, this was a high-level transmission array. It was just that this transmission array was a little too difficult. Ordinary formation pathmasters could not set up this kind of array formation at all. In this world, only Yi Yuan alone could set up this array formation, because what he gained enlightenment on was Chaos Divine Essence. Furthermore, this Eternal River's chaos could only be completed using those 9 array elements too. Ordinary formation path methods could not withstand the weight of the Eternal River at all. The more the array elements, the looser the array formation would be. Using the fundamental 9 array elements to set up the array formation was the most stable. Half a year later, only to hear a loud bang. A gap directly opened up in the Extreme Light Pavilion space. The Eternal River's chaos flooded like raging floodwaters. After the Eternal River's chaos entered, it was directly absorbed by the Chaos Origin Formation, returning to tranquility. This feeling was like a headwater channel. Mi Zhen, Long Jian, Bai Ji, Zhuo Bufan, and the rest trembled all over when they saw the situation. Zhuo Bufan said with an emotional sigh, drawing the Eternal River's chaos into the mortal world. This scene is really spectacular. Yi Yuan, this boy, is really unbelievably strong. While Mi Jin was incomparably excited as he said agitatedly, I can finally recover my strength. Ha ha ha. In the future, this grand bright jade complete heaven will be my home. Long Jian and the others were similarly extremely excited. This was because they finally had the hope of stepping to great beyond realm. Seeing Yi Yuan come out, Mijin was the first to go up and greet him, saying agitatedly, "Yi Yuan, how is it? Can it work?" Yi Yuan nodded and said, "The Chaos Origin formation is very successful. These eternal river chaos are currently being converted to chaos divine essence in an endless stream. I've set up several hundred miniature array formations in the extreme light pavilion. When you guys enter the rooms, you'll be able to gain enlightenment on the heavenly Dao painting. Are the geniuses that your various races picked ready?" Long Jian said, "It's long done. Just waiting for you. Those little bastards are all already impatient from waiting. Haha, Yi Yuan brat, if this old dragon, can step into great beyond realm this time, if you say to head east in the future, I definitely won't go west. We're all one family. No need to be courteous. However, Mijun, I'm still a little worried about letting you recover your strength." While talking, Yi Yuan looked at Mijun. The latter only felt a chill run down his back, and he hurriedly said, "Don't, Yi Yuan. I've already turned over a new leaf. I'll swear a heavenly Dao oath right now. As long as I recover my strength, I'm willing to be your henchman for 100,000 years. I'm willing to do whatever you make me do. I say, you guys, has Ancestor gone crazy?" He made Zhou Xianxia bring all the sex elites away. Zhoutian Emperor Palace is considered thoroughly finished. From now on, there are only 3 forces left in our Abyss Pass Origin Grotto Heaven. We all don't even have the qualifications to be brought away. Speaking of which, it's really heartbreaking. Hehe, you want to go to Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven? That kind of low-level plane, what can you do after you go? Not a single soul around. The present Zhoutian Emperor Palace seemed somewhat withered. Although there were still half the people, these people could be said to all have been abandoned. They gathered together in 2s and 3s and were chatting about the Zhoutian Emperor Palace's rise and fall. 3 years had passed, and the Zhoutian Emperor Palace's decline was visible to the naked eye. If not for the fact that there were still supreme hegemons holding down the fort in the sect, the Zhoutian Emperor Palace would have long dispersed. Regarding Ancestor Endless Decision, they all felt that it was very absurd. But at this time, someone laughed coldly. "A bunch of idiots." Everyone's expressions changed, and someone scolded angrily, "Zhou Ming, although you're of the Zhou family's bloodline, you're a good-for-nothing. You can't even break through to Emperor Sakura Heaven in this lifetime. What qualifications do you have to mock us here?" The Zhou family was the most illustrious in the Zhoutian Emperor Palace. However, the family clan was too big. There were always some people who were in a melancholic state of mind. Resources were always grasped in the hands of the minority. This Zhou Ming was also of the Zhou family's bloodline. But unfortunately, his aptitude was too poor. He had already been stuck at peak Emperor Vast Heaven for many years. He exhausted all kinds of methods and could not break through to Emperor Sakura Heaven too. Being scolded a good-for-nothing, Zhou Ming was indifferent and said with a sneer, "You all still don't know yet, right? That Yi Yuan can let everyone comprehend the heaven volume. Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven has already given birth to a number of hegemon realm powerhouses. Zhou Xianyu, Lin Chen, and more than 10 people have all already stepped into hegemon realm." News came over from there. In these 3 years, the hegemon realms that broke through in Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven have reached 200. Now, some of the hegemon realms remaining in the Zhoutian Emperor Palace can't sit still anymore. The moment these words came out, it directly stunned everyone. Zhou Ming was of the Zhou family's bloodline. His information channels were much more than them. They thought that half of the Emperor Palace's elites all went to the Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven to court death. Who knew that such a shocking reversal actually happened? In a short 3 years, a plane actually gave birth to 200 hegemon realm powerhouses. This number was too terrifying. But after the shock, there was endless mockery because they did not believe it at all. What? Those 2 martial uncles have been stuck in Origin Realm for 10,000 years. They just went for 3 years and broke through. Zhou Ming, do you take us all to be fools? You're using this sort of words to scare us? Yeah. Zhou Ming, come up with a draft before boasting. 200 hegemon realm experts? Do you think that they are cabbages?
Oh.
Zhou Ming said disdainfully, although I'm a good for nothing, I'm more well-informed than you guys. Do you all know what the heaven volume is? 12 heavenly Tao paintings, that's something that even the three great supremacies are moved by. Ancestor also returned with serious injuries because of it. With this sharp tool, what does helping some powerhouses who are stuck in Origin Realm to break through the fetters count as? It's just that these 12 heavenly Tao paintings didn't unleash such a terrifying effect in Ancestor Heavenless hands too. This Yu Yuan is really remarkable. Seeing Zhou Ming saying it with certainty, everyone believed it a little more. Someone asked, is what you said true? Zhou Ming smiled coldly and said, this matter isn't some secret. The true spirit race's great migration is also for this priceless treasure. The news naturally can't be hidden. I even heard that the four symbols true spirit clans gave birth to dozens of hegemon realms in these 3 years. Furthermore, several ancestor-level powerhouses are already almost breaking through to great beyond realm. You all think that the Zhoutian Emperor Palace is hopeless? You all think that those people went to court death? They are the true winners. With this, everyone was stupefied. They knew about the Great Migration, but their information was indeed not well informed enough. Previously, they still found it odd. Was the true spirit race all morons? To actually migrate to Grand Bright Jade complete heaven. But now they finally understood it. Turns out that it was actually because of this. In that case, our Zhoutian Emperor Palace actually made the right bet? Zhou Ming shook his head and said, this is hard to say. If they can withstand the blood race progenitor's wrath, our Zhoutian Emperor Palace will be humanity's number 2 powerful sect in the future. Ancestor's decision is indeed not what the likes of us can see through. Before this, everyone had endless criticisms of Ancestor Endless decision, but no one dared to question it. But hearing this news, everyone was shocked. Hegemon realms were too important to a faction. In reality, Ancestor Endless himself was also very shocked. He did not expect that Yi Yuan actually came up with a chaos origin formation and could let everyone comprehend the heaven volume. Furthermore, Yi Yuan did not pay special regard to the Zhoutian Emperor Palace too. Regarding the elites that he sent, they entered the Extreme Light Pavilion after going through a screening. And these people all broke through. This was simply a huge pleasant surprise. When Zhou Ming got this news, it was also intentionally leaked by the upper levels. It was for the sake of boosting confidence. Everyone was currently digesting this news when suddenly, the color of the sky changed. A blood-red light instantly shrouded the sky, blazing like the resplendent sunset. This blood redness gave everyone an extremely foreboding feeling. Amen? What's going on? Why did the sky suddenly turn red? I seem to smell a thick, bloody scent. Zhou Ming suddenly thought of something, his expression changing drastically as he said, not good. It's the blood race. The blood race is here to attack our Zhoutian Emperor Palace. Before his voice faded, it was only to see countless figures in the horizon currently flying towards the Zhoutian Emperor Palace. That thick bloody energy surrounded the blood race army, covering the sky and blotting out the sun. Before they approached, everyone felt an apocalyptic-like fear. Zhoutian Emperor Palace's powerhouses clearly felt the powerful auras, flying out of the Emperor Palace one by one, and looked at the arriving enemies. Ancestor Endless Sun, Zhoutian Emperor Palace's master, Zhou Tianyu, appeared in front of everyone very soon. Only when everyone saw him did they calm down slightly. Zhoutian Emperor Palace's disciples all knew that this was the number 1 person under Great Beyond. A powerhouse with half a foot stepped into Great Beyond. It was just that. There was unprecedented solemnness on Zhou Tianyu's face. Very soon, an elderly figure appeared beside Zhou Tianyu. Zhou Tianyu said in a solemn voice, isn't the blood race's progenitor going to attack Grand Bright Jade complete heaven? Why would they come to attack our Zhoutian Emperor Palace? Ancestor Endless was silent for a long time before sighing heavily and said, most likely they are not just here to attack our Zhoutian Emperor Palace. The blood race is probably going to start a war with all the heavens at the same time. I didn't expect it. I really didn't expect it. The blood race is actually already powerful to such an extent. The present blood race is likely even 100 times stronger than the Labyrinth Divine Palace back then. Looks like everyone has underestimated the blood race progenitor. Who comes? Could it be that you're bullying my Zhoutian Emperor Palace for not having anyone? Zhou Tianyu said in a solemn voice to the Blood Race army that was galloping over at full speed. Seeing the Blood Race's powerful lineup, Zhou Tianyu was secretly alarmed. This Blood Race army actually had close to 100 hegemon realm powerhouses. The one leading was even an apex supreme hegemon. Just in terms of aura, he was not beneath him. However, no one answered him. Boom! The Blood Race army arrived with a howl. The slaughter directly started. Zhoutian Emperor Palace's disciples did not expect that the Blood Race was actually so straightforward. For a moment, they were also caught off guard. And Zhou Tianyu also faced off against that Blood Race Supreme Hegemon. Upon exchanging blows, he felt the other party's strength. Humph! Do you really think that this seat is scared of you? Zhou Tianyu saw that the other party completely could not be reasoned with and was also genuinely enraged. It was only to see him release his origin. His strength shocking heaven and earth. That Blood Race leader opposite was actually suppressed for some time too. By the side, Ancestor Endless did not move. Hearing the miserable cries of Zhoutian Emperor Palace's disciples, his expression became more and more solemn. The Blood Race army's objective was not to occupy Zhoutian Emperor Palace at all. Their objective was to kill. The Blood Race powerhouses completely disregarded casualties. There were never survivors under their hands either. Either you die or I perish. A will that looked death calmly in the face, coupled with the powerful ability to revive endlessly, made the Blood Race's combat power go off the charts. While the present Zhoutian Emperor Palace was only left with some stragglers and disbanded soldiers, how could they be the other party's match? However, these bloodkins seemed to have automatically overlooked Ancestor Endless. Ancestor Endless' expression turned slightly dark, and he stared at a region of void and said coldly, "Come on out. You're still showing your tail but hiding your face in front of this seat." The void trembled slightly. A figure appeared. He held a tiny blood-colored pearl in his bead. Only to see him toss lightly, the blood bead directly flew towards the sky and suspended above the sky of the battlefield. One wisp of blood energy after another was currently converging towards the blood bead. Seeing this scene, Ancestor Endless' pupils constricted. When the other party saw Ancestor Endless, he smiled and said, "A half-dead great beyond realm. I haven't taken you seriously yet. The reason why I didn't appear is just that I was preparing the Blood Ward bead. That's all." Ancestor Endless was incredibly shocked in his heart. This blood in opposite was clearly not the Chaos Bloodstone, but the other party was a true blue great beyond powerhouse. He could tell from the other party's eyes that he did not take him seriously at all. The moment this person appeared, dismay immediately welled up in Zhou Tianyu's heart. If there was no great beyond powerhouse, they still had a glimmer of hope. But now he was in despair. Ancestor Endless snorted coldly and said, "Half dead? This ancestor will let you see that the dignity of a great beyond powerhouse can't be blasphemed." Boom! Ancestor Endless stomped his feet. The door of eternal life slowly opened up behind him. An extremely powerful saint force flowed out of the door of eternal life. But his opponent still did not care because opening the door of eternal life was tantamount to resorting to the last resort. This was merely Ancestor Endless' last struggle. With great beyond battle starting, the bloody smell on the battlefield grew thicker and thicker. That Blood Ward bead seemed to be extremely happy, absorbing that surging blood energy. Furthermore, this Blood Ward bead seemed like it would never be full and would not grow larger too. Half a day later, Ancestor Endless slowly collapsed, endless reluctance and nostalgia in his gaze. This great beyond powerhouse who commanded 2 eras had fallen. "Father." Zhou Tianyu's voice carried the fury of despair. But he himself was already an arrow at the end of its flight too. Zhou Tianyu was very strong, but he was currently being besieged by more than 10 hegemons and already could not hold on anymore. Ancestor Endless' collapse became the last strand of straw that crushed him. Bang! 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 Several powerful origin attacks landed on his body. Fresh blood spurted wildly from Zhou Tianyu's mouth and he was slammed onto the ground, looking like he was not going to make it. On the battlefield, Zhoutian Emperor Palace's disciples were in 2s and 3s and could no longer form large groups. At Zhoutian Emperor Palace, corpses scattered everywhere. The blood ward bead was still greedily absorbing blood energy. The Zhoutian Emperor Palace, humanity's top major faction, collapsed with a loud bang. That supreme hegemon said with a bow, Lord Yun, Zhoutian Emperor Palace has already been completely destroyed. There are no survivors. Yun nodded slightly and said, clean up the battlefield. Let the blood ward bead absorb sufficient blood energy. Progenitor coming into being this time. There can't be any mistakes. Yes. Oh. Similar scenes were playing out in all heavens. The blood race came soaring into existence, shocking the entire 33 heavens. Everyone knew that the blood race was strong but did not know that the blood race was actually so strong. Overnight, a large number of great beyond realm mighty experts suddenly appeared in the blood race. Furthermore, their numbers were abundant until it terrified people. They actually waged war across the 33 heavens simultaneously. Some low-level planes even completely fell into enemy hands within a month. This was a catastrophe. This time, the blood race would not talk any rubbish at all. What they brought was an endless slaughter. The blood race did not accept surrender, only death. Powerhouses in all heavens fell into a great panic all at once. For some time, the casualties were beyond count. Before this, everyone knew that the blood race had returned, but no one expected that it would cause such severe consequences. At Thundercry Continent, Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven, Yi Yuan looked at the corpses all over the ground, his brows tightly knitted. They really think highly of me. In order to kill me, they actually sent 5 great beyond powerhouses, Yi Yuan said with a cold smile. By the side, Mitian sighed and said, we all underestimated the blood race. I really didn't expect that in these several 100,000 years, the blood race actually accumulated such a terrifying force. Yi Yuan shook his head and said, this force should have only appeared recently. There are many blood race hegemon realms, but wanting to break through to great beyond realm is absolutely no easy task. If my conjectures are right, the Chaos Bloodstone should have obtained the 4 great true spirit bloodlines. That's how they created so many great beyond powerhouses. Mitian was shocked in his heart, and only then he came to realize the truth. The Chaos Bloodstone schemed for a long time, acquiring the 4 great true spirit bloodlines. Back then, Yi Yuan already said that even though his strength increased by so much, there was no reason that the Chaos Bloodstone would not be strong. It was just that they did not expect that what came was actually so terrifying. Mitian frowned and said, the current situation isn't optimistic. Several low-level planes such as Yuan Ming Wenju Heaven and Xianming Gongqing Heaven have already completely fallen into enemy hands. Those planes already became the brutal battlefield of the blood race. According to what I know, the situation of the human race's 3 supreme heavens isn't optimistic either. Zhoutian Emperor Palace has already. When he received the news, Zhou Xianxia directly passed out. He locked himself in and only came out 3 days later. Then, he brought Zhoutian Emperor Palace's powerhouses and fought dauntlessly in bloody battles with the blood race. Different from other heavens, the blood race encountered stubborn resistance in Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven. In this 1 month, the army that Mitian and Yi Yuan led had already repelled the blood race's frenzied attacks 4 times. In order to kill Yi Yuan, the blood race even sent 5 mighty great beyond powerhouses over. It was just that, sadly, the Chaos Bloodstone had times where he miscalculated too. Long Jian, Bai Ji, Wan Qinghe, Xian Taiqing, for people, broke through to great beyond realm in succession. Joining hands with Mi Tian and Mi Zhen, 2 great apex powerhouses, they actually forcibly killed 4 out of the 5 mighty great beyond realms. Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven virtually became the only place in the entire 33 heavens where results bore fruit. Kill, kill, kill. Kill all of these blood dogs until not even a fragment of armor remains. Zhou Xianxia casually squashed a blood race Emperor Sakra Heaven, both eyes blood red. In the past few days he was extremely fierce, suddenly incarnating into a god of killing, making his opponents feel a chill. Just yesterday, Zhou Xianxia even personally killed a blood race hegemon. Having comprehended the heaven volume, Zhou Xianxia's strength advanced by leaps and bounds again, and he was already not far from peak hegemon. He relied on his powerful strength and kept charging at the front lines in the war with the blood race, with no fear of death. He did not care about some scars at all. The blood race was bloodthirsty. He was similarly full of killing intent. Father, ancestor, and also many brothers and sisters were all wiped out. This blood feud made him dare not relax in the least bit. Having blocked 4 rounds of attacks in succession, Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven began to counterattack. The blood race army was being suppressed crazily and had already retreated to the vicinity of the boundary wall. Yi Yuan and Yang Qing took the lead. Wherever they went, none could last a single exchange with them. The two of them were too strong. They were virtually invincible under Hegemon realm. The blood race's revival was not considered some technique to them at all. Yang Qing still took some effort to kill them, but Yi Yuan completely obliterated the Bloodkins in the same rank with just one punch. Wherever they went, the Bloodkins did not dare to confront them head-on at all. After experiencing the Labyrinth Divine Palace battle, the Emperor Sakura Heaven powerhouses from Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven that survived, each and every one of them was extremely powerful. They were not at all inferior when compared to the geniuses from humanity's 3 supreme heavens. As for those blood race hegemons, they wanted to kill Yi Yuan very much, but Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven had too many hegemon realms. Furthermore, with 6 mighty great beyond powerhouses holding down the fort, they had no chance at all. Ha ha ha. What bullshit #1 race in all the heavens. Really weak to the max. Isn't there a single one who can fight? Yang Qing's long spear danced as if nobody on earth could beat him. Yet, the blood race powerhouses could not do anything to him. The present Yang Qing, even 20 to 30 origin powerhouses found it hard to get close to him. Moreover, the blood race was already a spent force. Boom! The boundary wall collapsed. The Bloodkins that were detained in Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven were completely wiped out. Yi Yuan, let's kill our way over. Yang Qing got excited from killing and actually did not want to stop. The plane this area of boundary wall connected to was Yuanming Wenju Heaven. It had already completely fallen. Yi Yuan nodded and said, the blood race is so arrogant. We naturally have to teach them a lesson. Oh. At Yuanming Wenju Heaven, the supreme leader, Lan Jie, was currently drinking blood in a palace, his expression enjoying it very much. That was the fresh blood of a hegemon realm powerhouse. What a cushy job. The likes of this kind of low-level plane, it's too easy to take over. In less than 10 years, Progenitor's true self will be able to come into being, and the myriad worlds will tremble. Lan Jie said with a chuckle. Now there's news coming from all worlds. Apart from those few high-level planes, the other heavens are already in our pockets. Another great beyond powerhouse said with a smile. Lan Jie nodded and said, Is there news from Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven? That person shook his head and said, There's no news yet. Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven currently has the true spirit clans around. It's probably not easy to take over. Lan Jie smiled and said, Hence, that's why Progenitor sent Bloodoo's 5 people to attack Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven. No matter how powerful Meteon is, he's also not a match for the 5 of them, right? Wait patiently. Good news shouldn't be far away. Also, that Yi Yuan, with 5 great beyond powerhouses taking action, it will likely be impossible for him to escape his doom. Boom! With a loud bang, something fell from the sky, directly smashing through the great hall. Lan Jie 2 people hurriedly stood up and came to the large hole that was smashed out to take a look. It was a person. This person was precisely the blood ooze that they had just mentioned. This blood ooze was none other than precisely the Lord Wangzhou back then. Having obtained bloodline transformation now, he also successfully broke through to Great Beyond Realm. Furthermore, his strength was very formidable. This time, he planned on going to kill Yi Yuan with a vengeful heart, who knew that he kicked an iron plate. Putting aside that he failed to kill him, he even suffered heavy losses himself. The 4 great beyond powerhouses that he brought were all dead. Blood ooze, what happened to you? Where are the 4 of them? The smile on Lan Jie's face was replaced by shock. Blood ooze's strength was the strongest among them, with Progenitor making him bring a team to go and attack Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven. It was counting on him to go and restrain Meteon. His strength could be seen. But now, Blood ooze's appearance was totally like a dog who lost its home. All dead. Blood ooze used all the strength in his body and shouted. Lan Jie's entire body shuddered heavily, his eyes revealing a look of disbelief. For great beyond powerhouses, they died just like that? When did Tian become so strong? What in the world happened? Xianxia shot out a ray of bloodlight, helping Bloodooze heal his injuries as he asked. Receiving Xianxia's treatment, Bloodooze's consciousness became a little clearer, and he said, "The four great true spirit clan's supreme hegemons broke through to great beyond realm at the same time. The dragon clan's Mijun also recovered his peak strength. The current grand bright jade complete heaven has 6 mighty great beyond powerhouses." What? Xianxia, two people almost jumped up. The news that Bloodooze brought was seriously too shocking. 6 mighty great beyond powerhouses, even if it was those high-level planes, it was very hard to possess that too. A puny little grand bright jade complete heaven actually gave birth to 6, Bloodooze said with unwillingness. The 5 of us directly killed our way to the extreme medicine sect, planning on killing Yi Yuan in one go, and then swallow up grand bright jade complete heaven. Who knew that Mijun and the 6 mighty great beyond powerhouses suddenly appeared, directly surrounding us. Tian and Mijun are too strong, forcibly grinding the 4 of them to death. Even I almost lost my life there too. Oh right, Tian's strength seems to be even stronger than before. When I faced him, I actually had the feeling like I was facing progenitor. If not, we wouldn't have suffered such heavy casualties either. Xianxia, two people were dumbfounded from listening. This sudden turn of events caught them by surprise. With 5 mighty great beyond powerhouses, this was absolutely an extremely terrifying force. But who knew that they were ganged up on? What difference was this from walking right into a trap? How? How did this happen? Xianxia said in a daze. Bloodooze shook his head and said, "Don't know. These few years, we've been consolidating the various tribes and didn't pay much attention to the outside world's news. But, in just a few years' time, how can so many great beyond powerhouses possibly pop out all of a sudden?" Xianxia said gloomily, "This Yi Yuan is really a jinx. Why does our blood race succumb at his hands every time?" The blood race reemerged this time, rampaging in all directions, virtually sweeping across the 33 heavens. Yet, they suffered a loss in grand bright jade complete heaven. Right at this time, a subordinate hurriedly came to report. "Lord Xianxia, things are bad. Things are bad. Grand bright jade complete heaven's army has broken through the boundary wall and has already charged over. Our people can't stop them at all." Xianxia's expression changed wildly, and he said, "They really have such gall to actually dare cross worlds and come?" Bloodooze looked at him like looking at an idiot and said, "They have 6 mighty great beyond powerhouses. Why won't they dare to cross worlds and come? Stop standing stupidly, hurry up and bring me away. In addition, hurry up and send the news to progenitor. Ask his elderly self to come and make a final decision." "What did you say?" 6 great beyond powerhouses actually appeared in grand bright jade complete heaven in one go? How is this possible? Chaos Bloodstone was incomparably shocked when he heard about Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven's war situation. A great beyond powerhouse was a mobile nuclear weapon. Before acquiring the 4 great true spirit bloodlines, even he could not create so many great beyond powerhouses too. But now 6 great beyonds actually appeared in Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven. How could he not be surprised? Yi Shui nodded and said, "Originally, the war was going very smoothly. But I didn't expect that we would meet with stubborn resistance in Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven. Now, Tian has led Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven and has already pursued us across 3 worlds. Yi Shui was the blood race's strongest person up to now. His strength was also top-notch among great beyond powerhouses. The Chaos Bloodstone's clone was severely wounded, and he could not move out for the time being. Yi Shui was the subordinate that he relied most heavily on. The Chaos Bloodstone said in a solemn voice, "Being able to give birth to 6 mighty great beyond powerhouses within a few short years, only the heaven volume can accomplish it. But, even if Yi Yuan has the heaven volume, he can't shoulder so many people comprehending at the same time too. How on earth did this boy do it?" Yi Shui said, "After I received the news, I already sent people to investigate it. It turns out that Yi Yuan set up a grand array and drew the power of the Eternal River's chaos to Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven, and used the power of the Eternal River's chaos, supplying them to cultivate the heaven volume." The Chaos Bloodstone was shocked again and said, "This boy is really a genius. Others are all comprehending chaos, but he is already making use of chaos. Yishui, this boy can't be kept alive. You make a trip. When necessary, use the blood cloud grand array. Yishui gave a bow and said, yes. Oh. Lord Wangzhou, didn't you come to kill me? You've already crossed 4 worlds now. Why are you still running away? Above the sky, Yi Yuan's voice spread for thousands of miles, shocking the sky. In front, Bloodooze and the rest were anxious like dogs that lost their homes, but they did not even dare to turn their heads back. The army charged out of Grand Brightjade Complete Heaven, chasing after the Blood Race army. They had already crossed 4 worlds. During this, Mitian and the others killed 2 more Blood Race Great Beyond powerhouses. The Blood Race army was already in a hot mess. At this time, Bloodooze and the rest gathered another 5 Great Beyond powerhouses. But they did not even have the courage to have a battle. Mitian and the rest were too strong. Without 10 Great Beyond powerhouses, they did not even need to think about it. Furthermore, Bloodooze himself was also seriously injured and could not fight at all. Yi Yuan punk, don't you be arrogant. Do you think that my blood race only has this bit of strength? After Progenitor knows about the news here, he'll definitely send even stronger powerhouses. At that time, you just wait to stretch your neck out for the Executor's blade. Bloodooze lost in reality but did not lose in disposition as he roared angrily. Is that so? Then I'll wait for him to come. But when are you planning to run until? Continue fleeing and the 33 heavens will learn about Lord Wang's awe-inspiring reputation. Bloodooze nearly spewed out a mouthful of old blood. When their group was fleeing, it shocked heaven and earth. The target was too big. Now, wherever they passed through, virtually everyone knew where they had been. Their faces had nowhere to put anymore. The blood race swept across the 33 heavens. In the end, they were swept away by Grand Brightjade Complete Heaven now. Suddenly, the void trembled. A figure stepped out. The arrival was a red-haired youth who stood with his hands behind his back. When Mitian saw him, he immediately made a hand gesture, and everyone stopped. This red-haired youth actually gave him a sense of oppression. One had to know, ever since comprehending the universe scroll, his strength advanced by leaps and bounds, growing much stronger than before. But now, this red-haired youth in front of him could actually bring pressure upon him. Could be seen that he was not ordinary. This person is very strong, Mitian said. Yi Yuan was not surprised and said, without some foundation, the blood race wouldn't have dared to make all the heavens fall into a catastrophe too. The moment Bloodooze and the rest saw the red-haired youth, it was as if they saw their savior. They were agitated until their eyes brimmed over with hot tears. Being pursued across 4 worlds, this was not a good experience. Lord Yishui, you're finally here, Bloodooze said excitedly. Finished saying that, he turned to Yi Yuan again and said with a big smile, Yi Yuan punk, you were very delighted these few days, right? Now, do you know what's called sorrow follows extreme joy? Yi Yuan smiled and said, the winds of fortune changes. You're so happy now. Be careful that sorrow follows extreme joy. Bloodooze smiled coldly and said, that's because you don't know how strong Lord Yishui is. He is our blood race's god of war, the number 1 person under progenitor. Yishui looked at Mitian and slowly said, you guys can't get away. Mitian said coolly, if this progenitor wants to leave, nobody can stop me. Yishui just smiled and slowly raised his arm. Suddenly, countless bloodkins appeared in the surrounding space and from all directions. There were even many hegemon realm powerhouses among them. Grand Brightjade Complete Heaven's army fell into a tight encirclement all at once. When everyone saw the situation, their expressions could not help changing wildly. Not good. We've fallen into the blood race's encirclement. Just the great beyond powerhouses are as many as 9 people. What to do about this? We penetrated deep into enemy territory alone and were too greedy for contributions by advancing rashly. Oh. On Grand Brightjade Complete Heaven's side, it fell into a panic at once. Seeing the looks of despair on everyone's faces, Bloodooze was very satisfied. These few days had been too aggrieved. Ha ha ha. Yi Yuan, you still want to make me feel sorrow after extreme joy now? This blood race army that covers the sky, this seat sees how you run. Bloodooze said with a big laugh. Yixue looked at Mitian and said coolly, Mitian, I know that you comprehended the universe volume, your strength advancing by leaps and bounds. Wanting to make you stay isn't easy, but this time I've already made full preparations. This region of space, I've completely locked it down with 180 hegemon realms. Maybe it can't stop you, but these people that you brought, there's absolutely not a single one that can escape. When everyone heard it, they could not help turning pale with fright. They wanted to carry out a teleportation but discovered that space was already completely frozen. They were unable to teleport at all. With this, they really panicked. Mitian said, So, you want to negotiate with me? Yixue smiled and said, It saves effort to talk to a smart person. I only have one condition. Leave Yi Yuan behind. The others, I can let them all leave. Fuck your mother. Wanting to leave Yi Yuan behind, you dream on. You're called Yixue, right? Just you wait. When I, Yangqin, step into Hegemon realm, it will be the day that you die. Yixue's words had just dropped when Yangqin cursed viciously to his face. Yeah, it's fine if we die. Heavenly Saint Yi can't die. Heavenly Saint Yi is our grand bright jade complete heaven's soul. We're willing to fight to the death to help him escape. Blood dog, you're thinking too much. We won't abandon him and leave. Oh. Grand Bright Jade complete heaven's people immediately erupted with a series of responses. Clearly, Yi Yuan was already a godlike existence in Grand Bright Jade complete heaven. Yi Yuan was their spiritual pillar. Mitian looked at Yixue and said with a smile, You heard that? It's impossible to leave Yi Yuan behind. Furthermore, this progenitor doesn't feel that you can make us stay. Yixue smiled and said, Mitian, you're too confident in yourself. But Mitian smiled and said, Whether or not it's self-confidence, you'll know later. Yi Yuan, do it. Mitian was calm and relaxed. Yi Yuan similarly had an indifferent look. These two people did not seem to have the awareness that they were trapped at all. Seeing Mitian look at him, Yi Yuan nodded slightly and said with a smile, I'm really looking forward to the expression on their faces in a while. Boom. Spatial origin power instantly burst forth from Mitian and Yi Yuan's body. At this moment, it was as if the entire world's space was going to collapse. Furthermore, Mitian and Yi Yuan's spatial origin actually produced some kind of wondrous resonance. Logically speaking, Mitian and Yi Yuan, one was an apex great beyond powerhouse, while the other was just a rookie who had just entered Emperor Sakura Heaven not long ago. It was impossible for there to be resonance between these two people. But at the moment, this resonance was unbelievably strong. Mitian looked at Yixue and said with a smile, Do you really think that we'd be foolish enough to penetrate deep into enemy territory by ourselves? If we didn't have some trump card, how can we possibly pursue across 4 worlds? This realm-crossing greater teleportation was created by Yi Yuan and me a few days ago. You all just take a look at its power. Yixue's pupils constricted, and he cried out angrily, Quick! Don't let them complete this move. Finished saying, bloody energy rose violently on Yixue's body, and a palm smacked toward Yi Yuan. At the same time, those great beyond realm and hegemon realm powerhouses brought out their ultimate moves one after another, charging toward the Grand Bright Jade complete heaven army. For a moment, space shattered and galaxy blew away. Swoosh. But before these moves landed, Grand Bright Jade complete heaven's army completely disappeared. Where are they? Can't feel any aura at all. How is this possible? Those were tens of thousands of people. They are gone just like that. This sort of thing, even if it's a great beyond realm, it's impossible to do it too, right? With so many powerhouses, they can't hide their auras at all. Could it be that they directly teleported out of this world with one teleportation? How is this possible? Just now, progenitor Mitian seemed to have said that this move is called realm-crossing greater teleportation? Could it be that they have really crossed realms? Oh. Everyone in the blood race was dumbfounded with shock. When Grand Bright Jade complete heaven's army came out, they were all elites with more than 10,000 powerhouses. Pursuing across 4 worlds, these 4 worlds still had many remnant powerhouses. Seeing the arrival of their saviors, they joined in one after another too. By then, it already reached close to 70,000. Realm-crossing greater teleportation bringing 70,000 people. This was simply an unimaginable means. Even if one comprehended spatial origin and became great beyond realm, it was impossible to accomplish this too. But these over 70,000 people all vanished without even leaving behind a louse. The encirclement that Yi Shui carefully devised had completely turned into a joke. Meanwhile, Bloodooze and the others were motionless like wooden chickens. Where was the said revenge? When Yi Shui appeared, he was excited to the extreme, thinking that the opportunity for revenge had arrived. But in a blink, it was all for naught. That kind of feeling simply drove people crazy. Lord Yi Shui, is Mitian already strong to this kind of extent? Bloodooze said. Yi Shui's expression was solemn, and he shook his head and said, "No. It's not Mitian who's strong, but it was Yi Yuan." Everyone was shocked. Although this move was jointly launched by Mitian and Yi Yuan, in everyone's view, it must have been Mitian who played the leading role. Yi Yuan was just Emperor Sakura Heaven. How could he possibly be of much use? But hearing Yi Shui's words, that did not seem to be the case. Bloodooze said inexplicably, "Why Yi Yuan? He's just Emperor Sakura Heaven." Yi Shui said in a solemn voice, "It's precisely because he's Emperor Sakura Heaven that it's even scarier. The move just now was actually led by Yi Yuan. His comprehension of spatial origin probably doesn't lose to Mitian by much anymore. When others comprehend origin, it's very hard to walk out on their own Dao too. But he has already walked out on his own Dao." "What? Led by Yi Yuan?" Bloodooze was violently shocked. The other hegemons had also all fallen into extreme shock. Such a big move, it was actually led by an Emperor Sakura Heaven. If this sort of thing came out of someone else's mouth, they would have long given a tight slap. But Yi Shui's realm was extremely profound. What he saw naturally would not be wrong. Yi Shui nodded and said, "Greater teleportation technique is unable to penetrate the boundary wall at all. Even if it's a hegemon who comprehended spatial origin, it's impossible to teleport across realms too. Clearly, Mitian can't do it either. Yi Yuan's means seem very weak. But the most crucial link in this move is constructing a spatial passageway in the boundary wall. Most likely, only by gaining enlightenment on the eternal river's chaos can one accomplish this. This boy is too monstrous. He absolutely can't be kept alive." Hearing Yi Shui's analysis, everyone was stunned. Only then did they understand what kind of role Yi Yuan played in this boundary wall that was an existence that hegemon realms could not pass through too. If hegemons wanted to cross realms, they had to forcibly break down the boundary wall. But Yi Yuan actually constructed a spatial passageway in it and realized a spatial shift. "Such means were inconceivable," Bloodooze said with unwillingness. Then are we letting them go just like that?" Yi Shui's gaze was slightly intent, and he said in a solemn voice, "The more this is so, the more we have to kill this boy. Originally, I didn't want to utilize the Blood Cloud Grand Array, but looking at it now, there's no choice but to do so." Oh! Swoosh! Several tens of thousands of people appeared at the Extreme Medicine Sect's Mountain Pass gates out of nowhere. "Where are we?" This is the Extreme Medicine Sect. We're back in Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven. My God! Is my eyesight failing? We passed through 4 worlds in one go and returned to Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven. How amazing! Progenitor Mitian is actually already strong to such an extent, creating such a terrifying technique. Oh! In an instant, the Extreme Medicine Sect fell into shock. This kind of experience was really too miraculous. Just a while ago, they even thought that they had fallen into a death trap and were dead for sure. But in a blink of an eye, they crossed 4 worlds and returned home. Such terrifying spatial means, it was simply unheard of. You all are wrong. The one who created this move is Yi Yuan and not this old man. The crux of this move also lies with Yi Yuan and not this old man. Without him constructing the spatial passageway in the boundary wall, this move can't be executed. Mitian smiled as he explained. What? It's actually Heavenly Saint Yi. Heavenly Saint Yi is really getting more and more monstrous. Thinking about that Yi Shui, his expression must be very ugly now, right? Oh right, also that blood ooze. He must want to vomit blood now. Ha ha. Oh. After the shock, everyone was extremely overjoyed. From death to life, this kind of feeling felt very amazing. Yi Yuan, if you had such means, why didn't you say so earlier? Your father almost rushed up just now to fight it out with that Yi Shui. Yang Qing smashed a fist onto Yi Yuan's chest, very unhappy. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "If I set it out, is it still called a trump card? However, the blood race's strength somewhat exceeded my imagination. We can't lower our guard. From now on, Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven will be on the highest level of alert to prevent the blood race's sudden raid." Mi Tian nodded and said, "That Yi Shui's strength isn't beneath mine. They all have witnessed the realm-crossing greater teleportation. They will probably be even more apprehensive of you. Furthermore, we're currently a thorn in the blood race's side. They will definitely exhaust every method to destroy us." Under the tree, the moonlight shadow was hazy. Yumumli saw Yi Yuan in a daze, and her heart could not help aching a little. This man was shouldering too many things. But she could not be of any help. After Yi Yuan returned to Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven, he fetched Yu Mengli over. With the extreme medicine sect's powerful foundation as support plus the 12 heavenly Tao paintings, Yu Mengli, Lure, White Light, and the others also stepped into the realm of Emperor Sakura Heaven. It was just that, in this war, their strength was too feeble. This was the war of hegemon realms. Having helped each other in humble circumstances for so many years, how could Yu Mengli not know what Yi Yuan was thinking? Big brother Yuan, big sister Ling Xue is blessed. She'll definitely be fine, Yu Mengli said softly. Yi Yuan was stupefied and said with a sigh, "I hope so." When she left, she was too weak. Under the blood race calamity, Yi Yuan did not quite dare to continue imagining. In this catastrophe that swept across all the heavens, ordinary sovereign realm powerhouses could only be cannon fodders too. Only by reaching Emperor Realm could one barely manage to have the capital to protect themselves. But it was also merely just self-protection. Yu Mengli sighed and said, "Sigh, big sister Lingshua's life is really rough. I hope that she's fine." Yi Yuan's gaze fixed on Yu Mengli's face. That flawless face was suffocatingly exquisite under the moonlight. Being stared at by Yi Yuan, Yu Mengli's pretty face turned slightly red and she pouted and said embarrassedly, "Big brother Yuan, why are you looking at me like this?" Saying that she was bashful, but actually, it was more of agitation. It was because Yi Yuan's eyes were full of love. With many years of setbacks, the pressure on Yi Yuan's shoulders was too great. Therefore, he had never revealed such a look in his eyes either. Yi Yuan sighed lightly and said, "Lear, these few years, luckily there was you. I owe you too much." Yu Mengli shook her head and said, "Lear's strength is getting weaker and weaker, and I already can't help big brother Yuan anymore. So many years, it has been the hardest on you." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "You know that I'm shouldering too much debt on me, but without your silent support at the back, I couldn't have made it at all. I'm shouldering too much, aren't you the same?" This woman was too sensible until Yi Yuan sometimes even forgot about her existence. Walking all the way until today, he was paying his debts, repaying Mu Lingshue's debt. But the more he repaid, the more he owed his woman too. "Lear, after this battle, I'll marry you," Yi Yuan suddenly said. Yu Mengli's delicate body trembled heavily, lifting her head and looking at Yi Yuan in disbelief. These words were domineering and brooked no questioning. But it sounded pleasant to the extreme. She had been waiting far too long for this sentence. When Yi Yuan said it, she felt like she was dreaming. Yu Mengli's entire person was petrified there. The blissfulness on her face could not be concealed by any means. "Status and riches are like drifting clouds to me, but my woman is going to become the happiest woman in this world. After this battle, I'll announce to the world and marry you in full glory. I want to let everyone know that you are my Yi Yuan's woman," Yi Yuan said with decisiveness that could chop iron without the slightest hesitation. The current Yu Mengli was already melted by happiness. She knew that Yu Yuan was a low-profile person. But for her sake, he was going to shock all the heavens. She knew that this was Yi Yuan's doting on her as his repayment to her. Reaching Emperor Realm, love had already become a stranglehold. To the vast majority of Tao companions, feelings had already become extremely faint. But Yi Yuan acted in a diametrically opposite way. He was going to let everyone know about the wedding. She did not say anything else and just nodded her head lightly. At this time, silence one sound. Not far away, a series of rustling sounds suddenly emitted and it quickly returned to tranquility. Yu Mengli looked at Yi Yuan and said, "Big brother Yuan, is it okay for you to be like this?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Then I'll call them back and take them all in together?" Yu Mengli's expression changed and she said with jealousy, "No way." Yi Yuan smiled again and said, "Then isn't it settled? It's better to deal with painful things quickly. Let them stop thinking about it. It's better than keeping it in their thoughts." Yu Mengli just sighed lightly when she heard that. Only she knew that it was probably very difficult. This man in front of her was too outstanding. Once he entered someone's heart, it would be very hard to chase away. But in her heart, Yu Mengli was blissful to the extreme. Regardless whether it was Feng Qingxian or Cloud Neon, they were all one of the 33 heavens' most outstanding women. The current her was unable to compete with them at all. But Yi Yuan's heart never wavered from start to end. For her sake, he even did it so decisively. How could she not be moved? The wind stirred lightly, and a little red light exploded in front of Yi Yuan's chest, instantly enveloping this mountainside. There was only a stretch of red color left in front of Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan's expression changed drastically, spatial origin pouring out, about to teleport away. But it failed. Yi Yuan felt that the surrounding blood power of rule had completely disrupted all of the rules. He was actually unable to teleport. His spatial shift divine ability was actually unable to work. Yi Yuan's expression was solemn. He quickly understood that this was the Chaos Bloodstone's purest origin of blood. The origin of blood had the power of corrosion to begin with. How powerful was the Chaos Bloodstone's power of corrosion? At least it was not what the current him could resolve. The pores on Yi Yuan's body opened up. He knew that the most dangerous moment had arrived. Stop wasting your energy. Once the Blood Cloud Grand Array is activated, forget about you. Even if it's a great beyond powerhouse, they will be trapped to death too. A man walked out of the blood fog, holding a blood saber in his hand, a scar on his face. This was actually a Hegemon realm expert. I didn't expect that to kill an Emperor Sakura Heaven, we actually had to activate the Blood Cloud Grand Array. Kid, you can be sufficiently proud. Someone else walked out of the blood fog. It was another Hegemon realm expert. Yi Yuan. Don't count on someone coming to save you. The Blood Cloud Grand Array is condensed by exhausting all of the Blood Ward Bead's blood energy. This place forms its own world. Unless the blood energy is depleted, you can forget about escaping. The third Hegemon realm powerhouse. The blood race actually sent 3 Hegemon realms to deal with him. What a grand display. Oh. Boom. Meteon slammed a fist on the blood cloud, but the blood cloud did not budge an inch. Straight away when he discovered the anomaly, he already arrived. But he discovered that this blood cloud that enveloped the mountain was sturdy to the extreme. With his strength, he was actually unable to shake it in the slightest. His expression was solemn to the extreme. Mi Zhen, Long Jian, the 6 of us join forces and attack. Break this blood cloud, Meteon said in a solemn voice. The 6 people were just about to attack when several figures suddenly appeared above the sky. The arrival was precisely Yishui. Stop wasting your strength. The Blood Cloud Grand Array is transformed from the Blood Ward Bead. It's condensed from the purest blood energy in this world. Once activated, no one can shake it within 7 days. Get ready to attend Yi Yuan's funeral. Yishui looked at Meteon and said coolly. Meteon's expression changed slightly, but he did not believe it, bringing the 6 people and rushing towards the blood cloud again. Boom! The entire extreme medicine sect started trembling. However, that region of blood could still not budge an inch. Meteon's heart sank to rock bottom. Yishui smiled and said, Yi Yuan is really a remarkable brat. However, it ends here too. Today, Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven will be destroyed. In the Blood Cloud Grand Array, Qishang, Yulei, Meng Jin, 3 great hegemons were currently looking at Yi Yuan with a look of amusement. In their view, Yi Yuan was already a turtle in the jar. These 3 people were top existences among ordinary hegemons too. Coming to deal with an Emperor Sakura Heaven was really putting fine timber to petty use. Emperor Sakura Heaven and Hegemon were life forms on 2 different levels. No one had ever been able to cross this kind of level, jumping realms to battle. Seeing these 3 great powerhouses, Yu Mengli's complexion turned pale. And at this time, Yi Yuan had already recovered his cool. It was only to see a small sword appear between his brows, arriving in his hand. Lier, you hide in the Dao sword space. Although Yi Yuan's inner world had collapsed, opening up a space in the Dao sword to let Yu Mengli lie low until the storm blew over was not hard. Yu Mengli's face revealed a look of struggle, and she shook her head and said, "Big brother Yuan, if you want to fight them, I'll die together with you." Yi Yuan lightly caressed Yu Mengli's face and said with a smile, "Why would your big brother Yuan die? I said that I'm going to marry you. I won't go back on my words. It's merely 3 ordinary hegemons. It's no big deal." The moment the 3 great hegemons heard, they immediately burst out laughing. "Ha ha ha! What high-sounding sentiments! Yi Yuan brat, you're indeed as rumored. A braggart. Want to use this to bluff this girlie. Don't you think that it's too stupid?" Qi Shang said with a loud laugh. "In the past, it's that progenitor felt that your strength was meager, and he couldn't be bothered with you. This time, since we're making a move, do you think that you can still live? 3 ordinary hegemons? Today we'll let you know what's called a hegemon," Yulei said with a snicker. With this, Yu Mengli became even more worried. Hegemon realms were no joke. If it was Emperor Sakura Heaven, even if 10 origin powerhouses came, Yu Mengli would not even be worried. But against Hegemon realm, even if it was the weakest Hegemon realm, it was also not what the current Yi Yuan could resist. Yi Yuan gave her a consoling look and said with a smile, "Relax. When have I lied to you before? Since they dared to come, I'll make sure that they can't go back." Yi Yuan's composure made Yu Mengli calm down. Now that it came to this, they could not escape even if they ran away too. They could only conquer or die. Saying whatever sharing life and death together, that was a joke. Her staying here would only distract Yi Yuan. It was better to hide and let Yi Yuan fight with all his strength. Finished saying that, she nodded slightly and entered the Dao sword space. In this blood cloud grand array, there was nowhere that was safer than the Dao sword space. Unless Yi Yuan died. Otherwise, no one could harm Yu Mengli. The 3 great hegemons did not have the intention of stopping either. Yi Yuan's action was completely meaningless to them. In reality, they could kill Yi Yuan in one exchange. Qi Shang smiled lightly and said, "All right, the boasting is already done. We can send you off already." He was just about to attack, but Meng Jin stopped him and said, "Don't. Either way, we have to be trapped here for 7 days. How boring is it to kill him in one move? I'll go play with him and get some fun out of it." Qi Shang was taken aback and said with a smile, "Go on." Meng Jin looked at Yi Yuan, and his figure suddenly swayed, disappearing. Yi Yuan's expression was solemn, immediately feeling danger coming from all directions. He was unable to discern it all. His gaze was actually unable to capture the other party's traces. This was his first time confronting a hegemon realm head-on. He also finally felt the power of a hegemon realm. Meanwhile, Qi Shang and Yu Lei, 2 people, were taking things easy, having the appearance of watching a show. Suddenly, all the hair on Yi Yuan's body stood on end. A strong sense of crisis came from behind. Without the slightest hesitation, all the chaos divine essence in Yi Yuan's body poured out, turning around to block. Your reaction is pretty good, but it's already too late." Beside his ears came Meng Jin's snicker. Yi Yuan turned around but discovered that Meng Jin's face was virtually stuck to his own face already. It was only to see him bend his finger and lightly flick. Everything seemed so casual. Bang! A powerful force instantly flooded into Yi Yuan's body. Yi Yuan's body flew out like a cannonball, the trajectory virtually unable to see clearly. With just one hit, Yi Yuan's chest directly caved in. The power of a finger flick was utterly formidable. But Yi Yuan's figure had yet to stop when Meng Jin's voice appeared beside his ear again. "Do you think that it's over like this?" Yi Yuan's entire body tensed up, chaos divine essence pouring out again, forcibly changing the trajectory of his flight. But that feeling of danger followed him like a shadow. Yi Yuan urged his movement technique to the extreme, changing paths several times in the air. However, he could not shake Meng Jin off at all. By the side, Qi Shang smiled and said, "Meng Jin is playing the cat catching a mouse." Yu Lei also smiled and said, "Before coming, Lord Yi Shui was talking about how supernatural this boy was. I even thought that he could garner some interest in me." Looking at it now, it's also nothing more than this. Qi Shang shook his head and said, "You can't say it like that. Just looking at things from now, Yi Yuan's strength is indeed terrifying. Even if it's an ordinary origin powerhouse, it would be hard to do anything to him too. Furthermore, here is the Blood Cloud Grand Array. All of the rules are set by progenitor Bloodstone. His spatial origin is being restrained to the greatest degree here. Otherwise, it would really not be so easy to kill him." Yu Lei's mouth curled, and he said disdainfully, "So what? In this Blood Cloud Grand Array, he can only be a little mouse and serve as some amusement for us." Xishang said that might be the case, but this Chaos Divine Essence is indeed powerful too. He received several moves from Meng Jin and actually didn't even die. If it was an ordinary origin powerhouse, they would have died several times over too. Yu Lei smiled and said, "Only then will this be a bit interesting. Otherwise, wouldn't we be very bored in these 7 days?" The two people exchanged looks and smiled. This kind of battle also made their vigilance from before evaporated into thin air. Meng Jin had not even used 10% of his power, and Yi Yuan was already utterly defeated until he did not have an unscathed spot on his body. No matter how monstrous he was, it was impossible to reverse it too. Therefore, they could have some fun during these 7 days. Meng Jin and Yi Yuan's battle was completely one-sided. This was a game of a cat catching a mouse. Meng Jin was not in a hurry to kill Yi Yuan at all. Even if he did not make a move, Yi Yuan had to strive with all his might too. Her. Is this the genius who stirred up all the heavens? Too disappointing. I only used one finger. You can't even beat my one finger. Meng Jin's mocking voice came from inside the blood cloud. Currently, Yi Yuan was covered in blood all over, panting heavily for air, tired from the constant running. How could he have the energy to care about his mocking? Suddenly, Qi Shang's brows furrowed slightly, and he said, "Do you feel that Yi Yuan's speed seems to be a little faster?" Yu Lei was slightly taken aback and immediately laughed and said, "Qi Shang, have you been scared silly by Lord Yishui? Is there a need to be rambling like this? This boy is merely a lower Emperor Sakura Heaven. That's all. He's fast. How fast can he be? Either way, I don't feel anything at all." Qi Shang nodded slightly and said, "Maybe I was overly sensitive. Looking closely, it seems like it's really not." Oh. Outside of the Blood Cloud Grand Array, Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven's battle situation was very bad too. Half a day had passed. The extreme medicine sect suffered heavy casualties. This time, when Yishui came, he brought several times more force than previously. Just the great beyond powerhouses were as many as 10 people. Her. Being distracted like this, you're not my match. You don't need to think too much. Qi Shang, the three of them are all top experts among ordinary hegemons. Yi Yuan doesn't stand a chance at all. Yishui looked at Tian and said with a light smile. Above the sky, 2 enormous dragons were crossing swords back and forth, fighting until the void shattered. Yishui transformed into a blood dragon and actually completely suppressed the powerful Tian. No one thought that a measly little Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven actually became the toughest bone to bite down. However, it ends here too. From above the sky came Yishui's voice. "If you want to swallow Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven, you all will have to break a few teeth too. Unparalleled, kill." Her. The means of hegemon space is indeed formidable. It's just that I don't know how long Yi Yuan can last inside the Blood Cloud Grand Array. Tian's expression turned dark, and his moves actually had an additional trace of flaw. Wanting to talk about Tian's means, it was actually a notch stronger than Yishui. Reaching their realm, it was hard to determine the victor to begin with. But he had been constantly worried about Yi Yuan's safety and was unable to focus at all. The more he wanted to finish off Yishui quickly, the more he was being suppressed. Yishui was also making use of precisely Tian's psyche and gradually took the upper hand. For my extreme medicine sect, fight to the end without retreating. Blood dogs, your father will fight it out with you all. Ha, a bunch of dog-like things, too weak. An extreme medicine sect disciple killed 3 bloodkins consecutively, sustaining severe wounds, letting out a wild laugh. However, several other bloodkins already charged over like the fierce wind. Bang! with several bloodkins attacking in unison. The extreme medicine sect disciple who was laughing loudly before lost his life. Miserable cries lingered incessantly in the extreme medicine sect. This battle was too miserable. Facing enemies that numbered several times than theirs, Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven's elites fought to the death without retreating. These people were all the genius martial artists that Mi Tian and Yi Yuan groomed. Their strengths were not ordinary. But there were too many bloodkins. They could not be killed entirely. Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven's army was founded with the extreme medicine sect as the base plus the elites of various races. But now they were virtually fighting it out with the blood race using their lives. The price was extremely heavy. Feng Xiaotian alone was facing off against 4 great peak hegemons and was extremely strained, even though he had already broken through to peak hegemon now as well. One of them was precisely his old adversary of back then, Blood Promise. Blood Extreme Firmament. Fierce Gale Great Melancholy Hand. Above the sky, Feng Xiaotian and Blood Promise exchanged blows. Blood Promise's entire body trembled heavily, and he was directly blasted flying. Feng Xiaotian raised his head to the sky and laughed loudly as he said, "Blood Promise, I haven't seen you for many years, but you're still same old good for nothing. If you didn't rely on numbers, your father would kill you now." Blood Promise was covered all over in blood and he yelled angrily, "Feng Xiaotian, don't you be smug. Today will be the day you die." Feng Xiaotian did not care and said with a loud laugh, "Bring it on. Want to kill me? You all will have to pay the price too." Finished saying, the other 3 people already rushed in, besieging Feng Xiaotian. Feng Xiaotian had an awe-inspiring fighting intent and was not the least bit afraid. "Fight! Fight! Fight! Brothers, this place is the hot soil that we protect. Don't let it be tainted by these blood dogs. We'll kill them together until not even a fragment of armor remains." Feng Xiaotian gave a long howl and clashed together with the 4 people. His fight was naturally not as easy as it looked on the surface. In reality, he was already seriously wounded now. It was just that he had been constantly aiming Blood Promise and bombarding him indiscriminately, completely ignoring the others. Blood Promise was under great pressure too. Being beaten down by Feng Xiaotian, Blood Promise naturally had a stomach full of anger too. Sure enough, he found an opening, and a blood extreme firmament hit Feng Xiaotian. Feng Xiaotian felt his scalp tingle. Knowing that he could not avoid it in time anymore, he actually advanced instead of retreating, colliding together with a blood race hegemon that was coming head-on. Wind Thunder Change. Die for me. At the critical moment, Feng Xiaotian sent out a move. His opponent clearly did not expect that Feng Xiaotian was actually so dauntless in the face of death. Boom. That blood race peak hegemon was actually annihilated by Feng Xiaotian in one move and died thoroughly. But half of Feng Xiaotian's body was directly blown away too. Fresh blood dripped down the corners of his clothes, looking incomparably tragic. Died all over in blood. Feng Xiaotian still laughed loudly and said, "Blood Promise, you guys are really trash. 4-on-1 and you actually still had one killed by me." Blood Promise's expression was very ugly. Although his move succeeded, he did not expect that they actually lost a peak hegemon. This bunch of extreme medicine sect people, they were all lunatics. Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven's powerhouses fighting intense were too strong. Especially Feng Xiaotian, after experiencing the baptism of South Qi Giant City, his willpower was resolute until it scared people. This injury, if it happened to others, it would have long been a matter of life and death. But Feng Xiaotian did not even furrow his brows. His fighting intent was still surging. "Humph. So what? Feng Xiaotian, this seat will send you on your way now. Your blood will turn into a part of my blood race. You should feel supreme glory." Oh. Boom. Suffering another blow, Yi Yuan's 2 eyes went dark and he was virtually passing out. Meng Jin was still only using 10% of his strength, but he was already a spent force. Her. The genius whose reputation shocked all the heavens is nothing more than this too. "Kid, you're too weak," Meng Jin said with a chuckle. A punk that even progenitor had to suffer a loss at the hands of. He was being toyed in the palm of his hand. This kind of feeling was very wonderful. Yi Yuan was panting heavily but forced a smile and said, Her, are you very pleased with yourself right now? Very soon you'll regret not killing me right away." Meng Jin was indifferent and said with a loud laugh, "On your deathbed, you still dare to threaten this seat? Kid, this seat has only used 10% of my strength up till now. Come, bring forth your strength and make me regret it." Meng Jin, stop playing. Send him on his way, Qishang said. Meng Jin chuckled and said, "Okay, I'll send him on his way. This lad is too weak. It's boring." After toying with Yi Yuan for half a day, Yi Yuan did not have the slightest strength to fight back. Meng Jin also found it a little boring already. Finished saying, he pointed a finger, aiming straight at Yi Yuan. This finger was more than a magnitude stronger than before. Yi Yuan only felt that this finger was going to pierce through the firmament even though he still had not exerted all of his strength. But right then, Yi Yuan's body suddenly erupted with 7 streams of flowing light. These 7 streams of flowing light were all different colors, akin to a rainbow. After the flowing light flew out, it actually formed an array formation. Boom! The 7 streams of flowing light quivered strongly. It was as if it was going to crumble under this finger. Yi Yuan's figure also explosively retreated several hundred steps along with the 7 streams of flowing light. But the 7 streams of flowing light still stabilized in the end. Yi Yuan actually received this finger. Meng Jin's expression turned dark, immediately feeling a loss of face. The power of this finger was several times that of before, but it was actually received by Yi Yuan. The 7 streaks of flowing light dispersed and slowly revolved around Yi Yuan. Focusing one's eyes to look, it was actually 7 small mountains. Myriad Realms Mountain. Yi Yuan was indeed pretty lucky in the Labyrinth Divine Palace. He found all 7 of the Myriad Realms Mountains in the end. Yi Yuan made use of the Eternal River's chaos and completely resanctified the 7 Myriad Realms Mountains. The present Myriad Realms Mountain, its power was even stronger than back then in Hegemon Chaos hands. Yi Yuan looked at Meng Jin and said with a sneer, "What rubbish Hegemon? Nothing more than this." Meng Jin's pupils constricted and he cried out in surprise, "Chaos Heavenly Treasure. I didn't expect that this boy actually still had such a trump card. However, this thing is a wanton waste of God's good gifts in your hands. Since you're giving this seat a treasure, this seat will accept it." 7 small mountains suspended around Yi Yuan. The aura that they emitted actually made people feel somewhat daunted. Clearly, they were not ordinary objects. It was just that Yi Yuan's strength was too weak. He was unable to unleash the true power of a chaos heavenly treasure at all. Otherwise, killing them would be as easy as turning over his hand. Such a treasure, it was hard for them to avoid feeling moved when they saw it. "The treasure is right here. You can come and take it if you have the ability." Yi Yuan ridiculed them lightly. Although he was seriously wounded, his aura was not the least bit weak. Meng Jin said disdainfully, "If this seat wants to kill you, wouldn't it be effortless? Hang on. This seat will be retrieving the treasure right now." While talking, Meng Jin already disappeared. How fast was the speed of a Hegemon realm? Virtually surpassing the time to think. He already arrived in front of Yi Yuan. Bluffing heart-devouring palm. A palm was already imprinted on Yi Yuan's chest. The corners of Meng Jin's mouth revealed a hint of a cruel smile. Clearly, Yi Yuan already had nowhere to evade it. "Be careful." Right at this time, Qishang suddenly warned, his words carrying intense shock. Meng Jin's expression changed drastically, feeling his scalp tingling, and he flew away from where he was without hesitation. Boom! An enormous mountain slammed where he was standing. Meng Jin's heart shook wildly, thinking to himself, when did this boy's speed become so fast? What he hit just now was actually Yi Yuan's afterimage. What did this show? Yi Yuan's speed was much faster than his. How was this possible? Just now, Yi Yuan clearly could not even see his back view. Yi Yuan surpassed him in a blink of an eye? This kind of change was a little too fantastical, right? Yi Yuan stood far away in the sky and mocked, "Weren't you coming to retrieve the treasure? Why did you slip away so quickly?" Meng Jin's expression turned dark, and he said, "Kid, you hid your strength?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, "I was merely messing with you previously. 7 days, it can't be too boring as well, no? Now, does it feel very ironic? You actually can't keep up with this Emperor Sacra Heaven's speed." The moment Yi Yuan said this, Meng Jin was even more certain that Yi Yuan hid his strength and could not help feeling extremely depressed in his heart. He thought that he was toying with Yi Yuan. After messing around for half a day, he was the one who was being toyed with. Furthermore, he was a hegemon realm. When Xianxia saw that Meng Jin was like this, he wished to kill him with a palm. He snorted coldly and said, "Idiot, you believe whatever this kid says?" He clearly had some comprehension just now. That's why his speed would increase greatly. Xianxia was really somewhat regretting it. He still underestimated this boy. How could a brat that could make even progenitor apprehensive possibly be simple? It was just that he did not expect that Yi Yuan's comprehension ability was also too monstrous. Just now, under the situation of life and death hanging by a thread, he could actually comprehend such an incredible speed. Also, Meng Jin, this moron, actually really thought that Yi Yuan concealed his strength. What a joke. Meng Jin was stupefied, only then coming around to his senses, and he could not help becoming even angrier from embarrassment. It turned out that he was completely treated as an idiot. Furthermore, he was really stupid. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "I said it before. You guys will regret it. Didn't your progenitor bloodstone tell you guys that I have the origin of blood too? Furthermore, it's the purest origin of blood. Although this blood cloud grand array is a domain of blood, I'm unable to crack it for the time being. But it doesn't hinder me from fusing the origin of blood and spatial origin together." The three people's expressions changed wildly. They really did not know about this. How could the Chaos Bloodstone possibly tell his subordinates this sort of humiliating thing? Inside the Blood Cloud Grand Array, there was the blood origin of Progenitor Bloodstone's main body. It was unbelievably powerful. Even a great beyond realm would find it hard to breach it too. But this origin of blood was of the same root as Yi Yuan. This Blood Cloud Grand Array, putting it bluntly, was actually a space. Although the space was extremely profound, it was difficult for Yi Yuan to comprehend it in a short while too. But, with Yi Yuan's comprehension in spatial origin, fusing the origin of blood and spatial origin together a little was not something too hard. There was no need to do much. As long as he could use spatial divine abilities inside this Blood Cloud Grand Array, it would suffice. He only needed a bit of time and it would be enough. Originally, with 3 people joining forces to kill him, he would really have a slim chance of surviving. But now he had the strength to fight. Yi Yuan casually swallowed a heavenly pill. His injuries were recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. Xianxia's expression changed again, and he said in a solemn voice, "Stop playing. Attack together and kill him. His speed is very fast. I'll tie him down and you guys wait for an opportunity to make a move. Don't give him any chance. This time we mustn't fail again." Yulei and Meng Jin, 2 people, nodded at the same time. They did not dare to underestimate Yi Yuan anymore as well. Swoosh! Xianxia took a step and directly disappeared. His speed was actually significantly faster than Meng Jin. Yi Yuan did not dare to slight him and similarly took a step, disappearing. The 2 people exhibited incredible speed inside this Blood Cloud Grand Array. Yulei and Meng Jin, 2 people, actually could not quite keep up. Yi Yuan also did not expect that Xianxia's speed was actually so fast. He was actually being tied down by him for some time. Xianxia was shocked in his heart. Yi Yuan's speed was too fast. He did not dare to be the slightest bit neglectful, raising his speed to the extreme. He continuously used powerful attacks to cut off Yi Yuan's path, curbing Yi Yuan's speed. While Yulei and Meng Jin, 2 people, attempted to form an encirclement around Yi Yuan. But the 2 of them were too slow. They were always slow by 1 move. Each time, when the encirclement momentum was about to form, Yi Yuan would be like a fish that escaped the net, slipping out with a whoosh. Meng Jin yelled out angrily, "Little thief, when this seat catches you, I'll definitely tear your corpse to shreds." Xianxia also said gloomily, "Continuing like this isn't the way to go. This boy is too cunning." Yi Yuan's speed was too fast. His attacks could not lock onto Yi Yuan at all, and he could only use large area attacks to cut him off. This process was actually the process of fighting a battle of wits and a contest of strength. His cutting off act was very purposeful. The goal was naturally to form an encirclement momentum, making Yi Yuan have nowhere to escape. Each time, Yi Yuan seemed to be simply flying away like a headless fly. But in the end, he could always make his getaway. In Xianxia's heart, he could not help feeling stifled from anger. Xianxia, Your attacks are too stupid. Do you really think that I'm efficient in it, allowing you to do whatever you want? Yi Yuan's mocking came from the void. Xishang was furious and said in a solemn voice, "Humph. Kid, just you run. Even if you can flee for 7 days inside the Blood Cloud Grand Array, so what? 7 days later, your Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven will already be our blood race's territory. At that time, there will be a large group of great beyond powerhouses waiting for you outside. I want to see whether or not you can escape out of Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven." Yi Yuan was shocked in his heart, but he maintained his composure and said, Her, wanna goad me? You're too naive." Xishang smiled and said, "Lord Yishui brought 9 mighty great beyond powerhouses, and over 400 hegemon realm powerhouses, and descended upon Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven. Do you think that they still have hope of survival? Go on and flee. Your loved ones and friends are probably already pretty much dead. The moment 7 days are up, you can be reunited with them." Yi Yuan's heart sank to the bottom. This was likely not fake. Although this Blood Cloud Grand Array was powerful, with Meteon's strength, he could most likely crack it. It just needed some time. If it was really like this, Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven situation was not good. In the blood cloud, Yi Yuan's figure suddenly paused, stopping. Xishang, 3 people stopped too, looking at Yi Yuan calmly, revealing smug smiles. This boy was indeed as rumored. What? Going to risk your life? Xishang said with a smile. Yi Yuan's expression was grim, and he said, "If you all want to fight, let's fight then." Meng Jin laughed loudly and said, "An Emperor Soccer Heaven is going to put up a desperate fight with us. I'm so scared." Ha ha. Yulei also smiled and said, "A puny little Emperor Soccer Heaven. Do you really take yourself to be the savior? Just the hegemon realms outside are as many as several hundred people. What can you change if you go? Under our blood race's iron hooves, everything will be destroyed." The current Xishang was not in a hurry and said with a smile, "Lord Yishui really foretells things with divine accuracy. These words were taught to me by Lord Yishui. He said that after saying them, you'll definitely fight. It's indeed the case." Yi Yuan's brows furrowed, and he said, "What else did he say?" Xishang said, "He even repeatedly urged us not to underestimate the enemy and to dispose of you straight away. But we still underestimated the enemy. It's just that looking at it now, this step was likely within Lord Yishui's expectations too." Talking up to here, he was a little embarrassed. Reality proved that Lord Yishui's knowledge was far from what he could compare to, but it also proved Lord Yishui's horror even more. A hegemon against an Emperor Sacra Heaven was like an immortal against a mortal. They could not muster up a trace of interest at all. Killing them was just a matter of huffing a breath of air. No matter how monstrous this person was in other people's words. When Yi Yuan heard, he was shocked in his heart too. This Yishui was extraordinary. The strong were revered in this world. Martial strength could represent everything. All schemes and intrigues were utterly not worth mentioning in front of powerful martial strength. But this did not mean that intelligence was useless. Those who work with their brains ruled, and those who work with their brawn were ruled. Only by having powerful martial strength combined with a powerful mind could one truly become a powerhouse of a region, ruling an area. With empty martial strength, one was just an ignorant person. Even if it was a hegemon realm, it was also not impossible to be toyed with by people. Just like the Meng Jin earlier, he was toyed by Yi Yuan until he was confused and disoriented. He even thought that Yi Yuan was amazing. This way, since this person attacked Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven, he was probably already fully prepared. Him being trapped inside the Blood Cloud Grand Array was just a part of the plan. This Yishui was not simple. What he was scheming was huge. Thinking up to here, Yi Yuan could not hold back anymore. He was about to charge out of the Blood Cloud Grand Array. After 7 days, it would really have nothing to do with him anymore. Even if he went out, it would be a road that led to death too. Yi Yuan nodded and said, "Since that's the case, I'll decide again after killing you guys." Xishang could not help laughing and said, "Kid, you're merely a little fast. Do you really think that you can pick a fight with hegemon realms? Moreover, there are 3 of us. Yi Yuan was indifferent and said, "It's indeed a little troublesome to kill you guys now. So I planned on becoming a little stronger before taking action. But now I changed my mind." Qi Shang shook his head and laughed in spite of himself. The origin in his body poured out, and he said coolly, "Is that so? Then try receiving a sword from me." There was an additional blood sword in Qi Shang's hand. It emitted incomparably thick blood and evil energy. This sword had drunk God knew how many people's blood. This was a grade 5 grand miss treasure. The moment it attacked, the power was formidable. But Meng Jin and Yulei did not have the intention of taking action. Yulei smiled and said, "Qi Shang, this guy got serious. This kid still doesn't know how strong Qi Shang is." Meng Jin nodded and said, "Qi Shang is the #1 person under peak hegemon in the blood race. If he gets serious, the likes of us will have to turn tail and run too, let alone a mere Emperor Sakura Heaven." Yulei said, "Against blood-drawing sword technique 18 moves. I wonder how many moves can this boy receive? How many moves? Her. Are you insulting Qi Shang?" Meng Jin immediately disapproved of it. Clearly, these three people were led by Qi Shang. His strength was also the strongest among the three people. Qi Shang pointed his long sword. Yi Yuan only felt a bloody scent hitting him head-on, virtually knocking him out. "Yi Yuan, my blood-drawing 10 moves. Each move is stronger than the last. When 18 moves are executed, I dare to contend with peak hegemons. You see how many moves you can receive." Qi Shang's words carried thick mockery. He could not stand Yi Yuan looking down on him. First move, Blood Soul Slash. Qi Shang slashed out with his sword. The blood cloud was actually directly split in half by him, like cleaving a wave. Yulei, two people had cold smiles hanging on their faces. It was as if already seeing the sight of Yi Yuan being split into two. But at this time, astonishing bloodline powers poured out of Yi Yuan's body. Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, Black Tortoise, these 4 phantoms appeared in east, west, south, and north directions. At this time, the 4 great true spirit bloodlines in Yi Yuan's body actually all reached peak Heaven Qian grade already. The current power was no idea how much stronger than when he was at Heavenly Dragon Island. The 4 symbols resonated. Traces of Saint Force poured into the Myriad Realms Mountains. The 7 Myriad Realms Mountains merged into one. Immediately, the 7 Myriad Realms Mountains shone with boundless radiance and gave off an incomparable power. The 7 Myriad Realms Mountains were re-sanctified by Yi Yuan with 9 array elements. The power of this chaos heavenly treasure coupled with the world's strongest 9-element array formation. The increase in power was not a tiny bit. Saint Force. How is this possible? Yulei cried out in surprise, shock all over his face. An Emperor Sakura Heaven actually used Saint Force. Under the augmentation of Saint Force, the power of the Myriad Realms Mountains obtained a huge amplification. Qi Shang's pupils also constricted, but he already slashed his sword out. They naturally had to determine a victor. In the time it took for sparks to fly off a piece of flint, an unparalleled bloody light and a pale light collided together. Boom! A loud rumble sounded out. Yi Yuan and Qi Shang shot backward. Yi Yuan's entire body shook violently. A trace of fresh blood was already seeping out of the corners of his mouth. Clearly, he was quite injured. This Qi Shang was too strong. But Qi Shang 3 people were long already stupefied. The opponent was just an Emperor Sakura Heaven. He actually blocked the sword move of the blood race's #1 ordinary hegemon. This sort of thing, no one would dare to believe it at all if it spread. All beneath hegemon were ants. This sentence was not just empty words. What hegemon realm used was the Tao of Origin. Emperor Sakura Heaven, even if it was origin powerhouses, they only slightly learned the rudiments too. There was no effusion of the door of eternal life at all. Without the increase of power through the door of eternal life origin, it was simply impossible for Emperor Sakura Heavens to be a match for hegemon realms. But now Yi Yuan was defying the heavens. This guy actually used the Saint Force that only great beyond powerhouses could use. Then he activated a chaos heavenly treasure and battled with a hegemon realm. Yi Yuan wiped away the bloodstain from the corners of his mouth and said with a cold smile, "Hegemon realm is nothing more than this too. Come, fight again." Finished saying, Yi Yuan actually urged the Myriad Realms Mountain and took the initiative to launch an attack against Qishang. Qishang's expression became very ugly. Raising his sword and advancing again, he cried out angrily, "Second move, Tide of Jade Blood. Die!" This sword actually received the resonance of the Blood Cloud Grand Array. Blood Cloud Grand Array's origin of blood actually had an enhancement effect on Qishang's sword move. Boom! The void trembled again. The two people separated upon contact. Yi Yuan was sent flying again, but he still only sustained injuries. Qishang's expression was ugly to the extreme. He was already very certain. Yi Yuan indeed had the strength to fight with a hegemon realm. Saint Force was too scary. There are still 16 moves. Execute them, and I'll receive them all. Yi Yuan looked at Qishang and said coolly. Qishang's expression turned slightly dark. At this time, he could no longer care about face. Attack together. This boy is likely trying to gain enlightenment on Tao with battle. Can't let him succeed. Kill him, Qishang said in a solemn voice. Yulei and Mengjin's hearts turned cold. How could they still dare to be neglectful? Yi Yuan's monstrousness far exceeded their expectations. Everyone said that reputation was not as good as meeting in the flesh. At this time, they finally understood why Progenitor and Lord Yi Shui would regard an Emperor Sakura Heaven so highly. In fact, in order to deal with him, they did not scant to consume a Blood Ward bead. One had to know that the Blood Ward bead was extremely valuable to Progenitor. Cultivating the supreme great Tao with the blood from all the heavens was the function of the Blood Ward bead. Each Blood Ward bead could only be cultivated with the fresh blood of hundreds of millions of living things. When they learned that they had to use the Blood Cloud Grand Array against Yi Yuan, they all felt that it was using a cannon to kill a mosquito, a waste of talent on trivial tasks. But only now did they deeply realize that it was not overboard at all. No wonder Yi Shui would send you here. You're a clever man. That's right. I'm indeed thinking of gaining enlightenment on Tao with battle. It will have to depend on whether you kill me first or whether I gain enlightenment on Tao first, Yi Yuan said with a smile. Right now, it was a little too taxing for Yi Yuan to face off against Qishang, let alone to deal with 3 great hegemons. Therefore, this was a path of no return. Either you die or I perish. At this time, Qishang 3 people no longer held anything back. The 3 people formed a triangle, surrounding Yi Yuan in the middle. The moment they made their move, the commotion was shocking. 9 consecutive kills. Heaven-splitting X. Dark Night blood explosion. With Qishang 3 people joining forces, that power was shocking to the extreme. Yi Yuan's expression was solemn, urging Saint Force to the extreme, pouring it into the Myriad Realms Mountain. Array Formation Universe. The Myriad Realms Mountain turned into 7 small mountains again, forming the universe Array Formation, clashing together with the 3. With each blow, Yi Yuan had to suffer a tremendous impact, his entire person feeling like his frame was being knocked apart. The Myriad Realms Mountain separating, it was naturally not as powerful as combining into one. But facing 3 great hegemons, he could only do so too. Not only were Qishang 3 people powerful, but their attacks were also even enhanced by the origin of blood in the Blood Cloud Grand Array. The 3 people combining powers, the offensive power was too terrifying. Yi Yuan was struggling bitterly under these 3 people's bombardment. Qishang was shocked in his heart. Yi Yuan was able to withstand it. If it were him, he could not have withstood it long ago. This boy almost can't make it anymore. Double up. 15th move. True Sun Blood. It was only to see Qishang unleashed a sword, the long sword turning into a blood-colored setting sun, as if it was going to swallow everything up. This move smashed onto the universe Array Formation brutally. Boom! Yi Yuan's mind shook heavily, fresh blood vomiting wildly out of his mouth, his innards virtually shattered. Qishang's blood-drawing sword technique had already been executed until the 15th move. The power was despairingly strong. This sword technique indeed had great power, but the further in, the pressure on him was enormous too. It could be said to be harming people and himself. Therefore, the 15th move was already his limit. Continue executing it and he was going to hurt himself. Qishang also did not expect that a puny little Emperor Sakura Heaven could actually force him to such an extent. However, only when he saw that Yi Yuan's aura was getting weaker and weaker did he feel slightly more at ease. Inside the blood cloud grand array, only a series of indiscriminate bombarding sounds could be heard. Yi Yuan was seriously wounded. If it were someone else, they would have long already collapsed. Gaining enlightenment at this kind of despairing moment, no one could do it at all. But at this time, Yi Yuan was frighteningly calm. Under the fierce fighting, he could feel the undulation of the blood cloud grand array even more distinctly. This was the strongest origin of blood in this world. Within Yi Yuan's body, for kinds of true spirit bloodlines were being controlled by his origin of blood and operating in a special way. The four great true spirit bloodlines seemed to have a resonance. Although Yi Yuan had intercepted the Chaos Bloodstone's origin of blood, his understanding of the origin of blood was already completely different. The Chaos Bloodstone's origin of blood was very tyrannical and evil, and it pursued the limits of power. But Yi Yuan had tread out his own Tao after assimilating the origin of blood. And at this time, Yi Yuan corroborated his own Tao with the blood cloud grand array one by one, learned from others' strong points while overcoming the weak points, and gradually had a new comprehension. Blood, the feeling that it gives people is always ominous. Blood, it represents getting injured, represents death. But it represents flesh and blood living things. In this world, all living things with flesh would have blood. It is a part of life. Furthermore, it's a very important part. The Chaos Bloodstone drew the purest power of flesh and blood living beings in all the heavens to strengthen himself, and let himself transcend the great beyond. But he can't represent the origin of blood. Chaos, origin of blood, bloodline power. What lets bloodline return to the earliest phase is chaos. Yi Yuan's eyes grew brighter and brighter. The bloodline power in his body was already boiling over. The four great true spirit bloodlines had always been operating within his body but had clear distinctions from each other. For kinds of bloodline power, they were equally powerful but incompatible like water and fire. But at this time, they actually showed signs of fusion. With this fusion, the strength within Yi Yuan's body seemed to have exploded. Boom! A terrifying power erupted from his bloodline. Roar! 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 Behind Yi Yuan, the four symbols' phantoms emitted shocking, furious roars at the same time, and the overwhelming auras actually started to skyrocket. And their bodies also became more solid. At this time, Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, Black Tortoise, these four phantoms, seemingly became four genuine chaos true spirits. Seeing this shocking transformation, Qi Shang's expression changed drastically, and he cried out in alarm, This is chaos grade true spirit bloodline. How is this possible? How can a mortal body possibly change qualitatively into an innate chaos true spirit bloodline? Yu Lei was similarly incomparably shocked as he said, Innate chaos true spirits. There were a total of 5 that were born in this world. 3 of them died in progenitors' hands. It's simply impossible for chaos grade bloodline to change qualitatively postnatal. How did he do it? After the shock, Qi Shang felt his scalp tingle, and he bellowed, Quick! Use your trump cards. We can't let him succeed in transforming. Qi Shang did not dare to imagine how terrifying a power would be produced if 4 great chaos true spirit bloodlines gathered in one body at the same time. Therefore, he did not dare to wait anymore. Even if he injured himself and his strength declined greatly, he had to risk it all too. Only to see bloody light on his body surging to the sky, the blood sword in his hand becoming incomparably scarlet, looking unbelievably sinister. And Qi Shang's aura actually suddenly broke through the limits, becoming incomparably close to peak hegemon. The current Qi Shang was akin to a fiend god. 18th move, Wrath of the Blood God. On the other side, Yu Lei and Meng Jin's expressions similarly changed wildly. At this moment, they no longer held anything back and used their strongest blow. After executing this kind of trump card ultimate technique, it would either be a huge drain, leaving them powerless to fight anymore, or it would harm themselves, making it very difficult to recover. Qi Shang's Wrath of the Blood God belonged to the latter, while Yu Lei and Meng Jin's moves belonged to the former. But without a doubt, after they used it at this time, even heaven and earth trembled because of it. 3 terrifying to the extreme attacks arrived in an instant, converging at where Yi Yuan was standing. Boom! An intense rumble reverberated throughout the entire blood cloud space. The place that Yi Yuan was standing at was virtually engulfed in an instant, disappearing without a trace. The terrifying pressure of the 4 symbols' true spirits also completely vanished under this combined attack. Qi Shang felt akin to being relieved of a heavy burden and said, I really didn't expect that killing a measly little Emperor Sakra Heaven actually needed this seat to use Wrath of the Blood God. With this, without 1,000 years of cultivation, I can forget about recovering to my peak state. Meanwhile, Yulei and Meng Jin, 2 people who had wilted auras, their conditions were far worse than before. In this final strike, they exerted all of their strength too. Luckily, the mission is considered complete. Our blood race has eliminated a great calamity in our hearts, Meng Jin said with some lingering fear. Before this, he absolutely would not have admitted that a measly little Emperor Sakra Heaven would be the hidden danger in the blood race's heart, even if this person was so and so monstrous in the rumors. But now, he was in great admiration with progenitor and Lord Yishue's cautiousness. While Qi Shang was very careful and said, Meng Jin, go and confirm it. Meng Jin nodded his head and headed towards that cloud of mist. Right at this time, an abnormality suddenly occurred. That cloud of mist actually suddenly started to spin, forming an energy vortex. The vortex grew larger and increasingly stronger. In a twinkle, the energy vortex started to devour the blood cloud grand array's power. Countless red lights were sucked in by the energy vortex. Qi Shang's pupils constricted, and he cried out in alarm. What's going on here? Yulei said in shock, the blood cloud grand array's power is actually being drawn away. Could it be that that boy didn't die? Just as they were speaking, a figure gradually appeared in the energy vortex. Who could it be if not Yi Yuan? Not only did Yi Yuan not die, furthermore his strength at this time was currently rising rapidly. Qi Shang was dumbfounded and said, Is he breaking through? He's absorbing the blood cloud grand array's power to break through? Ji got to be kidding. The energy of blood could only be absorbed by the blood race. Once powerhouses of other races absorbed it, their own origins would also be corrupted. Not only would they be unable to break through, but it would also even sever their cultivation path. But now, Yi Yuan was actually absorbing the energy of blood. Inside the vortex, Yi Yuan smiled lightly and said, The Tao of blood is a great Tao. It isn't exclusive to your blood race. My 4 great bloodlines have just stepped into chaos grade, and just happen to need the nourishment of these energies of blood. Thanks a lot. Yishue carefully planned this assassination, but he did not expect he actually gave me a big gift, right? The hearts of Qi Shang 3 people sank to rock bottom. This guy was actually using the energy of blood that they bitterly collected to strengthen himself. Only to see that there were 4 small and exquisite 4 great true spirits in front of Yi Yuan's chest, currently slowly rotating. Those energies of blood that were absorbed were currently pouring into their bodies. And Yi Yuan's aura also rose immensely during this. We can't let him break through. Kill again. Qi Shang knew that things were amiss, and he used another wrath of the blood god without hesitation. Although Yulei and Meng Jin were somewhat short on strength, they could not care that much at this time either, overdrawing on the power of origin and smashing toward Yi Yuan without heed for their lives. Except, the power of their moves was much worse compared to earlier. Yi Yuan just smiled faintly and said, Even your strongest moves couldn't kill me. Isn't it too laughable to come and try to kill me again now? Just nice, I can use you all to measure the power of chaos-grade bloodline. In the vortex, the pressure on Yi Yuan's burst forth once more. This time, the pressure of the bloodlines made the entire space tremble. Innate chaos-grade bloodline, furthermore, it was 4 types of bloodlines combining. In terms of level, it was already completely not worse than progenitor bloodstone. The only thing that Yi Yuan was lacking in was just level of attainment. But facing Qi Shang, these 3 people, it was enough. The bloodline power of the 4 symbols phantoms gathered on Yi Yuan's fist. Yi Yuan threw a punch out. The terrifying Saint Force exploded like an erupting volcano. Before even clashing, Qi Shang already felt the pressure that blotted out the skies and covered the earth. 4 symbols, heading for sainthood. This punch of Yi Yuan slammed right toward Meng Jin. Meng Jin only felt like the sky was going to collapse. The ultimate move that he overdrew on origin power to use was like paper paste in front of Yi Yuan's punch. Boom! A loud noise. Meng Jin's body was directly turned into nothingness. He was directly obliterated by that powerful saint force. Meanwhile, Qi Shang and Yu Lei were directly sent flying away by this tremendous force. Their ultimate moves were directly dispersed. Qi Shang and Yu Lei looked at Yi Yuan at the same time, shock and horror on their faces. The power of this punch was also too terrifying, right? This kind of punch, if it was thrown out by a hegemon realm, they would not be surprised at all. But Yi Yuan was just Emperor Sakura Heaven. KS-grade bloodline was actually utterly horrifying. Killing a hegemon realm with one punch, this kind of strength, even if it was hegemon realms, it could not be done too. Blood race hegemons were notorious for being hard to kill. Their recovery ability was more than 10,000 times of Emperor Sakura Heaven's. Wanting to thoroughly kill blood race hegemons was virtually something impossible. But Yi Yuan did it. For a moment, the two people actually did not dare to step forward anymore. But they could not get out of this blood cloud grand array too. The current state was really awkward. When Yi Yuan broke through his realm, he would definitely kill them without the slightest hesitation. This was also to say that they were quietly awaiting death. This kind of sensation really made people despair. Yi Yuan withdrew his fist, very satisfied with the power of this punch. The lethality of Saint Force was indeed not what ordinary origins could compare to. This kind of power that originated from the door of eternal life was extremely mysterious. No one could say clearly what it was, but it was just powerful. Being able to jump realms in battle, what Yi Yuan relied on was naturally this. After breaking through to Chaos-grade bloodline, Yi Yuan could clearly feel that the four great bloodlines underwent a transformation from quantitative to qualitative. Even if it was an independent bloodline, the power could not even be mentioned in the same breath. No wonder the four great true spirit clans had always been the 33 heavens top race. If not for Heavenless, Samsara, and Progenitor Bloodstone, these freaks emerging, Meteon would be in that apex group in this world. After I broke through, I should have the strength to fight with peak hegemons, right? Yi Yuan said a little excitedly. The energy vortex grew larger and larger. The blood cloud grand array started trembling. Qi Shang and Yu Lei looked at each other, the look in their eyes becoming more and more seemingly in despair. A day later, the vortex dissipated. Yi Yuan walked out of it. At this time, he already reached Upper Emperor Sakura Heaven and was only a step away from Grand Completion Emperor Sakura Heaven. When he reached Grand Completion Emperor Sakura Heaven, Yi Yuan would be able to bombard the door of eternal life and assault that fleeting and ephemeral realm of hegemon. Seeing Yi Yuan walk over, Qi Shang and Yu Lei completely broke down. Even if you kill us, you can't get out of the blood cloud grand array too. When you go out, Lord Yishui will already be waiting for you. Qi Shang said, threatening in manner but inwardly shaky. Yi Yuan smiled lightly and said, "Is that so? Then, I'll go out first before killing you guys. Alright?" Finished saying, Yi Yuan raised a fist, Saint Force encircling, and he struck at the horizon. Boom! A deafening rumble that shocked the ears could be heard. A huge hole was actually punched out by him. Qi Shang's two eyes became wide saucers and he said in disbelief, How is this possible? The mountain pass gates shattered. Corpses were scattered everywhere. Grand Bright Jade complete heaven's powerhouses suffered countless casualties. After 3 days of fighting, more than half of Grand Bright Jade complete heaven's elites were dead or injured. Even if it was hegemon realms, more than 100 died too. As for below hegemon realm, the casualties were even beyond counting. This war was tragic to the extreme. Of course, the blood race did not get off cheap either, similarly suffering heavy losses. Grand Bright Jade complete heaven's powerhouses were completely risking their lives, completely disregarding casualties. Different from the other heavens, Grand Bright Jade complete heaven's cohesiveness was hair-raisingly strong. Even Yishui was visibly moved by it too. He thought that an absolute advantage would destroy these people's will to fight very soon and make them fall apart and run away. However, it did not. In fact, those powerhouses that were brought back from all the heavens also fought until the last drop of blood one after another. However, the blood race had a powerful recovery ability. In contrast, their losses were much smaller. Around the vicinity of Extreme Medicine Sect's main hall, a large group of Hegemon realm powerhouses gathered. Feng Xiaotian led more than 10 Hegemon realms and was currently defending nearby the main hall to the death. He was dyed in blood all over, his aura disorderly, but his fighting spirit rose to the sky. Haha, Feng Xiaotian, you all are risking your lives to defend this region of space. It looks like there's really good stuff here. If I didn't guess wrongly, the heaven volume should be in here. Blood Promise looked at Feng Xiaotian and said with a loud laugh. Feng Xiaotian said in a solemn voice, "So what if yes?" Blood Promise grinned and said, "Do you still want to have a cornered beast fight? In your current state, how long can you last?" Feng Xiaotian wiped away the blood stains at the corners of his mouth and said proudly, "As long as I'm alive, you can forget about taking half a step into the Extreme Light Pavilion." In the midst of the fierce battle, an attack almost destroyed the Extreme Medicine Sect's main hall. This was the entrance to the Extreme Light Pavilion. It was also the location of the Heaven Volume. It was where the foundation of Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven lay. It was naturally impossible for Feng Xiaotian to passively watch the Extreme Light Pavilion's space be destroyed. So he sacrificed himself to block this attack. But, like this, it exposed the importance of this place too. Regarding this kind of space, it was very easy to hide from those below Hegemon, but it naturally could not be concealed from a powerhouse like Blood Promise. Hence, Blood Promise gathered a large number of Hegemon realms and attacked this place fiercely. Originally, Feng Xiaotian had dozens of Hegemon realms around him. But, in order to protect this place, they had nowhere to retreat and were unable to bypass the battle. They could only resist head-on. After 3 days, there were only over 10 Hegemon realms left around Feng Xiaotian. Furthermore, each and every one was severely wounded. Ha ha ha! Like a mantis blocking a chariot. Feng Xiaotian, you and I have fought for so many years. Killing you today, it's really a little melancholic. Attack together. Destroy this region of space and snatch the Heaven Volume. Under his word of command, dozens of Hegemon realms rushed over like the wind. Feng Xiaotian took the lead and went to meet the arriving enemies. The fresh blood on his body added some desolate slaughter aura. More than 10 people versus dozens of people, this was a completely unfair battle. But no one retreated. Zitsong, Mingjiang, the two of you protect my flanks. After the others enter the hall, leave Blood Promise they all to me. Feng Xiaotian shouted fiercely. There was no need for him to instruct. These two people were long already covering his flanks. Zhou Zitsong and Song Mingjiang. These two people were his comrades when he was at South Qi Giant City. Their cooperation had long already had a tacit agreement. South Qi Giant City was a meat grinder, but it also gave birth to a large number of powerhouses. Zhou Zitsong and Song Mingjiang were outstanding talents among them. Originally, it was very difficult for them to break through to Hegemon realm. But Yi Yuan made the Chaos Origin formation. Zhou Zitsong and Song Mingjiang, two people, broke through to Hegemon realm in one stroke. These two people had undergone trials in South Qi Giant City for many years. They were both people who were used to fighting, their combat power being extremely formidable. That was how they lived until now. However, they were already arrows at the end of their flight too. Fighting in close quarters, facing the powerful attacks of dozens of hegemons, this group of people seemed to be struggling. Of course, the most stressful one was naturally Feng Xiaotian. He was currently still facing 6 great peak hegemons by himself. And on Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven's side, there was only him alone left. But facing such great disparity in strength, no one retreated. Facing this battle situation of 10 over people, Blood Promise actually still failed to take them down after a long battle. This group of people was too tenacious. Jinyu, you go and cut off the flank. We'll surround and besiege Feng Xiaotian again. Blood Promise suddenly said, "Okay." Jinyu was also one of the peak hegemons. After receiving the order, he turned around and headed for the flank. Feng Xiaotian's heart sank, but he was already powerless to stop it. He was currently holding on entirely based on one breath. Regardless of whether it was spirit or physical body, they had all already reached the limit. Jinyu's figure drew a blood-colored arc in the air, flying straight for Zhou Zitsong. Be careful, Zitsong. Feng Xiaoyan's both eyes turned blood red, crying out fiercely. But Zhou Zitsong laughed loudly and said, "Ha ha ha! Perfect! City Lord Feng, old Zhou, will be making a move first." Finished saying that, he looked at Jinyu and said with a loud laugh, "Damn bastard. Wanna kill me? Zhou Zitsong, it will break your teeth." Behind him, the door of eternal life appeared. Zhou Zitsong's entire person seemed to incarnate into a blazing fire, the aura on his body suddenly rising to an extremely terrifying level. He was only a hair's breadth away from peak hegemon. Feng Xiaotian was facing 5 great peak hegemons and naturally could not get away. But how could he not feel Zhou Zitsong's situation? But at this moment he felt relieved. "Ha ha ha! Take care, old Zhou. This Feng will be following right away." Feng Xiaotian suddenly laughed heroically and said. Zhou Zitsong had a calm look, holding a long saber in his hand, and swept across horizontally. Pucci! A hegemon realm head-on could not avoid it in time and was directly obliterated by this blade. And this blade's momentum did not reduce. It was as if it was going to split apart this firmament, flying straight for Jinyu. Jinyu's expression changed slightly. He felt the sharpness of this blade. The power of this blade definitely already reached the level of a peak hegemon. If he resisted it head-on, it would definitely be the outcome of mutual defeat. It was only to see Jinyu's expression flicker, his body flying out in the air, attempting to dodge this blade. At this moment he retreated. Either way, the saber of Zhou Zitsong's had already depleted his life force. He was deader than dead. A frontal confrontation was not worth it. "Ha ha ha, coward. You don't even dare to receive a blade from your father. Go to hell." Amidst the loud laugh, Zhou Zitsong's saber momentum turned, chasing right after Jinyu, forcing him to accept the challenge. Jinyu was greatly shocked because the saber was too fast. No time to think too much, he turned around and dealt a blow. Boom! In the void, 2 powerful attacks collided together fiercely. Eft! Jinyu spurted a mouthful of blood wildly, feeling like all the blood in his body was blowing apart. The saber of Zhou Zitsong still inflicted heavy wounds on him. But at this time, Zhou Zitsong's body fell down softly, falling from the air. He had already stopped breathing. Madman! Really a bunch of lunatics. Jinyu cursed angrily. This group of people was simply a bunch of madmen. Not a single person escaped. All of them fought to the last breath. Zhou Zitsong was merely an ordinary hegemon, but he erupted with shocking combat power, inflicting heavy wounds on him, this peak hegemon. This was something unimaginable in other places. However, before he recovered from the shock, another shocking attack erupted above the void again, flying straight for him. Jinyu felt all the hair on his body stand on end, only feeling the scent of death coming head-on. City Lord Feng, Old Song will also be making a move first. "Ha ha, dog thing, die." Song Mingjiang's voice reverberated throughout the heavens. "Zitsong Mingjiang, you guys take care." The current Feng Xiaotian was unusually calm. His whole life was a lifetime of fighting and conquering. He had seen too many partings of life and death. Being entrenched in the besieged South Qi giant city in the past, God knew how many fellow officers around him had left him. He had long already become indifferent to it. However, this did not mean that he was not furious. Zhou Zitsong and Song Mingjiang were his left and right arms. They were extremely close to him. These 2 people also made tremendous contributions in blocking the enemy outside South Qi Giant City. Jinyu was already seriously wounded by these 2 people's desperate attacks and virtually did not have the strength to fight anymore. This was exchanged by Zhou Zitsong and Song Mingjiang with their lives. They only did it for that steadfastness in their hearts. Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven was their home. Even if they risked their lives, they had to protect this hot soil too. Feng Xiaotian was the same. Feng Xiaotian. It looks like you already have some awareness. Blood Promise looked at Feng Xiaotian and was immensely pleased with himself. The people around Feng Xiaotian got fewer and fewer. Apart from Zhou Zitsong and Song Mingjiang, the other people's combat power was clearly much worse. This bone that was difficult to bite down on was finally chomped down by him. This group of powerhouses that Feng Xiaotian led was clearly Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven's core force. If they died, Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven would be tantamount to being finished. Looking at this scene, a hint of decisiveness flitted across Feng Xiaotian's face. Humph! I, Feng Xiaotian, have fought with the blood race for thousands of years. I've long already left life and death out of my consideration. Why should we rejoice over life, and why should we be bitter about death? However, if you want me to die, you all will have to pay a great price too. Boom! It was only to see Feng Xiaotian snort coldly, the aura on his body suddenly erupting. Behind him, the door of eternal life appeared. Feng Xiaotian's life force started burning crazily. I dye the blue sky with my blood. Wind. Thunder. Transformation. All of a sudden, Feng Xiaotian's body spurted wildly with fresh blood, wind and thunder. Two great origins were wandering around him frenziedly. Fresh blood rippled in heaven and earth, and it actually gave birth to another Feng Xiaotian. Swoosh. 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 Oh! Suddenly, dozens of Feng Xiaotians appeared above the void. These dozens of Feng Xiaotians, each one was a peak ordinary hegemon. Furthermore, the auras were exactly the same. Blood Premie's pupils constricted, and he cried out in surprise. Each one is real? The other blood race hegemons also felt their scalps tingle one by one. Reaching their level of realm, illusion attacks were simply useless skills. Each person had a unique origin aura on their bodies. Hegemon realms could easily differentiate which was the real self. No matter how realistic the illusion was, it could not imitate the aura of the main body too. But Feng Xiaotian's illusions were different. These illusions were all condensed and formed by him cooperating with origin aura with blood essence. They were created by him at the expense of him burning his life as the price. This move could only be used once in a lifetime. This was the last time. Blood Promise knew Feng Xiaotian too well, and he knew all of his moves. But he had never seen before this move. Too outrageous. Above the void, dozens of Feng Xiaotians had cold eyes and stark murderous intent, as if hundreds of wild beasts were staring at the blood race's powerhouses. Kill! Dozens of Feng Xiaotians shouted angrily in unison, their voices shaking the sky, charging towards the blood race's hegemons. Boom! 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 Above the sky of Extreme Medicine Sect's main peak, it suddenly exploded. Feng Xiaotians had unstoppable momentum, akin to one proud sun after another, blowing through the sky. Those blood race hegemons originally held the absolute advantage. But this advantage was reversed in an instant. Three Feng Xiaotians charged straight for Jinyu, fury surging to the sky. The three people's fist winds fluttered, bombarding the severely injured Jinyu without pulling his punches in the slightest. He wanted to take revenge for his brothers. Jinyu was severely damaged by the two ordinary hegemons. He had not caught his breath yet, and Feng Xiaotian had already come. Seeing the situation, Jinyu was in horror. He was currently greatly weakened. How could he be the enraged Feng Xiaotian's match? Save? Before yelling out, "Save me," these two words, the three Feng Xiaotians had already arrived. Fist images permeated, slamming down like a storm, directly engulfing Jinyu. At the same time, 20 Feng Xiaotian clones counter-checkmated Blood Promise and 5 top hegemons instead. Feng Xiaotian corroborated his Tao with battle. Even if his clones only had the strength of ordinary hegemons, his combat power was strong to the extreme too. These 20 Feng Xiaotian clones directly suppressed the 5 great peak hegemons. Woo woo woo. The sound of wind blew across the sky, emitting a series of whimpering sounds. It was as if lamenting the hegemons who died. In the encirclement of 3 great supreme hegemons, Zhebufan's sword energy crisscrossed, standing rock solid. But at this time he let out a sigh and said sorrowfully, "Have a safe trip, brother." Cloudmount was also in the heat of battle with 2 great supreme hegemons. Feeling Feng Xiaotian's aura, he had hot tears in his eyes as he said, "Fine lad, got guts. Rest assured. Us old fellows will definitely kill off the blood dogs and avenge you." Meteon's gaze turned dark, feeling his heart aching, the strength in his hands growing a little heavier. After coming to Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven, this place left an extremely deep impression on him. having fought against the blood race for thousands of years. The Heaven One Alliance's unyielding and hot-bloodedness was what he had never seen before despite wandering through all the heavens. Unknowingly, he was infected too. The geniuses here might not be that monstrous, but they all had a stubborn and tenacious spirit. Feng Xiaotian was even above average among them. Regarding Feng Xiaotian, Mi Tian thought very highly of him and personally gave him guidance many times too. Today, Feng Xiaotian's blood spilled in the sky, using his hot blood to fight until the last moment. Opposite Mi Tian, Yishue's face also revealed a hint of respect. Although we're enemies, you all have earned our respect. Mi Tian, Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven is different from the others. Yishue lamented. That tone was as if chatting with an old friend. Yishue dominated the blood race army and swept across all the heavens. But not a single place was as tenacious as Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven. Even in an absolute inferior position, no one stepped back too. Every single one was willing to lay down their lives and spill their hot blood for this hot soil. Even until now, Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven's army was already more than half lost, their combat power greatly reduced. But they did not show the slightest signs of collapse too. Feng Xiaotian even pushed the solemn and stirring fighting spirit to the pinnacle. Those powerhouses who were still fighting dauntlessly in bloody battles. At this moment, it was as if their blood was immolated. Many people's eyes had hot tears but became even more valiant and vigorous. The four great True Spirit Clan's powerhouses had already completely integrated into this collective at this time too. As if Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven had become their second home. An astonishing, imposing momentum condensed and formed. Boom, boom, boom. The rumbling sounds lingered incessantly, but the auras of the Fengzai oceans became weaker and weaker. Finally, the illusions dissipated one by one, and the fighting sound became weaker and weaker. Above the sky of the main peak, it was in ruins. The dozens of blood race hegemons originally were actually more than half dead and injured at this time. The remaining ones similarly had disorderly auras, their strength greatly diminished. Above the void, a figure stood proudly. Feng Xiaotian stood proudly in the air, glaring ahead, his entire body covered in blood. That fighting spirit that billowed to the sky still had not dissipated. But the current Feng Xiaotian no longer had any aura on his body. His life force was already burned out. An era's god of war had fallen. Feng Xiaotian stood proudly in midair, his aura surging to the sky, not dissipating for a long time. That shocking fighting spirit actually supported his physical body from falling down. He just stood at the entrance of the Extreme Light Pavilion, glaring at all of the blood race's powerhouses. He was akin to a furious Vajra guarding Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven's last foundation. For a moment, there was actually no one who dared to step forward, including Blood Promise. The entire battlefield actually fell into a brief respite because of his demise. Yishue had a somber expression, and he said solemnly, fighting spirit condensing without dissipating, causing great Tao resonance. If he didn't die, he should have broken through to Supreme Hegemon in one stroke, right? This person is admirable. Such an opponent made a powerhouse like Yishue visibly move too. In reality, many blood race powerhouses revealed looks of respect on their faces too. Although he was dead, his soul was still alive. Mi Tian, Cloudmount, Zhuobufan, and the rest all closed their eyes in pain. City Lord Feng, goodbye. We won't disgrace you. We'll definitely make the blood dogs pay a terrible price. City Lord Feng, your unfinished business. We'll definitely help you finish it. Oh. Many heroes quietly shed tears at this time. They were sending Feng Xiaotian off with their eyes, sending away the hero in their hearts. Yishue looked at Mi Tian and said, your Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven has too many fine lads. Now that the situation has played out like this, are you still insisting on sacrificing their lives? As long as you surrender, I can plead with Progenitor on your behalf to spare them from death. Mi Tian laughed loudly when he heard that and said, Yishue, are you joking? Feng Xiaotian's corpse has yet to turn cold. He dyed the blue sky with his hot blood and is currently watching us in heaven. Which one of us do you think dares to take a step back? Actually, Yishue had long already anticipated the result, but he still said it. Hearing what Mitian said, Yi Shui smiled lightly, then recovered to that unrivaled powerhouse again, and said coolly, since that's the case, then we'll be irreconcilable till death. Everyone, obey my order. Slaughter grand bright jade complete heaven, and spare not even fowls and dogs. Blood promise. Break through the extreme light pavilion space, and snatch the heaven volume. Whoosh! Under his word of command, the brief respite was broken once again. Battle cries that shook the heavens sounded out again. Blood Promise looked at Feng Xiaotian and actually wavered a little and did not advance. The current Feng Xiaotian, regardless of whether it was fighting spirit or aura, it was all still at his peak state, without dissipating at all. Especially that pair of furious eyes, it was currently staring right at him as if they were going to devour him. In terms of momentum, he had already lost. He swallowed his saliva, seemingly emboldening himself as he said, Feng Xiaotan, do you think that you can still frighten this seat after you're dead? Finished saying, Blood Promise raised a fist and smashed toward Feng Xiaotian viciously. Right at this time, the origin power around Feng Xiaotian actually moved on its own under the situation where no one was controlling. Boom! A violent explosion sounded out. Blood Promise's entire person was actually blasted flying out. When everyone saw this scene, they were dumbfounded with shock. What's going on? Isn't Feng Xiaotian dead? How can he possibly launch an attack? Furthermore, it's even so strong. Gee, got to be kidding. Never seen before a dead man who can still launch attacks. Oh! Everyone was shocked. A dead person actually sent the peak hegemon Blood Promise flying. This sort of thing was simply unheard of. Furthermore, they clearly detected that Feng Xiaotian really did not have any aura and also did not activate divine essence. Everything was all heaven and earth spiritual energy moving on its own. Blood Promise shot to his feet and cried out angrily, Feng Xiaotian, are you trying to tell me that even if you're dead, I'm not your match either? Can I, Blood Promise, still lose to a dead person today? Attack together for me. I want to see how long this guy can last. Under Blood Promise's word of command, those hegemon realm powerhouses stepped forward one after another, each displaying their divine abilities. But a force field seemingly formed around Feng Xiaotian. All attacks that arrived in his surroundings, the power of origin would be automatically generated, and then it would counterattack. Boom! 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 Those blood race hegemon realm powerhouses were all sent flying one after another. A blood race hegemon was not careful and was actually directly wiped out. With this, everyone was even more shocked. The dead Feng Xiaotian was actually even stronger than when he was alive. The blood race army was actually unable to break through from in front of him. Blood Promise's face was ugly to the extreme. He had already rushed over many times, but each time he would be sent flying by a powerful attack. City Lord Feng died in battle and continues to protect Extreme Light Pavilion 2. His life force has already faded away, but his will to fight is still condensed here, not letting anyone take a step in. City Lord Feng is a god of war. God of war, hurrah! Oh! Many grand bright jade complete heaven powerhouses had their eyes brimmed over with hot tears. Their eyes when looking at Feng Xiaotian were full of admiration. Although Feng Xiaotian was dead, he lived on forever in people's hearts, regardless of whether it was his comrades or his enemies. Yi Shui said coolly, a glorious death. Fighting spirit condensing without dissipating, drawing down heaven and earth great Tao, forming a barrier of its own. If he didn't die, his future accomplishments might not have been lower than yours and mine. This battle is exciting. This battle is tragic. However, it's also precisely because of this that your blood is even more precious. I didn't expect that 3 blood ward beads were filled up in just grand bright jade complete heaven. 3 blood ward beads were currently devouring blood energy crazily above everyone's heads. Yi Shui also did not expect that in a low-level plane like grand bright jade complete heaven, it could actually fill up 3 blood ward beads. This way, the 1 blood ward bead that was used up to kill Yi Yuan was no big deal anymore. One had to know that the blood energy that the blood ward bead collected was all extremely pure energy of blood. 1 hegemon realm might not be able to raise 1,000th of the amount too. But in grand bright jade complete heaven, everyone's will to fight was extremely fierce. This made the energy contained in their blood essence become even stronger. It was also precisely because of this that the collection of the Blood Ward bead became particularly easy. Tion's expression was very ugly. No need to guess, and he also knew that this great battle that swept across all the heavens, which was started by the blood race, it was precisely to collect the Blood Ward beads. This was not a good thing. All right, Feng Xiaotian is already dead. Yi Yuan should also already be dead now. Tian, no matter to what extent this battle is fought until you are the loser. Let us end this battle. Yishui waved his hand. The Blood Race army mobilized again. The great battle started again. Blood Ramas and a group of hegemons attacked Feng Xiaotian crazily. No matter how strong the God of War's will, it was ultimately a masterless thing. The origins around him got lesser and lesser. The battle spirit was also about to shatter. When Blood Promise saw this scene, he could not help being wildly ecstatic and said, "Ha ha ha, Feng Xiaota. Even if they all revere you as a god of war. So what? You are ultimately a dead man." Under the frenzied attacks, Feng Xiaotian's physical body started swaying, looking like it was about to fall. Blood Promise and the others seemed to be injected with stimulants and were about to rush into the extreme light pavilion space. And right at this time, there was suddenly a loud noise that could be distinctly heard across the entire battlefield. That impregnable blood cloud grand array actually had an opening blasted open by someone from inside. A figure flew out swiftly at that time. Who was it if not Yi Yuan? Virtually at the same time, Yishui, Blood Promise, Tian, Cloudmount, Shuabufan, all of them were shocked. This is impossible. 3 days aren't up yet. Furthermore, how can he possibly break through the blood cloud grand array? Yishui looked at Yi Yuan, who rose to the sky, staring dumbfoundedly. No one was clearer than him how strong the blood cloud grand array was. Even if a supreme hegemon was trapped, they absolutely could not come out in 3 days' time too. But now Yi Yuan came out. He prepared a certain kill scenario. The most important thing was eliminating Yi Yuan, this future trouble. In the end, it actually failed. It was not just him. The blood race powerhouses were all dumbfounded with shock. And Emperor Sakura Heaven actually broke through the blood cloud grand array. Furthermore, he merely only used 3 days. Just what kind of freak is this guy? Even the blood cloud grand array actually can't trap him too. No, wait. Lord Yishui sent Qi Shang the 3 of them to go and kill Yi Yuan. Now that Yi Yuan came out, doesn't that mean that? Emperor Sakura Heaven killing hegemon? Oh. Yi Yuan's appearance immediately triggered a chain reaction. Many people immediately realized that Qi Shang the 3 of them were probably fraught with grim possibilities. But it was precisely this guess that made all the Bloodkins extremely shocked. An Emperor Sakura Heaven killing 3 great hegemons? What else was more ridiculous than this? But Tian's face revealed an expression akin to being relieved of a heavy burden. 3 days had passed. The blood cloud grand array did not have any activities. Actually, he no longer harbored hope. Facing 3 great hegemons, Yi Yuan did not have the possibility of surviving at all. But Yi Yuan gave him a pleasant surprise. This guy really killed his way out. Heh! This boy made this old man worry in vain. Cloudmount's face also revealed a hint of a smile. With this battle being fought until now, everyone's mood was heavy. Powerhouses fell one by one. Their strength was being devoured bit by bit. Now even Feng Xiaotian died in battle too. What awaited them was only despair. But Yi Yuan killing his way out of the blood cloud grand array gave them hope. However, Yi Yuan had just flown out. His entire body trembled. He saw Feng Xiaotian, who had fighting spirit billowing to the sky, was no longer breathing. Yi Yuan's 2 eyes instantly turned blood red. The scenes from long ago replayed in his mind like a motion picture. At South Qi Giant City, that big and tall figure blocked the blood race army's countless attacks. He was South Qi Giant City's god of war. Back then, when Yi Yuan returned, he held off several of the blood race's hegemons with his power alone. That resoluteness, that willpower, it was admirable. But now he was not around anymore. The time that Yi Yuan became friends with Feng Xiaotian was not considered long, but Feng Xiaotian was one of the few people that he held in great esteem. Now he was no longer around. Seeing that fighting spirit that rose to the sky and a body that was teetering on the verge of collapse, Yi Yuan instantly understood something. Even death could not stop his will to protect Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven too. He was not around, but his spirit was still here. Yi Yuan's throat already choked up. At this time, two figures scurried out of the blood cloud grand array. It was precisely Qishang and Yulei. Qishang suffered a great loss of vitality. His foundation was clearly injured. Yulei's aura was somewhat unstable. Clearly, he had expended a great deal of energy. When Yixue saw their miserable state, his brows could not help furrowing. Where was Meng Jin? A bad feeling welled up in his heart. When Qishang saw Yixue, it was like he saw his savior. Lord Yixue. Yi Yuan, he gained enlightenment inside the blood cloud grand array, and K killed Meng Jin. Qishang said. Idiot, Yixue said with a livid expression. No need to ask, and he knew that these morons must have underestimated the enemy. That was how Yi Yuan turned the tables. Although he knew that if it was him, it would probably be the same too. Who could have thought that a mere Emperor Sakura Heaven could actually really kill a hegemon realm powerhouse? The moment these words came out, everyone's heart shook. Guessing it was one thing, but it coming out of Qishang's mouth was another thing altogether. Yi Yuan really killed a hegemon. Furthermore, Qishang and Yulei were so miserable, but Yi Yuan was like the noonday sun. This made people very curious about just what happened inside the blood cloud grand array. Why was it totally different from the situation they imagined? However, right when everyone was shocked, Yi Yuan suddenly moved. Everyone only felt a blur before their eyes. Qishang and Yulei's necks were directly clutched by Yi Yuan, holding up in the air. The powerful Qishang and Yulei were like little chicks in Yi Yuan's hands at this time, without the slightest strength to resist. Yi Yuan exerted force. Qishang and Yulei were directly wiped out. Everyone was dumbfounded with shock. This is also too strong, right? Is he? Is he really still Emperor Sakura Heaven? Although Qishang they all are greatly weakened, they are still hegemon realm after all. In his hands, they actually couldn't even resist. If he were to break through to hegemon realm, what would he be able to do? Oh! Each and every one of the blood race powerhouses felt a chill in their hearts. Yi Yuan's monstrousness already exceeded their imagination. Just at the Emperor Sakura Heaven realm, and he could kill hegemon barehandedly. They were unable to imagine what kind of terrifying degree the hegemon realm Yi Yuan would reach. Maybe he could confront progenitor Bloodstone head-on? Many people trembled all over, being frightened by this thought. After killing two great hegemons, Yi Yuan walked toward Feng Xiaotian slowly. There were many blood race powerhouses around him, but they did not dare to step forward at all. That display just now already intimidated everyone. Yi Yuan was seemingly slow, but in reality he was fast, walking right past Blood Promise. This place was the encirclement of the hegemons. There were still more than 50 blood race hegemons surrounding here. There were even 5 peak hegemons among them. Blood Promise did not stop him, but he let out a cold laugh. This kid was courting death. Hey, are you going to learn from Feng Xiaotian? To accompany him on his way. Kid, this seat will grant your wish, Blood Promise said with a light smile. Without Mi Tian's cooperation, Yi Yuan had no way of executing the realm-crossing greater teleportation at all. Even if his spatial rule was formidable, it was impossible to escape from under the eyelids of 50 hegemon realms too. Yi Yuan was walking right into a trap. It looks like this kid has quite the relationship with Feng Xiaotian. Feng Xiaotian died. He's going to accompany him too. So what even if he killed his way out of the Blood Cloud Grand Array? Could it be that he can still deal with so many of us hegemons by himself? I think that he sees nothing much can be done about it now, and he's prepared to be like Feng Xiaotian, just a mantis blocking the chariot. Oh! The blood race hegemons surrounding Feng Xiaotian all let out gloating mockery. They naturally knew that Yi Yuan was angry. However, if being angry had a use, then what was cultivation for? In the end, strength still reigns supreme in this world. Without strength, there was only being slaughtered. Regarding their mocking, Yi Yuan turned a deaf ear to it, and he slowly arrived in front of Feng Xiaotian. It was only to see Feng Xiaotian having a look of unswerving determination glaring ahead. If not for that there were no longer any signs of life in his body, Yi Yuan would even think that he was still fighting. Yi Yuan's heart ached, and he opened his mouth and said, "Brother Feng, back then in South Qi Giant City we joined hands and crushed the blood race. Today, us brothers will fight side by side one last time. We'll let these blood dogs know what's called pain together." Finished saying, Yi Yuan slowly turned around and carried Feng Xiaotian. Fighting spirit rose to the sky. "Haha, carrying a dead man, you want to fight side by side? Do you really take us, these hegemons, to be decorations? Yi Yuan, you're joking around using your life." Seeing Yi Yuan carry Feng Xiaotian, Blood Promise mocked. Facing the encirclement of numerous hegemon realms, Yi Yuan was in a certain death situation to begin with. Now, he actually even wanted to carry someone while fighting? Was he joking? Being able to kill a hegemon is so impressive. He probably doesn't even know what's his surname anymore, right? Hey, the outcome is a foregone conclusion now. Even if he got out of the blood cloud grand array, so what? He just came out. He probably hasn't even figured out the situation yet, right? Oh. All around, there was a series of ridicules. Yi Yuan's appearance indeed made them feel extreme shock and confusion, but this did not hinder the overall situation. In this kind of war that was unequaled by contemporaries, any individual's strength was insufficient to change the entire war situation. Even Yi Shui and Mi Tian were unable to influence the war too. Amir Yi Yuan, was there any use in being angry? Since it was useless, then Yi Yuan's way of doing things appeared extremely laughable. Yi Yuan carried Feng Xiaotian, looked at Blood Promise and said, "Brother Feng, you said that this guy is simply a piece of trash. But Heaven One is weak and never had the chance to trample him underfoot all along. Yet, this guy still regards himself as infallible and likes to posture. You've always been nursing a grievance. Today, I'll trample him underfoot together with you, and let him know how trash he is." These words seemed to be said to Feng Xiaotian, but Blood Promise found it extremely grating on the ears. Trash? Like to posture? He was the blood race's genius. Did he not have the capital to posture? Who the hell was Feng Xiaotian? Blood Promise's expression turned dark, and he said in a cold voice, "Boy, do you think that by saying a few words, you can goad this seat? You're still too inexperienced. This great battle concerns the destiny of all the heavens. How can it be a dispute caused by personal feelings? Since you've walked right into a trap, then you can go and die." In Blood Promise's view, Yi Yuan was goading, triggering him to fight one-on-one. Only in this way would Yi Yuan have a chance to take revenge. But he would not give Yi Yuan this opportunity. Blood Promise raised one hand up. All of the hegemon realm powerhouses accumulated power, awaiting release. Just waiting for his word of command, and it would be a shocking attack. Even if Yi Yuan had 3 heads and 6 arms, there would only be a road that led to death too. Facing the pressure of dozens of hegemons, Yi Yuan appeared especially calm and opened his mouth and said nonchalantly, "You're right. I indeed want to fight with you. However, I don't need to goad you into action." It was only to see Yi Yuan form seals with both hands. A storm of surging chaos, divine essence emerged from his hands. Swoosh! The spell was fired into the extreme light pavilion's space by Yi Yuan with a backhand. Right on the heels of that, the space started trembling violently. An enormous light door appeared above the void, as if it was some great primitive beast that was awakened by Yi Yuan. Blood Promise's expression changed slightly. He felt that something bad was about to happen. Could it be that this kid still had some trump card? But they already fought to this extent. What trump card could Yi Yuan still have? He could not figure it out after racking his brain too. Rumble. Swoosh! A monster with a tiger head and human body dashed out of the extreme light pavilion space, pouncing straight for a blood race hegemon. Immediately after, more and more monsters appeared in everyone's line of sight. Blood Promise's pupils constricted, looking at these monsters with a look of horror. Each of these monsters had the strength of hegemon realm. Boom! 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 Above the void, a shocking great battle immediately broke out. These monster hegemons, each one of them was intrepid to the extreme, like they were bloodthirsty, pouncing towards the bloodthirsty hegemons frenziedly. There were actually more than 800 of these monster hegemons. Blood Promise's complexion was deathly pale, And he said in a panic, how is this possible? More than 800 Hegemon realm monsters, where did they come from? More than 800 Hegemon realm-level bloodthirsty gods of war. What kind of terrifying strength was that? For a moment, countless powerful existences filled the sky, giving people an extremely shocking feeling. Their appearance suddenly turned the entire battle situation around. Leave the person to me. Kill the rest. Yi Yuan pointed at Blood Promise and said. The dozens of Hegemon realms that Blood Promise led were virtually crushed into scraps by these 800 Hegemon realm monsters in an instant. They revived non-stop and were continuously killed again. All the way until the end, they were finally unable to revive. Even if it was those peak Hegemons, they could not escape this fate too. Being pummeled frenziedly by hundreds of Hegemon realms, no matter how strong they were, it was to no avail too. Furthermore, these monsters all did not fear death and were dauntless to the extreme, their combat power going off the charts. None of them were easy to deal with. However, those monsters did not attack Blood Promise, directly emptying out this region of space where he was standing. But they completely sealed off this large area of space. Blood Promise did not even have the chance to run away. Blood Promise's complexion was deathly pale, a feeling of despair welling up in his heart. Just now, he was still pleased with himself, thinking that he had cornered Yi Yuan. But in a blink, it became his certain death scenario. This huge reversal was too crazy. Over 800 Hegemon realm-level monsters instantly rushed out of the battlefield. This kind of impact was seriously too strong and too shocking. In the midst of fierce fighting, Yi Shui's pupils constricted, and he said in astonishment, These are those monsters that had their bloodlines nurtured? How could they possibly all become Hegemon realm? It was not just Yi Shui. Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven's side was also in extreme shock, unable to extricate themselves for a long time. The appearance of these 800 Hegemon realms made the visual shock even stronger. Clearly, they all did not know that their side actually still had such a horrifying trump card. It's those monsters. Many years ago, they already disappeared. I didn't expect that they were actually forged into a Hegemon realm army by Heavenly Saint Yi. Amazing! Over 800 Hegemon realms. This strength is enough to sweep across all the heavens. With them, we can even fight with the blood race. They were all persecuted by the blood race. That's how they became like this. The blood race also didn't expect that there would be today, right? This is called retribution is great. Oh. Originally, these people were all harboring the resolve to make a last-ditch desperate attempt. But who knew that the moment Yi Yuan appeared, it reversed the battle situation and became a one-sided slaughter. Hence, each and every one of them was incomparably invigorated, going all out and launching a major counteroffensive against the Blood Race army. Roar! A shocking angry roar came over, and a monster with a huge body dashed out of the extreme light pavilion space. This was the last one. Zhao Yu. The current Zhao Yu, his body was several times larger than before. His entire person's aura became incomparably violent and unbelievably powerful. His appearance made everyone fall into even greater shock. It was because the current Zhao Yu had actually already reached great beyond realm. His appearance pushed the momentum of the entire battlefield to the pinnacle. You go and help Senior Mi Tian. Take Yi Shui down. I'm going to use his blood to hold a memorial ceremony for Brother Feng. Yi Yuan said coldly. Roar! Zhao Yu lifted his head to the sky and roared angrily, rushing toward Yi Shui. Retreat! Without the slightest hesitation, Yi Shui directly announced the retreat. Facing such a powerful Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven, it was simply impossible for them to attain victory. It was only to see him attacked with a blood spear. Heaven and earth changed colors, attempting to force Mi Tian back. Mi Tian just smiled coldly and said, Wanting to leave isn't so easy. My title, Hegemon Space, isn't in name only. Spatial origin surged out. The surrounding space seemed to be frozen and was actually solid as a metal bucket. The spear of Yi Shui's was devoured by endless space. Meanwhile, the surrounding void was completely frozen. Freezing space did not need the numerous hegemons to take action. Mi Tian's power alone would suffice. Furthermore, with this space freezing, The power was even stronger than the blood races that time. Yi Shue's expression changed wildly, and at this time, Zhao Yu arrived. Roar! Zhao Yu's enormous body and violent sharp claws appeared unbelievably brutal. This claw seemed like it was going to tear Yi Shue to pieces. Berserk Saint force condensed on the tip of the claw. Places that it passed through, even the frozen space had fissures ripped apart. Yi Shue's expression changed again, long spear swinging horizontally, facing off against Zhao Yu. Boom! Zhao Yu was directly sent flying out. But Zhao Yu drew a lone arc in midair and actually flew back again. At the same time, Mi Tian also found an opportunity to attack. Boom! The three people exchanged blows head-on. This time, it was Yi Shue's turn to be sent flying out. Having fought this battle until now, it was his first time being in a disadvantageous position. This also meant that the battle situation had completely turned around. Above the void, three mighty great beyond powerhouses were fighting frenziedly. The energy undulations that exploded made everyone's faces change. This life and death great battle entered the white-hot stage. However, Zhao Yu's strength far exceeded everyone's expectations. In terms of strength, he was still significantly worse than these two super powerhouses. But he charged without fear of death, and his berserk combat power made up for this gap. How rich was Mi Tian's combat experience? With him assisting by the side, Yi Shue could only take a beating. In reality, Yi Shue already chose to retreat right away. He knew that nothing could be done anymore. But it was difficult to want to escape from Mi Tian's hands. The blood race powerhouses originally slaughtered everywhere, sweeping through everything. But now it was completely reversed. Mi Tian's spatial freezing, the radius was huge, affecting them as well. Even if these people wanted to run away, there was no chance either. Hence, it actually became a one-sided massacre. The blood race powerhouses were reducing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Oh! Yi Yuan carried Feng Xiaoyan's corpse and walked step by step to Blood Promise. All around were battle cries that shook the heavens. But the two of them seemed to be cut off from the world. Everyone had overlooked them. I really didn't expect that you actually still had such a trump card. These monsters' talents are also just average. How can you possibly turn all of them into hegemon realms? Blood Promise said in confusion. Yi Yuan said coolly, what the Chaos Bloodstone can do, I can naturally do it too. Blood Promise sneered when he heard that and said, just the likes of you, you dare to be placed in the same category as Progenitor too? Who the hell do you think you are? Yi Yuan still said calmly, if your progenitor wasn't apprehensive of me, why would there be a need to put forth such a grand lineup? Blood Promise's expression changed, and he gave a cold snort but did not speak. Yi Yuan continued. Their bloodlines had been reformed to begin with. These few years, I devoted myself to researching bloodlines and finally gained something. I completely stimulated their bloodline power. Them breaking through realms is also merely something that happened naturally without extra effort. Reaching the hegemon realm is nothing difficult. Yi Yuan had always been researching how to restore Zhao Yu and the others' appearance and consciousness. But it was very hard. However, he found another path. It was finding a way to continue stimulating their bloodline. Later, Yi Yuan even obtained the Heavenly Dao paintings. He stimulated these people's bloodline power with the Heavenly Dao paintings as a guide, letting them break through to hegemon realm in one stroke. And Zhao Yu's evolution even exceeded Yi Yuan's expectations. Zhao Yu's talent was too good. He who obtained the Heavenly Dao painting could be said to be improving at a tremendous pace. Later, he secretly sent these people into the Extreme Light Pavilion's space. He did not even tell Mi Tian they all. Of course, it was also useless even if he told them. It was only so he could release the seal and let these monsters out. Otherwise, no one could control it. Ha ha! Yi Yuan, do you know what's called overestimating your own ability? Hegemon realm is nothing difficult. These words are just a little conceited when other people say it. But when it comes out of your mouth, that's ignorant and laughable. You, a divergent cultivator, when you break through, that will be the day that you die. What are you talking about the hegemon realm for? Blood Rama said with a wild laugh. Yi Yuan looked at him and said coolly, then you just watch how I talk about hegemon realm. Swoosh. For great bloodlines poured out of Yi Yuan's body wildly, Saint Force exploding. Without the slightest flashiness. Yi Yuan smashed a punch right over. In the next second, Blood Promise still had a look of disdain on his face. But in the next second, his pupils constricted and he cried out in alarm for great chaos true spirit bloodlines. How is this possible? The moment Yi Yuan moved, there was shock all over the sky. Even Mi Tian's movements were delayed by a fraction too. Chaos grade bloodline. He actually promoted the 4 great true spirit bloodlines all to chaos grade. Long Jian's expression changed wildly, and he cried out in shock. This is impossible. Chaos grade bloodline is absolutely impossible to reach postnatal. Quasi-chaos grade bloodline is already the limit. But what on earth is going on? The White Tiger clans by Xi similarly had a look of shock. Doesn't this mean that we also have hope of advancing to chaos grade bloodline? The moment Xian Taiqing said these words, everyone trembled all over. White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, Black Tortoise 3 clans, all had quasi-chaos grade bloodlines appear. Fengqin Xian, they all already had high hopes pinned on them. Quasi-chaos grade bloodline, although it was unable to reach the height of innate chaos grade bloodline, without a doubt, the potential was much greater than the others. Even if similarly great beyond realm, Fengqin Xian, their strength would also be far stronger than Luan Qinghe, But if one could reach chaos grade bloodline postnatal, that significance was completely different. Now, Yi Yuan's eruption had subverted everyone's understanding of bloodline. The power of his punch was so strong. Boom! Facing the front, Yi Yuan carried Feng Xiaotian and smashed a fist fiercely onto Blood Promise's blood-colored shield. The blood-colored shield rippled. The terrifying power passed right through. Blood Promise's expression changed wildly. How could an ordinary Emperor Sakura Heaven break through the origin defenses of a peak hegemon? Forget about breaking through. It could not even make them tremble a little. The gap between Emperor Sakura Heaven and peak hegemon was really far too great. Great until it was hard to make up for. But Yi Yuan directly broke it. The penetrative force of Saint Force was too fearsome. There was no time to think too much. Blood Promise's blood energy surged, and he similarly smashed a punch over. In the time it took for sparks to fly off a piece of flint, the 2 people exchanged a blow. Bang! The void exploded. The 2 people flew out backward. Yi Yuan retreated 1,000 steps away before barely managing to stand firm. And because Blood Promise was too hasty, he was directly smashed flying by a punch from Yi Yuan. Then he felt countless powerful auras lock onto him. Blood Promise shuddered and hurriedly stabilized his figure, avoiding those powerful auras. However, his expression was ugly to the extreme. This punch just now, he was about on par with Yi Yuan. So strong. He can actually stand up to a peak hegemon as an equal. This is also too monstrous. Emperor Sakura Heaven versus peak hegemon. This is something unprecedented. If he were to really break through to hegemon realm, how terrific would that be? Most likely, even progenitor won't be able to restrain him too. Oh. Practically all of the blood race powerhouses trembled. What this punch broke was the rule since time immemorial, frightening them greatly. The powerful talent and combat power that Yi Yuan exhibited were sufficient to make myriad worlds tremble. He looked at Blood Promise and said coldly, Peak hegemon is nothing more than this too. Now I'm gonna fight side by side with Brother Feng. Do you still have any objections? Blood Promise's face had long already become black as the bottom of a pot. When Yi Yuan piggybacked Feng Xiaotian, it seemed so laughable. No one thought that Yi Yuan could really avenge Feng Xiaotian. It was because the die was already cast. But in a blink of an eye, Yi Yuan produced clouds with one turn of the hand and rain with another, directly reversing the battle situation, encircling Blood Promise and turning Blood Promise into a turtle in the jar. Until now, people also did not think that he really had the strength to contend with Blood Promise. After all, Blood Promise was not an ordinary person. He was a blood race's genius, a powerful peak hegemon. The group of peak hegemons was commanded by him. This was sufficient to see his status in his blood race. But Yi Yuan told the world how strong he was with just one punch. Battling hegemons did not need one to be in the hegemon realm at all. Suddenly, Blood Promise's aura changed, and he said in a solemn voice, Do you really think that this is my true strength? Even if you can jump realms and battle, so what? Wanna beat me? Be careful that it will cost your own life too. At this point, he no longer harbored any mentality of getting lucky. He already had some realization that this was a certain death situation. It was impossible to make Yi Yuan let him off. A beast at bay would put up a desperate fight. Since that was the case, he naturally had to put up a desperate fight. As long as he killed Yi Yuan, he would have profited too. The current blood promise seemingly attained new life. Even his entire person's temperament changed. He was far removed from the masses to begin with, his momentum shocking. It was just that two people appeared in his life, one Feng Xiaotian and one Yi Yuan. This made him become somewhat irritated and somewhat lacking in confidence. But at the brink of desperation, the hot-bloodedness in his bones was already completely stimulated. Seeing this scene, many people started to worry. This guy wouldn't be playing with fire and burn himself, right? Blood promise, this guy isn't someone that's easy to deal with. His combat power that erupts, having all means of retreat be cut off, would definitely be very shocking. When Yang Qing saw this scene, he said rather worriedly. Feng Qixian bit her lips lightly and said, this guy just likes to mess around. Victory is clearly within grasp, but he insists on showing off his ability. Yang Qing shook his head and said, you don't understand. Some things have to be done. If it were me, I'd be the same too. Feng Qixian frowned, her eyes revealing a look of worry. She indeed did not understand, but she was very worried about Yi Yuan. At present, Yang Qing and Feng Qixian had already stepped into Hegemon realm, their strength extremely formidable. However, under this kind of great battle, their strength was still too weak. At this time, they had all sustained heavy injuries, but they were still killing the enemy courageously. Within a short time, Blood Promise imposing momentum directly rose to the apex of peak Hegemon. He was only half a step away from Supreme Hegemon too. One blood-colored petal after another spilled over from Blood Promise's body, scattering over heaven and earth. Very soon, countless blood flowers teemed the sky. Swoosh! A blood flower floating straight toward Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan dodged slightly, avoiding the blood flower. Poochie! A gash was actually cut open on Yi Yuan's face. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed slightly. He had clearly just avoided the blood flower but was cut. Poochie! A gash was also cut on Feng Xiaoyan's shoulder, fresh blood flowing down. Yi Yuan's heart turned slightly cold. These blood flowers were not simple. He looked at Yi Yuan and said with a smile, are you thinking why would you get injured when you clearly avoided my god-burying flower? Yi Yuan did not answer. Blood Promise seemed to not have the intention of letting him answer too, and continued, this move is called Illusionary Flowers Burying Gods. It's a divine ability that I comprehended when I broke through to peak Hegemon. Even Feng Xiaotian hasn't tried this move before too. This move is derived from my lifetime's comprehension. Experience it well. Yi Yuan, you're going to pay the price for your conceit. If you ordered them to kill me, there wouldn't be the current consequence. Now it's too late. If I'm dying, you'll have to be buried in death with me too. Suddenly, Blood Promise became brutal, and everyone's expression changed. Blood flowers that filled the sky swept over toward Yi Yuan frenziedly. Blood Promise said that it was too late. It was because the current Yi Yuan was already completely encircled by god-burying flowers and could not get out at all. Yi Yuan's expression was unchanging, his figure directly turning into an afterimage, disappearing. Above the void, the sound of sharp knives tearing flesh and blood would come over from time to time. Yang Qing's expression changed drastically, and he said, not good, Yi Yuan is in danger. His spatial origin is actually being restrained. Blood flowers that filled the skies danced wildly, giving people a breathtaking feeling. But amidst this stunning beauty, killing intent crisscrossed, making people feel a chill run down their spines. Everyone felt the power of this move. Everyone knew about Yi Yuan's spatial means. But here, Yi Yuan actually did not have the leeway to unleash it. Cloudmouth's pupils constricted, and he roared wildly at those bloodline warriors, what are you all still waiting for? Attack together and kill Blood Promise. Among the bloodline warriors, there was already quite a number who had regained their intelligence. It was only to hear a few wild roars. The bloodline warriors made up of hegemons mobilized. Blood Promise's expression changed slightly, but the seals in his hand became even more phantasmagoric. No need. Amidst the blood flowers came Yi Yuan's cold yell. The figure appeared. When everyone saw Yi Yuan, they could not help feeling a chill in their hearts. The clothes on Yi Yuan's body were sliced into ribbons. Some exposed skin was flayed open and the flesh torn. It was a ghastly sight. Those with sharp eyes could even see that something seemed to be propagating in those flesh and blood, attempting to corrode them. Compared to Yi Yuan, there were actually only a scanty few wounds on the body of Feng Xiaotian, who was behind him. Very clearly, the vast majority of the attacks were blocked by Yi Yuan with his own body. Ha ha ha! Really loyal to brothers. Feng Xiaotian is merely a dead man. But you'd rather receive the baptism of the god-bearing flower yourself than be willing to let this dead person get injured? How touching. How stupid to the extreme. When Blood Promise saw this scene, he could not help letting out a wild laugh. Yi Yuan's actions were simply laughable to the extreme in his eyes. Carrying a dead man and saying that he wanted to fight side by side. Now, being in a disadvantageous position, he would rather suffer serious injuries than be willing to let a dead person suffer any bit of harm. Was this called loyalty? This was called stupidity. Yi Yuan looked at him and still said calmly, "How can someone like you understand what genuine brotherhood love is?" Blood Promise laughed loudly and said, "I understand. Of course I understand. The so-called brotherhood love is to set off for the Yellow Springs together. Therefore, you can set off together with Feng Xiaotian. This seat will send you off." A surge of explosive origin suddenly poured out wildly from Blood Promise's body. He was burning his life force. Above the void, the density of the god-bearing flower became extremely terrifying, virtually covering the sky and blotting out the sun. Yi Yuan's entire person was completely submerged. When everyone saw this scene, their expressions changed wildly. Countless god-bearing flowers was like a rain of blades, dense until it was impermeable. People could even see that inside that flower rain, space was being sliced into strips, being incomparably sharp. Everyone could tell that Yi Yuan was likely fraught with grim possibilities. What to do about this? Heavenly Saint Yi, he actually died just like this? Damn it. Kill Blood Promise and avenge Heavenly Saint Yi. Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven's powerhouses all went crazy. First was Feng Xiaotian dying in battle, then it was Yi Yuan being killed. They were already beyond furious. Countless powerhouses roared, charging over toward Blood Promise. Over elsewhere, Yishui also calculated everything and let out a loud laugh. Mitian, you calculated everything and also didn't calculate Blood Promise's strength, right? He repeatedly suffered defeat in Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven, but why was he still put in such an important position by us? However, this seat also didn't expect that Yi Yuan actually took the road to ruin himself. Mi Tian's face revealed a sorrowful expression. He already completely could not feel Yi Yuan's aura. Although he harbored a glimmer of hope in his heart, he knew that Yi Yuan was likely fraught with grim possibilities. Indeed, as Yi Shui said, he underestimated Blood Promise too much. "Zhao Yu, let us kill him." Mi Tian gave an angry roar, joining hands with Zhao Yu, rushing toward Yi Shui frenziedly. Ha ha ha. Looking at the wildly surging god-bearing flowers, Blood Promise let out a delighted laugh. A fool who overestimates his own ability. So what if he broke through to Chaos-grade bloodline? So what if he has Saint Force? So what if he can jump realms and battle? In the end, didn't he still die under this seat's illusionary flowers burying gods? Yi Yuan. This seat admits that you're very monstrous, but using this seat's life to exchange for your life is worth it. He knew that it would be impossible for him to escape his doom. But at this point, using his life to exchange for Yi Yuan's life, it was really too worth it. Yi Yuan's monstrousness could no longer be described in words. Once Yi Yuan died, all the heavens would no longer have an existence that could pose a threat to Progenitor anymore. Hegem and Samsara and Progenitor Heavenless similarly could not. As long as enough blood ward beads were saved up, Progenitor would be able to come into being and break through the shackles that no one had ever broken through before, transcending the great beyond. Therefore, he was overjoyed. Lord Blood Promise is mighty. Lord Blood Promise is our blood race's #1 meritorious official. Oh. Far away, the blood race's powerhouses were unbelievably invigorated. Killing Yi Yuan was even more important than winning this great battle. Dong! Just as they were happy, a loud noise came from above the void. The dense god-burying flowers collapsed with a loud bang. Originally, flying flowers drifted, natural and unrestrained. Now, fallen flowers lay strewn all over the footpaths, the sun setting in the west mountain. This sound came too suddenly, resulting in everyone not reacting in time. But, directly scattering the flying flowers all over the sky, this visual effect was too strong. However, this was just the prelude. Fine cracks actually appeared in the surrounding space. The entire void was like a broken mirror, cracks spreading out like cobwebs. Following that, the void trembled. Many Hegemon realm powerhouses actually could not stand firm and fell one after another. Blood Premise's expression changed drastically, his figure swaying with uncertainty. Suddenly, a formidable force passed through space, directly transmitting onto his body. Blood Promise spurted a mouthful of blood wildly, directly being blasted flying out. He was shocked to the extreme. Until now, he completely did not know where this attack came from. But he knew that this was absolutely Yi Yuan's work. That sound not only interrupted his casting, making the god-burying flowers all over the sky directly crumble. It even seriously injured him. But what on earth did Yi Yuan do? At this point, he actually still had a trump card? The fragmented flowers dissipated. A figure emerged. When everyone saw him, their pupils constricted. Under Yi Yuan's feet, fine cracks spread out. It was actually the center of all the cracks. His body was incomparably tragic, wounds and scars everywhere. However, Yi Yuan's current imposing momentum was powerful to the extreme. This was a kind of momentum like saber momentum or spear momentum, but it was not on the same level at all. Yi Yuan's momentum was seemingly going to trample this blue sky to pieces. He was merely an Emperor Sakura heaven. But the tyrannical aura that was spilling from his body currently, it actually suppressed Tian Yishui and the rest of the great beyond powerhouses. It was as if he was the only sovereign under this stretch of sky. What a strong momentum. I've never thought that momentum could actually be so strong. Could it be that this is his final trump card? Yishui's pupils constricted as he said in shock. This move of Yi Yuan's already exceeded his imagination. This move was unparalleled among his contemporaries. Although his cultivation realm was significantly higher than Yi Yuan, it was also impossible for him to unleash such a terrifying move even if he exerted all his strength. Fresh blood spurted wildly from Blood Premise's mouth and he roared angrily, What move is this? Yi Yuan looked at him and said coldly, ever since gaining enlightenment on the Heaven volume, I had a new breakthrough in my understanding of heavenly Tao again. Finally, I achieved mastery through a comprehensive study of my lifetime's learning, and created this move, Heaven Trampling 5 Steps. Just now, it was the first form, trampling mountains and rivers with 1 step, quiet extermination of all things like the night. Now, I'll let you witness the second form, trampling the 8 desolates with 2 steps, inverting the universe myriad extinction. Yi Yuan did not talk nonsense, his foot slowly raising. His entire person's imposing momentum actually rose to another level on top of the original basis. The firmament quivered. Crack, crack, crack. Terrifying tribulation clouds condensed and formed above the void, seemingly issuing a warning with regards to Yi Yuan's imposing momentum. Blood Premise's complexion was deathly pale. Under this imposing momentum, he could not give birth to any desire to resist at all. If Yi Yuan just now was the monarch who overlooked the world proudly, then Yi Yuan now was the emperor who ruled all life. Everything had to submit under his feet. But, seeing the tribulation clouds, Blood Promise seemed to have grasped the last life-saving straw. Ha 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 ha. Heaven trampling. Heaven trampling. You're going against heaven and will not be tolerated by heavenly Tao. No matter how strong this move of yours is, so what? Heavenly Tao won't tolerate you. Blood Promise pointed at Yi Yuan and said crazily. Yi Yuan looked at him like looking at an idiot and said coolly, I'm a divergent cultivator to begin with. What do I fear going against heaven? If heavenly Tao doesn't tolerate me, I'll trample this heavenly Tao underfoot. In the next instant, Yi Yuan seemed to have exhausted all the strength in his body, stepping down. At this moment, That tiny body of Yi Yuan's seemed to be as high as heaven and earth, akin to a celestial deity. Boom! The void trembled heavily. The surrounding space directly shattered. The void turbulent currents flooded in crazily. Extreme medicine sect's mountain pass gates fell apart to pieces under his stomp. Extreme medicine sect's various mountain peaks and ranges were leveled to the ground at this instant. The scariest thing was that the terrifying tribulation cloud was actually directly scattered under this stomp of Yi Yuan's. Blood Promise looked at this scene dumbfoundedly, already forgetting his shock. What did he see? That tribulation cloud could easily exterminate a peak hegemon. But, under the stomp of Yi Yuan's, it actually did not even have strength left to retaliate. Could it be that Yi Yuan had already reached a state above heavenly Tao? But very soon he felt at ease. A force that was even more terrifying than earlier, transmitted over from God knows where. His body was directly reduced to nothingness under this force. Yi Yuan put Feng Xiaotian down, his expression somber as he said, "Brother Feng, I've avenged your enmity toward Blood Promise on your behalf." Silence all around. Everyone's faces revealed a look of extreme shock. The powerful hegemon Blood Promise was actually directly annihilated under Yi Yuan's stomp. Looking at the Yi Yuan standing in the sky, the blood race powerhouses all felt a shudder, including Yishui. In that moment just now, the feeling that Yi Yuan gave people was invincibility, that he could not be defeated. The powerful tribulation cloud actually took the initiative to retreat. It could be seen how terrifying he was. What move is this? Why do I feel like heavenly Tao had descended? Lord Blood Promise actually died. He didn't even have the chance to revive. What a terrifying move. This move had already surpassed the domain of a divine ability. Most likely, it's simply impossible for great beyond realm ancestors to create it too. Oh. Yi Yuan said that this was the strongest move that he created after he achieved mastery through a comprehensive study of what he learned. But the power of this move already exceeded their understanding. Therefore, they were alarmed and scared. Heaven trampling 5 steps, it was Yi Yuan's epitome work. Visualizing the heaven volume, other people's strengths could all advance by leaps and bounds. Hence, it was naturally impossible for Yi Yuan to march on the spot. As the most important volume of the 12 heavenly Tao paintings, the heaven volume was actually the general interpretation of great Tao. After Yi Yuan visualized it, he had a feeling of suddenly connecting things together. Alchemy Tao, Formation Tao, Sword Tao, as well as his origin great Taos, everything and everything, all merged together into an organic whole under the heaven volume. Heaven trampling 5 steps, it was born in response. Reaching Yi Yuan's current realm, he could already vaguely sense breaking through to hegemon realm, this pivotal point of life and death. This battle was the battle that would determine his fate. The battle with heavenly Tao would be the most terrifying battle in his life. In comparison, progenitor bloodstone, ancestor heavenless, so on and so forth, they were nothing. And the heaven-trampling 5 steps also represented his determination to trample heavenly Tao. This move was unleashed with momentum. It was different from all martial techniques, but the power was incredible. However, although the power was great, the sequela was similarly great. After using this move, same as the ultimate moves of Qi Shang, Meng Jin, and the rest, his entire person would collapse. Of course, this was not the most important thing. The most important thing was that, after using this move, he could clearly feel the backlash of heavenly Tao. This move was a demonstration of power to heavenly Tao. How could heavenly Tao possibly be aloof and indifferent? These were just the common tribulation clouds. It was very easy to resolve. But in the final battle, it would be absolutely impossible to overcome it so easily. Yi Yuan could even feel that the final Tao tribulation was currently brewing. Such as now, Yi Yuan could distinctly feel that the Tao tribulation was getting closer and closer. Utilizing this move was inducing the final Tao tribulation. If the Tao tribulation descended in advance with his current strength, he did not have the power to resist at all. Therefore, this move could not be used easily. Using it was tantamount to slow suicide. But, for Feng Xiaoyan's sake, Yi Yuan used it without the slightest hesitation. Of course, with Yi Yuan's current strength, it was not enough to take the 3rd step at all, let alone talk about the 5th step. forcibly taking the steps without waiting for the Tao tribulation to descend. His own physical body would not be able to withstand it. This move was too brutal. Kill. Leave none behind. Yi Yuan yelled angrily. All the general obeyed the order, charging towards the blood race's remnants. For some time, a whirlwind swept away the last clouds. After repeated fierce battles, Yi Shui was already seriously injured. He was burning with anxiety in his heart, wanting to get away. But Mitian and Zhao Yu tied him down fiercely. He could not escape at all. Just a moment ago, he never thought that he would actually fall here. But now, he was a little alarmed and frightened in his heart. Yi Yuan's appearance not only let Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven make a great comeback, it even had the intention of completely annihilating the enemies that came to invade. Suddenly, Mitian gave a cold laugh and said, "You're scared." During this great battle that lasted for 3 days and nights, Mitian was really aggrieved to the extreme. With concern in his heart, he could not unleash his strongest combat power at all. Clearly, Yi Shui had calculated all these. But Yi Yuan's appearance completely erupted the grievance that accumulated in his heart for 3 days. Before this, how overweeningly arrogant was Yi Shui. But now, he was like a dog that lost its home. Yi Shui was being entangled by Mitian. Zhao Yu's blow struck him hard in the chest. Yi Shui's chest was directly smashed through. However, his wound was healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. It was just that the speed was much slower than before. Zhao Yu did not know fatigue at all. No matter how many times the opponent recovered, Zhao Yu would have the patience to continue destroying him. "You think that you all have one?" Yi Shui smiled coldly as he returned fire. "At least for this battle, we've won," Mitian said. "You can't imagine Progenitor's strength at all. He's only one last step away from great beyond. Reaching our level of boundary, you should know what that means. Yi Yuan's strength is decent, but just now you should have sensed something too, right?" Yi Shui smiled coldly. Yi Yuan's heaven-trampling 5 steps let him feel a kind of throbbing that came from the soul. He had never felt this kind of throbbing before. That was the fury of heavenly Tao. The fury of heavenly Tao was hidden above the 9th heaven. Reaching their level, their perception was naturally not what ordinary people could compare to. The moment these words came out, Mitian's expression turned cold. Clearly, he felt it too. "Haha. Looks like you felt it too. Tell me, can he really break through the shackles that no one since ancient antiquity has broken?" Yi Shui was covered all over in blood, but said with a wild laugh, "Under heavenly Tao, all are ants." This ancestor also really wants to see just what kind of scale this unprecedented Tao tribulation will be. Heaven trampling 5 steps. Whether it will be you trampling on heaven or you being trampled underfoot by heavenly Tao, this ancestor will really be waiting anxiously to see. "Mitian, even if you kill me, your Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven can't escape the fate of being destroyed too. After Progenitor comes into being, your Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven won't have a single fowl or dog remaining." The current Yi Shui was at the end of his rope, but his words were akin to a clap of thunder, exploding in everyone's ears. Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven's powerhouses were shocked. They did not know what Mitian and Yi Shui felt. But without a doubt, what Yi Yuan would be facing was an unprecedented great calamity. Mitian frowned hard and said in a solemn voice, "You talk too much. You can go and die already. Zhao Yu, do it." Finished saying, Saint Force surged on the 2 people's bodies, already preparing to launch a shocking blow. But Yi Shui was not afraid and said with a loud laugh, "Come on. Bring it on. My strength will eventually return to Progenitor's body. He'll bring me to watch your Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven be destroyed." Rumble. 2 formidable forces fell with a loud bang. Yi Shui had already given up resisting. He knew that he could not escape anymore. Right at this time, a blood-colored barrier suddenly appeared above the void, completely covering Yi Shui. Boom. The void trembled heavily. That blood-colored barrier was actually as stable as Mount Tai. "Let's go." A voice came from within the void. Yi Shui was overjoyed when he heard and said, "Many thanks, Progenitor, for saving me. Ha ha ha, Mitian. I'll watch you die without a burial ground with my own eyes." Finished saying, he tore apart space and directly escaped. 1. We. We won. Really didn't expect that we could actually still survive. Sniff, sniff. Heavenly Saint Yi will live for generations to come and be invincible under the heavens. Oh. After a brief silence, thunderous cheers erupted in front of the extreme medicine sect's mountain pass gates. This victory that was not easy to come by made many people weep with great joy. Some people fell into wild ecstasy. Some cried, some laughed, some were inspired, and some were dispirited. A myriad of emotions exploded completely under the joy of surviving a calamity. Yi Yuan looked at them but could not be happy no matter what. This battle was too tragic. Many people that he knew had already perished, their doubt dissipating. He could no longer see their figures, especially Feng Xiaotian. After the wild ecstasy, the people gradually calmed down. Yi Yuan made a hand gesture. The whole place was silent. The current Yi Yuan was already a godlike existence in everyone's hearts. Yi Yuan said loudly, Brother Feng's battles shattered the firmament throughout his life, only to protect the Tao in his heart. Although dead, it's glorious. Today, he'll be canonized as a god of war, and a statue will be established here to be admired by all generations. He is everlasting. Zhou Zizong and Song Mingjiang followed the triumph. Their contributions are unparalleled. They will be conferred as the left and right protector celestial deities. Do you all have any objections? Everyone was respectful and said in unison, We have no objections. If someone whose status was second only to Yi Yuan, that was bound to be Feng Xiaotian. Although the god of war was dead, his power and influence did not drop. Feng Xiaotian used his Tao to make everyone admire him endlessly. Therefore, Yi Yuan conferred him as the god of war. The others did not have any refusal on this. Swoosh! 7 streams of flowing light flew out of Yi Yuan's body and landed on the ground with a bang, turning into 7 giant mountains. These 7 enormous mountains were naturally the Myriad Realms mountains. 7 giant mountains, the heights were different. 3 of them had uneven heights, but the other 4 were the same height. When everyone saw the situation, they were uncertain about this. But then they heard Yi Yuan speaking. He said, From now on, the Myriad Realms mountain will have the name changed to Chaos Heavenly Spirit List, divided into Heaven, Earth, Mystic, and Yellow. These 4 lists. They will be situated here forever. I'll engrave the fallen souls on it, recording their contributions for people to pay homage to them. From now on, those who rendered great contributions to Grand Brightjade Complete Heaven can all get on the list and be worshipped by everyone. Those who offend the Chaos Heavenly Spirit List will be exterminated. Finished saying, Yi Yuan took a drop of fresh blood from Feng Xiaotian's body and flew to the highest peak. Swoosh! 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 Sword intent crisscrossed, Yi Yuan engraved Feng Xiaotian's name on the highest level of the heaven list. Feng Xiaotian, these 3 large gilded characters, appeared in the most eye-catching position very soon. These 3 words actually had a soul-stirring feeling. It was as if Feng Xiaotian had revived on the Chaos Heavenly Spirit List. Following that, Yi Yuan engraved Zhou Zizong and Song Mingjiang's names on the heaven list. Yi Yuan was very patient, carving one name after another on the Chaos Heavenly Spirit List. These people were all people that he had once known. But now they were already separated by life and death. The reason why Yi Yuan took this action was that he was inspired by the Extreme Light Pavilion. Yi Yuan valued relationships. He did not hope for these heroic spirits who shed their blood and laid down their lives to be forgotten by people along with time. Therefore, he would rather abandon the Myriad Realms mountain, this chaos heavenly treasure that had just been successfully refined. He had to do something. Yi Yuan's engraved very seriously. Each stroke and each line, they showed his seriousness. Everyone looked at him with respectful faces. Many people's faces had their eyes brimmed over with hot tears. The names that Yi Yuan engraved, many of them were comrades who had once fought shoulder to shoulder with them. When the names were engraved, it was as if they felt that that person had not gone far away yet. But what shocked them even more was that Yi Yuan actually knew so many people. Although Yi Yuan's cultivation realm was not high, he possessed a paramount position in Grand Brightjade Complete Heaven. Even those whose strength reached Hegemon realm might not be able to enter his eyes too. They naturally would not extravagantly hope that Yi Yuan could remember their names. But only at this time did they understand that Yi Yuan was actually very familiar with everyone. It was as if he was enumerating his family's valuables. I really didn't expect that Heavenly Saint Yi is actually so observant about the feelings of the masses. Wang Dong and Li Xian and the few of us, we were just very unremarkable few people who followed Heavenly Saint Yi in the Labyrinth Divine Palace back then. Didn't expect that he actually remembered us all. In terms of contributions, no one's contribution is greater than Heavenly Saint Yi's. But he abandoned a chaos heavenly treasure and actually gave all the credit to others. He really is a man of great talent and virtue. Take care, brothers. You guys rest assured. Your father definitely won't taint everyone's awe-inspiring reputations. I only hope that one day your father can enter the Chaos Heavenly Spirit list too. Oh. Seeing Yi Yuan like this, everyone felt inexplicably touched. Nearly 10,000 people entered the Labyrinth Divine Palace together with Yi Yuan back then. Those who stood out among the rest and stepped into Hegemin realm were just the minority after all. But they did not expect that Yi Yuan actually even remembered those unremarkable people clearly. This sort of thing, they believed that no leader in the 33 heavens could do this. What did this show? This showed that Yi Yuan would not look down on anyone. The achievements of a general were built on the dead bodies of countless soldiers. To the leaders, those weaklings were only the stepping stones on their path to corroborate their Tao. No leader would take them seriously. This was unless you were outstanding enough. But Yi Yuan was different. He treated everyone equally. Whether or not you were outstanding or mediocre, he would not look down on you. These names were clear proof. Forget about others, just talking about Tian. Could he even name the Dragon Clan's Emperor Sakura Heaven powerhouses? Impossible. To Tian, the level difference for Emperor Sakura Heaven was too great. Tian arrived next to Cloud Mount and said with a sigh, "This boy, how does he not make people be ground to pieces for his sake?" Following him, there will be no regrets in death too. I think that Feng Xiaotian thinks so too, right? Cloud Mount nodded his head seriously and said, "What this old man is proudest of in this life is accepting this disciple." Lord Tian, what on earth did you sense just now? Tian's expression flickered and he said with a sigh, "Heavenly Tao's hidden anger. Yi Yuan's tribulation of Hegemin will likely surpass everyone's imaginations. Although he's monstrous, but what Tian did not say caused Cloud Mount's expression to become very ugly. Very clearly, Tian was very pessimistic about Yi Yuan. The present Yi Yuan was able to kill the peak Hegemin blood promise with the heaven-trampling 5 steps. Could be seen how monstrous he was. But even such a person like Yi Yuan, Tian did not find it optimistic. What did this mean? Cloud Mount said worriedly. What in the world will happen? Tian shook his head and said, "The more one reaches my level of realm, the more one feels that heavenly Tao is fleeting and ephemeral. Yishui and I merely sense something, that's all. Just how his tribulation of Hegemin will be like, nobody knows. This is because there has never been a divergent cultivator who has achieved Yi Yuan's strength. Even heaven is envious of his strength. However, the hidden anger of heavenly Tao struck deep terror into me. If heavenly Tao punishes me, I'm afraid that I won't have the slightest strength to fight back. Yi Yuan's tribulation of Hegemin is likely fraught with grim possibilities." Cloud Mount's heart sank to rock bottom. This piece of news was really terrible. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Yi Yuan was still carving names with each stroke and line. But, from far away, Zhuo Bufan's pupils constricted. He felt that the aura on Yi Yuan's body changed. Yi Yuan's pen expressed dragons and snakes, sword intent crisscrossing. Each stroke and each line did not reveal a sharp edge but faintly contained an infinite amount of power. He had never seen before this kind of sword intent. Zhuo Bufan immersed himself in sword Tao his entire life. What he pursued was the extremity of strength. No matter how strong you were, I would break through with just one sword. Therefore, he accumulated for many years in Emperor Sakura Heaven Realm, splitting apart the road of life and death with one sword, directly reaching Supreme Hegemin, stunning the entire 33 heavens. But Yi Yuan's sword intent currently was completely different from his understanding of the sword. What Yi Yuan pursued did not seem to be the extremity of power but something else. But this did not mean that Yi Yuan's sword Dao was not strong. On the contrary, Shui Bufan felt that Yi Yuan's sword Dao was extremely powerful. All of the power was hidden within his strokes. Bufan, have you understood Yi Yuan's sword? Mi Tian asked. Clearly, he discovered it too. Shui Bufan shook his head and said, I don't understand at all. This Shui has comprehended on the sword all my life. I only seek to be uninhibited. His sword intent is getting stronger and stronger, but it doesn't have killing intent. It's as if all of the concepts are sealed in the brush strokes. With his close friend's death, carving the Chaos Heavenly Spirit list, it's originally something of great sorrow. But there's no sadness in his sword intent. On the contrary, it has the feeling of solemnness instead. I don't quite understand. If he's sealing the sword intent, then what's the use of gaining enlightenment on the sword? Mi Tian frowned. Clearly, he did not understand it either. His feeling was not as clear as Shui Bufan's, but with his realm, he was naturally able to understand many things too. It was just that he also could not understand what on earth Yi Yuan comprehended. However, Yi Yuan's sword intent grew stronger and stronger. A tremendous power seemed to be contained in the entire Chaos Heavenly Spirit list. The current Chaos Heavenly Spirit list was like a bomb that was growing larger and larger in tonnage. The feeling that it gave people was extremely dangerous. But somehow under this power, everyone from Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven felt a sense of security. This kind of feeling was very conflicting, and yet it was so real. No idea how long had passed either. The Chaos Heavenly Spirit list's aura suddenly changed. It actually gave off rays of golden light halo. This light halo spread out, submerging into the void. Amen? What is this? The Chaos Heavenly Spirit list seems to be different. You guys quickly look. The broken space seems to be repairing. This light halo is restoring Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven. This great battle involved 1,000 Hegemen realm powerhouses. It could be seen how shocking the destructive power was. Back then, the Labyrinth Divine Palace's battle, fighting until a world fell apart to pieces, was also normal. The current Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven was virtually fought until it crumbled to pieces. This kind of plane was no longer suitable for cultivation. Of course, the eternal river flowed, and Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven would slowly recover. But this time would be very long. But currently, Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven's space was actually being repaired quickly. Large amounts of eternal river chaos poured into Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven. It was as if receiving some kind of guidance. Shui Bufan looked at the scene wide-eyed and was tongue-tied. He then said in shock, just what did he comprehend to actually be able to have such a wonderful effect? Sword Dao Cutting Edge is mainly for killing. I've never thought that it would actually have this kind of restoration effect. It's too inconceivable. Mi Tian was also greatly surprised and said, this old man was born from heaven and earth. How many heroes and peerless heavens chosen have I seen before? I've long already become used to it. Today, I really broaden my horizons. This boy actually remolded Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven with Sword Dao as a guide. However, this isn't his own power. Only now did this old man know that some people died, but they are still living in this world. Shui Bufan's eyes were full of respect and emotion. He said with a nod, everyone says that hegemons live forever, but how many can really live forever? The fleshy body is easy to decay, but the spirit can live forever. Their cultivation realms might not be high, and their strength might not be great, but their spirit and willpower will endure forever with Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven. Tian drew a deep breath and said, I really don't know how this kid thinks to actually come up with this Chaos Heavenly Spirit list. Perhaps in the future it will become an extremely terrifying treasure. Abandoning a Chaos Heavenly treasure, furthermore, it was the Myriad Realms Mountain, this kind of top-grade Chaos Heavenly treasure. Not everyone had this boldness. With the Myriad Realms Mountain in hand, Yi Yuan's combat power would rise to a new high. But he gave it up resolutely for the sake of Feng Xiaodian and the others, these heroic people who died in battle. But looking at it now, Yi Yuan's abandonment was the right choice. Shui Bufan nodded and said, willingness to part. Only by giving up can one attain something. But, among humans, how many have such resolve to abandon the most important thing to them? It's them. It's really them. They are not dead yet. I seem to have heard that they want to fight side by side with us. Yeah, the danger of the blood race isn't eliminated yet. Why would these guys be willing to die just like this? Brothers will continue fighting side by side. Oh. The powerhouses present also felt a familiar aura. The intent emitting from the chaos heavenly spirit list was currently reverberating between this heaven and earth. Many people even had their eyes brimmed over with hot tears. Was death the end point? No. They would rather die to protect this hot soil. This was their home. No one was allowed to encroach upon it. 1 day, 2 days, a month. Boom. People seemed to have felt the entire grand bright jade complete heaven tremble a bit. Space was completely consolidated. But it was not over yet. The light halos emitting from the chaos heavenly spirit list got stronger and stronger. It was actually strengthening the space. Tion's pupils constricted slightly, and he said, "You guys noticed it?" Cloudmount, Zhuobufan, and the rest nodded one by one. Tion said these golden light halos are actually reinforcing outside the boundary wall. Furthermore, it's not just one layer. At this rate, not only will Grand Bright Jade complete heaven's space become incomparably stable, the heaven and earth spiritual energy retained will reach a terrifying level. Perhaps Grand Bright Jade complete heaven will become the highest level plane of the 33 heavens. This one sentence from Tion was earth-shattering. The 33 heavens, the heaven and earth spiritual energy in all the heavens would reach a delicate balance. A low-level plane such as Grand Bright Jade complete heaven could not retain more heaven and earth spiritual energy at all. Therefore, it was a low-level plane. And a high-level plane like Void Shrine illuminating heaven, the space was extremely stable. The heaven and earth spiritual energy retained was also abundant. Only an abundance of heaven and earth spiritual energy would give birth to more hegemon realms, and only then would the strength of the plane get stronger. Hence, that was why the 4 great true spirit clans would regard themselves as superior to others. It was not without basis that they called themselves a high-level race. It was just that the superiority of planes could not be transferred by outside force at all. Even if your strength could access heaven and penetrate the earth, it could not change the attribute of the plane too. But at this time, Grand Bright Jade complete heaven space grew more and more stable. Most likely, it would jump up and surpass Void Shrine illuminating heaven. No one thought that Yi Yuan creating the chaos heavenly spirit list would actually produce such a miraculous effect. Defying heaven and changing fate was also nothing more than this. Zhuobufan's pupils constricted, and he said, "I think I understand." Everyone's gazes looked toward Zhuobufan. Clearly, they were all curious about how Yi Yuan did it. Zhuobufan did not explain right away, but the sword intent in his body surged to the sky. Tion's gaze flickered, and he said, "This guy is finally going to have a battle with Yi Yuan. I didn't expect that this day would come so quickly." Everyone was in shock. Hegemon Bufan was actually going to have a battle with Heavenly Saint Yi? Zhuobufan was a supreme hegemon. Got to be kidding. Although Heavenly Saint Yi is formidable, it's also impossible to be Hegemon Bufan's match. Right? What's Hegemon Bufan trying to do? Bully people. They are clearly going to determine the victor with Sword Dao. But Hegemon Bufan's Sword Dao also belongs to an extremely strong existence among supreme hegemons. This is clearly bullying people. Oh. Many people revealed indignant looks. Clearly, they did not understand why Zhuobufan was challenging Yi Yuan at this time. If Yi Yuan had used the heaven-trampling 5 steps, he might not be unable to have a battle with Zhuobufan. But clearly, Yi Yuan would not use it. No matter how strong Yi Yuan's Sword Dao was, his cultivation realm was not there yet after all. It was simply impossible to be Zhuobufan's match. Regarding everyone's questioning, Zhuobufan clearly ignored it. But Tion said, "You haven't said it. What did you understand?" Zhuobufan's gaze was slightly intent as he said, "Yi Yuan's sword is the sword of guarding. I won't offend people unless I'm offended. If people offend me, I'll surely cut them down with the sword." His sword is only drawn to protect people, hence that was why he sealed his sword intent. But once enemies came to invade, his sword's sharp edge would definitely be unsheathed. Tion said with a sudden realization, "So that's how it is. Therefore, His sword intent spurred the thoughts of the people who had died, sealing their wills in the chaos heavenly spirit list. Countless people's will setting great doubt into motion too. That's why it caused such a huge commotion. It was letting grand bright jade complete heaven defy heaven and change its fate. Because this place here is precisely the soil that they used their lives to protect. Shuabufan nodded slightly. Clearly, Meteon's words hit the mark. Cultivators were powerful. The thoughts of people who had just died would not dissipate into heaven and earth. Therefore, Yi Yuan spurred those thoughts with sword intent to protect grand bright jade complete heaven together. Shuabufan said he's going to break through. The battle between us is finally coming. His gaze flickered. Before his voice faded, Yi Yuan's brush stroke fell heavily, finishing the last name. Following that, the aura on his body rose rapidly. In remolding grand bright jade complete heaven, the chaos heavenly spirit list pulled in large amounts of eternal river chaos. It was perfect for Yi Yuan's breakthrough. Boom! Yi Yuan's cultivation realm directly reached grand completion Emperor Sakura heaven. Arriving here, it abruptly stopped. His cultivation realm could no longer rise further. The next step would be to confront that terrifying Tao tribulation. Yi Yuan drew a deep breath and said, "Have I finally come this far? Yi Yuan, come and fight." Right then, a voice sounded out. Yi Yuan looked over and said with a smile, "Brother Zhua, our battle has finally come." Shuabufan said, "This Zhua cultivates the sword. It's only to seek to have a clear conscience. But honorable brother Yi cultivates the sword to protect all life under heaven." "I'm inferior." Yi Yuan shook his head and said, "Tao is just the means. The key lies in the heart. Brother Xia overcame the raging tides with your power alone. It's similarly protecting all life under the heavens. It's just that the means are different, that's all." Brother Zhua doesn't have to be modest. Shuabufan's gaze flickered, seemingly somewhat comprehending. Yi Yuan leaped up and faced Shuabufan from afar and said smilingly, "Come on. I've looked forward to this battle for a long time already." Shuabufan laughed loudly and said, "Ha! Come and fight." After he was done talking, a sword emerged. Everyone was shocked. Shuabufan's sword pressed forward indomitably, the power formidable until it made people give birth to fear in their hearts. This sword revealed its sharp edge. Coupled with his supreme hegemon strength, it made many people's expressions change. They all looked at Yi Yuan worriedly, somewhat doubting whether or not he could block this sword. After all, the gap between the two people's realms was seriously too great. Blood Promise was the blood race's genius, but Shuabufan was an unrivaled human race genius. One sword breaking through 3 realms, this was absolutely not what the average genius could achieve. "Bring it on," Yi Yuan howled, sword intent similarly surging on his body. It was only to see him tap the void and Saint Force poured out crazily. It actually formed a round shield. Shuabufan's pupils constricted and he cried out in shock, "The sword has no constant form. It looks like you've really had a grand awakening." This buckler looked like it was completely unrelated to the sword. But Shuabufan was immersed in sword Tao all his life. So how could he not understand that this buckler was totally a sword? No one stipulated that the sword must be a sword. Water had a variety of forms, soldiers had no fixed formation. Everything came from the heart. What Shuabufan's sword heart pursued was this Tao. But he had not taken this step yet. When he took this step, he would be able to break through to great beyond realm. This showed that Yi Yuan had actually already surpassed Shuabufan in sword Tao origin. Boom! The buckler collapsed with a loud bang. Yi Yuan was sent flying too, but he was fine. "Sword come!" Yi Yuan's Saint Force spat wildly and actually directly condensed into a sword, counterattacking Shuabufan. Shuabufan raised his sword to block and resolved it easily. Above the void, 2 kinds of sword intents were crisscrossing, going back and forth. Emperor Sakura Heaven and Supreme Hegemon were actually locked in a struggle. From below came a series of exclamations. "How formidable! They actually fought to a draw. How is this possible? Heavenly Saint Yi just broke through a minor realm, and he's actually able to stand up to a Supreme Hegemon as an equal already. Hegemon realm is really monstrous. If he breaks through to Hegemon realm, he should be able to have the power to contend with the blood race's progenitor." "Oh!" Only then did they understand why Zhabufan wanted to challenge Yi Yuan. If he still did not challenge, Zhabufan would never have the chance anymore. The current Yi Yuan already had the capital to fight with supreme hegemons. If Yi Yuan could break through to the realm of hegemon, Zhabufan would completely not be Yi Yuan's match anymore. At that time, what would be the point of fighting? Motherfucker, the gap between hegemon Azure Sky and this guy is getting bigger and bigger. When can I challenge him again? In the crowd, Yang Qing could not resist cursing. Breaking through to hegemon realm, he originally thought that he could suppress Yi Yuan. Who knew that Yi Yuan's combat power could actually rival peak hegemons already? Now, Yi Yuan could even have a fight with a supreme hegemon. Furthermore, it was even a top powerhouse like Zhabufan. Although he was bold, he had a sense of powerlessness when facing Yi Yuan too. Some people, no matter how hard you worked, you were unable to surpass them too. Feng Qingxian looked at him disdainfully and said, "It's impossible for you to surpass Yi Yuan in this lifetime." Yang Qing said unhappily, "Don't you forget, it's a huge hurdle for this guy to break through to hegemon realm. He absolutely won't dare to break through to hegemon realm within a short time. Therefore, this is my best time to surpass him." Feng Qingxuan's beautiful eyes flickered, but she fell silent, her face revealing a look of worry. What Mitian and Yi Shui felt previously made her somewhat worried. Dong! 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 Everyone only saw two afterimages fighting soul-stirringly above the void. Suddenly, the two people separated upon contact. This great battle abruptly stopped. It was only to see Zhabufan's both eyes tightly shut, the sword intent on his body growing stronger and stronger, virtually going to shatter the firmament. Behind him, the door of eternal life appeared. Mitian stroked his beard and said, "Not bad. Not bad. Our grand bright jade complete heaven is going to have one more great beyond powerhouse." Whoosh! A sword lacerated the sky, only to hear a rumble. A tiny gap slowly opened in the door of eternal life. Unbelievably powerful Saint Force poured into Zhabufan's body. Saint Force flooding the body, Zhabufan's aura became even more fleeting and ephemeral. He stood there as if representing heaven. Every movement and action was Tao accumulation. This was great beyond. Zhabufan is really hair-raisingly strong. He knocked open the door of eternal life with just a sword. One sword breaking through 3 realms back then. Now one sword knocking open eternal life. Hegemon Bufan is really godlike. If not for being born in wrong times, Hegemon Bufan would definitely be able to reach blood race progenitor's realm. A pity, a pity. Oh. Zhabufan knocked open the door of eternal life with just a sword, ascending to the realm of great beyond. Grand bright jade complete heaven burst into an uproar again. Great beyond realm, it was hard for one to emerge in 100,000 years too. Although supreme hegemons broke through 3 seals, their strength formidable to the extreme. Knocking open the door of eternal life was even harder than breaking the 3 seals combined. Great beyond powerhouses were far too few. The former grand bright jade complete heaven did not even have a single supreme hegemon. It could be seen how rare great beyond powerhouses were. The present grand bright jade complete heaven had 6 mighty great beyond powerhouses, but these 6 people were all of the true spirit race. With Zhabufan breaking through, this was grand bright jade complete heaven's first great beyond powerhouse in the true sense, with an extraordinary significance. Putting away the door of eternal life, the disposition on Zhabufan's body underwent a huge change. The current him seemed like a sword standing proudly in heaven and earth, giving people an extremely powerful feeling. It was only to see his figure drift, arriving in front of Yi Yuan. I lost. No one expected that the first sentence after Zhabufan broke through to great beyond realm was actually to concede defeat. Everyone was extremely shocked because in that battle just now, it was clearly Zhabufan who won by half a move before having a grand awakening. Now, how did it become him admitting defeat? Yi Yuan smiled and said, "You and I both held a trick in reserve. Why talk about admitting defeat?" Zhabufan had a serious look and shook his head. He said, "A sword of protection won't be drawn toward your own people. But just now, you and I were both at the pinnacle, just half a step away from the final sword. I faintly felt the power of your sword of protection. This half a year of sword engraving, you're the one who had a grand awakening. Yi Yuan chuckled and said, "Since you know that my sword won't attack my own people, then what's the point of determining a victor? You are you, I am me. Our Dao is different." Shuo Bufan was taken aback and said with a nod, "Indeed, it was me who valued victory too much. Yi Yuan, what should we do next?" Yi Yuan sighed slightly, his gaze looking into the distance as he said, "Progenitor Bloodstone's recovery speed far exceeds my expectations. Now, not only is his strength fully recovered, his strength improved a step further. In less than 3 years, he'll definitely come into being. In the struggle of the 3 great progenitors, it will likely still be him who wins." When these words came out, the crowd burst into an uproar. 3 years were too short. The current Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven was moving towards prosperity, but it had not completely grown up yet after all. What they needed was time. Mi Tian said, "I exchanged blows with him earlier and felt that he was unfathomable. Once Progenitor Bloodstone comes into being, I probably won't even have the strength to fight back." Everyone's heart shook again. Even Mi Tian acknowledged his superiority, which was equivalent to saying that they were already waiting for death. No matter how many great beyond powerhouses, it was useless too. In an instant, a haze enveloped everyone. The joy of victory was also swept clean. Yi Yuan said, "Senior Mi Tian, Brother Zhua, you guys bring 800 bloodline warrior brothers to go and rush to the rescue of all the heavens. However many you can save counts. But remember, don't go too deep in. Although we're very strong, the blood race has more powerhouses. Once they group together somewhere, we won't be a match either." Mi Tian said, "But this old man can't command Zhao Yu them all." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Relax, I had some comprehension in the Bloodloud Grand Array and should be able to help them recover their original appearance." Mi Tian raised his brows and said in pleasant surprise, "That's great." Shuo Bufan said, "What about you?" Yi Yuan said somberly, "After I treat them, I'll start my close seclusion and prepare to assault Hegemon Realm." Mi Tian's expression changed, and he said, "Do you have confidence?" Yi Yuan shook his head. Shuo Bufan said, "You're our last hope. As long as you break through to Hegemon Realm, only then will there be hope of fighting with Progenitor Bloodstone. If you die, everything is over. You have to be careful in overcoming the tribulation." Yi Yuan said solemnly, "Time doesn't wait for me. I have a trace of Progenitor Bloodstone's origin and can barely manage to sense his power. He's currently much stronger compared to during the Labyrinth Divine Palace. Once he comes into being, it will likely be when he has completely transcended the Great Beyond. At that time, even if I break through to Hegemon Realm by a fluke, I also won't have full assurance of winning against him. Do what we can and we leave it up to fate then." Everyone was tongue-tied, all looking at each other, revealing a look of dismal. Oh. The war started again. Mi Tian led the army and moved out of Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven. In front of the troops, 8 mighty great beyond powerhouses were standing shoulder to shoulder. It was a shocking lineup. Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven's powerhouses all felt like they were dreaming. 8 mighty great beyond powerhouses, this was simply unimaginable in the past. But Yi Yuan created this grand occasion with his own hands. "What do you think, Zhao Yu?" Mi Tian asked Zhao Yu. The current Zhao Yu, his body was big and tall, and his gaze was firm. He was no longer of that wild beast appearance. There was nothing in this world that could not be refined. Yi Yuan matched the blood race's blood essence with the chaos heavenly medicines that he acquired in the Labyrinth Divine Palace. He then refined a chaos heavenly pill, finally curing Zhao Yu. At present, he had already recovered his intellect and became the commander-in-chief of the 800 bloodline hegemons. Furthermore, his strength was a notch above Long Jian and the rest. With a huge army rallying, Mi Tian saw that Zhao Yu seemed to have all sorts of emotions welling up in his mind. That was why he asked this. "Young master is remarkable," Zhao Yu said. Mi Tian was taken aback, not expecting that he actually gave such an answer. He knew that the Zhao Yu back then was merely a minor character. His strength was merely Emperor Sakra Heaven. Now he recovered his intellect, but he was already at the great beyond realm. Furthermore, he led hundreds of hegemons. Mi Tian even thought that it was caused by him being rather excited. He did not expect that Zhao Yu was actually feeling emotional about Yi Yuan. After spending several months' time treating Zhao Yu and the rest, Yi Yuan directly went into close seclusion. Everyone knew that Yi Yuan was facing a life-and-death juncture. On the day he left seclusion, it would be when he transcended his tribulation. When the time came, heaven and earth would change colors. "Oh, what do you mean?" Mitian said with a smile. Zhao Yu said without hesitation. "This spectacular sight, young master can't imagine it at all previously." Back then, the labyrinth divine palace swept across all the heavens. It was also merely thus. And the powerhouses in the labyrinth divine palace were all unrivaled geniuses. But these people are all a bunch of trash. Young master transformed the rotten into something magical, letting us become peerless powerhouses. Without young master, there wouldn't be us, these 8 great beyond realms, let alone these hegemon realms. Therefore, I'm filled with all sorts of emotions at young master's remarkableness. Mitian thought about it. It was true. Although he was a natural great beyond powerhouse, without Yi Yuan, he could not have recovered his strength at all. Without Yi Yuan, it would naturally have been impossible for Long Jian and the others to break through to great beyond. Regarding Zhuo Bufan, Zhao Yu, Mijin, and a few more, these 8 mighty great beyond realms were actually single-handedly created by Yi Yuan. This was really scary. One could say that this hegemon army that made all the heavens tremble was all single-handedly created by Yi Yuan. Mitian drew a deep breath and said, "Yeah, this kid is remarkable." Above the void, a long spear was akin to a dragon, blowing away the firmament. Saint Force surged on Yang Qing's body, fighting with a blood race great beyond powerhouse until they were locked in a struggle. "Qi Hu, you're called the blood race's #1 genius. You're even a level above blood promise. Looking at it now, it's also nothing more than this. I only dare call myself the #2 genius in the human race." Yang Qing sent out a spear, directly sending Qi Hu flying as he said with a loud laugh. At the opposite side, Qi Hu had a livid expression. After 3 years of fierce battles, Yang Qing went from an unknown ordinary hegemon to becoming a great beyond realm mighty expert. Yang Qing was forever that crazy. During these 3 years, he experienced countless narrow escapes from death, stimulating his potential to the extreme. Coupled with grand bright jade complete heaven's heaven and earth spiritual energy growing richer with each passing day, his cultivation realm also rose rapidly, breaking through the fetters of hegemon realm, becoming the 9th great beyond. At that time, Qi Hu could not even be bothered to glance at Yang Qing because he was the blood race's #1 genius. This #1 genius was not blood promise, that kind of person who had not grown up yet. He was a true genius. Qi Hu was the blood race's youngest great beyond realm powerhouse. But in a short 3 years, this cocky to the extreme fellow in front of him actually slapped his face. He exchanged blows with Yang Qing but was firmly suppressed by him, beaten until he was depressed. He naturally knew who was humanity's #1 genius that Yang Qing was talking about. Yi Yuan. Ever since going into closed seclusion 3 years ago, there had been no news about that guy until now. But the entire 33 heavens had his legend. It was him who overcame the raging tides with his power alone, completely reversing the 33 heavens war situation. During these 3 years, Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven's army went on a punitive expedition, walking all over the 33 heavens, rescuing countless living beings. And Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven's army was also like a rolling snowball, growing larger as it rolled. The Blood Race army had numerous powerhouses, far exceeding that of Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven. But Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven's army did not have the desire to linger in battle. Their objective was to save people. And Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven also became the 33 heavens' final barrier. When countless powerhouses received the news, they swarmed over here one after another. After experiencing the initialmost chaos, the Blood Race army gave up on fighting with divided forces and concentrated all of their military power on attacking Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven. But outside of the Blood Race's expectations, Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven's boundary wall was sturdy to the extreme. With great beyond powerhouses defending, they actually failed to invade. They suffered a huge loss instead. As the commander-in-chief, Yi Shui was depressed to the extreme. He could not figure it out even after racking his brain. When did the lowest level plane, Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven, become so sturdy? After paying an extremely heavy price, the blood race finally opened up a hole in the boundary wall. Hence, a drawn-out seesaw battle unfolded between both sides, all the way until now. However, the terrifying thing was that Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven's boundary wall seemed to show signs of growing sturdier the more they fought. The instigator of all these was naturally the Chaos Heavenly Spirit list. After engaging in fierce battles for a long time, the power of wills gathered on the Chaos Heavenly Spirit list also grew stronger and stronger. Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven's boundary wall had a special characteristic. It was extremely averse to the blood race. In contrast, when other races entered it, there were not many restrictions. Therefore, Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven also became the final fortress of all the heavens and myriad races. Those remnant forces that survived entered Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven one after another. Over 3 years, Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven's combat power grew stronger. Facing the arrogant Xianxia, Qi who burned with fury and said with a cold smile, "Number 1 genius? Someone that's abandoned by hegemon is also worthy of being called a genius? Heh heh. Talk again after he overcomes the tribulation of hegemon." Xianxia followed up with another spear and said, "A frog at the bottom of a well. The heaven can't stop Yi Yuan's path of breakthrough too." Qi, who was indifferent, and said, "Is that so? This seat will be watching right here, watching how he transcends the tribulation. Ha ha ha. Also, progenitor might come into being at any time. When progenitor comes into being, even if he got lucky and transcended the tribulation of hegemon, it will be a road that led to death too." Before Xianxia could speak, Yi Shui's loud laughter came over. "Ha ha ha. It looks like you all are still holding on to hope in your hearts. It's impossible for Yi Yuan to successfully overcome his tribulation. Don't you agree, Mi Tian?" Mi Tian's face turned black, and he said in a solemn voice, "If it was someone else, there's definitely no hope. But he's Yi Yuan." Yi Shui laughed loudly again when he heard that and said, "You're deceiving yourself as well as others. Actually, even you yourself don't believe it either, right? If I didn't guess wrongly, you probably haven't told Yi Yuan what he'll be facing, right?" Mi Tian's expression was very ugly. This time he did not speak. How clever were Xianxia and the rest. They felt that something was wrong very quickly. He could not help stopping. He stared at Yi Shui coldly. "Yi Shui, what on earth are you talking about?" Yi Shui looked at him and said with a smile, "The 33 heavens have existed forever. No idea how many things that had already been buried in oblivion. Of course, no idea how many geniuses had once radiated with light. Since time immemorial, formidable divergent cultivators weren't just Yi Yuan alone." Mi Tian said in a cold voice, "Enough, Yi Shui." But Yi Shui was indifferent and continued, saying, "What? Are you not willing to tell them this bad news? But when the 33 tribulations of apocalypse is here, will they still not know? You are deceiving yourself as well as others." Xianxia, Zhuobufan, and the rest, their pupils constricted, and they could not help looking at Yi Shui. They had never heard of the 33 tribulations of apocalypse before. Below hegemon, some formidable individuals could call down the most terrifying Genesis Tao tribulation. Genesis Tao tribulation was also called the final Tao tribulation. Powerhouses that could call down Genesis Tao tribulation, they were all peerless talents with extremely high hopes of stepping into hegemon realm. Their strength in the future would also grow stronger. Xianxia, Zhuobufan, and the others, they all had transcended the Genesis Tao tribulation. Genesis Tao tribulation only had one wave, but it was extremely horrifying. Even if it was the likes of Xianxia and Zhuobufan, it was not easy either. But this 33 tribulations of apocalypse, they had never heard of it before this. 33 tribulations of apocalypse. What the hell is this? Senior Mi Tian, what on earth is going on? Xianxia asked with a livid look. Mi Tian was silent, still not willing to speak. Yi Shui smiled when he saw the situation and said, "Everyone knows that divergent cultivators have formidable strength that far exceeds their peers. But do you all know why no divergent cultivators have ever stepped into the realm of hegemon before?" Xianxia and the rest exchanged glances, all with blank faces. Everyone knew about this, but why was it like that? There was really no one who knew. Yi Shui smiled lightly and said, 33 heavenly planes, how many cultivators are there? Since time immemorial, it has naturally given birth to many people who go against the heaven too. And among divergent cultivators, there were naturally amazingly talented individuals too. No matter how strong Genesis Tao tribulation is, it's also impossible that no one could transcend it, right? Just take Yi Yuan, for example. Even if his Genesis Tao tribulation is 10 times stronger than yours, it's extremely easy for him to overcome the tribulation too. Could it be that there's only one Yi Yuan in this world? The faces of Yang Qing and the others also became more and more ugly. They realized that Yi Shui was disclosing a gory truth. They were not willing to accept the truth. Yeah, how many exceptional talents had there been since remote antiquity? How could there not have been a few who defied heaven? There was naturally no shortage of divergent cultivators too. Above Genesis Tao tribulation, there's still an even more terrifying calamity. That's the 33 tribulations of apocalypse. This tribulation, forget about Emperor Sakra Heaven. Even if it's a great beyond powerhouse, there's no way of transcending it at all too. Once this tribulation appears, it will obliterate heaven and decimate the earth. Not a blade of grass will survive. The power is simply unimaginable. In the legends, this tribulation has a total of 33 waves. Each wave corresponds to one heaven. Why is it a legend? That's because no one has ever seen the final face of this tribulation before. Nobody can transcend until the 33rd wave at all. The reason why it was given this name was also that when this tribulation descended, it would echo with all the heavens. Hence, people guess that this tribulation has a total of 33 waves. Senior Meteon, you've lived for countless years. You're the most knowledgeable. In your lifetime, of the 33 tribulations of apocalypses that you've seen, I wonder what's the most that someone has transcended before. Yi Shui looked at Meteon and said with a chuckle. With this, everyone's eyes turned toward Meteon. Meteon was not the strongest, but he was born from chaos and had lived for countless years. He naturally had great knowledge and experience. If talking about who was the greatest authority, it was none other than him. Meteon had a dark look and was still silent, but Yang Qing said anxiously, "Senior, say it, are you trying to worry us to death?" At this point, they naturally understood that Yi Shui was absolutely not exaggerating things to raise the alarm. The 33 tribulations of apocalypse really existed. It was just that far too few were able to call down this kind of Tao tribulation. Over the course of time, it was overlooked by people. Those old men should know it too. During the last time Yi Yuan used the heaven-trampling 5 steps, Yi Shui and Meteon, 2 people, both sensed that it should be the 33 tribulations of apocalypse. Meteon also knew that it could not be hidden anymore and could only sigh. He then said, roughly 80,000 years ago, there was a human divergent cultivator called Fan who had once brought down this tribulation. At that time he overcame the 8th tribulation. During the 9th tribulation, he was buried in oblivion. This is the most that I've seen. The moment these words came out, the expressions of Yang Qing and the rest changed wildly. Meteon could be said to be the 33 heavens living fossil. In his memories, the strongest divergent cultivator only transcended 8 tribulations. One had to know that not all divergent cultivators could bring down this tribulation. Those able to bring it down, they were heaven-defying powerhouses among divergent cultivators in the first place. But the strongest one was only 8 tribulations. Yi Shui smiled and said, "Senior Meteon is likely scared to demoralize you guys, so he didn't say some things. I've heard of this Fan before. His strength is extremely formidable. During the time he was at Emperor Sakra Heaven Realm, he had once killed a peak hegemon before too. Even if he's not as good as Yi Yuan, he's likely not far off either. But there aren't many geniuses like him. In reality, those able to transcend 3 tribulations are like the feather of a phoenix and horn of a qilin. They were very rare. In this ancestor's impression, there were only a meager 5 people too. Besides Fan, the one that cleared the most only transcended until the 5th tribulation. Now, do you all still think that Yi Yuan can break through to hegemon realm?" Talking until here, Yi Shui could not help letting out a loud laugh. Grand Bright Jade complete heaven's powerhouses were deathly silent. Yi Shui's words were equivalent to sentencing Yi Yuan to death. His words divulged some information, this 33 tribulations of apocalypse. Each tribulation was stronger than the last. This tribulation had no other effect than to throttle these people who went against heaven in their cradle. Yi Yuan was definitely an amazingly talented person. Even when compared to Mo Fan, he was significantly stronger too. But there were still more than 20 Dao tribulations at the back. How can it be like this? Could it be that grand bright jade complete heaven is really hopeless? This is really a bolt out of the blue. How can there be such a horrifying Dao tribulation in this world? Oh! Grand bright jade complete heaven's powerhouses fell into panic and fear at once. Yi Shui's words shattered all of their hope to pieces. Grand bright jade complete heaven's final hope was that Yi Yuan could succeed in overcoming his tribulation. Only then could they have the power to fight it out with the blood race. But now, this hope was shattered. Rumble. Suddenly, the void trembled. Powerhouses that were flying in the sky, their figures swayed. Some could not even stabilize their figures and fell down. Yi Shui's expression changed, and he said, "This power is coming from the eternal river's chaos. Its ancestor heavenless." Mi Tian's expression also turned slightly grim, and he said, "What a strong power of chaos! Could it be that he has already transcended the great beyond?" This power swept across the entire void, spreading across the 33 heavens. At this time, this powerful force could be felt everywhere in the 33 heavens. They had never felt this kind of power before. Even if it was the likes of Mi Tian and Yi Shui, they did not give them such a powerful sense of oppression too. At this time, inside the eternal river's chaos, a figure of a middle-aged man dressed in Taoist robes was currently slowly condensing and forming. Countless eternal river chaos flooded over toward him, helping him to remold his physical body. This kind of undulation spread across the entire 33 heavens through the waters of the eternal river. Ha ha ha! My body of chaos has finally been sculpted successfully. These several 100,000 years of waiting were ultimately not in vain. Old dog Samsara, wait to suffer this progenitor's wrath. This time we'll settle all of the scores together. Ancestor Heavenless let out a wild laughter, full of high spirits, his imposing momentum billowing to the sky. He lured powerhouses from all heavens and refined a chaos heavenly pill. At this time he actually succeeded. Behind Ancestor Heavenless, the door of eternal life opened. The two doors of eternal life were practically already fully opened at this time. That hollow depths seemed incomparably deep and mysterious. Gradually, Ancestor Heavenless figure completely condensed and formed, and the door of eternal life also suddenly stopped. There was just one last trace, and it would be fully opened. Arg! Yi Yuan, it's all because of you, this punk. Otherwise, this seat will definitely be able to reach the true great beyond. Before killing old dog Samsara, this seat will slaughter you. This punk. First. Amidst the chaos came Ancestor Heavenless' angry roar. Boom! It was only to see his figure move, directly traversing through the eternal river's chaos, sprinting wildly in the direction of Grand Bright Jade complete heaven. An astonishing huge wave engulfed everything and swept over here. He's here. Mi Tian's expression changed, and he said in shock, What a powerful aura. Is this the true great beyond? Zhuo Bufan's gaze flickered as he said. Yi Shui's expression was very ugly too. He did not know what Ancestor Heavenless wanted to do. Under this kind of strength, all resistance was superfluous. Boom! A large hole was directly blown open in the void. Ancestor Heavenless figure gradually stepped out. The moment he took the stage, everyone's aura was directly suppressed, including Mi Tian and Yi Shui. It was only at this time did people truly realize what great beyond meant. Ancestor Heavenless' aura was too strong. His gaze swept across everyone's faces. Those who were swept by him seemed to be pinned down by Mount Tai, kneeling down involuntarily. For a moment, the powerhouses that filled the sky actually all knelt down. That was submission to heavenly Tao. They could not control themselves. Only powerhouses that were Hegemon realm and above could barely manage to stand. But everyone's bodies descended one after another. No one dared to fly in the sky in front of Ancestor Heavenless. Heavenless gaze landed on Yixue. Yixue's entire body felt like he was being stared at by a wild beast, his hair standing on end. Blood Races Yixue congratulates Ancestor Heavenless for attaining Great Tao. Yixue directly knelt down without the slightest hesitation. Scram! Heavenless shouted angrily, flicking his sleeves. A terrifying force howled over. Yixue's expression changed wildly, Saint Force running rampant on his body, attempting to resist. But before he could display his strength, he was directly flattened by a giant wave. Fresh blood spurted wildly from Yixue's body, and finally, with a bang, he directly exploded. But very soon, that cloud of remnant blood condensed again, letting him revive. It was just that at this time Yixue's complexion was extremely pale. Clearly, he had already suffered extremely severe injuries. When the powerhouses all over the sky saw this scene, each and every one of them was extremely shocked. Who is Yixue? Being able to contend with Mi Tian, he was a supreme powerhouse standing at the peak of the 33 heavens. But he actually could not stand up to a single blow in front of Ancestor Heavenless. Clearly, Ancestor Heavenless was not serious at all. Otherwise, with that blow just now, he could have directly taken Yixue's life. Humph! With this ancestor corroborating my Tao, is it a small fry's, turn to come and congratulate me? I'll spare your life. Go back and tell that lousy stone. This ancestor will be coming to find him to settle the Labyrinth Divine Palace score very soon. Finished speaking, he stopped paying attention to Yixue and turned to Mi Tian and said, "Where's Yi Yuan punk? Have him come out and die." When Mi Tian and the rest heard, their hearts went thump. The first thing that Heavenless did after leaving seclusion was actually to find Yi Yuan to take revenge. A hint of smugness flashed across the corners of Yixue's mouth. With this, it did not need progenitor to personally take action anymore. "Old man Mi Tian, this ancestor is talking to you. Didn't hear me?" Heavenless said coldly. Speaking of which, Mi Tian was still his senior. But his strength had long already surpassed Mi Tian. There was also not the slightest bit of respect in his words. Mi Tian frowned and said, "Heavenless, Yi Yuan is currently in closed seclusion, preparing to transcend the 33 tribulations of apocalypse. Looking at this old man's face, how about withdrawing for the time being?" But when Heavenless heard, his brows went up. He closed his eyes, seemingly feeling something carefully. Suddenly, his eyes snapped open, and he laughed loudly as he said, "Ha! It's indeed the 33 tribulations of apocalypse. However, it's not strange either. If he doesn't call down this tribulation, that would be strange. However, Mi Tian, your face isn't that big. Since this ancestor has corroborated my Tao and returned, I don't plan on letting him die under the apocalypse tribulations. After this ancestor kills him, it will also be considered carrying out justice on behalf of heaven." When everyone from Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven heard that, their faces changed. If Heavenless forcibly broke in, they could not stop him at all. The current Heavenless was seriously too strong. Meanwhile, Yixue and the others had gloating faces. This kind of situation was precisely what they were pleased to see and hear. However, they were also secretly shocked by Heavenless power. They only barely managed to perceive a trace when Yi Yuan was using the heaven-trampling 5 steps. But Heavenless could feel it without basis. Mi Tian drew a deep breath and slowly said, "Since that's the case, let's fight then. Want to see Yi Yuan?" "Sure, but you'll have to step over our dead bodies." Heavenless laughed loudly and said, "Just the likes of you all. These ants, you also want to stop this ancestor? It looks like you all still don't have a clear understanding of this ancestor's strength yet." Mi Tian said coolly, "So what? Our Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven only has heroic souls that die in battle. There are no cowards who fear death. You're very strong. This old man is far from being a match. But in this realm, no one fears you. If you don't believe, you can ask them behind me. Fight to the death without retreating. Fight to the death without retreating. Fight to the death without retreating." Oh! Behind Mi Tian, the voices of those Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven powerhouses were orderly, shocking the sky. Everyone had steadfast faces, without any looks of fear at all. From top to bottom, even if their cultivation realms did not even reach Emperor Realm, they did not shrink back at all either. Heavenless had a dark expression, feeling like his majesty had been seriously provoked. He thought that having returned domineeringly, the myriad worlds should be submitting themselves to his rule. But clearly he found the wrong target. Humph! Old thing who refuses face when it's given. Since you wholeheartedly seek death, then this ancestor will grant your wish. Heavenless flipped his palm. A shocking aura rose up. In heaven and earth, it was as if everything was within his control. When everyone saw this scene, they were all incredibly shocked. It was just like they saw the end of Great Tao. Yi Shui's expression was apprehensive as he said, "What a terrifying power! I feel like there's nothing in this world that can surpass this power anymore." Grand bright jade complete heaven is finished. Mitian had a somber expression. Under this power, he did not even have the strength left to resist. It was only to see Heavenless press a palm down. Grand bright jade complete heaven's boundary wall was crushed until it deformed. One had to know that the Blood Race army bombarded indiscriminately and only barely managed to damage Grand bright jade complete heaven's boundary wall too. But at this time, Grand bright jade complete heaven's boundary wall was seemingly about to collapse immediately. Shuabufan, Yangqing, and the rest could not even move a muscle under this pressure. At this moment, they finally understood how strong Heavenless was. When this palm landed, what it killed would not only be Mitian. None of the people present could escape. Meanwhile, Mitian himself directly gave up struggling, closing his eyes and waiting to die. He knew that under this power, all efforts were futile. Heavenless smiled coldly and said, "Look closely. This is the outcome of provoking this ancestor. Let all the living things in this world be buried in death for your ignorance." With this palm pressing down, it was actually going to slaughter a world. But right then, inside the world, the Chaos Heavenly Spirit list seemed to have sensed something, suddenly releasing a dazzling light. When Mitian and the others saw the situation, they trembled all over, their eyes revealing the light of hope. Is this a summoning? It's calling us to protect Grand Bright Jade complete heaven together. Mitian sensed that the Chaos Heavenly Spirit list seemed to be beating to some kind of mysterious tempo, and his heartbeat actually started beating along this rhythm. He immediately realized that the Chaos Heavenly Spirit list seemed to be calling something. Hence, his entire person began to enter a mysterious state. Beat, 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 beat. Mitian felt that there were more and more heartbeats sounding out around him. He and the others were actually connected together under the spurring of the Chaos Heavenly Spirit list. At this time, everyone from Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven actually felt a kind of bloodline connection. At this moment, regardless of race, regardless of cultivation, everyone seemed to be on the same frequency. An invisible barrier rose up from the boundary wall, meeting Heavenless' shocking palm. Heavenless gave a cold laugh and said, "A bunch of ants. Mantis blocking a chariot. Exterminate for me." While talking, a palm pressed onto the barrier. Boom! The void trembled heavily. That invisible barrier was directly dispersed. But Heavenless' figure was actually knocked flying out backward. Although it was not far, he was indeed knocked back. Everyone was dumbfounded with shock. I actually blocked it. How is this possible? That's a palm that controls heaven and earth. It was actually blocked. Just what did Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven, that group of people, do? Oh. The Blood Race powerhouses looked at this scene with shocked faces, only feeling incredulity. It was undeniable that the power that Heavenless displayed was extremely strong. Therefore, they completely never thought that Heavenless would fail. Let alone would they think that this barrier that appeared from God knows where actually really blocked Ancestor Heavenless. At this time, Mitian and the others had fresh blood hanging from the corners of their mouths. The power of this palm was too great. Although the barrier blocked this blow, their minds were still traumatized. However, they were incomparably excited. The invincible Heavenless was actually blocked by them. Ha, Heavenly Xianxia is really impressive. The Chaos Heavenly Spirit list has probably already surpassed the domain of Chaos Heavenly Treasure. That's a powerhouse that surpassed Great Beyond. We actually blocked it. Impressive. Really impressive. Our wills unite like a fortress. Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven won't be finished. Oh. Ancestor Heavenless expression was as ugly as it could get. He thought that after he attained Tao, he would be able to summon rain and wind, suppressing the myriad worlds. Now, he actually could not even subdue a measly grand bright jade complete heaven. The big talk that was boasted just now was simply face-slapping. What a terrific power of will. This treasure can actually condense the willpower of the people of a world and protect this world. Remarkable. Truly impressive. But it ends here too. Do you all really think that this lousy thing can block this ancestor? Suddenly, Ancestor Heavenless raised both palms up. A storm that was even more terrifying than just now directly howled. The faces of everyone from Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven changed. Clearly, that palm previously was not Heavenless' greatest strength. But this palm after that was his greatest move. The current Heavenless seemed like a monarch who was standing high above the masses, ruling over everything. When a king was enraged, corpses would float for 1,000 miles. He glared and said in a solemn voice, "This damn thing was developed by Yi Yuan, that punk, right? This boy is really a freak." However, it ends here too. This ancestor has comprehended chaos great Tao and will use this world to establish awe. Heavenless turned both palms toward each other, endless saint force poured out from his body. Some inexplicable power was actually also included in it. What this power was, nobody knew, but everyone could feel its power. Clearly, this was something that could only be grasped after reaching Heavenless, this kind of level. Yi Shui said in alarm and horror. That seems to be the power of great Tao. Could it be that Ancestor Heavenless actually grasped the Tao of chaos? What kind of realm is this? Qi, who smiled coldly and said, "Since Ancestor Heavenless can control a Tao, our progenitor can naturally control a Tao too. However, being able to kill Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven, this bunch of bastards, that would be for the best." Yi Shui was taken aback and said with a smile, "You're right. Presumably, progenitor's strength won't be worse than Heavenless. This time, Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven definitely can't block it. Being able to watch this world be destroyed with my own eyes, it's also a beautiful thing." The blood race repeatedly suffered losses in Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven. Yi Shui even almost died here. They were full of unhappiness with this world. Now, being able to watch it get destroyed with their own eyes, the blood race powerhouses were naturally very satisfied. Heaven and earth infinity. The universe seemed to be flowing between heavenless palms. Here was heaven and earth. It was only to see him push both palms. A surge of force that was terrifying to the extreme gushed out. That feeling was really like the sky had fallen down. Even the entire Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven started trembling. The complexions of Mi Tian and the others were deathly pale. The power of this move was much stronger than that palm previously. Could they still block it? Right when he was feeling flustered, the Chaos Heavenly Spirit list stirred again. That feeling of bloodline connection appeared once more. It was just that this time, the heartbeats that Mi Tian felt, the number far exceeded that one just now. There seemed to be countless hearts beating in his consciousness. A power of will that was unimaginably colossal poured toward the Chaos Heavenly Spirit list frenziedly. This is the power of all beings. Mi Tian was shocked in his heart as he said. Different from the previous time, the Chaos Heavenly Spirit list's summoning this time, the target was all the living creatures of Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven. Those that flew in the sky, those that swam in the sea, even if their strength was as meager as dust, they participated too. This was the power of all beings. At this moment, all living creatures in Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven joined hands to resist the enemy. Mi Tian was unable to describe the shock in his heart. The Chaos Heavenly Spirit list was seriously too amazing. This item already surpassed his knowledge of any Chaos Heavenly treasure. Clearly, the Chaos Heavenly Spirit list determined its attack according to the strength of the opponent, becoming stronger when encountering the strong. An invisible barrier condensed and formed again, covering Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven like a giant umbrella. Boom! The barrier collapsed once again, and Heavenless figure was actually knocked 100 steps back. His expression was ugly to the extreme. Meanwhile, Yi Shui and the others reined in their smiles, not daring to move, even though they really wanted to laugh. But in front of Heavenless, they did not dare to do so. If they laughed, they would die. They could only pray in their hearts for progenitor to hurry up and come into being, and help them escape suffering. Right now, they wanted to leave but did not dare to leave, they wanted to laugh but they did not dare to laugh. How bitter! Heavenless only felt his face burn fiery hot. The big talk that he bragged about was being proven to be bragging time and again. Someone as powerful as him was actually unable to shake the measly grand bright jade complete heaven. Good. Very good. This ancestor wants to see how many times you all can block. The overwhelming aura on Heavenless' body ran rampant once more. Clearly, he had turned somewhat angry from embarrassment. Right at this time, a mocking voice sounded out. Heavenless, you're only half a step away from transcending the great beyond, but you can't even take down a low-level plane. How disgraceful. While talking, an elderly figure stepped out of the chaos. When Heavenless saw the arrival, his pupils could not help constricting. Humph! Old dog Samsara. Stop making wisecracks here. If you have the ability, destroy this world for this ancestor to see. Heavenless said with a sneer. The arrival was precisely progenitor Samsara. Different from Heavenless' overwhelming aura that billowed to the sky, progenitor Samsara was not so high-profile, looking just like an ordinary old man. Progenitor Samsara's disposition belonged to that kind of profoundness that washed away the guise of the secular, making people unable to grasp. However, nobody dared to question his strength. Meteon had a foreboding feeling. Heavenless and Samsara had a life-and-death great enmity. When Heavenless saw Samsara, he actually did not pounce on the spot. What did this show? This showed that he was very apprehensive of Samsara. Meteon could not see through Samsara, but from Heavenless' reaction he guessed that Samsara's strength likely did not lose to Heavenless. This was not good news to Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven. He knew that Yi Yuan had offended 3 great supremacies badly in the Labyrinth Divine Palace. If these two people joined hands, then Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven would really suffer a cataclysmic disaster. At this time, their 3-way relationship was very delicate. The current Meteon could only pray that things did not develop in the worst direction. So, it's Brother Samsara. Long time no see. Meteon clasped his hands towards Hegem and Samsara from far away. Hegem and Samsara and him were virtually born at the same time. However, Hegem and Samsara's talent was clearly greater than his. There was also considered some friendship between him and progenitor Samsara. Meteon's thoughts stirred, wanting to borrow Hegem and Samsara's strength. Samsara gave him a glance and said with a light smile, Meteon, put away your ulterior thoughts. It's useless to address me as brother here. If it wasn't Yi Yuan, it would not have been impossible for this progenitor to consider letting the person off. But I must kill Yi Yuan. Heavenless glanced at him and said with a loud laugh, Haha, old dog Samsara. You and I have the same idea. It looks like you couldn't transcend the great beyond either, right? You and I are only half a step away from being able to truly transcend great beyond and completely control a Tao. If not for Yi Yuan, perhaps we'd have succeeded. This enmity must be avenged. We'll settle our scores later. Why don't you and I join hands and destroy this world first? How about it? The moment these words came out, the hearts of everyone in Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven thumped, yelling inwardly not good. These 2 great supremacies joining hands, it was simply deadly. In front of them, all ulterior thoughts became useless. Strength was the only reliance. Progenitor Samsara did not give Meteon a chance at all. Samsara gave Heavenless a look and said meaningfully, Heavenless, you're very confident. You're certain that bloodstone, that fellow, can't transcend great beyond. Heavenless said indifferently, you and I have reached this realm. You naturally know how difficult this half-step is. What right does bloodstone, that fellow, have to be stronger than you and I? At the very most, it will also be a situation of tripartite confrontation in the future, no. Completely controlling a Tao, this meant that they could become the spokesman of heavenly Tao. Seemingly like it was half a step away, but it was absolutely worlds apart. Heavenless and Samsara were both clear about this in their hearts. This half a step was far too difficult. They spent countless years and could not take this half step too. Samsara glanced at him and said with a smile, Okay, I agree. An atmosphere of despair pervaded the world. With these 2 great supremacies joining hands, no matter how powerful the Chaos Heavenly Spirit list, it was impossible to block them too. Meteon didn't expect it, right? Today, no one can save Yi Yuan. He must die, Heavenless said with indignation. Even a powerful overlord such as him had repeatedly suffered losses in Yi Yuan's hands. He really even wanted to die. Samsara looked at me Tian and said coolly, "Me Tian. There aren't many of those from our era who are still living in this world. This progenitor will give you a chance, hand Yi Yuan over, and I'll spare you from death." Me Tian said without even thinking, "No need. This world can be destroyed, but it can't surrender." Samsara's pupils constricted, killing intent immediately rising from his body. He discovered that although those ants within the world were in despair, none of them shrunk back. At this point, there was also no one who begged for mercy. He realized that this was a terrifying world. It was not hard to want a group of people to be fearless. But to make the people of a world be bound by a common hatred for the enemy and share life and death, this was harder than ascending to heaven. What right did Yi Yuan have? Since that's the case, then you all can be buried in death for Yi Yuan's sake. Morning of Samsara, arise. Hegemon Samsara raised his palm. A giant yin-yang gear wheel condensed in the chaos. The moment that giant wheel appeared, it carried the might of heaven and earth. It was much stronger than heavenless heaven and earth infinity. Even heavenless pupils constricted too. This giant wheel turned endlessly, crushing over toward grand bright jade complete heaven's boundary wall. Places that it passed through, everything became dust. More than 10 blood race hegemons failed to run away in time and were directly gone. What a powerful strength. I feel like my origin divinity is going to be ground up by it. Is this the secret of samsara? The power of great Tao is contained in this giant wheel too. Ancestor Heavenless and progenitor Samsara have already completely broken away from the domain of a heavenly stratum powerhouse. Saying that they are the masters is also not the least bit overboard. The 33 heavens arrangement will be completely broken today. From now on, tripartite confrontation. No one will be able to shake their positions. Oh! The blood race powerhouses were all extremely shocked. Today, Hegemon Heavenless and Hegemon Samsara subverted their understanding of strength. The power of great Tao was too powerful. At this time, Ancestor Heavenless made his move too. Heaven and Earth Infinity smashed over again. Regarding Heaven and Earth Infinity coupled with Morning of Samsara, that raging power could virtually crush everything. At this time, if it was any other plane, the two of them joining hands would be sufficient to destroy all of the planes. This was the strength of powerhouses who controlled great Tao. Mi Tian's complexion was somewhat pale because he discovered that the Chaos Heavenly Spirit list was actually silent. This was true despair. Even the Chaos Heavenly Spirit list gave up too. Cloud Mount, Bufan, do you regret it? Mi Tian said. Haha. What's there to regret? Making these powerhouses who control great Tao suffer a loss, it's sufficient for us to go down in history, right? Cloud Mount said with a loud laugh. Dying for Tao, 9 deaths, with no regrets. Zhuo Bufan said calmly. Mi Tian nodded slightly and said, "This old man also can't remember clearly how many years I've lived, but I feel that the years previously have all been an utter waste. Only until I knew Yi Yuan did this old man's life become meaningful." Hearing that, everyone nodded one after another. Clearly, they shared Mi Tian's thoughts. Dying this way was very heroic, but they had no regrets. Why should we rejoice over life, and why should we be bitter about death? Too horrifying to the extreme great Tao attacks jostled against each other and came down. Even the entire grand bright jade complete heaven started trembling. Crack, crack, crack. The boundary wall already started breaking down under this heavy pressure. It might collapse at any time. Yishui smiled lightly and said, "These guys are finally dead." However, just as the 2 terrifying attacks were about to land on the boundary wall, those 2 attacks actually slowly began to dissipate. Finally, like the wind blew past, nothing was left behind. When Samsara and Heavenless 2 people saw it, their pupils constricted. In this world, who could resolve the 2 of their full power attacks so casually? This is impossible, Heavenless said in disbelief. Everyone present was staring dumbfoundedly. Nobody knew what happened just now. Even the powerhouses on Grand Bright Jade Complete Heavenside had dumbfounded faces too. What on earth happened during this? Samsara's gaze turned intent and he said in a solemn voice, "Who is it?" Get out here for this progenitor. A youth in bright red robes slowly stepped out of the chaos. He walked toward everyone, but people felt like heavenly Tao had descended. That sacred aura could not be concealed no matter what. But they discovered to their horror that they had never seen this youth before. When did such a major power appear in the 33 heavens? Samsara's pupils constricted and he cried out in surprise, Your bloodstone? You really came into being. The moment these words came out, everyone was shocked. Me, Tian, and the others were shocked and puzzled. Why would progenitor bloodstone help Grand Bright Jade complete heaven? But Yi Shui and the rest were full of ecstasy. The blood race powerhouses all knelt down at this moment. Congratulations to progenitor for coming into being. The blood race will live for generations to come and unify all the heavens. The youth slowly walked in front of Samsara, an incomparably sinister and charming smile hanging on his face as he opened his mouth and said, Just now, was it you who was disrespectful to this Tao? Samsara frowned and said, This Tao? Who the hell do you think you are? To dare call yourself this Tao? This Tao? No one in the 33 heavens had ever called themselves that before. But Samsara and Heavenless naturally knew what this Tao meant. Progenitor Bloodstone was telling them that he had already controlled a Tao and transcended great beyond. Only such a powerhouse was worthy of being called a great Tao powerhouse. Only then would they dare call themselves this Tao. This term of address also completely differentiated him from the powerhouses of all heavens. He was the god who controlled heavenly Tao. It was just that Hegemon Samsara and Hegemon Heavenless did not believe that Bloodstone could really transcend great beyond. Back then, they were wounded almost equally badly. There was no reason that the Bloodstone was stronger than the two of them. Of course, the more important thing was that they knew how difficult this half-step was. Even if they were not injured, there was no hope of taking this half-step at all either. What right did Bloodstone have? Regarding that move earlier being stopped, it was simply because they placed all of their energy on Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven and they overlooked Bloodstone. If they went at it again, they were confident that it would be absolutely impossible for Bloodstone to succeed. This was where their confidence in controlling Great Tao lay. Heavenless smiled coldly and said, Bloodstone brat, do you really think that you can frighten us? Transcending great beyond, do you take the two of us to be fools? The sinister and charming youth glanced at them and lightly spat two words out of his mouth. Kneel down! At the same time, a power that originated from Great Tao instantly descended. This power of Great Tao was pure to the extreme. It was no idea how many times stronger than Heavenless and Samsara were. These two people. No, wait, these two were not on the same level at all. Thud. Heavenless and Hegemon Samsara knelt down in response. Everyone looked at this scene dumbfoundedly, horrified to the extreme. These two powerhouses, who controlled a trace of the power of Great Tao, were actually directly pressured into kneeling. How is this possible? Are my eyes failing? Those two major powers are already invincible in the 33 heavens, and yet they were actually pressured into kneeling by Progenitor Bloodstone's words. What kind of realm did Progenitor Bloodstone reach? Oh! Countless shocked gazes closed in on Progenitor Bloodstone. This scene was seriously too soul-stirring. For countless years, the 33 heavens had been in a delicate equilibrium, all the way until Ancestor Heavenless came soaring into existence, breaking this balance. But Ancestor Heavenless was not invincible. He had Progenitor Samsara as his opponent. In reality, although the Ancestor Heavenless back then was formidable, he was far from being invincible. All the way until today, he molded a chaos physical body, reappearing before everyone's eyes. This Ancestor Heavenless was invincible. But this invincible Ancestor Heavenless appeared so weak at this time. Heavenless looked at Progenitor Bloodstone with a horrified look and said in shock, Have you really taken the final step? This is impossible. The sinister and charming youth smiled lightly and said, The blood race launched the All Heavens War, slaughtering living things from all races, collecting 99 blood ward beads. These 99 blood ward beads contain all the profundities of the great Tao of blood. This Tao fused with these 99 blood ward beads with a body of chaos and finally pushed open the door of eternal life. And the door of eternal life's reward to this Tao is the great Tao of blood. Henceforth, this Tao will be the sole ruler of the 33 heavens. Do you have objections? Heavenless expression choked, immediately feeling an extremely strong sense of oppression hitting him head-on. This kind of oppressive feeling, other than when he just entered the labyrinth divine palace and felt it in front of his master, he never felt it again. But now he felt it once more. Progenitor Bloodstone's strength gave him a sense of powerlessness. Impossible! This ancestor transformed into hundreds of millions, comprehending samsara in all the heavens and myriad worlds. But I couldn't take this step from beginning to end. What right do you have? Progenitor Samsara said angrily. The sinister and charming youth smiled and said, if it was before, this Tao really wouldn't have been able to answer you. But now this Tao can tell you. Samsara Great Tao is a profound mystery that you can't probe into. So right from the beginning, your Tao was wrong. Progenitor Samsara's expression changed wildly. It was as if there was a sledgehammer that smashed onto his chest. Progenitor Bloodstone's words simply cut deep into the heart. He spent his whole life in pursuit of the Tao of Samsara. In the end, it was actually all for naught? No, this is impossible. How can my Tao be wrong? You're bluffing me. You must be lying to me. Progenitor Samsara bellowed. The sinister and charming youth was indifferent. He just smiled lightly and said, the Tao of Samsara controls all life. Life and death samsara is predetermined by heaven. The Tao of samsara is too vast. It's not what you can control. If you grasp the Tao of samsara, then what do we still need heavenly Tao for? Even if you transcend great beyond, it's impossible to surpass heavenly Tao too. Talking until the back, Progenitor Bloodstone was actually somewhat melancholic. Having taken this step, he was already invincible in the 33 heavens. But he was just the spokesperson for heavenly Tao. That was all. Hegemon was the supremacy that dominated all life. No one could surpass heavenly Tao. Samsara's expression became paler and paler. It was because he understood that Bloodstone's words were not without reason. Life and death samsara, this Tao was too vast. He could not withstand it. All right, enough crap. From now on, the two of you are my dogs. Is there any objection? Don't use this kind of eyes to look at this Tao. There's only one chance. Think carefully before answering. Progenitor Bloodstone said it casually. Samsara, two people's expressions turned somber, their faces revealing a look of unwillingness. But refusal was tantamount to death. There was no question about this. I'm willing. Heavenless suddenly lowered his head and kowtowed toward Progenitor Bloodstone as he said. Progenitor Bloodstone smiled evilly and charmingly, looking at Samsara again as he said, what about you? Progenitor Samsara's expression changed over and over again. Finally, he still lowered his head and resigned himself to fate. I'm willing. Progenitor Bloodstone nodded with satisfaction and said, do you know why this Tao stopped you guys? Samsara said respectfully, only you can kill Yi Yuan. Bloodstone smiled sinisterly and charmingly. Turning to look at me Tian, he said, are you all inviting Yi Yuan out? Or are you going to make this Tao do it myself? From now on, you all are this Tao's subjects. This Tao doesn't want to go on a killing spree. From start to finish, Progenitor Bloodstone did not look angry at all. It was as if everything in this world could no longer move him. Him coming to take revenge was also merely just taking revenge. That was all. With just one glance, Tian felt infinite pressure. That kind of pressure was as if there were 33 layers of heaven crushing down. The fear in Tian's heart could not be obstructed at all. That was fear that came from the soul. It was not just him. Everyone in Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven felt this fear, no matter how strong or weak they were. Only after a long time did Tian barely manage to straighten out his breathing. He said in a solemn voice, die in glory rather than live on in dishonor. Want to meet Yi Yuan? Do it yourself. Progenitor Bloodstone nodded slightly and said, okay. Understood. Pooh. Suddenly, the bodies of the powerhouses in the world exploded one after another, blood mist scattering. Virtually in an instant, blood dyed the sky. But from beginning to end, Progenitor Bloodstone never even moved a finger. When Tian and the rest saw this scene, the muscles on their faces were twitching. They originally thought that progenitor Bloodstone would be the same as Heavenless Two People, forcefully breaking down the boundary. But who knew that he did not even need to move and slaughtered tens of thousands of powerhouses? The current progenitor Bloodstone was truly too terrifying. Progenitor Bloodstone said, "This progenitor has controlled the great Tao of blood. All flesh and blood bodies are within this Tao's control. Want you to live, you'll live. Want you to die, you'll die. Killing you all is just a matter of a thought. Since you all are seeking death, I'll let you all seek virtue and acquire it, get your heart's desire." Your current desperate expressions. This Tao likes it very much. Progenitor Bloodstone was full of unhappiness towards Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven. Even if he was presently already invincible in all worlds, he was still unhappy. Stop. Right at this time, a figure directly flew out of Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven. When Meteon saw this figure, his expression could not help changing wildly. Yi Yuan. At this time, Yi Yuan actually exited his seclusion. Furthermore, this guy actually flew outside of the boundary. This was courting death. It was merely a matter of a thought for progenitor Bloodstone to kill him. Yi Yuan, come back, Meteon roared. Yi Yuan did not turn back. He just waved his hand and flew straight in front of progenitor Bloodstone and said coolly, "I'm here. Stop this." Progenitor Bloodstone smiled evilly and charmingly and said, "You finally came out." Yi Yuan's expression was cold, and he said in a solemn voice, "You'll pay the price for what you did earlier." Progenitor Bloodstone smiled and said, "Oh? What price?" Yi Yuan said in a solemn voice, "Your life. Insolence. Who the hell do you think you are to dare speak to progenitor like this? Our progenitor is already invincible under the heavens." Yixue immediately reprimanded. Bloodstone just smiled and waved his hand at him. Yixue's expression turned fearful. He immediately became silent, cold sweat pouring profusely. The present progenitor Bloodstone no longer needed to posture. He was truly invincible. Progenitor Bloodstone sized Yi Yuan up rather interestedly and did not feel angry. "Want my life? This Tao really wants to know what right do you have to want my life. This Tao is already invincible under the heavens," Bloodstone said coolly. He was not showing off anything. He was just stating a fact. Indeed, he no longer had any threat until this guy. Let alone that Yi Yuan still had a tribulation that could not be overcome. You corroborated your Tao with the blood of all living creatures, bringing a catastrophe to the 33 heavens. It defies heavenly harmony and must suffer the wrath of heaven, Yi Yuan said in a solemn voice. "Ha ha! Violates heavenly harmony? What's wrong with exchanging the lives of a bunch of ants for this Tao to attain great Tao? Moreover, this shouldn't have come out of your mouth, right? Yi Yuan brat, you probably still don't know what tribulation you shall be experiencing, right? The 33 tribulations of apocalypse is a calamity of heaven's condemnation. For countless years, the strongest person only made it to the 9th tribulation. Divergent cultivators are people who are spurned by heavenly Tao. Heaven wants to eradicate you. You have no choice but to die," Bloodstone said with a light laugh. The expressions of Meteon and the others changed. However, Yi Yuan did not panic like they had imagined. He just said coolly, "If heaven wants to destroy you, it will definitely drive you insane first. You think that you're invincible but don't know that heavenly Tao understands. You won't have a good outcome." Progenitor Bloodstone smiled sinisterly and charmingly as he said, "Ignorant brat. This Tao is the envoy of heavenly Tao. Why would heavenly Tao deal with me? Yi Yuan, you're the only person that could make this Tao suffer losses several times. This Tao respects you. I'll let you die with dignity. Alright, since this Tao is the envoy of heavenly Tao, I will be executing justice on behalf of heavenly Tao now, and then I will send you on your way. Rest assured, this Tao will destroy this world." The expressions of everyone in the world became fearful. With Yi Yuan standing in front of progenitor Bloodstone, it was simply striking a rock with an egg. The current Yi Yuan still remained at peak Emperor Sakura heaven. What would he use to deal with progenitor Bloodstone? Yi Yuan, quickly come back. You can't deal with him by yourself. Meteon shouted angrily. Fucking hell. This guy didn't bring me along when playing the hero. Yang Qing also shouted coldly and was about to charge out of the realm. When everyone from the blood race saw this scene, each and every one sneered coldly. Today, no one could stop them. The blood race would be the 33 heavens royal lineage from now on. All lives were ants. Heh! A bunch of ants who were struggling on their deathbed. Displaying their slight skill in front of progenitor, what a joke. Chi-Hu said with a cold laugh. An ant trying to shake a big tree, overestimating their own ability. Does Yi Yuan think that it's very brave for him to die? From now on, who will still remember Yi Yuan? Only my blood race will rule the myriad worlds, Yi Shui said with a heroic spirit. Progenitor Bloodstone did not even need to move his fingers to kill people. The corners of his mouth just smiled evilly and charmingly. The aura of the great Tao of blood directly rolled toward Yi Yuan. The great Tao of blood was invisible and intangible. It could not be blocked at all. Just one thought, and it could blow Yi Yuan up. Bang! With a muffled groan, a figure flew out. What's going on? There's actually someone who can hurt progenitor in this world. What kind of hex did Yi Yuan use? Why is he completely fine? This is impossible. It's merely a thought for progenitor to kill someone. What on earth happened? Could it be that Yi Yuan is even stronger than progenitor? Oh! All of the bloodkins fell into immense shock, because this muffled groan was not emitted by Yi Yuan, but it was by progenitor Bloodstone. Progenitor Bloodstone seemed to have suffered a heavy blow, directly being sent flying out by the backlash force. And from start to finish, Yi Yuan did not move a muscle. The figures of Yang Qing and the rest directly stopped in midair, looking at this scene with blank faces. This was also too freaking supernatural. This scene truly made people feel incredulous. The invincible progenitor Bloodstone was actually sent flying. The key point was that they did not even know what had happened. Only the unknown could make people afraid. An invincible existence was actually defeated by an Emperor Sakra Heaven. How could this not shock people? Yi Yuan grinned and said, "Seems like you aren't qualified to kill me yet." The moment these words came out, everyone was even more confused. And at this time, progenitor Bloodstone barely managed to stabilize his figure, his expression extremely ugly as he said, "It turns out that you felt it long ago." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Regarding my tribulation, I naturally understand it best. You call yourself the envoy of Heavenly Tao. Didn't Heavenly Tao tell you this? Wanting to kill me, it also needs Heavenly Tao to take action itself. Who the hell do you think you are?" Everyone was dumbstruck with shock. Progenitor Bloodstone was actually injured by Heavenly Tao. With this, everything was clear. It turned out that Yi Yuan was envied by Heavenly Tao. Currently, his tribulation was near at hand. Heavenly Tao absolutely did not allow anyone to intervene. At this time, with progenitor Bloodstone making a move against Yi Yuan, he was looking for a rebuff. Yi Yuan's life was Heavenly Tao's. All of a sudden, chaos rolled and dark clouds gathered overhead, making people somewhat unable to catch their breath. Everyone felt that the sky seemed to be brewing an extremely terrifying storm. Yi Yuan's clothes fluttered. Clearly, he was the center of the storm. Everyone backed away unconsciously, afraid of being swept in. It was because this pressure was truly too terrifying. These people in front were seemingly able to feel the wrath of Heavenly Tao. The 33 tribulations of Apocalypse was finally here. Progenitor Bloodstone looked at Yi Yuan and said hatefully, "Fine. Then this Tao will watch with my own eyes how you die under Heavenly Tao." Yi Yuan grinned and said, "Others can't overcome it. But it doesn't mean that I can't overcome it. I, Yi Yuan, have never resigned myself to fate when cultivating from Immortal until now. So what if I am a divergent cultivator? So what if it is an apocalyptic tribulation? If heaven wants to exterminate me, I'll kill this heaven." Boom! Amidst the chaos, a clap of thunder suddenly rang out. It was as if heaven was feeling furious at Yi Yuan's words. Everyone looked at Yi Yuan with immense shock. This guy was really too arrogant. Killing heaven. This sort of words, even if one reached progenitor Bloodstone's level of realm, one would also not dare to say it. Scatter. Quickly scatter. This apocalyptic tribulation is too terrifying. Don't get swept inside. Someone clamored in the blood race. Everyone retreated one after another. The pressure of this apocalyptic tribulation was getting more and more terrifying. They felt that they had not retreated far away enough yet. Hey, killing heaven. Really overestimating your own ability. This Tao controls a Tao and is already invincible in the world. Want to kill heaven? It's simply a fool's talk. He probably still doesn't know what heaven's might is like. But it doesn't matter. Very soon he'll understand how ignorant he is. Progenitor Bloodstone said with a cold laugh. The more one reached his level of realm, the more they understood the unfathomable nature of heavenly Tao. No one knew what heavenly Tao was. But all the heavens and myriad worlds were operating under the rule of heavenly Tao. This was indisputable. What right did Yu Yuan, a mere ant, have to fight for fate with heaven? At this time, there was only Yi Yuan alone left in the massive chaos space. The others all retreated far away, not daring to come over. Yi Yuan alone was standing before grand bright jade complete heaven's boundary wall, his clothes fluttering, akin to a lonely hero. Yang Qing's expression changed, and he said, "This guy, he wants to protect grand bright jade complete heaven with the apocalyptic tribulation." Terrifying pressure completely separated grand bright jade complete heaven and the blood race. The area of the apocalyptic tribulation was extremely vast. It formed a natural protective barrier between the two. Very clearly, Yi Yuan was afraid that when he was overcoming the tribulation, Progenitor Bloodstone would deal a killing blow to grand bright jade complete heaven. The present Progenitor Bloodstone, apart from the apocalypse, he swept away the current era. But this way he had no route of retreat too. Once he could not withstand the apocalyptic tribulation, the world behind him would be completely destroyed. Apocalyptic tribulation was not said for fun. This was cutting off all means of retreat, either win or die trying. Grand bright jade will live or die with me. Are you all willing? Yi Yuan shouted loudly without even turning his head back. We're willing. Virtually without thinking, everyone answered. This was their only chance to live. When Progenitor Bloodstone saw this scene, his expression turned dark. Just now he did indeed plan on slaughtering the people of a world while Yi Yuan was transcending the tribulation, interrupting Yi Yuan's transcending of the tribulation. He did not expect that Yi Yuan was so ruthless, directly tying the people of this world together with him. But that was fine. The difficulty of Yi Yuan's tribulation would be greater. Crack, crack. A few more claps of thunder sounded out. Heavenly Tao seemed to be expressing its dissatisfaction towards him. Yi Yuan's actions and conduct was simply looking down on heavenly Tao. Amidst the chaos, dark clouds rolled, lightning flashed, and thunder rumbled. It was as if it was the end of the world. Noisy. Yi Yuan frowned slightly and suddenly slammed a punch out. This punch was akin to flood dragons heading out to the sea. The power of the four symbols surged forward, rushing straight up to the clouds. Yi Shui's pupils constricted slightly, revealing shock. The power of this punch was already infinitely close to great beyond realm. Even if it was a supreme hegemon, they would also be one shot under this punch. Compared to the grand bright jade complete heaven battle back then, the current Yi Yuan was no idea how many times stronger than before. It was as if heaven sensed Yi Yuan's impudence. Countless electric snakes suddenly descended from the tribulation cloud. That was the fury of heavenly Tao. The strength of these electric snakes could absolutely one-shot supreme hegemons. The two formidable forces collided in an instant. Boom! Countless electric snakes were instantly annihilated. This was not considered over yet. Yi Yuan's fist force still had plenty left in the tank, rushing straight for the clouds. Boom! The tribulation cloud collapsed with a loud bang. Before the first apocalyptic tribulation had formed, it was actually dispersed by Yi Yuan with one punch. It was deathly silent all around. Everyone was shocked by Yi Yuan's fearsomeness. Before this, the apocalyptic tribulation was boasted to the max. Everyone felt that the apocalyptic tribulation was powerful to the extreme. But who knew that it actually could not block a punch from Yi Yuan? This is also too strong, right? Isn't it said that the apocalyptic tribulation is very impressive? I feel like Yi Yuan didn't use his full strength at all. This apocalyptic tribulation doesn't seem as impressive as in the rumors. I feel the same too. I say, you guys, Yi Yuan wouldn't really succeed in overcoming the tribulation, right? Oh. The blood race powerhouses could not help doubting the power of the apocalyptic tribulation. Not that the apocalyptic tribulation was not strong, but that Yi Yuan was too casual. giving them a great shock. Yishui gave a cold snort and said, "What the hell do you know?" Although I am reluctant to admit it, Yi Yuan is indeed the #1 divergent cultivator since ancient times. Before close seclusion, his strength was already stronger than the Mo fan back then. This first wave of tribulation naturally can't pose a threat to him. However, in the 33 tribulations of Apocalypse, each wave is more terrifying than the last. Very soon, you all will know the terror of this apocalyptic tribulation. Furthermore, this first wave of apocalyptic tribulation just now, the power already reached the level of great beyond. Can you all block it if you give it a try? Everyone stopped talking. Indeed, this was just the first wave of apocalyptic tribulation, and the power already reached great beyond level. Going further, the power would probably be beyond imagination. With Yi Yuan's strength, he could at least overcome 7 waves of apocalyptic tribulation too. This first wave was naturally somewhat inadequate. Very soon, the tribulation clouds that were scattered condensed anew. That terrifying to the extreme pressure descended upon everyone's hearts again. But this time, the pressure was stronger. What a strong pressure. I almost can't breathe anymore. You all look above that tribulation. There's another layer of tribulation clouds condensing. This is a double-layered tribulation cloud. What terrifying power of origin. I feel like the power of that origin is already almost seeping out. Oh. The powerhouses in the world were dealing with the tribulation together with Yi Yuan. They could distinctly feel Yi Yuan's pressure. That kind of horrifying pressure was at least 10 times stronger than the one before. When Long Jian saw that double-layered tribulation cloud, his expression was solemn as he said, "Xian Taiqing, can you block this tribulation?" Xian Taiqing was a member of the Black Tortoise clan. His defense was extremely shocking. But at this time he shook his head and said, "Can't block." Long Jian's expression became even more serious, and he said, "This is just the second wave of tribulation, and it already has such power. Those at the back are simply unimaginable." Xian Taiqing nodded and said, "The strength division of Great Beyond Realm is very vague. If we divide our realm until Senior Meteon's realm into 9 stages, then the power of this second wave of apocalyptic tribulation has likely already reached the 3rd stage. Even if you and I barely manage to block it, it will definitely be the outcome of severe injuries too." Swoosh! While talking, Yi Yuan leaped up and charged to the sky. Amidst the double-layered tribulation clouds, countless lightning fell down once again. It was just that the bolts of lightning this time were 2 bolts intertwined together, falling down with a loud bang. Compared to before, the power was simply poles apart. Yi Yuan's both hands went up. Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, Black Tortoise. For symbols, divine beasts shot to the sky. These 4 great divine beasts each occupied east, west, south, and north, one direction, the bloodline power in their bodies erupting. Endless saint force poured out, forming a massive barrier. That scene was spectacular to the extreme. When Progenitor Bloodstone saw this scene, his pupils constricted. He did not expect that Yi Yuan's origin of blood was actually so strong. As the heavenly Tao envoy who controlled the great Tao of blood, he was all too clear about the power of bloodlines. Yi Yuan's origin of blood was already infinitesimally close to great Tao. Furthermore, the path that Yi Yuan took was completely different from his. His Tao revolved around slaughter, the brutal air being extremely strong. But Yi Yuan's origin of blood had a striking righteous air, being upright and just. Progenitor Bloodstone obtained the 4 symbols bloodlines too. This also had a huge effect on him controlling the great Tao of blood. But he could not harness the power of the 4 symbols at all. However, Yi Yuan could. The barrier formed by the power of the 4 symbols was extremely sturdy. No matter how powerful those bolts of lightning were, it stood firm as a rock. Long Jian and the others exchanged glances, seeing the shock in the other party's eyes. I really didn't expect that our 4 symbols bloodlines actually have such terrifying power when fused together. Long Jian drew a deep breath and said, "Wanqing has said Yi Yuan's bloodline power has already surpassed all of us. Only he can unleash the power of the 4 symbols bloodlines to the extreme. With this barrier, even if the apocalyptic tribulation is 100 times stronger, he can block it too." Tian nodded and said, although Yi Yuan's cultivation realm isn't high, his understanding of Tao has already reached an extremely profound level. He's driving the power of origin with his own Tao sword. The Tao sword is his foundation. Cultivation realm is no longer important. Boom, boom, boom. Oh. Muffled loud bangs sounded out very rhythmically. The tempo was not fast, but each hit seemed to strike people on the chest, smashing them until they could not catch their breath. More than a month had passed. This was already the 9th wave of apocalyptic tribulation. Yi Yuan, this guy is really strong. Although he's our blood race's adversary, this guy is worthy of respect. Being the #1 divergent cultivator through the ages, this title really wasn't a boast. This 9th wave of apocalyptic tribulation, just looking at it, I feel goosebumps. He actually forcibly withstood it. Only now do I know how impressive it was for that MO fan to be able to last until the 7th wave of apocalyptic tribulation. Oh. Without the slightest surprise, Yi Yuan broke the 7th wave record that MO fan made. But at this time, no one dared to look down on the apocalyptic tribulation anymore. This name was really not called in vain. This Tao tribulation really had the power to destroy the world. The important thing was that this was just the 9th wave, and the power was already unbelievably strong. Then what about the 20th wave? The 30th wave? Unimaginable. Yi Yuan lasted until the 5th wave of apocalyptic tribulation with the 4 symbols bloodlines power. Finally, he could not hold on anymore. He directly flew up and forcibly resisted the apocalyptic tribulation. During the 6th wave, he still did not feel much. By the 7th wave, Yi Yuan was clearly straining much harder. Currently, the 9th wave was already approaching the end, but those bolts of heavenly tribulation were thick as towering trees. It already made Yi Yuan being covered all over with cuts and bruises. The 9th level with 9 layers of tribulation clouds being superimposed, the power was without equal. Each bolt that landed, Yi Yuan would be directly slammed heavily onto the boundary wall. But he got to his feet immediately and greeted the next bolt of heavenly tribulation. Grand bright jade complete heaven's boundary wall could not block the blow of the apocalyptic tribulation. This kid is finally on his last legs. After he tides over this 9th wave of tribulation, he can't make it through the 10th wave of tribulation no matter what, Yixue said rather excitedly. But Progenitor Bloodstone shook his head and said, "You're underestimating Yi Yuan too much. How can someone who's qualified to be this Tao's opponent be killed by a mere 10th wave of apocalyptic tribulation?" Yixue said in surprise. "This is impossible, right? The power of this 9th wave of tribulation is extremely terrifying. The subordinate touches my own heart and feels that I absolutely can't block it. This 10th wave, the power will definitely be even greater. How can he possibly block it?" Progenitor Bloodstone did not explain. He just said coolly, "You watch, this boy definitely still has other means." Before long, the 9th wave of apocalyptic tribulation finally came to an end. But everyone in the world started to become even more weighed down with worry. Tian personally admitted that this 9th wave of tribulation, he could not pull through it no matter what. This was also to say that, in the entire 33 heavens, there were only those 3 outside that could pull through this 9th wave of tribulation. Then, for the 10th wave of tribulation, what kind of terrifying level would the power reach? Looking at Yi Yuan again, he was currently charred black all over, green smoke emitting from his body, his aura being chaotic. Clearly, he had suffered considerable injuries. Everyone could tell that he seemed to have reached his limits already. Very soon, tribulation clouds rolled. Another tribulation cloud condensed and formed above the 9-layered tribulation cloud. The moment this 10th wave of tribulation cloud appeared, it made everyone's heart sink. What a terrifying pressure. I feel that this 10th wave of apocalyptic tribulation will likely have a huge leap in power. Can Yi Yuan block it? Zhuo Bufan said with a worried look. Tian's expression was extremely somber too, and he said in a solemn voice, "No one has seen the 10th wave of apocalyptic tribulation before. But looking at it now, 9th wave to 10th wave is a huge hurdle." Yi Yuan Tian did not carry on. Clearly, he was not optimistic about Yi Yuan either. The 10th wave of tribulation cloud grew thicker and thicker. By the time it finally formed, it was virtually the sum of the previous 9 waves of apocalyptic tribulations. Before the Tao tribulation fell, the people already felt the sense of oppression that swept through like the turbulent wind that preceded the storm in the mountains. Progenitor, the power of this 10th wave of apocalyptic tribulation seems to be a little stronger than I imagined, Xianxia said. A hint of shock also flashed across in Progenitor Bloodstone's eyes. The power of this 10th wave somewhat exceeded his imagination. Heaven's might was immeasurable. Progenitor Bloodstone had also never seen before the complete 33 tribulations of Apocalypse. The 10th wave was unbelievably strong. He understood what Xianxia meant. He did not think that Yi Yuan could pull through this 10th wave of apocalyptic tribulation. Just watch. The power of this 10th wave of tribulation does indeed exceed imagination. But Yi Yuan definitely still has cards up his sleeves. As for whether or not he can pull through, it will depend on how strong his cards are. Progenitor Bloodstone took back his words previously. He was also pessimistic about Yi Yuan now. Suddenly, clusters of white fluffy things floated out of the clouds, akin to dandelions, being incredibly beautiful. Amen? What's that? Could that be the 10th wave of apocalyptic tribulation? I have never seen such a Tao tribulation. One cluster after another, it's like balls. Lightning balls? They look very pretty, but I feel they are very dangerous. Oh. After those lightning balls floated out, they moved along with the wind, flying everywhere. Suddenly, a lightning ball floated over toward a blood race great beyond powerhouse. Its speed was swift until everyone did not react in time. In the next second, everyone was petrified. That blood race great beyond powerhouse seemed to be weathered down, directly disappearing. A great beyond powerhouse that was an overlord-like existence. Wanting to kill a great beyond powerhouse was far too difficult. Even if it was a powerhouse like Meteon, it was easy to defeat the average great beyond powerhouse. But killing was too difficult. Therefore, fighting in this war until now, extremely few great beyond powerhouses had fallen. But at this moment, that blood race great beyond powerhouse actually did not even manage to escape. It could be seen how strong these lightning balls were. Progenitor Bloodstone's brows furrowed, and he said, "Everyone, retreat another 100 miles. Actually, there was no need for him to order them. Everyone already retreated in alarm and fear, hiding far away. Those lightning balls were erratic, flying everywhere. Although the vast majority flew towards Yi Yuan, there were also the ones that occasionally drifted out. Very soon, the lightning balls got increasingly more, virtually filling the entire space. Yi Yuan's face also revealed a hint of solemnness. That scene of the blood race great beyond powerhouse being killed just now, he saw it too. These lightning balls could not be touched. He drew a deep breath and said loudly, "Brothers, borrow your sword spirits to use." It was only to see Yi Yuan stretch his hand out and beckon. Countless light dots lit up within the world, flying toward him. A light sword gradually condensed and formed in Yi Yuan's hand. Swords had sword spirits. It was the soul of the sword. The people of a world, how many billions used the sword? Countless souls of the sword condensed into this sword in Yi Yuan's hand. Zhuo Bufan noticed that the sword in his hand actually did not obey orders, the sword spirit directly flying out. He could not help feeling shocked. He said in shock, "So, this is the ultimate profound intent of the sword of protection. My sword can feel his sincerity too. Hence, that's why it would willingly obey his call. Compared to Sword Dao, I'm much worse than him." Yi Yuan's sword of protection only appeared for the people that should be protected. Unless it reached the final juncture, he would not use the final sword. But now he unleashed it. And this move that Yi Yuan unleashed, even a Sword Dao overlord like Zhuo Bufan could not control his own sword. The terror of this move could be seen. Yi Yuan lifted the sword of protection, leaping up into the sky, flying toward the countless lightning balls. Above the void, under the 10-layered tribulation clouds, a figure crisscrossed inside it, sword intent surging wildly. The sounds of explosions rose and ebbed, shocking until the entire chaos was trembling. The ball lightning that even great beyond powerhouses could not block. Yi Yuan actually completely blocked them off. What a strong sword! The sword forged with the sword spirits of a world is indeed strong, Xianxia said in shock. It's not that the sword is strong, but that the sword user is strong. His sword Dao is already not far from controlling a Dao. You can say that he's the #1 person under Great Dao, Bloodstone said with a solemn expression. Without transcending the tribulation, he really would not have known that Yi Yuan was actually so strong. He thought that by controlling the power of Great Dao, he was already the strongest person in the 33 heavens. Everyone's life and death, it was but a single thought of his. But now he felt threatened. Previously, he thought that even if Yi Yuan succeeded in transcending the tribulation, he would also merely be Hegemon realm. It should not be a problem. But looking at it now, it was clearly not the case. Swoosh! Suddenly, several lightning balls flashed erratically and actually headed for the boundary wall. When Tian and the others saw it, they felt their scalps tingle. The barrier could not stop these lightning balls at all. Swoosh! 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 Several streaks of sword light penetrated the layers, striking those few lightning balls accurately. Tian wiped away the cold sweat on his forehead and let out a light huff. Escaped a calamity. It turns out that when a person's sword Dao is to protect others, it can actually erupt with such a powerful force. Zhuo Bufan was visibly moved as he said. The power of each lightning ball already surpassed everyone's imagination. But Yi Yuan actually withstood them once again. Zhuo Bufan could feel the conviction when Yi Yuan was using the sword of protection. This conviction was the secret to the power of Yi Yuan's sword Dao. Several days later, those countless lightning balls finally dissipated without a trace. Yi Shui muttered. He actually really pulled through. Where does his limit lie? Although Bloodstone was a little shocked, he was not surprised. He had long guessed that Yi Yuan had a contingency. Nothing strange about it. According to this Dao's estimations, Yi Yuan should at least be able to overcome 18 tribulations. But once he reached the 19th, he can't overcome it no matter what, Bloodstone said. When Yi Shui, Heavenless, Samsara, as well the rest heard that, their whole bodies trembled, looking at Bloodstone with disbelieving faces. 18 tribulations? How is this possible? One had to know, before this, the strongest person only overcame 7 waves of apocalyptic tribulation. Was Yi Yuan actually going to more than double it on this basis? Progenitor Bloodstone's evaluation of Yi Yuan was a little too high. Of course, no one dared to question Progenitor Bloodstone. Seeing everyone's expression, Progenitor Bloodstone smiled lightly and said, "This apocalyptic tribulation, no one has ever made it past the 8th wave previously. This Dao also has no way of knowing. But now the full picture can be inferred. Although each wave of this apocalyptic tribulation is stronger than the last, the power and form underwent huge changes from the 9th wave to 10th wave. Therefore, this Dao is guessing that in the 33 tribulations of apocalypse, every 10 tribulations is 1 level. This is also to say that this tribulation has a total of 4 levels. The 10th tribulation after 9 tribulations, the power directly rose a level. As for the final 3 waves of apocalyptic tribulation, the power will likely be sufficient to destroy the world. These words made everyone's hearts turn slightly cold. It was indeed this logic. However, they were also convinced that even if Yi Yuan had exceedingly formidable abilities, it would be impossible to transcend this apocalyptic tribulation too. The 10th tribulation was these lightning balls. Yi Yuan relied on the sword of protection and survived it with more scars than danger. 11th tribulation, boundless heavenly fire, Yi Yuan still pulled through. In the 15th tribulation, it was a myriad profound ice tribulation. The sword of protection crumbled. Yi Yuan refined the myriad profound ice with alchemy Dao, bombarding the tribulation clouds and successfully overcoming the tribulation. 19th tribulation, Yi Yuan relied on the skill to refine all things, and he still barely managed to transcend it. Up till here, the power of the apocalyptic tribulations already exceeded everyone's imagination. Heavenless expression was livid as he said, "The power of this Dao tribulation has already caught up to this old man's strength. The power of the 20th tribulation will definitely increase tremendously. This old man definitely won't be able to transcend it." Samsara's expression was similarly ugly as he said, "If not for this apocalyptic tribulation, with the 2 of us coming to find trouble, we probably won't be able to bear the consequences of failure. This boy clearly hasn't even reached Hegemon realm. Why is he so strong?" Meanwhile, the others looked at them somewhat sympathetically. These two great supremacies were originally two of the three most powerful people in all the heavens. But who could have thought that they broke through the fetters and acquired a trace of great Tao power? But in the end, they were directly suppressed. Now, they also discovered to their dismay that they were actually not Yu Yuan's match. From start to end, the two of them were a joke. Although the supremacies were strong, it could not be helped that they were born at the wrong time. Bloodstone glanced at them and said with a smile, "You all don't need to belittle your capabilities either. This is roughly about Yi Yuan's limit too. This 20th apocalyptic tribulation, it's absolutely impossible for him to transcend it." While talking, the 20th layer tribulation cloud started condensing. This time, even powerhouses like Samsara and Heavenless were somewhat visibly moved. Progenitor Bloodstone guessed correctly. The power of the 20th apocalyptic tribulation made them unable to even give birth to the thought of resisting. This was the true power of Great Tao. The apocalyptic tribulations previously were all origin tribulations. But, in this 20th tribulation, they clearly felt the power of Great Tao. This was also to say that, starting from this tribulation, it would be the real tribulation of Great Tao. No matter how powerful Yi Yuan was, it would be impossible to overcome it too. However, at this moment, Yi Yuan's aura suddenly changed. A domineering force rushed straight towards the sky. This imposing momentum was actually not the slightest bit weaker than the tribulation cloud that was currently condensing. It was as if he was challenging heavenly Tao. Yishua's pupils constricted and he said in shock, "It's this aura again. This is heaven trampling 5 steps. So strong. Compared to killing Blood Promise back then, this move is now no idea how much stronger. How is this possible?" In a few short years, his power could actually grow so powerful. Similarly, being the heaven-trampling 5 steps he executed last time, when the current Yi Yuan used it, the power could no longer be mentioned in the same breath. In creating the Chaos Heavenly Spirit list, what Yi Yuan improved in was not just Sword Tao. More importantly, Yi Yuan understood his own Tao. This was also the reason why Yi Yuan's strength increased so much in a few short years. Great Tao commanded myriad das. Mastering one law, mastering myriad laws. Regardless of whether it was Sword Tao, Alchemy Tao, or Formation Tao, they were all means to achieve one's own Tao. But only the Tao in the heart was the true Tao. What he wanted to protect was his home and the people closest to him. For the sake of this Tao in his heart, so what if he stomped the heavens to the ground? The moment Yi Yuan's momentum appeared, Progenitor Bloodstone's eyes revealed a shocked expression. This move was ridiculously strong. But very soon he understood. His mouth curled, and he said, "This move violates heavenly law. This should be his final trump card. The stronger this move, the quicker he dies. Watch. He'll completely anger heavenly Tao." Boom. Trampling mountains and rivers with one step, quiet extermination of all things like the night. Under this enormous momentum, Yi Yuan took a step out. This step seemed to be stepping on the sky. The 20th layer tribulation cloud, along with the previous 19 tribulations clouds, collapsed with a loud bang. This legendary 20th apocalyptic tribulation was actually weak as a kitten under Yi Yuan's heaven-trampling 5 steps. However, as if affirming Ancestor Bloodstone's words, the rolling tribulation clouds virtually condensed again in an instant. And this time, it was completely different from the tribulation clouds previously. A fierce gale swept, tribulation clouds rolling as if it was the sound of the angry roar of heavenly Tao. Very soon, 21 tribulation clouds condensed and formed. People all thought that the 21st apocalyptic tribulation was about to fall right away. But no. Above the 21st layer tribulation cloud, the 22nd layer tribulation cloud continued forming. Following that, it was the 23rd, 24th, all the way until the 29th. 9 tribulation clouds actually condensed together. Retreat. Retreat again. Oh. Under Progenitor Bloodstone's order, the Blood Race army retreated over and over again, directly retreating 1,000 miles away. Although it was very far away, those two powerful auras that were diametrically opposed seemed to be right in front of them. The 29 layers of apocalyptic tribulation clouds superimposed together, forming a terrifying force field that swept across all the heavens. Several low-level planes actually began to crumble. Apocalyptic tribulation, Only at this time did it really have the power to destroy the world. Once Heavenly Tao was enraged, one could imagine how terrifying this tribulation would be when it fell. Within Grand Bright Jade, complete heaven's realm, regardless of their strength, the people were all quivering non-stop. Apart from Yi Yuan, they were the people that could feel this terrifying pressure the most. They clearly knew that if not for Yi Yuan blocking outside, Grand Bright Jade complete heaven would have already completely crumbled at this time, not even fowls or dogs remaining. However, at this time, Yi Yuan's momentum rose several dimensions once more. Before that terrifying superimposed Tao tribulation fell, Yi Yuan took another step, trampling the 8 desolates with 2 steps, inverting the universe myriad extinction. Yi Yuan shouted, only to hear a rumble. An invisible momentum rose to the sky again, rumbling toward the tribulation clouds. Everyone opened their mouths wide, looking at this scene with shocked faces. Was this overcoming tribulation? The one transcending the tribulation was also too arrogant, right? Before the Tao tribulation came, you actually made a move yourself? Complaining that you were not dying fast enough? As if in order to prove everyone's thoughts, a clap of thunder sounded out, reverberating throughout the whole world. The momentum of this clap of thunder slammed together fiercely with Yi Yuan's momentum. Yi Yuan suffered a heavy blow, being forcibly smashed back onto the boundary wall. Crack! The boundary wall could not bear such a tremendous force, directly having a large hole smashed out, while Yi Yuan was smashed right into the ground. Everyone's expressions changed drastically, hurrying over one by one. Progenitor Bloodstone shook his head when he saw the situation and said, an ant trying to shake a big tree? If the ants in this world could shake a big tree, Heavenly Tao would have long collapsed. Heavenly Tao is a cage. We can only survive inside this cage according to its rules. If you try to jump out of the cage, it will wipe you out without mercy. It looks like you still haven't understood it. The more invincible he was, the more he could feel Heavenly Tao's power. Shaking Heavenly Tao, that was something completely impossible. Cultivators could only comply with Heavenly Tao and act in accordance with the trend. Those who defied heaven, heaven would punish. Boom! Before Progenitor Bloodstone's words faded, an even more boundless aura skyrocketed again from within the world. This imposing momentum rose several more dimensions on top of the basis of the second step. That heavenly tribulation momentum was actually going to match wits with that 29-layered tribulation cloud. Progenitor Bloodstone's pupils constricted slightly, and he said in shock, impossible. His momentum has already been interrupted by Heavenly Tao. How can it possibly recondense within such a short time? That blow earlier, it condensed the power of Great Tao. It already surpassed the boundary of Great beyond realm. Even if he didn't die, it's impossible to have any more strength to spare too. Why is it like this? Progenitor Bloodstone, who had been calm and composed all along, finally revealed a shocked expression at this time. This was because he discovered that Yi Yuan's tenaciousness had already exceeded his imagination. Swoosh! A figure rose to the sky, flying out of Grand Bright Jade complete heaven. 3 steps trampling the lofty clouds, myriad realms gods and fiends lower their heads. Behind Yi Yuan, an enormous phantom appeared. That phantom did not look real, but the moment it took a step, the 33 heavens actually started trembling under this step. Boom! The 29-layered tribulation cloud collapsed with a loud bang under the stomp. Yi Shui's mouth opened wide, and he could not close his mouth for some time. Progenitor Bloodstone said that it was impossible for Yi Yuan to overcome the 20th tribulation no matter what. But now, the 29-layered tribulation clouds were still brewing an astonishing attack. However, before this attack was successfully prepared, it was directly dispersed by Yi Yuan. Just what the hell was this heaven-trampling 5 steps of Yi Yuan's? How could there be such a heaven-defying martial technique in this world? Progenitor, he is... The hell kind of martial technique is this? Yi Shui asked with a face full of shock. Progenitor Bloodstone was silent. He did not know either. Yi Yuan's martial technique already subverted his understanding. This heaven-trampling 5 steps, the power of each step's momentum grew geometrically. Although the first step was strong, it was still within the range of normal understanding. The second step was already ridiculously strong. The third step just now, it already surpassed everyone's understanding. This third step, even if Heavenless and Samsara, two people, confronted it head-on, they would be trampled into minced meat too. As for himself, he should be able to suppress it. But this was just the third step. There were still two more steps at the back. Progenitor Bloodstone was somewhat breaking down. A brat who was transcending his tribulation of hegemon could already trample him into minced meat with one foot? Who was he? He was the envoy of Heavenly Tao, the controller of the great Tao of Blood. When did this world become so crazy? Just as everyone was shocked, Yi Yuan's imposing momentum increased again. Heaven trampling 5 steps. Each step was a layer of heaven. If he did not shatter the broad expanse of heaven, he would not turn back. Seeing the power of Yi Yuan's 4th step, the color on Progenitor Bloodstone's face instantly disappeared. Although Yi Yuan accumulated power, awaiting release at this time, he had yet to take the 4th step. But he could feel that this step had absolutely already reached his level. This was a freaking joke, right? Furthermore, the 30th tribulation had yet to take shape. What was this guy going to do? Rumble. Above the void, an enormous black hole suddenly appeared. That black hole was deep and dark, giving people an extremely dangerous feeling. The 30th tribulation seemed extraordinary. No tribulation clouds, no lightning flashing or thunder clapping, as if it was coming from another dimension. But, just as this black hole was gradually enlarging, an angry cry came over. 4 steps trampling the world. I'm revered at the ends of all the heavens. Heavenly trampling 4th step, the phantom behind Yi Yuan already gradually solidified. That was seemingly Yi Yuan's clone. Boom. The earth shook, and mountains swayed. More than 10 planes collapsed with a loud bang under the step of Yi Yuan's. That black hole that had just formed actually evaporated into thin air after being collided by this shocking momentum. Gulp! Heavenless, Samsara, as well as Yishui, they all virtually swallowed their salivas simultaneously. The power of this step was utterly terrifying. Under Yi Yuan's heaven-trampling 5 steps, the 33 tribulations of apocalypse simply became a joke. 3-31 SD tribulation. See, could he, really? Yishui was even stammering when he spoke. And this sentence made everyone jump in fright. Only then did people realize that Yi Yuan succeeding in transcending the tribulation was already close at hand. Originally, everyone thought that Yi Yuan was transcending the tribulation of hegemon. But at this point, it was completely not the case anymore. Yi Yuan's existence completely subverted people's understanding of cultivation realm. These steps were actually really meeting Heavenly Tao as equals. What kind of person could clash head-on with Heavenly Tao? Impossible. These final 3 tribulations are the true apocalyptic tribulations. Furthermore, Yi Yuan's heaven-trampling 5 steps only has the last step. His cards had been used entirely. What will he still use to transcend the tribulation? This is his final trump card. Heh. He's ultimately lacking by a notch. Progenitor Bloodstone was shocked and frightened. Yi Yuan's strength made him feel afraid. However, he did not think that Yi Yuan could transcend the apocalyptic tribulations. At this time, amidst the chaos, an enormous stone door appeared from the darkness. Door of eternal life. These final 3 waves of tribulation were actually coming from the door of eternal life. Creak. That door that had an archaic aura and had experienced the many vicissitudes of life slowly opened. The boundless power of great Tao poured out. Under the floodwaters of this power of great Tao, Progenitor Bloodstone's great Tao of blood was as weak as a baby. That door of eternal life, which had existed forever, revealed the tip of the iceberg in front of people for the first time. Endless darkness, seemingly sealing everything. Just what was in there, nobody knew. But without a doubt, that was a world that could not be touched. The door of eternal life inside the chaos is the source of great Tao. Looks like Heavenly Tao is going to have a frontal confrontation with Yi Yuan. This time, it's absolutely impossible for him to escape alive. Seeing this power that made even him prostrate in worship, Progenitor Bloodstone could not help feeling an upsurge of emotion. Yi Yuan's power made him shocked and scared. If Yi Yuan could really transcend the apocalyptic tribulation, then he would definitely die without a burial ground. Fortunately, Heavenly Tao was strong enough. Yi Yuan looked at the door of eternal life that was slowly opening, a hint of a cold smile flashing across the corners of his mouth. Boom! His imposing momentum suddenly skyrocketed. Heaven-trampling fifth step. Poo, poo, poo. The power of this imposing momentum directly spread thousands of miles away. The Bloodkins were swept by this imposing momentum, directly being buried in oblivion one by one. Progenitor Bloodstone's expression changed wildly, his sleeves waving, bringing all the Bloodkins to retreat another few thousand miles away. And Yi Yuan's imposing momentum was still rising crazily. He was actually going to match wits with that endless great Tao that was pouring out of the door of eternal life. Just what kind of monster is this guy? This heaven-trampling 5 steps is simply unimaginably strong. Could it be that he really has the strength to challenge heavenly Tao? Yishui drew a cold breath and said, under Yi Yuan's heaven-trampling 5 steps, apart from trembling, he had no other thoughts at all. Yi Yuan's strength already surpassed everyone's understanding. They were perfectly clear that once this 5th step came out, even if it was the progenitor, it would likely be lacking too. The enormous figure behind Yi Yuan gradually solidified. At the same time, the door of eternal life opened fully. That endless darkness was akin to an ancient giant beast, opening its ferocious gaping maws. You all look. What is that? Something came out of the door of eternal life. It's a sword. Not good, hurry up and run. Oh! A giant sword slowly emerged from the door of eternal life. The moment the giant sword appeared, endless sword energy escaped frenziedly, carrying out an indiscriminate attack on everything in the space. The blood race powerhouses instantly fell into endless despair. Looking at the aura effusing from this giant sword, they would immediately die upon contact. Swoosh! A streak of sword energy swept out, and a plane on the Eternal River was directly split into 2. That was Abyss Pass Origin Grotto Heaven. A hint of excitement actually flashed across Progenitor Bloodstone's face. This is the sword of heavenly punishment. This Tao wants to see if it's him, Yi Yuan, who is powerful. Or the sword of heavenly punishment that is powerful. Yi Yuan gave a cold laugh and roared explosively, 5 steps trampling the firmament. My fate is decided by me and not heaven. Boom! Yi Yuan's feet stomped. The giant behind him also followed and suddenly stomped. The eternal river's chaos fell into a frenzy all of a sudden. The endless power of chaos swept up 10,000 meters giant waves, scattering everywhere. At this moment, the entire chaos space fell into tremble. When Progenitor Bloodstone saw this scene, even the muscles on his face were quivering. Trampling the firmament was not just all talk. This step was as if Yi Yuan's roar at fate, showing his outrage at heaven's unjust. This step expounded on Yi Yuan's path of going against heaven throughout his life. A shocking aura rose rapidly and actually directly faced off against the sword of heavenly punishment without evading or shying away. As if feeling Yi Yuan's actions that went against heaven, the sword of heavenly punishment burst forth with boundless radiance. The power of great Tao poured out crazily. Boom! 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 The entire 33 heavens, great Tao was in upheaval. All the heavens collapsed. This was the sword of heavenly punishment. This was the apocalyptic tribulation. Of course, those powers of great Tao that escaped were merely bringing disaster to fishes in the moat. The vast majority of the power was all at Yi Yuan here. That blooming light turned into 10,000 strands of great Tao sword light, chopping towards Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan's momentum was being madly suppressed under these 10,000 strands of great Tao sword lights. That momentum that billowed to the sky actually became slower and slower. Great Tao sword light was being depleted frenziedly. And Yi Yuan's momentum was similarly being consumed crazily. The two powerful forces collided, canceling each other out. The hearts of everyone present leaped to their throats, looking at this scene in tremendous shock. Yi Yuan was overwhelmed and finally spurted out a mouthful of blood. Seeing this scene, Bloodstone, Heavenless, and the others were overjoyed. Following that, Yi Yuan's momentum was actually being suppressed. However, the two were still being cancelled out frenziedly. But the sword of heavenly punishment was too strong. Yi Yuan's figure was being pressed down bit by bit. Crack, crack, crack. Countless cracks appeared in grand bright jade complete heaven's boundary wall. If he retreated anymore, grand bright jade complete heaven would be finished. The world behind him could not withstand such terrifying power at all. Die! 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 Bloodstone clenched his fists tightly and gnashed his teeth in hatred as he said. Yi Yuan desperately stabilized his figure, refusing to step back. But the heavy pressure of the sword of heavenly punishment was still pressing down on him little by little. Blood vessels burst in Yi Yuan's body, fresh blood spurting wildly. But he refused to take half a step back. Mi Tian and the rest all turned their faces over and could not bear to watch this scene. They knew that Yi Yuan was only doing so for them. No idea how long had passed either. The power of the sword of heavenly punishment was depleted and it slowly retreated into the door of eternal life. Meanwhile, Yi Yuan's body fell on the boundary wall powerlessly, fresh blood dyeing the boundary wall red. He actually pulled through. What a terrifying guy. The sword of heavenly punishment is so horrifying. It absolutely had the power to destroy the world, and he actually blocked it. Heavenless looked at this scene with an astonished face. But Bloodstone smiled coldly and said, "So what if he blocked it? There are still the last 2 apocalyptic tribulations, and his trump card is already used up. The next tribulation. He'll definitely die beyond a doubt." Everyone nodded one after another. This time, no one doubted it anymore. Clearly, Yi Yuan had already reached his limits. It was completely impossible to have any more strength to block the next tribulation. Really terrifying. This guy actually transcended 31 waves of apocalyptic tribulation in one go. Originally, I thought that he could only transcend 10 tribulations. I didn't expect that he could actually last until this point. No matter what, this guy will go down in history too. Oh. Under the sword of heavenly punishment, the blood race suffered severe casualties. The remaining people had lingering fear in their hearts, shocked by Yi Yuan's strength. The door of eternal life was very quiet. It was as if it was preparing an even stronger attack. These last 3 tribulations already exceeded everyone's imagination. No one knew what on earth that sword of heavenly punishment was, even if it just appeared openly and above board in front of people like that. Half of a quarter of an hour later, the door of eternal life finally moved again. Bloodstone and the others held their breaths, anticipating this 30-second tribulation that would be dealing Yi Yuan the fatal blow. This half of a quarter of an hour, Yi Yuan finally recovered a little, and he slowly got to his feet. A giant cauldron slowly emerged from the door of eternal life. The giant cauldron was extremely colossal, covering the sky and blotting out the sun. When its body completely flew out, it actually shrouded the entire grand bright jade complete heaven, giving people an extremely strong sense of oppression. Eft. 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 Bloodstone 3 people were directly sent flying by the tremendous pressure, fresh blood spurting wildly from their mouths. The appearance of this giant cauldron was not as showy a display of its power as the sword of heavenly punishment. There was just heavy pressure, crushing everything. This heavy pressure was not released against Bloodstone and the others, but they were still pushed far away and were actually sent flying. It could be seen how great the pressure was. Under the heavy pressure, grand bright jade complete heaven's boundary wall could not bear it anymore and directly collapsed. Space shattering, Mi Tian and the rest of the powerhouses were directly pressed on the ground, unable to move. The progenitor Bloodstone, who was sent flying, laughed loudly and said, "Yi Yuan, you're very amazing. Second firmament, no one has ever been able to reach your level before. Apocalyptic 32 waves of tribulation, most likely from now onward, no one will be able to reach anymore. However, it ends here. Heavenly Tao can't be disobeyed. Prepare to die." At this time, Yi Yuan was still standing stubbornly, not willing to lower his head. It was like he was shouldering 10,000 large mountains on his back, making him unable to breathe. Facing progenitor Bloodstone's mocking, he said disdainfully, "You're merely a dog of heavenly Tao. What qualifications do you have to be barking here? It ends here? Her. I, Yi Yuan, never resign myself to fate." In progenitor Bloodstone's view, this was Yi Yuan's last struggle. The roar of a lowly person did not have any meaning. Ha ha. After using the heaven-trampling 5 steps, your momentum is already exhausted. This Tao really wants to see what you'll use to defy heaven, Bloodstone said disdainfully. Is that so? Then, watch closely. Myriad thoughts. Returning to position. A storm suddenly howled around Yuan. This storm swept larger and larger, forming an enormous vortex. As if being attracted by this vortex, countless star-like light dots gathered over here. One light dot after another integrated into the vortex rapidly, causing the vortex to get larger and larger. Back then, Yuan transformed a thought into a myriad of thoughts, following the eternal river's chaos and entering the myriad worlds to comprehend the great Tao of all life. Now myriad thoughts returned to position, contending with heaven. That divine soul vortex erupted with an extremely terrifying energy, slowly rolling up to the void, meeting the giant cauldron. Behind Yuan, the pressure on everyone in Grand Bright Jade complete heaven disappeared immediately. Each and every one of them had lingering fear in their hearts. In front of this kind of heaven's might, they were as insignificant as ants. Although they knew that it was very hard on Yuan, they could not help at all. The level was too far apart. What a strong origin divinity power. I didn't expect that Yuan's divine essence turning into myriad can actually reach such a level. Yang Qing exclaimed. But by the side, Mi Tian shook his head and said, Origin divinity power is nothing. The truly terrifying thing is the power of great Tao. These divine senses gaining enlightenment on all life are the continuation of Yuan's great Tao. He's currently creating a great Tao that belongs to him. Along with the divine senses returning to position, his Tao sword would reach an extremely terrifying realm. Yang Qin was incredibly shocked when he heard and said a great Tao belonging to him. Doesn't that mean that he has become another heaven? Then just what kind of realm is he currently in? Mi Tian smiled bitterly and said, It's not that simple. This final tribulation is bound to be extremely horrifying. Countless light dots were still gathering non-stop onto Yuan's body. The power on Yuan's body grew stronger and stronger. Boom! The divine soul vortex and the giant cauldron finally collided together, shocking until the void trembled incessantly. And the divine soul vortex was directly weighed down by the giant cauldron. Yuan spurted a mouthful of blood wildly, but he refused to take a single step back. The light dots grew more and more. The divine soul vortex also became larger and larger. In the end, it actually pushed the giant cauldron back. When Progenitor Bloodstone saw this scene, he was dumbstruck with shock. This works too, Progenitor Bloodstone said speechlessly. This was saying that transcending the tribulation until now, Yuan only used half of his strength. Looking at that berserk divine soul vortex, Bloodstone actually gave birth to a feeling of powerlessness. He was no longer able to understand Yuan's realm. All in all, he did not even have the qualifications to look up to him. Originally, him breaking through the shackles and controlling the great Tao of blood, suppressing heavenless and samsara, becoming an existence that was invincible in all the heavens. How glorious all these were. But in a blink of an eye, his pride was smashed into pieces. In front of the current Yuan, he was nothing at all. Yuan really had the capital to go against heaven. Very soon, that giant cauldron that was sufficient to destroy the world was pushed back by Yuan little by little, just like that. The 30-second tribulation was cleared. Following that, it was the final tribulation of the apocalyptic tribulation. Thinking up to here, everyone could not help shivering. Is this the final tribulation? I'm not dreaming, right? My God, could it be that Yuan is really going to slaughter heavenly Tao? From now on, Yuan will govern the destiny of the myriad realms. The heavens are changing. The heavens are really going to change. Oh. No matter what the result would be, the heaven of these 33 heavens was really going to change. A divergent cultivator, provoking heavenly Tao. The scariest thing was that he was about to succeed. If Yuan really succeeded, what kind of direction would the 33 heavens develop in? No one knew. Gradually, the divine soul storm completely died down. Yuan sat down cross-legged, digesting the power of great Tao that gathered over from myriad worlds. Inside the door of eternal life, a giant palm stretched out, smacking toward Yuan. What shocked people was that this giant palm actually had the breath of life. This was a living thing? Could it be that there are living creatures behind the door of eternal life too? This is impossible. All the heavens and myriad worlds, the 33 heavens reign supreme. Progenitor Bloodstone did not even ascend after controlling the great Tao of blood. How can there possibly be a higher world? When Meteon saw this giant palm, he was filled with shock in his heart. Heavenly stratum powerhouses dominated the myriad worlds. This was the law that had existed forever. 33 heavens, no one had ever ascended to another realm. No one had ever transcended the door of eternal life before either. Even if Progenitor Bloodstone had controlled a Tao, becoming invincible in the 33 heavens, he did not ascend either. This proved that the 33 heavens were the highest level world. But where did this giant palm come from? Who was controlling this world? Countless questions surfaced in everyone's minds. Yi Yuan looked at that giant palm, similarly having countless questions in his heart. However, the power of this palm was too horrifying. He did not have time to think that much. This palm, there seemed to be someone crossing worlds and sending it over through that end of the door of eternal life. This palm was sufficient to destroy the world. Yi Yuan's gaze turned intent, a small sword disappearing and reappearing at his glabella. It was precisely his Tao sword. Yi Yuan held the Tao sword in his hand, standing proudly in the firmament akin to a god. The little bit of aura emitting from the Tao sword, Progenitor Bloodstone actually had an impulse to prostrate in worship. His expression changed over and over again as he said in shock, How is this possible? The sword in his hand actually gives me a feeling of facing heavenly Tao. The moment these words came out, the expressions of Heavenless and the others changed one after another. Their perception was far from as keen as Progenitor Bloodstone. But these words were absolutely not fake. Heavenless said, No wonder he could overcome 32 waves of tribulation. It turns out that what he relied on is actually that sword in his hand. Heavenless' expression changed. At this time, they finally understood why Yi Yuan was so strong. Before this, Yi Yuan's Tao sword was not perfected, and after fusing with the divine senses, the great Tao that the myriad divine senses gained enlightenment on thoroughly perfected this Tao sword. The current Yi Yuan could be said to be holding a heavenly Tao in his hand. It was only to see Yi Yuan leaped up, swinging his sword without the least bit of flashiness, chopping toward that hand. Boom! A horrifying power of great Tao poured out as if the sky was rent asunder and the earth split open, extinguishing that palm like crushing dead leaves. And this was still not over yet. This sword rumbled towards the door of eternal life. Boom! Amidst the chaos, it radiated with a dazzling light. The people only saw those two stone doors directly disintegrating under this sword. This sword was sent right into that endless darkness. There was only a deep and dark black hole left there. Bloodstone, Heavenless, Samsara, Yishui, Meteon, Yangqing. Everyone exchanged glances, looking at this scene in extreme shock. The door of eternal life was gone. Yi Yuan destroyed the door of eternal life with one sword. They felt that their brains seemed to be somewhat short-circuiting. What in the world happened? The door of eternal life is gone. Then what the hell are we? Also, what on earth is he? Bloodstone looked at Yi Yuan with a blank face, muttering to himself. With the door of eternal life disappearing, the panic in their hearts was spreading rapidly. It was because this world and the past world that they knew seemed to have become different. Also, Yi Yuan, this freak, just what kind of existence was he now? Yi Yuan's brows furrowed slightly. Suddenly, the door of eternal life appeared behind him, and his door of eternal life actually flew straight into his body. Yi Yuan discovered that there seemed to be an additional thing in his Dantian area. Is this a world? Yi Yuan was rather surprised. Back when he became a divergent cultivator, world power turned into the Tao sword. Since then, he no longer had an inner world. But now, the door of eternal life actually turned into a world and fused into his body. More accurately speaking, this was not a world but a world seed. However, Yi Yuan could feel that this world seed was very powerful. It was even not weaker than the 33 heavens. And right at this time, the Tao sword in his hand actually turned into a crystal. The crystal directly submerged into his body. Yi Yuan's both eyes suddenly snapped open. His body actually underwent a complete transformation. Every muscle in his body seemed to have been reborn. Feeling his new physical body, when Yi Yuan looked over toward Bloodstone again, it was like he was looking at an ant. He currently only needed a thought and he would be able to kill the other party easily. Yi Yuan had a confused look. He transcended the 33 tribulations of Apocalypse just to be able to have a battle with Bloodstone. But now that he succeeded in transcending the tribulation, he discovered that the other party was not worth mentioning at all. This was seriously too surprising. Everyone naturally felt Yi Yuan's transformation too. Bloodstone looked at Yi Yuan. His body was clearly still the size of a human, but he felt like it was as big and tall as a giant. This kind of extreme contrast made him extremely terrified in his heart. Right then, the void shook. Amidst the darkness behind the door of eternal life, 3 figures actually walked out. These 3 people were dressed in Taoist robes, long hair fluttering, with a sage-like appearance. The aura leaking out of the 3 of them gave people a vague and ephemeral feeling. It was as if immortals descending to the mortal world. When Bloodstone saw these 3 people, he seemed to have grasped the final life-saving straw. Kneeling down with a thud, he howled, "Heavenly Tao Envoy Bloodstone pays respect to 3 exalted immortals." Reporting to 3 exalted immortals, this boy transcended the 33 tribulations of Apocalypse and he attempted to overthrow Heavenly Tao to make himself king. Exalted immortals, please take action and punish this villain. Although he did not know who these 3 old Taoists were, without a doubt, these 3 people were ridiculously strong. If someone could still deal with Yi Yuan in this world, it would be none other than the 3 of them. The 3 people ignored him, arriving straight in front of Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan frowned slightly, becoming attentive and going on alert. Genesis, Spirit Treasure, Virtue, pays respect to Martial Uncle. Outside of everyone's expectations, these 3 Taoists actually clasped their hands and bowed toward Yi Yuan, their attitudes extremely humble. Bloodstone's entire body shuddered, plopping his bottom down, his entire person like he had lost his soul. The 3 exalted immortals that came from the outside world actually called Yi Yuan out as their martial uncle. This, Mi Tian and the others exchanged glances, their eyes full of shock. Yi Yuan was very surprised too. He even thought that these 3 people came to find trouble. He did not expect that they directly bowed down. Martial uncle? Yi Yuan frowned and said. Genesis bowed and said, "Yes. The 3 of us apprentice brothers administer Heavenly Tao Samsara on behalf of Master. Martial Uncle has experienced the baptism of the 33 tribulations of Apocalypse and attained great Tao, becoming a god of creation, standing as an equal with Master. We naturally have to call using the title Martial Uncle. God of creation." Each word that Genesis said, it shocked until everyone stared wide-eyed with their mouths agape. Only then did they know that these 3 people were actually Heavenly Tao's controllers, and there was actually still a god of creation above them. Bloodstone broke down. What kind of existence did I offend? When Yi Yuan heard this, he was extremely surprised too. However, it was related to the changes in his body. He knew that these 3 people were not lying. Then, what about your master? Yi Yuan asked curiously. Ha ha. Junior brother, I've waited 1,000 great cosmic eras for you. You finally appeared. This Tao is not alone. Before his voice faded, a figure already stepped out of the black hole. This was a young Taoist looking similar to Yi Yuan in age. But what was a great cosmic era? The moment this person came out, he grabbed Yi Yuan's hand and was very warm. Yi Yuan looked at the arrival and actually had a feeling of meeting someone with the same pursuit. Fusing with the Tao sword, his body already underwent upheaval changes and was already completely different from these people. He had already transcended life. Even if it was Genesis 3 people, they did not give Yi Yuan this kind of feeling too. Only this young Taoist in front of him gave him the same feeling. Paying respects to senior brother. Although full of uncertainty in his heart, he still answered. The young Taoist looked at Yi Yuan and said with a smile, "I'm called Hong Jun, born at the beginning of heaven and earth. The 33 heavens world is the world that I created. You came from insignificant importance, but now, You've already entered the ranks of God of Creation. From now on, we'll address each other as apprentice brothers. I created the 33 heavens world and set up the tribulation of world creation in hopes that someone can tread out their own great Tao and become a God of creation. A great cosmic era is 100 billion years. I've already waited for 100 trillion years, but no one could attain godhood. Today, I finally waited it out. Clearly, Yi Yuan's appearance made Hong Jun very happy. 1,000 great cosmic eras, there was only him, one God of creation, in this world. As the saying went, too high to be touched, he was too lonely. Now Yi Yuan attained godhood. He finally had a kindred spirit. When Yi Yuan heard, he could not help having a sudden realization in his heart. It turned out that this 33 tribulations of apocalypse was actually to let people attain godhood. Yi Yuan suddenly thought of something and said in surprise, "Doesn't that mean that if you want to attain godhood, you must become a divergent cultivator?" Hong Jun nodded and said, "That's right. The heavenly Tao that I established is merely a form of order. Without even daring to break heavenly Tao's order, how do you even talk about becoming a God of creation? God of creation is the creator of order to begin with. Without the courage to break apart the bird cage, it's forever impossible to become a God of creation. However, just having courage isn't enough. One also needs to have sufficient strength. The 33 tribulations of apocalypse is another bird cage that I set up. Only by breaking this bird cage will one be qualified to call me brother. Over these 1,000 great cosmic eras, countless geniuses have lived and perished. Someone had once made it to the 30th tribulation before but ultimately still failed." Yi Yuan was rendered dumbfounded from listening. Turns out that everything was actually all just a test, and the others were similarly incredibly shocked. No one thought that divergent cultivation was the only way to attain great Tao. Those that obeyed heaven would flourish, and those who defied heaven would die. This was merely a joke for the weak to console themselves with. It's actually like this. Defying heaven is the true great Tao of eternal life. Under the void, Yangqing revealed a look of sudden enlightenment. Suddenly, his body erupted with a powerful aura. All of his strength actually started dissipating crazily. Yi Yuan looked at Yangqing and his brows could not help furrowing slightly. Hong Jun smiled and said, "This child has great courage." But Yi Yuan was a little worried. The path of a divergent cultivator was not so easy to walk. 1,000 great cosmic eras, 100 trillion years, but only he, one Yi Yuan, appeared. The path of a divergent cultivator was full of thorns and bumps. A single misstep and it would be the outcome of one's divine soul being destroyed. Of the countless powerhouses present, were they not moved? But nobody dared. 1,000 great cosmic eras only produced a single Yi Yuan. This kind of ratio made people daunted at the sight of it. Very soon, all of Yangqing's powers completely dissipated, and he actually became a lower, lesser, sublime heaven. Everything was back to square one. Yi Yuan, I, Yangqing, will be your lifelong rival. If you can become a god of creation, I can too. Yangqing pointed at the sky with his spear as he yelled. Yi Yuan drew a deep breath and said loudly, "Okay, I'll wait for you. When you achieve status as a creation god, you and I will fight again." Ha ha! Amidst the loud laughter, Yangqing carried a long spear and disappeared into the horizon. After Yangqing left, Yi Yuan suddenly opened his mouth and said, "Senior brother, Yi Yuan has a request." Hong Jun waved his hand and tapped at the void with a smile. A beautiful figure walked straight out of the void. Seeing the arrival, Yumenli was overjoyed and ran straight toward her. "Elder sister Lingxue, you're finally back." 2 rows of clear tears had already fallen. Yi Yuan was also extremely agitated in his heart when he saw Mu Lingxue. His hardships along the way were actually all for Mu Lingxue. Hong Jun smiled and said, "When you turned your divine sense into myriad, I knew that you'd be able to corroborate your Tao and become a god of creation. So once the war of the blood race started, I protected sister-in-law. In addition, her incomplete divine soul is already fully recovered too. Take it as a big gift from your brother." Yi Yuan looked at Hong Jun and cupped his fists as he said excitedly, Many thanks, senior brother. The world that Hong Jun created, he would not interfere with the operation of this world. If not for Yi Yuan, he would not have made a move to protect Mu Lingxue. Yi Yuan looked at Mu Lingxue and was actually speechless at this time. Mu Lingxue was still ice cold. When she saw Yi Yuan, she did not seem too agitated. Lingxue, no idea why, but when he faced Mu Lingxue, he was actually somewhat flustered. Suddenly, Mu Lingxue smiled sweetly. The whole world seemed to have melted. Congratulations, Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan frowned slightly, a bad feeling welling up in his heart. He hurriedly said, Lingxue, I'm sorry. Mu Lingxue smiled and said, You didn't let me down. Lear. Big sister prays that you guys last a lifetime and never leave or abandon each other. When Yu Mengli heard that, her expression changed drastically and she said, Elder sister Lingxue, you're mistaken. I'm sorry. Mu Lingxue stroked Yu Mengli's face and said with a smile, Silly girl, I've seen everything that you did for Yi Yuan. You didn't let anyone down. You guys didn't let anyone down. The person I know is that Ji Qingyun, who was unparalleled among his contemporaries, not Yi Yuan. He's yours. He has nothing to do with me. Finished saying those words, without waiting for Yu Mengli to refute. She saluted Hong Jun with folded hands at the lower right side and said, This lowly girl's wish is already fulfilled here. Mr. Hong Jun, please send me into samsara, and for me to be reincarnated. Yi Yuan's pupils constricted, and he said in alarm and anger, No way! Mu Lingxue turned around and stared right at Yi Yuan. Although the current Yi Yuan was already revered as a god of creation, facing Mu Lingxue, he was actually scared. Why is there a need for this? The alarm and anger turned into a bitter smile. Mu Lingxue said coolly, You should know, even if you're a god of creation, there are also things that you can't control. By the side, Hong Jun sighed lightly and said, Pray ask what is love, guiding people till death do them apart. What you said is right. Even if it's a god of creation, there are also things that you can't control. Silly child, have you thought carefully? Mu Lingxue nodded and said, I've thought it through. Hong Jun nodded and said, Forget it. Since you're insistent on doing so, then I'll send you off. Finished saying, a whirlpool appeared above the void. Yi Yuan could feel that life and death samsara great Tao leaking out of that whirlpool. Clearly, that was the door of reincarnation. Mu Lingxue bowed slightly and said, Thank you, Mr. Hong Jun. Finished saying, she leaped and flew into the whirlpool. Yu Mengli burned with anxiety and said, Big brother Yuan, why didn't you stop her? Yi Yuan sighed lightly and said, Can't be stopped. Then what should we do? Yi Yuan suddenly beamed and said, I entered samsara. She has entered samsara too. With this, we're considered even, right? Lear, after we're wedded, we'll go find her. Oh. Everything subsided. Progenitor Bloodstone, 3 people prostrated before Yi Yuan, trembling heavily. This old man had eyes but couldn't see. Offending god of creation. G god of creation. Please spare my life. Bloodstone said quiveringly. Yi Yuan looked at him. His gaze did not have a trace of mercy as he said coolly, The wages of sin is death. I've told you heavenly Tao won't let you off. Do you think that by controlling a Tao you can transcend everything? This lowly one will definitely turn over a new leaf in the future and be your most loyal dog, Bloodstone said in a panic. He had plotted for several hundred years and finally controlled a Tao. He did not want to die. But Yi Yuan clearly did not have the intention of letting him off. Only to see him lightly wave his hand, Progenitor Bloodstone turned to ashes without even letting out a miserable cry. Heavenless and Samsara knelt there, sweat already drenching their clothes, not daring to even breathe loudly. Yi Yuan looked at the two and said, From now on, the two of you are confined for a great cosmic era. You're not to take half a step out. Otherwise, bear the consequences yourself. When the two heard that, it was akin to being granted amnesty, hurriedly kowtowing and giving thanks. Everything settled down. Ancestor Hong Jun cast a spell. The 33 heavens returned to its initialmost order again. Grand bright jade complete heaven became the strongest heaven out of all the heavens with a leap. Junior apprentice brother, although you've already corroborated your Tao to become a creation god, You're still completely clueless about how to create a world. You and I shall return to Great Luo Heaven. I'll impart to you the method to create a world. As for your loved ones and friends, they can immigrate into your world after you finish creating the world. Hong Jun said. Yi Yuan nodded his head and said, then I'll have to trouble senior brother. However, before this, I want to make a trip back to Immortal Grove World first, to go and see my parents. Hong Jun nodded and said as it ought to be. I'll wait for you in Great Luo Heaven. Finished saying, Hong Jun took a step and entered the door of eternal life. Great Luo Heaven was behind the door of eternal life. In that world, only one person could live. That person was Hong Jun. Yi Yuan still had many things to do here, such as reviving his own father, Ji Xingyang. The present Ji Xingyang had already been reincarnated. However, with Yi Yuan's ability, finding him and letting him recover his memories was naturally not a difficult thing. And the Immortal Grove world, the Yi family had already propagated into a massive family. But back then Yi Yuan sealed the Immortal Grove world, not letting people of this world ascend. In the Immortal Grove world, Yi Yuan saw his younger sister and also saw the Yi family's juniors. However, he did not divulge his identity. Everything would wait until after he finished creating the world. In the Immortal Grove world, Yi Yuan told his real identity to Yi Hang, husband and wife. Back then, he did not dare to tell his parents out of fear that it would deal them a blow. But now it was different. He helped Yi Hang, husband and wife, find Yi Yuan, who had already reincarnated, and let him recover his memories. And thus, the Yi family was reunited. After finding Ji Xingyang, Yi Yuan was also reunited with his parents. Just like that, Yi Yuan spent a rare, comfortable 100 years in the Immortal Grove world. 100 years later, Yi Yuan brought Yu Mengli and set off on the journey to find Mu Lingxue.